果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声、迫られる選択の日々、正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう。生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさ。この頭で全て手に入れる。高く高く飛べ、どこまでも行こう。不可能と思い込んでたものが、なぜか小さく感じた見てる景色が、そう先になったから叶うまで近い。果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声、迫られる選択の日々、正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう。生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさ。この頭で全て手に入れる。高く高く飛べ、どこまでも行こう。不可能と思い込んでたものが、なぜか小さく感じた見てる景色が、そう先になったから叶うまで近い。 「 てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に 果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声、迫られる選択の日々、正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう。生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさ、この頭で全て手に入れる。高く高く飛べ、どこまでも行こう。不可能と思い込んでたものが、なぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い。果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声、迫られる選択の日々、正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう。生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさ、この頭で全て手に入れ てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the C Nationals stream. This is what everything in the past year has been building up towards. All our regionals, all our store champs has come to this. Our invites are finally used up, and we have the beautiful CPRs. I am Flan, and I will be one of your casters today. And with me is Chrisome.
Yes, I am Chrisome, casting for the first time. Glad to be here on the table. I've been playing GA for a while now, since last year, and I'm very, very excited to see the games that will be unfold. What do you think will be the meta game for this tournament particularly?
Well, the thing about the HVN meta is that at first, when obviously we had Ascent Seattle, and it kind of seemed like, oh, Fractals is the deck. This is the new Razor Gale. I mean, Quarax himself of Apex Players Guild said, we have a new Razor Gale. And admittedly, during that event, it did do really well. But in the end, over the past few weeks, the meta has evolved a lot. Tristan's going up, Wind Ally is going up. So I think really the main 4 decks that people are considering are obviously you have Fractals. And everything is built around the idea that Fractals is really strong. So Wind decks are strong. Wind Allies in particular, Quadgies or like second Wind decks. And then of course you have Tristan. Or I guess you could also say Assassin.
The cards that use the Wind Assassin card. So for me, personally speaking, Wind in general has a lot of utilities really. So the one that comes in mind now is Scatter Essence, right? Scatter Essence is a floating memory. It removes the Fantasia's meta we talk about, the Fractals. So in that sense, right, it's really, really good into the meta game already. But on top of that, if we're talking about stuff like the Senjus, despite having Spell Shroud, can be removed via skill. So Assassin has a lot of tools for it. That's another thing. And then, personally speaking, Assassin also has a lot of routes you can play. I saw some people play like a ally route for Assassin. And then like we talk about level 3s of Assassin. There are Xander and Tristan, whichever route you like to prefer. Xander is, we all know Luxon Xander is pretty good in general into allies. And then Tristan has, I see one of the most coolest win con. Is it called Shadow Strike?
Shadow Strike, or if you want to go the Waltz version, you have like Waltz with like Inspiring Calls, buff up your dagger, and then swing with a bunch of shadows. So there's lots of ways to play Tristan.
And then there's also the classic aggro deck in the meta game.
Yes, I mean it's been here since the start. Fire aggro, but now the difference is it's not just Fiza anymore.
So many
we have a lot of variations.
So many.
Obviously the main ones being Guoja, Fire Guoja Suzaku, which is basically trying to bring out the Phoenix and smack you in the face and then kill it and then bring it back and then smack you in the face again. We have Rebuke, Cleric. At first it was Diao, but now most people are on Arasana. They try and play Slash and Burn to try and get like an instant boom, 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 and then your Rebuke 9 damage, right? And you also get Herbs, you can play Polaris, you can pop allies. You also have Fiza. Fiza's been here since the start of the game. He's still good. He's going to be good forever because he's Fiza. And if he goes first and he drops Arthur, sometimes you just die.
And then like with the addition of Red Hair, with all the humans unique allies they can combo with, Fiza is just one of the scariest decks right now. Especially it's going first momentum, right? Like Arthur is so strong because immortality is one thing. In my experience playing this game, the tempo of having a 2-3 body is really, it's just so strong. Like that's why we have premium body like Frostlaw and 3-4 being extremely well. Because being at 3 defense means you usually need like a 1 attack and 2 attack ally to swing in. There's a very rare case where there's a 3 ally in the early game. Even if there is, it's probably hard to bring out. That's why it makes Arthur very strong with the 3 defense body. And then like stealth. There's so many stealth in Xander. So many. It's insane. Right now, I think we are about to start at the moment.
No,
but
I think maybe it seems like we might have a repair, so we might have to wait a little bit longer. So we'll just yap here. Let's actually talk about what is on the line here.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is Siege Nationals. This is not an Ascent, this is a Nationals. And Nationals is very, very critically how you get to Worlds. So for this event, because it is in C, we are getting 4 people who get an invite to Worlds itself. So top 4 of this event will get to go to Worlds, and then 5th through 12th place will get to go to the Gauntlet, which is a new thing they've added this year.
I think it's a very interesting pathway to Worlds because they're saying like, hey, we want more people in Worlds, and so we want to introduce another way for you to go in there. Like we can't pay for everyone, right? It makes sense. So if you want to try for Worlds for one more chance and you perform quite well in Nationals, you do have a chance, which is you go to Worlds to play this tournament called the Gauntlet. It will be a 32-man tournament. At the end of the day, half of the players will be invited to Worlds. And on top of that, there's cash prize. So some people were saying maybe the plan is to play Gauntlet and then I get more money from it.
So you're gonna win Gauntlet, you're gonna get more money, and then you get to go to Worlds and you win Worlds and you get more money, so you're just double.
Exactly, that's the plan, right?
It's the ultimate gamble. You're double downing.
I don't know about that, but yeah, if you're that confident, maybe, right? But besides money and all the awards invite, there's also the prize card that we'll be getting. Like every player from day 2 will be receiving a Sword of Seeking, I believe.
Yeah, Sword of Seeking. So if you make day 2, which I believe this is going to be a 9-round event because we have a lot of players. Actually, yeah, I'm fairly certain. So we're over there. So 9 rounds, which means you have to hit 18 points at day 2. We do have the new system now where it's not just top 32. We are taking everyone who has essentially like the threshold. In this case, it's 18. So there's going to be more, probably maybe like 40, 50 players around that much. And if you make day 2, you get Sword of Seeking. If you hit top 12, you get Eternal Magistrate.
Yep. Still a very staple card, I think. With the prevalence of Dungeon Guide being like a card again, like everyone is going to play Dungeon Guide, and now with Arisana with the Polaris.
Yes.
Dungeon Guide, no, sorry, not Dungeon Guide. Magistrate is one of the cards that Win, let's talk about the versatility of Win, right, having. Like it is one of the cards that Win has access to, so it will be a pretty good prize card to be won.
Yeah, it's also an SR.
Yeah,
so,
it's an SR, yeah.
I remember that card was actually very cheap. And then suddenly on Ascent Taipei, when Tristan kind of blew up into the meta, and they were all playing Magistrate, and then it shot up. So
Oh yeah, bringing back to meta game, we did miss out one deck, the Wind Ally. Actually, we didn't talk too much about it.
So Wind Allies, it's a really interesting deck because it never leaves. It's always been here. It's been here since the start, and it continues to be here until the end of time, and it just keeps getting more and more upgrades and side grades.
Yeah.
So the new version of Wind Allies is playing the new UR weapon from the set, which is Huaji, which is uniquely able to be used by your unique allies. So you play it with cards like Xunshe, you play it with Shang, you play these unique warrior allies, lets you swing with an extra thing. It also gets buffs from Xunshe, so it's really strong. It's very good at fighting other ally decks in particular. And because you're playing Wind, what do you get to play? Scatter Essence.
Yeah, I think that's the talk of the town right now. It's like, do I go for the route of just playing Fractal because it's quote-unquote the best stand format, or we try to beat it with Fractal removers? Or you just play Fiza and try to win before they even reach that point, which is very interesting. And I think this meta has developed a point where there are even people considering a way to beat the other 2 decks, trying to beat Fiza, trying to beat Ally deck. And I guess if we're talking about last set, particularly because I've been playing Win Arisana Astra last set, I think Win Arisana is not bad in this meta game.
Honestly, I think she is one of the most slept on decks, and I actually know a lot of very strong players who are on Wind Astra, which could tell you something. I think it does well into most things, and against Fractals, it's fine. It's not like favored, but it's also pretty. It can win. It can definitely win. I mean, and I would say actually another one I really want to highlight is Luxem. I think Luxem is very well positioned right now. It has kind of everything. It has Fantasia removal. Because if you can play Wind, or you could just play just regular Fantasia removal, you have Excalibur, just the most versatile removal spell in the game. You all have lots of ways of killing Shenchus. You can use like an exploit vulnerability with an attack card or with a dagger. So it has so much game. And then against aggro, obviously it has Serene, it has healing, it has Lux Upside, it has Fast Gear, it has all these ways of getting around everything. And of course it did get that new card, Striking Luminance, which gives it just an extra bit more like on-demand reveal, and also obviously just damage. Sometimes you just throw a Striking Illuminance into Light Weavers and they're just dead.
When you review the card, I'm like, isn't this more damage? It's so much damage. Like, it's another way because like maybe sometimes they play like Safeguard to prevent like removal assault damage, right? But with these with that card in particular, it's a damage card. It's an attack card, so it's a bit different. Yeah, it's a different way. But like that's an interesting thing about GA, where there are different type of damage source, and they have different ways to mitigate each damage source. So like there's a card where I believe there's a normal card that prevents all 3 combat damage.
Yes.
Yeah, and then like Safeguard Amulet, we'll talk about.
Resolute Stand.
Resolute Stand, and then there's Safeguard. Like it's very interesting how GA is designed in that philosophy where there are a lot of ways. Like just because Fractal is good, like we were so worried that Fractal is so strong. Like Sunder on turn 3, turn 2, people just lose. But with Fractal removing being like very prevalent, and also like there's Safeguard. People keep talking about it. Like I just pop one Safeguard, and then you can't burst Asunder me. And then there is also recovering. You can recover out of the game, and if you really want to just make the life of a Fractal player very hard, you can just play Serene Spirit, right?
True. True. You can play Serene. You can play like 8 Fantasia removal cards. Yeah, and the thing about Fractals is even if there have been, especially in Taiwan, like the most recent, like the 260 player regional, which is insane. Yeah. 260 player regional they had, like Fractals was maybe 25% of it, but none of them even made top 8. Yeah. And you make you think, oh, Fractal's not that good. Actually, it's like if you just play Wind, like you can beat Fractal. But the thing about Fractal is it's so strong that everyone is playing decks specifically targeted towards it. Their main boarding Fantasia Hate, which is honestly kind of useless against everything else. It's like maybe you could hit a Fertile Grounds, a Fragmented Spirit, Shard. There's not a lot of Fantasias that you need to hit, but then because Fractal is so strong, everyone's playing Wind, everyone wants to play Fantasia Hate, everyone's maining this stuff. A lot of people are on Quicksilver Grail because the main thing about Cleric in particular is the fact that they have access to Crystalline Mirror, which gives you an on-demand from your material deck way to destroy Safeguard Amulets. Now it's like we're gonna put QSG with a Safeguard, then you have to pop the QSG, and then you have to pop the Safeguard. It's like there's a lot. There's a lot of ways to fight against Fractal, but the thing is, it's still good. It can still win no matter how much stuff you put in your deck to get around it. In the end, the deck is just strong, and if they hit, they hit.
Yeah, like Fractal has evolved so much from the day it started, it being really, really good. Like it started off with, of course, the two routes, the Dalchan route and the Arasana route, and then eventually it go into like, I believe it is still between the two, but people are much more like set in which one they prefer. So if you want an easy way out against ally, Polaris is your answer, right? So Arasana. The only problem with that is that you don't have the on-demand damage, which is from Dalchan has, which is the simmering from the memory.
Yes.
So that one is very strong. Not only just simmering, you have access to the I believe it's called Gleaming Counter.
Yeah, the Gleaming Counters.
Yeah, not Gleaming Counter, sorry. The
Glimmer counters.
There's the one.
Glimmering Refusal.
Glimmering Refusal, yeah, correct, right. There's a Glimmering Refusal, which on-demand negate. So there are more versatility, in my opinion, at least for Dalchan. And then for Arasana, is more on target towards the ally aspect.
Yes.
In the end of the day, both just rely on opening like really good. So one comes in mind is the opening 3 Fractals turn 1. If you don't hit 3 Fractals in turn 1, you won't have access to Sangjiao. You won't have access to easy damage output. And speaking of Fractal remover, if they just remove one Fractal, let's say you have 2 Fractals, right? You remove one Fractal, you will only have 1 Fractal on the board. And then you need to build 2 more Fractals in order to have Sangjiao active the next turn. I think we have something to showcase to the stream.
We are showcasing, this is the backpack you get for entering, pre-registering in Nationals. It's a beautiful Liu Bei backpack. It's actually very, very nice, and it fits a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's like, I mean, check it out here. Obviously, it's like, Nats is a free event technically to go to. You don't have to like, buy a ticket to enter it. So it's like, if you got in, it's really worth it.
Yep, you can put all your cards, all your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a TCG bag, so obviously it has lots of pockets, lots of spaces, lots of compartments.
Yep, you can see you fit my entire hand. So,
you can fit your like 15 decks, and then when you're undecided and you need to pivot last minute into a new one.
Yep. Can I just say, Lu is one of my favorite characters, historically speaking, also like the game right now, because like, I don't know, man, it just look aesthetically pleasing. Like, I like this kind of characters where they just go crazy, berserk.
Yeah. If only Liu Bei would actually show up in a game, but
yeah, if only, right?
Yeah, Terra not particularly common in this meta game.
I think at least my problem is that we talk about this right pre-4 Steam, where level 3 games right now have a very, very hard tempo to play against, because right now we talk about all the 4 decks. All of them in particular don't really go to level 3.
Yeah.
And like all of them are really good on the get-go. Like their win con is, I don't have to be like level 3, or I don't even need to be level 1. Like I can just win on spirit. So that's the problem with level 3 decks, where you need to be on level 3 to have access to your advanced element. So like, even like SCL, I think SCL suffers this the most. It's just they've been trying to do SCL like, okay, you're not going to die. This is a good payoff, right? I think Jin is a really good payoff. So SCL is an example. But the problem is that reaching to SCL at that point, right, you're low in influence because you keep throwing cards. And then if you are low in influence, you won't be able to do more stuff, and you need to draw back said influence to build up that advantage. And if you are a good player, in my opinion, you can probably just play around that Jin's playground, because most of SCR cards require you to have a certain threshold for HP, right? So you don't let them be at 20, you just let them stay low, and then they can just eventually poke you till they win. So like Frostone, like Fractal can just play a Frostone, swing 3.
Yeah.
Eventually win the game through like a huge swimmering or huge missile, or just. The only one thing I'll say is that you can't sunder them, I guess, because you don't want to lose all your Fractals when you're Sunder Jin. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit tough for level 3 games. Like, I heard you are pretty advocate for level 3 games. You love level 3?
I prefer level 3. I wish we lived in a world where everyone played level 3. But unfortunately, going GCR backup charger, bobble 3 turns in a row is kind of good. And not having to go -5 to level up is pretty good, unfortunately. That's why the level 3 decks, the payoff has to be so strong. And that's why there's been a lot of level 3s where they're like just kind of, they're just not there. Like Neos, like Umbra, it's like you hit level 3 and it's like if you don't get your thing going, you just don't really have anything. Yeah. That's why they're really good level 3s were the ones where it's like, oh, you immediately get something. Like Merlin just drops a Pendragon, Rai just starts drawing a million cards, Sylvie just drops like the 5/5 Ethereal Slime, and then Astra, she could just like start glimpsing and she's just getting infinite value from getting free star calls. And that's kind of, or Luxem, obviously. Luxem just like, you just heal, you just kill things and heal for free, basically, without having to do anything. And that's a really big deal, and that's why decks like Neo, decks like Terra, where it's like we don't really do anything. They kind of falter.
Like the thing is that I think going back about level 3 decks, right? Even the pre-level 3, you must have a good good way to play against them, right? For example, Arisana comes in mind because of Polaris. Polaris is so strong. Polaris is probably one of the cards that people were talking about last meta because like its ability to just wipe up the board, and then also, of course, settle back the what they call it, cosmic boards, right?
Yes.
So if we have access to those things where a level 3 deck, pre-level 3 has a way to disrupt allies or heal out damage or be safe when you go into level 3, I think level 3 deck will be much more stable. Hence why Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide is so important for level 3 decks. Saves you one hand.
You can't not have Dungeon Guide. The tempo, I mean, technically it's like the same as like you lose the Dungeon Guide plus the 2 cards, so it's like you're still spending 3, but at least you're getting it now, and the next turn you get to materialize some crazy advanced element regalia, like your Astroscope or your in Xander's case, he can bring out like backup charger, and then next turn he gets to bring out the insignia of the Korhazi, which is like a lot of times your level 3 regalia, or Sylvie especially. Sylvie, like half our regalia, like 7-8 cards are in your material deck were all Terra regalia because they're also good, right? So it's a lot to work with right now, and I think just because they keep releasing these new backup chargers, like we have Tangu now, you have Windspire Crest, you have all these new ways to keep drawing cards, so these level 1 decks are just going crazy.
Yeah, like, quick question, do you have any favorite Senju among the 4 Senjus that we have?
I like Seiryu the best.
Seiryu, the dragon?
No, sorry. No, sorry. I like Suzaku.
Suzaku, Firebird,
Yeah, because, okay, I was so excited for Seiryu, and it came out, and I actually really dislike that deck. I think it's so boring. It's like, wow, I'm just going to turbo to 3, and then I sit on this dragon. If the dragon gets removed, I auto lose the game.
Like that's the thing, right? At first, people are like, oh my, it's so strong. I can't, it's so hard to remove it. And then, again, this is the beauty of Grand Archive. Grand Archive has so many card pool for, like, okay, the thing is that they're all very specific, but it works. Like, you have so many ways to remove the Senju. If you try hard enough to look deep into the card pool, there is a way to remove them. You just need to play them, right? So, at first, everyone was saying, like, oh, the dragon is really strong. Like, I just have it there for 4-12, hit. Or even, like, against Fiza. Like, just have a 4-12, right? And then they can't hit you anymore. Like a 4-12 taunt. So, at first, this seems to be, like, a really, really good idea. And then, like, people develop, I can just remove your dragon.
Yeah, that's the thing. You think, oh, everyone's just unsnaring. That's what unsnaring saying. There's actually so many ways of removing it. You can do Ravaging Tempest. Ravaging Tempest. You can do Vanishing Shot.
Fumes.
You can do ensnaring Fumes. You can do, if you're an assassin with prep counters, you can do Exploit Vulnerability and then hit it. There's like so many ways of removing it actually, and that's why Seiryu is like, if you are lucky and you just keep hitting the decks that don't, like water, if you hit the water fire decks that can't remove it, even Fractals really struggles to remove it. That's why usually their only way of winning at that point is to just try and like kill you before they die. But then that's why the deck gets to play things like Boots, it can play Safeguard, so it has lots of ways of keeping alive, and every turn swing dragon, and then eventually you just die.
Yeah, like speaking back of all the Senju, I think like the Phoenix one, Suzaku also has one unique thing where I personally don't actually flip Suzaku often. I usually just let it stay there. Even though I have enough counters for it to flip, I probably keep it there because I like to like deal one, put one. The 4-3, I usually just try to flip it if I'm trying to end the game. Because personally speaking, I think that one damage source is really good. Every turn you just get to deal one. And also like it combos with Heated Vengeance. I think it's one of my favorite cards right now.
Heated Vengeance.
Because it reminds me of one particular card I like last set that got banned.
Oh, yeah. I wonder, an attack card that does like 7-ish damage. I wonder what you're talking about. This one, obviously, though, does not mill 5.
That's a drop.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Maybe we should bring Icebound Slam back. You think the Fractal decks would play Icebound Slam? Probably not, right? They don't have enough float for that. No. Anyway, we're getting into the game here. So we have, Tyler on first game. This is an Ascent tradition at this point to put Once in Love on the first game of the stream. And playing against him, we have got Casano. So we will go into here. Spirit of Wind.
Right. So it could be anything, right?
This could be anything.
It could be assassins. It could be allies. It's okay.
Luxem. That's Luxem. That's a Luxem site.
I believe we're going to see Assassin and Sadi as well. One card that we didn't talk about. I think Sadi is really insane. Having a built-in anti removal. It's not removal, but a way to protect yourself. Yeah, and a built-in protection, right? You can just pay 2 to bounce it back. We're going to see a quick Severe to win.
Yeah. I mean, Sadie was such an expensive card on release when we got the deck list here. So yeah, we got Luxem, Wind Luxem, and Casano being here on. This is Water Goja Mill, which is actually Luxem's probably its one bad matchup is Water Goja Mill, because obviously you heal, but you know what? You don't stop getting smacked by double polar depths. and I mean, okay, Luxem has lots of ways, especially Wind Luxem has so many ways of removing the Shenju. But let's actually look a little bit at Tyler's list. I want to see if he's playing, 62 cards, which is funny. You know, we love to see 62 cards. And looking at the list, he's on the really light Luxem package. He's just playing 8, and it's mostly like an ally, and then you can go Luxem if you want. In this deck, you actually probably can't. I mean, you kind of have to, because how you get around the Shenju.
Like, I personally think that this is optimal, because like we discussed, right, it's very hard to go to level 3, so it shouldn't be that focus shouldn't be on level 3. Like, look at Tyler's deck list, it's very catered towards playing the level 1, level 2 game. You have so many tools, there's so much toolbox. Like, at this point, I will just call it a toolbox deck. Like, Xander 1, Xander 2 is so good. So we do.
Oh my God! Double imbued Fractal of Rain is insane for a start here. Let's hope. I don't think he had a Scatter Essence in hand either, which means maybe these Rains are about to start milling everything.
Yep, we do see the backup charger being played here. Gonna get Power Cell drawn to Mem.
Okay, I mean, like it's not a. I mean, yeah, it's not a bad. He has Surveils. Maybe we can just try and spike a Slice of Dice out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think right now what Tyler needs is some damage source each turn to kind of threaten the ally. Threaten the Fractal deck, because my past experience is that if I see an ally, I'm not going to feel comfortable as Fractal player, because I want to keep on building my Fractal, and I don't really have true removal. Like my cards such as Missile and Shimmering, I want to use them to win the game, not remove. So we are going to see Tyler drawing more with the
Turbocharge.
Insane.
Oh my, he drew another one. Okay, well, you know, that we played the 2 of Turbocharge just so we see it more, but sometimes you have situations like this where you draw the Turbocharge off the first Turbocharge. Yeah, his hand, he doesn't have any Fantasia removal. He has Reclaims with no allies to play them on, because obviously Sadie you don't want to reclaim a Sadie.
Yep. We're going back to Casano's turn.
Yikes, double Fractal. Oh, he's just going straight Goja. He wants to get the Genbu, the Sapphire Fabled Ruby Fate Stone immediately. We need to start stacking it up.
Yeah, that's three counters, right? Because of the Factor Rain. So Genbu gets 1, Factor Rain will get 1, and another 1. So, and since there's one thing unique about this Goja deck is that you get to see your entire opponent's Regalia deck, so you get to know what's coming in, right? But I think most people already are aware of what is played in the Regalia deck, so we are going to see Tyler just make some notes.
All right, so we're going to go mill 3 here, which is crazy. I mean, how many float? How many float are we hitting? I'm saying 1.
2.
Oh my God, Pelagic!
That's one of the best one.
That is absolutely the best thing. Now, Tyler, is he playing? Oh no!
All 3 good cards. All 3.
3 float and 2 Pelagics in there. That is actually psycho stuff right there. Tell me you have Censor. He doesn't have Censor. Wait, he doesn't even have it in the side? Oh no. This is feeling extremely over, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we get to at least see the full power of Genbu. Like, if you don't actually tag for Genbu, this is why Genbu is so strong. Like, if you have the experience of playing Nico, it's actually practically the same deck. Because unlike, okay, you don't have Ravaging, but you just play Tempo Ally. Like, because of Seaside Ringleader, your element allies just become very, very strong, right? Your Bone Swan is going to be a 2/3. Your Terrafin is going to be a 3/7? Yeah, 3/7.
Yes.
Like, it's just so Frostborn, one of the premium ally comes in here. We are going to see Frostborn. But one thing to note is that Pelagic Fate Stone can't actually, you won't want to use it with the Frostborn because it doesn't interact that way, right?
Yeah, because Pelagic Fate Stone has to be banished for a materialization.
Exactly.
So you have to use it on leveling. But guess what? Next turn, he has 2 in his gray. So he can actually go straight Goja 2. Then he's going to mill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and immediate Genbu right off the bat. So
yeah, I think he has one floating. The other one
he has two pelagics, right?
Is it? No.
Oh no, one of them is a really. Sorry, I thought he milled two pelagics. So he has the pelagic. So he doesn't have to level up here.
Yeah, exactly.
He can go like Tango here, or if he wants, he has 3 cards in hand.
I mean,
actually, he has the stratagem, which is something that some of these Genbu decks don't play stratagem, but he is on the stratagem. I mean, every turn we're gonna mill 2, mill 2, mill 2. I mean, mill 3 technically.
I think the Genbu is coming out real quick. Like each turn 3, so if you really wants to 3, right, and then 6. Oh, that's not enough. So in the next 2 turns, like the Genbu is definitely gonna flip. But I heard some players have been talking about they don't want to flip the Genbu. They don't want to keep milling cards, right? Mill cards to get more resource. We are going back to Tyler. Going to go into the Poison Dagger. Interesting. Something that I probably wouldn't expect it. Thoughts?
I mean, looking at his hand, he doesn't have Slice and Dice. He doesn't even have a lot of ally. He has like no, he has Slice and Dice. I think that's a Reclaim. Yeah,
That's a Reclaim. Yeah.
I don't even think he has Slice and Dice. So it's like, kind of makes you think like, what are we really doing with the Poison Dagger? But maybe you're just trying to psych your opponent out, make them think, oh, there's something. Okay, Windmill is really good. We have Windmill Reclaim. That's another classic. We drew into another Windmill. If this Windmill lives, we get to go Asen, except obviously this is Frostborn. So, and then, we definitely cannot kill this Frostborn Paladin though, unless we're willing to go Sadie.
Yeah, no. That's why it's so good. Frostborn Paladin is one of the premium cards. Being an intercept, being a 3/4, it's so hard to remove her.
And especially because she's awake here. If the Sadie tries to swing into it, you just retaliate, and now your Sadie's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this Frostbine's gonna live a turn, and then next turn, actually, what we could do next turn is you can actually just level up to 2 if we want to. We level up to 2, and then we're gonna go 2 quest counters, puts us at 5, and then we mill 3, puts us at 8. We just need like 1, and then actually the Pelagic will also mill 1, so we'll actually be 9 next turn if we go straight level 2 now. And Tyler's currently only at 4 cards in hand with only 2 prep counters, which means Ensnaring Fumes is not something you have to be concerned. You at least get 1 Genbu swing before it gets removed. And actually, I'm pretty sure he didn't have Ensnaring Fumes in hand. He actually plays 4 in deck, but I don't think he has one. Yeah, he don't see one.
Nope.
So this Genbu, I guess you're also concerned about Dream Fairy though.
Yeah.
So maybe you want to actually go level 3. You can flip Genbu in end phase and go level 3. So you have the
level 2 lineage released.
Exactly. So it's gonna be Sadie and then return Sadie to hand.
Yeah.
And then reclaim.
Yes. He's gonna I'm just gonna protect my board before it goes away. It's fine. Casano is just gonna go for the draw to memory, and then I believe gonna crack the mill from Genbu.
Ooh, Mustang is actually one of the cards you really want to draw into because it is your out to Sensor and Lantern. Now, luckily, since Tyler is not playing either of them, that means this Genbu deck can basically do whatever it wants. I think he needs to try and hit the Slice and Dice ASAP if he wants a chance, but you're playing as water.
So we are going to go into the...
Okay, 1 Frostborn down.
Yeah. Also take note, we do have the things that really the active distance. So any animal that Casano calls out will be above 1 counter. 6 counters, just instead of so fast 7, just 2 more counters, like it flips so fast.
I mean, if he's got the bovine, okay, nothing. Lost in Thought.
No,
I think I saw that. That looks like a Polar Depths to me in hand. So, Seaside Ringleader, yeah, that's a Polar Depth. So it seems like he didn't play it. He could actually play it. And then now he has a lot of water cards. If he has the Fugue, then actually let me check. Is he on the Fugue? Ooh, okay, so seems like he is not playing... Oh, no, he is on Fugue. So I don't see the Fugue. So Fugue is, for those who don't know, Resonating Fugue is a new card from the set where basically it lets you swap the attack stat and the life stat of an ally. And I wonder who has a really, really, really big life stat. Is there any card you can think of that potentially can hit like 20 life out of nowhere?
I don't know, man. Maybe that card on the field right now that's not flipped yet.
That's right. And with his effect, he can pay 3 and then he gets life equal to the amount of water cards in grave. And then suddenly you have like 15 life. You swing 1, you just die.
So cool. Like Genbu is so cool as a wing plan mechanic because like Genbu said that iteration of it can protect, it can attack, it does everything.
Yeah, and the Fate Stone just mills. It's free Frackle of Rain that your opponent cannot remove.
And Casano is really strong in terms of tapping out right now. If Casano just passes here, I think I'll be very worried if I'm Tyler because like that hand means that if Tyler proceeds to like play out his hand, like tapping out, probably one of them will get negated.
Yeah, I did see the Cerulean Decree in hand. And I mean, the Frostborn being stood means that we are not worried about the Slice and Dice.
Yep, I think Casano's just taking his time to consider his options here. Okay, maybe thinking what should I do next turn, or maybe he'll consider playing the Polar Depth.
Yeah, that would be a very defensible play, especially because he hasn't brought out Sensor or Lantern yet. You're kind of like, I mean, I already kind of have the setup in Graves. I can just pop the Polar Depths anyway.
Yep, but if I'm Casano, I'm more of a punch the guy kind of dude. I will slam down the ringleader he has in hand. Swing 2. No harm, right? Just swing 2.
Yeah, if you don't really have much going on anyway, the Lost in Thoughts 2 is actually really great here because in case Tyler did have Censor, he plays a Censor, you just Lost in Thought. You get to banish all the float in there, so you at least still got value out of them, and eventually if you can destroy it, then you can start using everything else here.
Taking his time here. Like, these players want to be very, very careful with their plays here because, like you mentioned, this is qualification to worst. Players are going to be a bit tense. We are going to see a play here.
Oh, is that a third Fractal of Rain? That's a third Fractal of Rain. I think he's going to go for this Polar Depths.
Yep, we are going to see the Polar Depth here.
Probably a pass from there. Oh my god, he had 3 Fractal. He could have had 3 imbued Fractal of Rains.
I mean, that...
Maybe a bit excessive.
That reflected... Oh, he's going to pop it.
Whoa, oh, wait, that means Genbu is going to be at 8? Oh, I think he wants to go for the stratagem here.
Oh.
Wait, he shouldn't have enough cards to pay for it.
Here's a Mustang.
So only 4 here.
Yeah, 4 right here. Huh.
So we do get them. We do get the quest counter.
2, 6.
I think he forgot about the quest counter. Okay, Tyler's reminding him.
Yep.
All right, we're 1 off. If we have Bovine or anything at Mills, looking like a no. Yeah, that looks like a no to me. I don't see anything here. There is the stratagem, actually. Oh, is he going for it?
He's going for it.
Oh my god, he's just going for it. Wait, is this even an... Oh yeah, I think it's 4? 4 float, that's 12 damage plus this Frostthorn swing for 3?
3 floating...
What's 3? It's only 3,
9,
okay.
yeah, so it's only 9 plus
9,
3, so 12?
And then the Paladin gets a swing for 3. So we're good. So we're not dead, but we are extremely close to dead. Now, hands down.
Hands down.
Hands down. Slice and Dice would do... Oh boy, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. That's Assassin Stripper. We just need 1 prep counter, and we can go Assassin Stripper. Actually, no, that's a class bonus. So we can... Actually, the Poison Dagger's also not live yet.
Yeah, it's not live. Of course, it's class bonus.
Yeah, so we're actually... I think we're fine. There might be a line here. He definitely has to slice in. That's the line. That's the line. Dungeon Guide to 1. Dungeon Guide to 1. We're going to get our 4th prep counter, and then we get to go Assassin Stripper. That's going to be 3. That's 15 damage on its own, plus the dagger, plus the Dungeon Guide swing. So that's another... Yeah, this is dead. He's dead.
Yep.
Greedy. Very greedy there. Why did we stratagem? Right?
Yeah.
And even if you're not going to kill, you should have left the Frostborn out.
Like,
100%.
Just a reminder that Casano actually owns the Cerulean in hand, right? Cerulean will have like -3/-3. So the size that won't actually hit, I believe. Oh, he does have the weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Because he materialized the weapon and then he Dungeon Guide to 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah, you're just dead because this is going to be 17 damage plus 2 plus... Yeah, I mean, you're just dead.
It's dead. Yep.
Yeah,
that's so fast.
I think it was a bit hasty. I think he was just hoping, you know what, I'm just going to hit it. I'm just going to hit 4 float.
Yeah.
But you're milling 4. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
And you're in such a good spot. Next turn, Genbu flips, you're fine. You have everything you need. So he really should have maybe just chilled a bit there. You know, we don't have to. We're playing water. We don't have to go all in so soon.
I mean, that's the temptation, right? You're thinking, oh, I can win now. But in actuality, it is my take in the game. Last wins, meaning last reactor win, meaning to say that whoever reacts last usually takes the win, because like in this game is you can just play it very safe. You just need to chill, and this is something that I think players need to eventually understand, which is understanding the tempo you're at. If you're so ahead in tempo like how Casano was, you have to realize that I'm in no danger of losing. I'm in no danger of trying to win the game. In fact, I can just sit down and get my gamble flip and eventually win the game. Like, I think recognizing that tempo is really important and might have cost him the game. But that being said, we are going to game 2 and maybe things will change.
Yeah, so looking at the side, Tyler's deck really does not have a lot for this deck. It's like, he has Fantasia Hate, but like you want to pull more Fantasia Hate. He only has Polar Depths, Fractal of Rain.
Yeah.
It's not a Fractal deck. Art of War is not coming in.
I guess the
Viridian. That's about it. Staggering Strike, actually a card, kind of MVP in the past few weeks since Tristan has become a lot more popular.
Yep.
This is a card I saw and I'm like, oh, Tristan's dead. And then no one played it because she wasn't popular, and now she's popular and everyone's playing it. And now she's dead. So that's, I think, why a lot of people don't want to play Tristan, because everyone's playing 3 Staggering Strike sideboard. I mean, it's a pretty good card. Kills an ally, it's True Sight. Kills you a Dreamberry if you need to.
Yep.
Other than that, I mean, Vertiger's Degree could come in. It's a suppress, also removes a Fantasia. Swift Recruit maybe just to stop getting beat by the Frostwarns. And then on the side of Casano, he has Boots, which is not coming in.
Yep.
Not useful against this deck. Blanche, not useful against this deck. Staggering strike. Staggering strike. Staggering strike.
It seems like Casano's deck list is really catered towards Fractal, in fact. Like a lot of these cards really if I'm a Fractal player, I won't like you, dude. I won't like all the cards they're trying to cite in. And like looking at Casano's deck list, it does seem like the win con is really just Fugue, right?
Fugue and
the stratagem, I guess.
And stratagem, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it depends. I think this matchup will come down to how fast can Casano get floating into his graveyard, and how fast can Tyler actually get access to his prep counters for the win con. Like this time we saw the Slice and Dice win con. But
exactly.
Yeah, so it will be pretty interesting. I believe we are going to get the game running soon.
Yeah, they are just quickly shuffling up. And really that's the main thing. The main thing here is the staggering strike. Because obviously remove 3 prep counters, kind of a good line of text to see on a card against the deck whose entire game plan resolves around getting prep counters. And actually, Tyler, he does have the one of Swift Recruit in his side, which I think is probably for this. Actually, let's see. Does he have anything? I guess Veiling Breeze. He can always Veiling. He has Ascents. He has Intercepts. Actually, a lot of Tristans are on things like they're on like Deflecting Edge. They're on Crystallized Destiny, which is like anything to stop ourselves from getting staggering struck.
Yeah, we are going to see Casano going first. Let's see. I think same thing, right? You want to see Fractal Rain.
Fractal Rain.
Yep.
And there's no Fractal Rain. That's double Fugue. You know, this is what I love about this deck. Sometimes you just draw so many Fugues. It's like, wow, but my hand sucks. He does have Bovine, but he can't swing with it. So this looks like a do nothing pass kind of turn. Maybe backup charger after. Not even a Fracturize in here.
Yeah, that's one thing about Gotcha, right? I ask people, like, do you want to flip Gotcha as soon as possible, or do you want to draw cards with your backup charger? Because the thing about Gotcha is that most people's opinion is that you want to go to level 1 so that you have the stone, right? So you can get the press counter because it's all class bonus. So depends on what Casano does. I mean, Casano does have an option of, like you say, backup charger, or you can just pay 0 for Lost in Thoughts, put it in the graveyard, and then level up via that. Tyler had Mystic Purifying.
Yes, the Purifier came in here, and Purifier very good in Wind in particular because you can Purifier and then reclaim it back in your hand. You get multiple. It's kind of like old school Raccoon, Ace and Raccoon again. Back when the floating mill decks were so prevalent. And Double Surveil is fantastic. And Ensnaring Fumes. Is that 2? No, yeah. It's Scatter Essence and Ensnaring Fumes. He has everything. He actually has everything.
Yep. Very different from last game where Tyler now actually draws all the answers for this particular matchup. He's going to pass with 4 cards in hand. Casano here considering to, he is going to go Refracting Missile for 1 just to get the floating memory in. And we are going to see the Gotcha going up here, showing again his map.
So what has changed here? Seems like nothing. Yeah, nothing has changed.
Yep.
I always forget about that part where, I have to show you a material deck.
Yep. And then like...
Oh, no, he milled across the board. Not happy to see that one.
Yep. Very different from the last game. Draws into Seaside Art.
Oh my god. Of course. It always happens. You like mill the card you need, then you draw the floating card you don't want.
Yep. But we are going to have Bovine this time. One of the strongest mill card for water.
Yikes. Pelagic. And the Refracting Missiles is pretty good.
Yep. 2 floating right there. That could be used to level up next turn, or could be used for the cost for any floating cards such as Froststone. Unfortunately, that's in the graveyard. We are going to see Tyler going to backup charger. Very classic player. One of the most standard plays these days, right? You see people going backup charger turn 2 or even turn 1. So
there is a reason. There is a reason this card is as expensive as it is. I want to say it's the most expensive rare in the game. It is more expensive than most SRs out there because it is, one, it's a material deck card, which means everyone can play it. It's generic. Every single deck basically plays this, aside from probably some level 3 decks whose material deck's so tight. Like Merlin's, maybe you don't have to play it. Astras sometimes don't have to play it. But it is an all-star card, and of course there's a reason why it was the nationals or the regional invite card from last set, and it was so valuable. And then at this set, it's like Mandate of Honor. And it's like, oh, okay, it's definitely a downgrade from backup charger.
Yeah, we are going to see the Windmill Engineer drawing cards here. Very simple tempo play. I think if Tyler wants, he can try to swing into the bone wine. Yep. So just need 1 more damage to remove the bone wine. I believe we will see the reclaim here. Well, you use it, I think.
Yeah, he's probably going to replay this windmill. Doesn't want to commit the Sadie here because you don't get agility anyway.
Yep. So good. Like, this is a power win, right? Having access to cards that bounce back to hand and then reuse their effects. And look at that influence that Tyler has right now.
Yeah, and he has a floating grave.
So good. Like, that is... Wait, is that 8 in his memory?
Well, he went second, so he should have 8, and then he played Windmill, Reclaim, Windmill. So he actually, I think he should have, and he also backup chargered, so that's...
Oh my, that's so much.
He should have like 11 or something, I think.
Who's the water player? Is it Casano or is it Tyler? What? This hand, like, usually if I'm, like, I traditionally know that the people that have more influence usually the water player, right? They usually draw more, but look at Tyler.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy here. It's like, he's in a fantastic spot because he has the Scatter Essence. If a Frackle of Rain drops, we get to go Scatter. He has the Ensnaring, which means, you know, this Genbu is not sticking around.
Yep. We are going to see to Gocha level 2.
So we're going to banish that Pelagic to get the Gocha 2. He's going to choose Quest counters. Yep. Going to get our Quest counters go up to 4. We're going to bring back Pelagic Fate Stone, which will mill a card.
Yep.
Ooh, he's putting he has extra copies of Pelagic. He doesn't want to flip it.
The second Frost Swan, that's so painful.
Oh. Yeah, so that was the mill for Genbu.
Yep.
So we are good. We lost the Luxem side, but we're not going Luxem anyway. Let's be real here. We're not going Luxem.
We're not going Luxem at this point. But yeah, we are going to recollect. And then there are 2 floating in the graveyard this time. So, but I mean, there's not much happening right here.
Yeah, the hand is not good. I mean, he could like Lost and Thought for 2 and then draw 2, but then like the Fragile of Rain here is if he plays this, it's getting scattered 100%.
Yep. But Casano doesn't know that. That's the thing. So he might just consider that play. But I do see another Bone One, I believe.
He does have a second one. The Fugues and the Mustang kind of not doing much here.
Gonna imbue here.
Ringleader and a Fugue.
Yep, just confirming what's the card. Even Tyler's like noting down, okay, what exactly is that card Fugue? I think Fugue is one thing that if you haven't, you probably won't see a lot in the meta game, right? Unless you have fought Genbu a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's basically only played in Genbu.
Exactly.
The main thing about Fugue is that it doesn't get hit by Censor. It gets hit by Lantern. But a lot of people are not playing Lantern because Censor is just more important. And the material deck space is getting so tight right now. It's very hard to fit in everything. It's like the five regalia that's like in every deck. It's like Tariff, Safeguard, and then you have like Lantern, Censor, Mirror, and it's just like those vibes. Like how you can't play all of them, right? You got to make concessions, especially in a meta that's as open as this one. This is an extremely flexible open meta, and you really have to think about your material deck, and then obviously the sideboard. If you sideboard material deck cards, cost 3 slots. It's a lot to consider, and that's one of the big things that makes this game fun in a best of 3. Yeah, the best of 3 where everything can change a lot, right? Like you could be unfavored at one moment and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna change my game plan. Like even like we talked about Arisana just now, right? Where you could just, you could just put in back the Fertile Ground you really want to, right? Because I'm not playing against Fractal Hit, I can just play Fertile Ground. So going back in the game, going back to Tyler has so much option, man. Yeah, and the main thing, the Ensnaring Fumes is so devastating here. He already has 3 preps, so he can just even free play it if he wants to. Scattering the Fraggle Rain, you hate to see it. Yep. I think Tyler's gonna take it slow here. If I'm Tyler, like I'm in no danger because I know I have the outs towards Genbu right now. So we're just gonna play patiently. He could actually go Luxem here. He could probably go Luxem here, I agree. Sadie, I believe, maybe? Yep. We're definitely not hitting the we're not hitting the dolphin, but we are gonna get the bovine, which is gonna give us agility. Yep. Very cool ability as well. Like I think agility is really, really cool. Where basically saying, hey, you paid 3 for Sadie? No, get it back. No issues there, allowing you to play more reaction speeds next turn. So we are gonna pass back to Casano here. Casano's influence looking really low right now, right? With 5. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have a lot of flow. We could level up to 3 here if we want, but like, what's the point? I guess if you want to flip Genbu this turn, you at least have the out. Well, you don't have the out of the Ensnaring Fumes, unfortunately, which he did add back to his hand off that agility 3. So this Genbu it's gone. It's gone. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I mean, I personally think that you doesn't even need level 3 because like you do have the Dolphin and Genbu's effect, right? To mill 1, and then you'll be at 7 to become 9. So the Genbu does flip right here. So Casano here, I think he can try to aim for one of the generic regalias here. Maybe, I don't know about Tariff.
But
I mean, actually, he's not. Is he? He's not even playing
Oh,
Tariff
he's not
Ring.
playing Tariff.
He's not playing Tariff Ring. So, what? I mean, he could bring out Tangu. He could bring out Nullifying Mirror.
Yeah.
As a Veiling Breeze out, which Tyler does have 2 Veiling Breeze in hand. Oh my god, he also has the Vertiger's Degree here, which is another Fantasia hate card, but we don't need to play it here.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what he brings out here. He could bring out Tangu. He can bring out Mirror. That's probably Mirror. If you're not gonna bring out Smoke Bomb or level up to 3, then it's probably Mirror.
Yep. I mean, there's always the standard GCR as well. Like,
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yep, there we go. Just standard GCR. Just gonna crack it, draw 1.
And he drew Paladin, I think. Mill
no.
what?
No. Oh, wait.
Oh.
In response, there is gonna be response. Or scout the land.
Out the land. Interesting. What are we digging for?
I do see our Slice and Dice. I do see our Luxem card. I think Tyler might be on his way to become to playing the Luxem game plan. We do see Assault. We do see sorry, is the other one Assault we were like?
It was Sight.
Sight, right?
It was
yeah,
Sight.
Luxem Sight, yeah. The one that heals, right? When review?
Yes, yes.
Mm.
So we are now, and then we mill. Oh my god, we milled
serious?
Polar Depths into really. This is why I love mill decks, dude. Whenever I see a person mill all their win cons, I'm just like, just mill better. Like, it's a skill issue here that you can't mill float.
Yeah, Casano just checking here. Okay, what does he
Oh,
have?
oh, he saw it. He's like, oh my god, it's over.
He's reading it. It's like, ha. He's like, he does have an out. Does he? Because if I'm Casano, he milled it. Likely doesn't have it in his hand, right? Right? If you mill it.
Yeah, surely. And also, by the way, that's a float, so you just gave him a float.
He's just gonna recollect. Not gonna flip the gamble right now.
Draws Pelagic Greatstone. I love Bill.
Things are not kind to this man, and it's not gonna be even kinder. So he's just gonna go into Genbu. And Tyler's like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, nice Genbu. Nice Genbu. Would be a shame if something happened to it. And guess what? That Pelagic Fates, that Tide Skipper on field is gonna go back to hands, gonna become a Fate Stone again. Now you have 2 Pelagics in your hand, and you're just crying in the club, and your Genbu is gone, and you have nothing.
Yep. This is so tough. If I'm Casano here, I can't wait. I actually can't see this. If imagine working so hard, your entire game plan just relies on one big turtle, and the turtle just disappears.
That's why I really I cannot tolerate the idea of playing a Shenju. aside from Suzaku, because it's like in Suzaku, it's like, you don't need the Suzaku to stick. Like, you just need the 1 turn. And if they're gonna ensnaring my clumsies and whatever back in my hand, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're okay with that. But like things like this, the Tiger, the Dragon, all of them, like once they're gone, they're gone. There's no other game plan. The only thing I would say is that right now, okay, there are gonna be some clarification here.
No, it's just asking. Just asking for some clarification. So one thing here is that he does have 5 cards in hand, which means he cannot play the Ensnare because it is a 5-cost card. But what he's going to do is he's going to use the 3 prep counters to play it for free. And then now he can even hold up 4 cards for potential double negate.
Yeah.
So we're really not in a good place right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole weakness of having a 1 win con deck, right? Like, okay, honestly, for me at least, like, Gambu specifically doesn't really have, like, 1 route only. Like, you can play a lot of the ally.
Yeah.
Like, we look at Casano's deck, right? Well, I mean, Frostlawn comes in mind, right? But, like, he doesn't even run the...
The turtle?
Yeah,
no, actually, most of them don't play the turtle. Because the main thing about the turtle is that it's high cost and you don't get the buff counter. Because that was the main thing. Like, you wanted the buff counter on the turtle. You go you go C spread or Ringleader plus Sylvie one. You get like a +2 on it. Without those buff counters, it's kind of weak.
Yeah. That's because I traditionally play Nico, right? Yes. Like, that's one thing I would think of. Like, I was thinking of Gamble, like, I can do that, right? I can go Terrafin, I can go buff. But if you don't have access to doing that, maybe then it's only the turtle, right? Yeah,
the buff counter is actually like a huge part of it. So now, like, if you want to play ally beatdown, you're relying on Paladins sticking on the field, which admittedly it's not hard to keep Paladins on field, but
if you're a Casano milling his
if you mill your Paladins and you mill, okay, your other win con is to hit double polar depths.
Yeah,
but I mean,
like everything that went wrong with Casano actually went wrong this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how we can get back from this. I think we have to basically hit double polar depths at this point, but we already milled one of them, and I don't think there was one in hand. So I think. And especially if Tyler ends up getting a free ride all the way to, like, Luxem, it's going to be pretty bad.
Yep.
So we're just having a judge call here.
Yep.
So we're just getting some clarification on it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, really looking at this, I kind of just want to go back to that first game.
Yeah.
Because he had the best start he possibly could have had.
Yeah. Yeah, everything was so good for him. Like he had the mill, he had the he had the swing leader, the seaside ring leader. Like everything just goes right for him.
But then just like a little bit too hasty, not messenger. We were just asking about the fugue here.
Yeah, like apologies here because they are trying to communicate in Mandarin. We are trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like I mean, it's very typical. Like we're coming to an event where some people, the locals here, speak a different language, so it will be a bit longer to resolve these kind of things.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Grand Archive is a very complex game with lots of different times for opportunity. So having like clear communication is very important.
Yep, exactly, and that's why the judges are there to also rectify what's happening.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I want to highlight here is basically one of the big weaknesses of the Shenju. It's not even necessary that you destroy the Shenju.
Yeah.
If it returns the material deck, it's never coming back.
Yeah, like it just goes back to the banish area. Like there is one card in mind that does that.
Advent.
Advent, right?
The problem is, but a card like Ensnaring Fumes will return to the material deck, so you can't even get it with Advent.
Oh yeah, it returns back to
you can only use Advent if it's like killed, which is very unlikely.
I mean, yeah.
So it's either if they do like exploit vulnerability or they do Ravaging Tempest. For instance, those are ways. But then because most of the ways to move the Shenjus do not work with Advent, no one plays Advent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is one scenario, but it's like fantasy land area where you somehow de-level your Gocha back to Spirit.
Oh, I'm not sure about that one.
Hey man, it's a play. It exists somewhere.
Wait, he had milled 2 Polar Depths actually. So I think the
Yep, so we did have judges are trying to get a clarification for the Gambu and Field interaction. I think that's all they're trying to clarifying.
Yeah, and in the end, none of it really matters because the Ensnaring Fumes here is just gonna eat up this Genbu. It doesn't matter how many buff counters you give it.
Yep. So it is.
Oh, he's just swinging for 3. He's probably gonna do the Fugue.
Yep.
He's gonna do the Fugue here. Okay, that's Fugue. That's okay, how many water cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he's gonna swing for 19.
19 here.
And then he's going to play the Genbu in order to get the increased life.
Yep.
And he's gonna get Ensnaring Fume. Oh, the fumes, the gas leak, it's over.
Oh, so painful. Like imagine going through all the process just to clarify this is how it works, right? Yep.
Hey, you gotta move that dolphin back. You gotta put the dolphin back. And the Sadie.
So painful. Yeah, I think fumes reduce everything, right?
Yes, it returns everything.
So
wait, those should be back.
Yep, I believe that's what you say. The penguin.
Yeah, I mean, wait, give me a second. We're just gonna have to contract.
Yep. Okay, I think the judges are interfering.
Oh. Okay, so we're gonna go get the surveil.
So we are gonna go with double surveil. That's insane, right there.
Yeah, okay, so we are fixing it, and yeah, so that Pelagic Fate Stone, I love having Pelagic Fate Stone in hand. It's my favorite card in my hand. Not in my grave, I actually hate it in the grave. I want it in my hand every time.
We do
and yeah, I mean, it's over, right? It's just over. Oh my god, he also has all the looks of cards.
So many stuff, like Tyler can do whatever he wants here at this point. He can go to level 3, he can play Size and Dice win cards if he really wants to. Like, that's...
Currently, Casano has no card. Well, he has 2 cards, but like, unless it's Tidal Lock, which is actually possible here. Tidal Lock is like only really played by the mill decks at this point.
Yep, we are gonna go Sadie here, swinging for 2. A simple thing, just passing. Like, look at Tyler, so much hand, so much control. Like, then Casano's pot there, like 0 board, no gamble.
You know what he could do? He could just keep milling float and then hard play Sapphire, Fabled Sapphire Fate Stone, and then have to restack it completely from 0 back to 9.
You can pay 9 for it.
You can pay 9 for it, and then you still have to stack it back up to 9. It's like, wow, that's
much effort. We are gonna go back to the quest counter.
Oh, we are slowly getting our quest counters back for the eventual return of and then that stratagem, which is not gonna work against that Veiling Breeze that Tyler's got.
Yep. Well, right now we're talking about realistic win con. Casano does have a realistic win con, which is the stratagem. But like you mentioned, right, the Veiling Breeze is a problem. However, Casano does run the nullifying
Mirror, yes.
Yes. So there is hope for Casano here, I think.
Yeah, but then what happens in that case is you get incapacitated.
I mean, we talk about how strong the toolbox of Assassin is. This is why it's so strong. It can stop people win con. It has its own win con. It just does everything once, one really neatly packaged deck right here. So Casano here.
I mean, I think he might have. Honestly, you probably just have to Lost in Thoughts and just draw. Try to draw into something of Paladin or something. Anything that does anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you have the Mustang doesn't do anything. You have the Fugue that doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Oh god, this is such a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, just gonna pass here, and then with 7 cards in hand, Tyler's just gonna go into level. I believe going.
Yeah, he's going to. Or no, I think he's bringing. He's going to level 3. Oh my god, we're crazy.
Yep, we're going to level 3. Because Tyler Des has a lot of Luxem card, I believe.
Yeah, he did have sights. I think he might have some Light Weavers. Do we have anything fast speed to play?
Yep. On the stack.
Yeah, he has a Light Weavers.
Yep.
We got Light Weavers and a sight. That's really good.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to do it again? Yeah, he's going to do it again.
On the stack again to return.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic. Sadie, just to put cards down. Yes, you can do that. You can do that. It's like,
because the card's still there, you can pay cost. Yep.
Yeah, people were definitely doing a lot of this, like, oh, I'm gonna swing into Sadie, and then you're gonna return Sadie, and then I'm gonna refracting it or stifling trap. Is like Sadie again.
Wait, you can do that? Yes, I can.
Does it say once return anywhere here?
Yeah.
Does it tap itself? No.
No. That's like the skill gap, right? We talk about skill knowledge. Right? If you are aware of this kind of interaction, there are so many things you can do in Grand Archive, which is some people are never thought of. This is such a open window game. There's so many opportunities, so many interactions you can do. So we are going to reveal the light wheel. We are going to see Assault and 2 sides.
It's over. He also drew another Pelagic Fate, so by the way, I'm like, wow, the Dolphins just are huge fans here.
If I'm Casano, I think I need a drink.
He does draw one of his.
Yep.
He did draw one of his Polar Depths at least. Yep. So if we're gonna try and hit this double Polar Depths win, it's the only real way I see him of winning in this situation. Yep. Actually, does Tyler play Tabula? Oh. No, it doesn't seem like there's a Tabula in here. So he does have the out of the mill.
Yep. Like, I like what we talk about, right? Like what Casano can even do here at this point.
Yeah, we're basically Sadie attack and then Sadie to put cards down for the next 4 turns and until Casano's just out of it.
Yep.
No point even really leveling up here. It doesn't really get you anything. We're going Tengu. We also lost all our float, so now the stratagem is not particularly strong. We have actually a ton of water cards in grave,
exactly.
So we could try to go for the Polar Depths mill like 15 and then throw Hail Mary stratagem, but you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna get Veiling. You're gonna get Incap. It's just like, what do you even do here?
Yep. There's a world where, like we mentioned, Casano has the Nautilus Mirror into the mill and to the stratagem. That's this one out, I believe. We do see a Frost on after 10,000 years.
Yeah, finally. About time.
About time here. We are gonna see it. I don't think Tyler particularly cares about answering the Frost at this point.
I mean, he has 2 Luxem sites. Does he care?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm going to take 3. Okay, I'm going to heal 6. Insane. So, I believe we are going to see the Polar Death here.
Are we just going to pop it now? There's no way you just pop this now. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Bovine.
1, 2, 3.
Bovine. We're going to keep billing.
Swing for 1, mill 2.
We're not even going to bother hitting Sadie. Oh, we're hitting float. We're finally hitting float.
Finally. Oh, yeah, there's no quest counter anymore because, that's a problem from the Gambu. Gambu does have the ability to provide that.
You only get the quest counter on the Sapphire Fabled Ruby Stone or Fate Stone's effect. And then, obviously, she got the 1 quest counter because of Tengu, because Tengu, just puts it on your champion.
Yep.
Doesn't require any other trigger there. I mean, we're just gonna keep Lux. I mean, he has Light Weavers right there. I think he also Slice and Dice, so we can go for a Slice and Dice for 9 even. We don't even have to go Assassin's Ripper here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, in terms of tempo here, Tyler is just so ahead of you. He's just gonna go. Well, it's just a Fumes everything again.
Yeah, I mean, Fumes is gonna return the Frost Warren, so I think he's gonna go for Assassin's Ripper here for sure.
Yep. And then it's gonna be back to Tyler. He's gonna materialize the. He's probably going to materialize the weapon, right?
Yeah, he's going to go Ripper, and then he can just go... he still needs to get 1 quest counter, so he can go Sadie, return Sadie, and then go for Slice and Dice here. He has, is that 2 sights and a, 2 sights and a Light Weaver, so I mean, that's tiers 2 damage every turn. He could actually, can he go, I think he could probably go Slice and, Blinding. Okay, no, Blinding Orb is the pick.
Oh, he's trying to go for game, I believe.
Yeah, so it's like, now we get to return, we have to put 2 cards in memory.
Yep.
Actually, I mean, the Luxem's going to put 3 down, and then the Blinding Orb's going to put 1 down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no cards hand. He just goes Slice and Dice into Light Weavers, and he's just dead.
Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, like...
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it, like, where it's very important to communicate. So players now are trying to find an opportunity because maybe Casano wants to react.
Yeah, the thing about Luxem is that you have to be very clear. He's like, oh, I'm going to do my Xander effect?
Yeah,
Xander
exactly.
Effect?
So it's very important to communicate where...
Yeah, it's really important to understand because when the Luxem player, I think a lot of people didn't know this, especially when Luxem was like first starting to get popular, when you reveal the... When Xander reveals, you have to put the cards down already. There's no opportunity in between the reveal and putting the cards down where you can do stuff.
Yeah.
So in this situation, you're gonna put all the cards down anyway, so you might as well just throw the backup charger in.
Yep.
And then we're going to go. Oh my God! You went Light Weavers. All right, Blinding Orb.
I think
it's over. I think it's over.
I think
so
it's over.
9 damage off of the, or actually no, 9 damage off the Slice and Dice puts him up to 17, and then you Light Weavers and he's just dead.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty convincing first game. Honestly, the first game actually was very close.
Yep,
I think Casano really should have won that game.
Yep.
Second game, though, very convincing. And admittedly, I mean, Casano's hand was terrible. Like, he had no reins. He had nothing. And then he keeps drawing Pelagic Fates, though. He keeps milling, like, his win cons.
I mean, everything that went wrong really did went wrong for him. And
he had 3 instead. He milled 1 in Sand Games. He had 2 in I mean, this is just... It's an impossible situation at that point.
Yeah, so congrats to Tyler for winning game 1. I think it's a tradition he wins every
Yes, he's always on the first game and he always wins. And then it's like something and actually in Singapore, Singapore, we unfortunately one of the casters couldn't make it because of a flight issue. And then Tyler won his first game and dropped, and then he gave the caster our third caster. I was like, oh, all right, awesome. I mean, you already won the game and you're just gonna drop.
Yep, I love casting. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a lot of notable names in this venue.
Yeah.
Obviously, Asia's a bit far away, so the US people, EU people probably aren't gonna come. Actually, I don't even see a lot of Australia, OCE people here. Obviously, it's like you just go to your own nationals, right? But
yeah, exactly. But if you have the points, you are able to play in any nations if you have the points. So I personally think that it's very, very interesting that this game allows that kind of thing because other games I come from, it's kind of like region lock.
Yeah.
If you are from Asia, you can only qualify via, like you can play Europe events, but you can't qualify via those events, which is very interesting in GA where you are like, no, anyone from anywhere can just come in and play. So that's the beauty of it. And I do want to point out is that this is probably why it's very important for you to also note which point. I believe there's a different points, right? Different qualification point. There's a wildcard version. There's an SE version. Anyway, there's so many things to keep up with this game.
Yeah. Because you can only use cards that are for your region unless it's a wild card, which Ascent cards are wild cards, or you can just buy them. Lots of people, they don't read, or if people win a lot of regionals or win a lot of store times, they have extra cards, they'll just sell them, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we saw it just now, right? I don't know if you're aware that during the counter there, the Apex guild team, I don't know. Was it like 30?
Yeah, no, Apex has a lot of invite cards. But yeah, I mean that was a pretty good game. It just shows the extreme weaknesses of these Save You decks. It's like Ensnaring Fumes. Oh, Ravaging Tempest. Oh, I'm getting information that somebody here redeemed 50 backup chargers.
50.
What do you need? What do you need that many backup chargers? I mean, you're just gonna sell them, right? Or are you gonna make a binder of 50 CPR backup chargers?
50. What?
You better not lose it.
I'm speechless. Like, I can't say anything.
There's no way you joined 50 regionals and got 50 back. You must have bought them. Like, there's no way. It's impossible.
I think maybe as a team, collectively. So let's say each time you go to a regional and then like maybe 6 or 7. Okay, so let's say you go to 5 regionals, right?
Yeah.
You have 10 teammates. Each of them wins the backup. So it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
In that sense.
And then just to be funny, we're gonna give the one guy 50 backup charges, and then the rest of us are just gonna redeem using other cards. And then now we've got 50 backup charger. I mean, that's a legend right there. You better get a trophy for that one.
I mean, there has to be a score point, right? Like, how many points can you actually get?
Oh,
right?
you know, that's a great idea. Like, we have a leaderboard who has the most amount of points, even with like dupe copies of invites. That would be funny.
That will be
for
funny
sure.
indeed. And we are going to go for a short break. So don't go anywhere, chat.
てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are here with round 2 of Ascent. So I'm, of course, your caster Flood, and with me is our new caster, or sorry, Nationals. I'm too used to Ascent. Yeah, Nationals. So yeah, here's our other caster, Mono. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Mono. Thank you for having me. Generally an Apex player, but here I've given up and gone to the casting table to talk about the game instead.
Yeah, I mean, Apex probably top 2 most well-decorated teams.
Yeah, well, if you cut to like the best players, we'll say that. If you look at the team, we'll just pretend we can keep saying that.
How many members are there even in Apex?
Apex, there's about 8 of us. We all traveled to Taiwan today. I think the most prominent one that everyone's familiar with, of course, isn't able to arrive today. But here I am instead to try and meme in his place and see how much I can go forward.
Yeah, it's truly sad to not have Quarks here, the biggest troll in GA. So yeah, we've got an interesting one. We have Diana too.
Diana.
This is actually a card I was this is a deck I was very interested in. So the main thing about this deck is they have a new card in the new set, Captain Archer,
yes.
Imbue 4. Check top 5. and play a wind ally for that's 3 cost or less, and then it comes in distant. So you can suddenly get all these huge like the Wind Gale Scouts, these things that have like range 3, range 4, and so you swing for 5, and it like, just kind of essentially replaces itself. I mean, what do you think about that?
I mean, there's a lot of setup now that you can do with all these archers, but of course a lot of prominent things that come from the new archers as well, from all the new equestrian, as well as all the stuff that was already in A and B. HVN is kind of just added onto that. So you have a lot more options, you have a lot of ability to be able to set up a board and deal much, much more consistent burst damage than, say, something like an Automatons or a generic unique allies now. But of course, a lot of it is still going to rely on you being able to draw your setup pieces and then see as well how you're able to materialize your way out of whichever predicament you're in.
Yeah, one of the big issues I think particularly with this deck is the fact that mirror is very common now. Yes. Because wind is so common. So obviously if they just bring on mirror and every turn they can actually just mirror on your turn, so now you can't imbue anything.
Yeah,
so that is something to be concerned about. So he's playing against Jimmy Huang, who is on wind allies, Lorraine with the it seems a Yahuaji build. So it's a wind ally mirror, essentially. So let's see who can get the edge. So obviously one is more like unique. They play Dilu, they play Liu Bei. The idea is you play Liu Bei, and then you have Liu Bei, and then you play another distant ally using Captain Archer, and suddenly we get like a bunch of range going on here. So I am very excited to see how this matches up against the more conventional wind allies build.
Yeah, of course. Slightly less familiar with the Wind Ranger allies on that side. This list, of course, much more familiar. Everyone might seen it more. This was the Huati build, I believe, that has been rising, getting more popularity recently. So a lot of it is going to be much more predictable. A lot is going to be on whether he can set up the board, whether he can keep that board, and then from when he levels up, how is he going to be able to push that advantage and eventually burst his opponent down for victory. Of course, there's a lot of different allies here. The ratios are actually very, very interesting. There is one Rose in here, a couple of Andronica, so of course it's a mixed bag, so many things that he's trying to do. And whether he can really outburst the Ranger allies is going to be seen.
Yo, I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion on Andronica? Because that's a card that we haven't seen in a lot of these builds. I think obviously the fact that she's a class bonus, which is kind of annoying. She's imbue, and we play a lot of normal cards in the deck, so that imbue is actually kind of unreliable at points. And she's also not a human, so it conflicts a bit with some of the different conditions we have on our cards. So what do you think about Andronica?
I mean, I suppose it was an area where maybe you played her less, because back in A and B, the main star of the new show was Dilu, and of course you wanted a unique human ally, of which Andronica didn't fulfill that role. But now you're trying to go for just a generic warrior ally because you're aiming for that Huati bonus attack. So even though you might not get the imbue sometimes, the imbue generally is only a +1/+1. You already get a +1/+1 from one enter.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of going for the damage along with your Huati. That's already, I believe, 4 damage, just straight off the bat raw. And if you just add in any additional rallied advance, you add any second wind, you get so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, and they're also playing the Shimmer Cloak, so obviously you do have a target. You could potentially get the +1, and not to mention, she has Vigor. And Vigor's good. Vigor's really good.
Of course, if you can aim for that imbue, or fully aim for that, it's going to be balancing between whether he can get that mirror. Of course, mirror, as you said though, is going to be very interesting how they choose to use it in this matchup. Because mirror, of course, can target things like Veiling Breeze, or it can target the imbue. So you have to choose one. You can't just go, alright, I'm going to get down the imbue so that my opponent isn't able to set up, but that way I can't really go against anything if he just Veiling Breeze and defends my turn.
Well, I guess the idea is you do your turn. If they force you to use, if they Veiling, then you use it. But if they don't Veiling, you just leave it up, right? And then you just imbue on their turn. And then your turn, you just do your turn. If they Veiling, you use it. Especially because once it's out, they have to have 2 Veilings to stop it
of course.
At that point. Or they have to preempt the Veiling before the
mirror comes in.
Yeah, before the mirror comes in. So it's just it's a really annoying card.
Yeah.
Kind of necessary during that Razor Gale meta that they just hot release that onto the scene. Now we need real copies though. Everyone I know a lot of people are, I don't have a mirror. Like, can I just use the printed mirror anyway? No, you can't.
No,
you have to actually own the card now. So yeah, we're gonna go into our game here. So we have in Henry Chen 1039 versus Jimmy Huang. So Jimmy Huang is on the Wind Allies and Henry is on the Wind Diana. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Diana deck. Obviously, you have Blast Shot Pump, which is a really great tool for ally fights. We don't really necessarily go up Diana 1, Diana 2, just because we don't get that much value out of it. But we still play bullets, we still play guns. We just have it because we need weapons, and it's not as good as Hwaji. Oh my God, Sun Shet turn 1.
That is interesting. You don't get a lot of the bonuses. He is kind of just a 3-cost raw 1/4. Of course, 4 health, already on that cusp of being annoying to remove. Let's see how Henry responds to this.
Must make you think his hand must be pretty bad if he's doing this. Or maybe he's just hoping that the ally just sticks. Technically, he wouldn't know what his opponent's playing actually at this point since deck lists are not open. So I guess you just play it and see what happens. He probably has a reclaim, right?
Well, I see
seems
a
like
Fairy Whisper in hand. When probably
that could be a reclaim, but he won't be able to play it anymore. Oh, double scatter essence,
yes,
useless.
A whole
completely
bunch
useless.
of no information there. All right.
Can we kill? Oh, we have Asun.
Asun, there is the possibility of death. Of course, if Jimmy heads up, just goes, I'll retaliate and kill the windmill. The Asun is no longer a play to kill Sunsa. But still, it could just be a play to swing for 1 and keep the protection.
Could swing for 1 here at Xunshe just to like try and see if he'll retaliate. And if he does, then you just reclaim it. And if he doesn't, then you get to play the Asun. Alright, just gonna hit face. Are we Asuning? You gotta be worried about the Stifling Trap.
Yeah, I do think you still try and Asun here, because even if you Stifling, at most you've drawn a card out of your opponent's hand. And the very best is you get to keep your windmill to use for additional value, and you have a 3-4 intercept.
Ooh, seems like he's thinking something else here. He did have a reclaim. He can also just reclaim the windmill. That works too. Yeah, we're Asuning. All right, and there's nothing here. Nothing we can use.
All right, windmill successfully goes back to hand.
Do you swing with Asun?
I believe you don't. Well, he does anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that, because what can swing into an Asun without dying? Basically just Xunshe, right?
Yeah.
Everything else gets retaliated and dies, aside from... I don't. There's not a lot of 4 HP allies. They're pretty rare. That's why Asun, Frostborn Paladin, Xunshe, they're kind of a premium to have 4 life. And Gildas. I mean, see, the Gildas would have been a 1-for-1 trade.
Exactly.
It would have been pretty good to have that Asun awake right here.
Well, let's hope that 3 damage that Henry has might be able to clinch him closer to the end. Just Gildas balance and pass. Of course, holding, I suppose, the Veiling. You can see the deflecting there as well.
Yeah, we've got a lot set up. This Gildas is probably not dying. I mean, hopefully a Dream Fairy here would be really great. Oh, Liu Bei, no distance though, so...
Oh, but of course he had the Dilu from earlier, so there's a chance to go. Of course, we're going to show our opponent a whole lot of nothing again.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing. The scatter essences, those are definitely... Are they saying? Are we worried about any advantageous? No, absolutely not.
All right, that's the one in.
Wow.
He's just going to keep pressuring there.
I mean, you do have a huge life lead at this point. The thing is, every turn you don't kill their allies is a turn where you are slowly losing control of the game. And especially if they have any intercept. If he has his own Asun, he drops an Asun that's on the inside and just holds it up. And even if you have the life, the damage lead in essence, it doesn't really make much of a difference here. All right, so another Asun. He hit the second one. Wow. Windmill Asun is...
That is a start.
That is a start. And is he gonna hunt for a Stifling Trap? That's Coronation Ceremony. Unfortunate. Coronation Ceremony, a card I wasn't really expecting much of, and then suddenly has been doing a ton of work. It really helps against these fractal decks.
Yeah, it is actually a really useful card. It gets so much value since you're able to target just a unit with it generally, so you can protect yourself, protect a unique ally for much cheaper, or just a generic ally. That's, of course, really great. Okay,
we're Zephyring the Windmill, which means going to force the Asun to return itself back to hand. And of course, the thing about Windmill is it's not an on-enter, it's an imbue effect. Well, it is an on-enter, but it's an imbue effect, which means you're not actually going to get the draw again. If this was Baby Gray, then it would be a different story, but we are not in that world anymore.
Yes, Baby Gray gone, but never forgotten.
Well, you know, we'll see if when they release the new Baby Gray, when with the Sylvie Rico Light, how they have chosen to nerf it, but Tariff Ring.
Of course, no nerfs. Baby Gray is balanced. Trust.
So we got the Tariff Ring, and Tariff is one of those cards that's very important to play it at the right moment. If you bring it out right when it's inconvenient for your opponent, you can just completely take control of the game. You cannot clear their allies anymore, and... Ooh... Coronation!
Coronation there, oh! Very, very heads-up play. Of course, he's able to target any unit, doesn't have to be his own, so he prevents the Windmill Engineer from being targeted by the Reclaim and just fizzles because it is now Spell Shroud.
Yeah, at least we still get the float, so it's not like we've lost that much. And actually, if anything, you -1 yourself to deny them a +1. maybe not actually necessary, but definitely something to consider. There are definitely going to be situations where it's a good idea to do this. We're going to go Diana 1 here, which means if we have our class bonus guys up, Skirting Step, another really, really important card in this deck. It is a protection, and it's a draw, and it also makes you distant, so...
Yeah, actually, and enlighten us on a bit on what's the Ranger class bonuses, because I doubt many people get a chance.
Okay, yeah. So basically, like, the idea with this deck is you just play a lot of range guys. So we see there Dilu into probably the Liu Bei here. So we get to play the Liu Bei, and then we have the Skirting Step. So we can Skirting Step her, she gets distant. Now we can like trade with anything. Oh, actually, he didn't pop the Tariff Ring. Now I think about it.
Oh yes, I suppose.
Not sure if that was intentional or forgot.
He probably might have just underestimated what might have been coming. Oh, Purse instead of...
Okay, yeah. So the idea here, we just 1-for-1 trade with the... Okay, we're going to get the deflecting at least. And then now we get the skirting. So he's going to try and probably trade into this... the Percy. Trades into it. You play the skirting step to keep her protected. You also get distant, and she can tap herself to suppress something. Suppress one of their allies, suppress one of your allies, keep them alive. And then next turn, we get to play Liu Bei, and then suddenly we've got control of the board. So I think we're actually in a good spot. Now, the Tariff is almost assuredly going to get played next turn, though.
Yes, of course. Now there's an actual sizable threat there that Jimmy has to acknowledge. Of course, now he is going to level up. Here's, of course, the signature of the deck while you try to play, right? Oh. All right, thank you just for almost going through that. The signature of the deck, as I was saying, it was the Huati that a lot of the warrior allies are able to use to buff. Generally, you want to play Sun Ce after the Huati, not before, but, well, your hand isn't always going to play out in exactly the way you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to get the third durability counter so you can swing with it more times. But actually, in this situation, the only one who can swing with it is Sun Ce itself because Gildas is not a warrior ally, so...
All right, he seems...
And there's the skirting step. Imbued. So when it's imbued, it does draw a card. So it is essentially like... It's almost like a... It's kind of like an evasive maneuvers that also draws you a card, which is pretty good.
Yes, this is of course an extremely difficult position for Jimmy to navigate now. Purse is distant, which allows him to be able to suppress anything. And here, you see Jimmy try and rally advance it.
Ooh, okay, so this is going to be rally advance swinging in for 3 because of the buff on the Huaji. And then she's going to die. All right, I mean, we are going to keep the Dilu alive, which is an important part.
Yes, of course. Now that the Gildas has been gone, the threat to Dilu is away. But of course, he loses his unique ally, still imbuing the Liu Bei. So Jimmy has to know that the Dilu is still going to be swinging next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So we already have the unique allies. Like we have it in hand, and at this point, the Tariff is going to be pretty important. But we can still play Liu Bei and then swing with Dilu. We have enough cards for that.
Alright, he swings with the Sun Ce, just dealing the 1 damage, wanting to keep the Huati. I assume, of course, he might be playing towards potentially finding another Sun Ce, or just that right now that additional 2 damage isn't completely necessary.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, so here now, he's just holding up his Tariff. He's contemplating. Of course, Henry with his entire hand down isn't really able to represent anything before Recollection. Though, I suppose this materialization Seeker's Rifle, alright?
Wow, Seeker's Rifle is interesting. We are setting ourselves up. We draw us the third Ace Protector is... I mean, when you have Aces and you have cards that can actually get bounced, you are very happy. Okay. So I think it's just going to be Liu Bei and then swing with the Dilu.
Liu Bei, here it comes.
So we are actually. I think Tariff Ring would have actually been a really great play. Actually, is he playing Tariff Ring? Oh, seems like no Tariff Ring in this deck. Nope. Yeah, seems like a no Tariff. Maybe Smoke Bombs actually would have been a good choice here.
Oh, does he have a Quicksilver? Oh no,
no. Wait, just have a Smoke Bomb and just he can't really. I guess there is a fair amount of True Sight now. We actually go Sword of Seeking and then swing with the True Sight.
I'm trying too hard in my role to emulate Quarax that I just need to put a Smoke Bomb under Quicksilver.
Yeah, I mean, he did that a lot. He did a lot and it paid off. Yeah, so I mean, the influence difference is quite large here. If we play the Liu Bei, we're going to be having, what, 6 influence versus an influence of 4? So we're kind of set here. Now, if both the Dilu and the Liu Bei are gone, though, then we're going to start losing control of this game, unfortunately. But it's very hard to hit into the Dilu because of Vigor. Vigor. I love that keyword.
Vigor. One of the important reasons that Dilu is one of the most annoying allies to fight. Oh, right.
Are we swinging face? It seemed like he was swinging face.
I think he might have accidentally forgotten about the Tariff Ring, just wanted to pressure the damage.
Okay, I mean, honestly, I can't say it's wrong. I definitely feel like we should have killed the Gildas, though.
Yeah, it represented a lot of damage. But on the other hand as well, you might not be looking too hard at the Gildas since your opponent isn't playing at their favorite 7 cards in hand. So it is much harder to balance if you don't normally play a lot of 2 cards in your win allies.
Yeah, that's very true. Like with an influence of 4, he would need to have 5. If he goes up, draws 5, then he can play a 2-cost card.
Well, of course he plays a Eternal Magistrate, so just more pressure is just right. He could Zephyr something, the Huazi potentially. Actually, Zephyring the Sun Ce after it attacked would be amazing to balance the Gildas.
That's true. So and then of course we Zephyr him. He comes back, and then we also get the oh well, Huachi's just broken now. Yeah, I mean we didn't get any durability counts on it, so it's just gone.
Sure. Yep. The Sun Ce, of course, getting the buff from the Ornamental Greatsword there. Amazing card all the way back in DOA, able to pump up the Sun Ce so that it hits that 4 attack. Of course, Dilo unable to kill the Sun Ce back because he is at a beefy 4.
Yeah, that's right. So here, I don't see a 2-cost card, so I don't think we're really gonna be able to. Actually, I mean we could just swing with the Ornamental. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, just one.
Just for one. Oh, he has another Shunsha in hand too. So if this one dies, we get to. I mean, there's no weapons left though. So yeah, I mean, no weapons. So the Shunshas are kind of they're just 3-cost 1/4s now. But we have cleared the board, and that's what matters.
Yes, and again another difficult pinch for Henry. Not choosing to get the Tariff Ring last turn, Seeker's Rifle instead. I suppose though, since he's materializing the Seeker Rifle, it means that next turn might be a bullet.
Yeah, Wind Piercer is almost assuredly going to come out here. I mean, it does 1-for-1 trade, assuming you do hit the glimpse, which you're going to hit it, right? There's no way you whiff on this. Asen going to come down. Wow.
Asen. All right. Now Jimmy has his own. After seeing 2 from Henry, he is fed up and played his own.
Yeah, and of course you bounce the Shunsha back. If you bounce the Shunsha, now you can play it, even though... Is there another weapon that we can even take?
Yeah, he has a Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, of course, we also have the Sword of Seeking, so Dream Fairy's going to be easy to out in that situation. I mean, we just have to kill Gildas. It's the only thing we can really do here. We have another Percy, and we have another Asen. The 2 Scatter Essence is very, very unfortunate, but that's the price you pay for putting Scatter Essence in your main board.
Yeah. Actually, is that a displace?
That is a displace. That is a displace.
Gee, because normally you see displace when you're trying to do things like with Dungeon Guide, but with Seeker's Rifle and Wind Piercer, I normally would expect that you don't go that route.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what would you be displacing in the first place? Asen, maybe if you have other allies, you could displace like...
Does he run a Purifier or Mustang pass?
Seems like no, he's not playing. He's not even in the sideboard. I mean, displacing Dream Fairy is okay. So, displacing Asen?
Displacing Asen,
to force him to put one of these 2 allies back in the hand. I mean, I think you're totally fine with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Gildas goes back to hand, and Jimmy actually probably really likes that because now next turn he's going to be at 7. Just plays the Gildas outbalanced straight.
Bottoming, we're taking a risk. Okay.
All right.
That is, I believe that was a pounce.
It's fine. It wasn't a risk. It's been Diana. Everything's win.
Actually, are there even any normal cards in this deck? I don't think there are, actually. I think this is a full 61 card win deck.
See, no risk.
Yeah, no risk. I mean, I've seen enough Fairy Whispers from Tristan's to know that sometimes you shouldn't expect things to work out the way you want them to.
Alright. Although now we're in the part of the matchup that actually gets kind of awkward, because both players have had their chance to represent their threats, so now they're just trying to assemble something to close the game.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing is, I think at this point, Henry has decided, okay, since I haven't fought for board in all the previous turns, I cannot start fighting for board now. I have to just start hitting face.
Alright, like we said, Sword of Seeking out. I guess Sun Ce is coming back, although now you have to balance... you now have the balance on Gildas, whether you think that's too good to give up.
I think we definitely need to hold this Veiling Breeze, though. Holding this Veiling Breeze will basically save us here. Unless... I mean, there's no mirror, right? Oh, okay, there's mirror on Henry's side, but mirror will also turn off... actually, it only affects his opponent, so... Yeah, so there is a potential to go for the mirror here, but then I think you just die on the crackback.
And the crack. Well, it depends on how Jimmy plays this, because if he leaves the Asen up, I don't think you'd be trying to go for an Asen unless he has another displace, which we didn't see. But it is hard to play into that, especially because now it is one of the problems that Dyna kind of has, and I normally never look at it. It's because every time you use a bullet, it goes back into your material deck or in the trash. You then have to find another one, which spends another materialization. And it becomes very awkward to cobble together that damage every single time.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this just shows the value of Xunshe. Every turn, you just get +1 with your swords, and suddenly now we get to hit all these breakpoints you normally wouldn't be able to hit with a regular Allies deck. Just super heads up. That's why we're playing all these swords. Yes. Obviously, Huaji is the best one, but
well, we broke it already.
We broke it early. All right, now Asen's up. We can't swing face unless we've got some way of getting it off the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure if materializing Wind Piercer here might have been the best, because you're not really representing anything in return. Ooh. Although maybe he was hoping for a top deck suppress.
That is a suppress. That is the Squallbind Pounce, which is imbue 2, and then you get to make a ranger unit distant and then also suppress. Oh, no, only works on attacking allies, so actually there is no suppress. So, I mean, he doesn't really have anything. The Asen is unplayable because he doesn't have an ally in hand. Oh, I guess we're going to play the Percy here. Play the Percy, and then we hold up the Squallbind, and then so we can actually suppress this Asen. When he attacks, he can suppress the Asen, which will then come back and end phase and force to put either the Xunshe or himself back. So
and then it gets the Purse distant as well, so the Purse is able to suppress another threat.
Yeah, right. So if we can actually like suppress the Asen 2 times and then like try and get it like bounce itself back, that's actually pretty good. Actually, oh, we're Wind Piercing here? Loading. What are we going to attack though? Oh. Okay, we're gonna try fighting for board. So now we are going to get distance. So Percy is now swinging for 3.
Let's see, swing for 3
on.
Thank you, judges, for all these tokens that have been.
Oh no, he's just gonna suppress it and then hit face for 3.
Oh, I see. So
that's not enough though. There's the Veiling.
Yes. Ooh, I'm not sure where that was trying to go. I suppose he was trying to put Jimmy in a very awkward position.
Put him at 19 though, so he would have still been alive. But at the same time, when you're at 19, literally everything will kill you. So
yeah, by that proxy, I suppose you force the Asen to be unable to attack because you have to hold defense at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Jimmy is definitely in a commanding spot here, but there is a chance that you just get out of nowhere killed. We do know what the top card of the deck is because of the Wind Piercer. We know it's a Veil Dash. So that will keep us alive for a turn. It's basically
Veiling Breeze.
It's kind of like a Veiling Breeze, basically. And we gotta kill the Percy here. Almost assured that we gotta go. I mean, we just Xunshe again, and then we get the sword buff counter. We're basically just infinitely using the sword. And the Percy is already rested, so we don't have to worry about any suppress shenanigans.
Honestly, in this game, I'm not even sure what the other cards are. Asen's just the all-star at this point.
I mean, 3-4 allies are good. I mean, 3-4 allies that also are essentially neutral because Asen will return the card to hand. So
yeah, it's extremely awkward to remember that actually this entire time we've been seeing the same allies coming up and down, up and down.
This is what I love about the Wind Mirrors. Is just like, oh, I'm gonna Dream Fairy your guy, and I'm gonna Zephyr my Dream Fairy, and then we get into these wacky chains. People keep replaying the same allies over and over and over again. That is a Tempest Downfall, so we do have a way to just kill any ally that is played next turn.
Yeah, of course, Jimmy is also aware of it on his side since he materialized Safeguard, probably afraid of an out-of-nowhere lethal.
That he does not know if Henry is on the Tempest Downfall. Actually, a lot of people on Wind Allies have been playing the Tempest Downfall because it's just kind of good. Like, it kills any ally. It's effect damage, you get around Tariff Ring. It can also just do damage to face sometimes. So we're going to go swing Xunshe and the sword to get rid of Percy. Okay, we need to find 2 damage. Can we do it?
Oh boy. Diana 2.
Oh, okay. If we have a way of removing this ASIN, we go Diana 2, Wind Piercer, and then lineage release, bring out another gun. Blast Shot Pump. Blast Shot Pump.
Oh, you're right. Oh, wow, you're so right.
Okay, do we have anything that stops this? I think no, because now the veiling is gone, right? So, yeah, I don't think there's anything.
Yeah.
I think this is free.
Oh wow, that is extremely out of nowhere lethal. Like you said, how do you expect? Well,
I mean, yeah. Okay, he has to hit. He has to hit the win card here, which it's always guaranteed, right? I think it's all win. So.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's a win card. That's a win card.
Just leave it on top of that.
Yeah,
point.
you know what? Let's not even take any risks.
Okay.
All right.
Sure. Yeah. That's fine.
So that is gonna be 3 damage. You're dead. You're dead.
Yeah, I believe Henry's explaining to Jimmy now, and he's giving the yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not how it works. That's how it works. Unfortunately, Blast Shot Pump hasn't been seen a lot. Diana in general has not been seen a lot. So I think people have kind of forgotten how all these Diana cards work.
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember the last time I saw a Blast Shot Pump. It's so much damage that just comes out of nowhere, and sometimes you get complacent behind it instead, because most people aren't able to answer it, especially allied decks, because you only really have Dream Fairy as Henry has been constantly doing, suppressing the ASIN. But here he just goes a Blast Shot Pump and says, I'll shoot straight through your shield.
Yeah, I mean, that was super heads. I mean, that's how the Umbra Dianas would get around the Incarnate Majesty. Like, they put enough curses on you, and then they just, like, try and, like, hit through a Blast Shot Pump, especially if they have a Penetrator round. That was, like, kind of a way of getting around, like, intercepts and stuff. But in this case, it's like, oh, no, we're just going to get around your intercept by going straight level 2 and then bringing out the big guns, the shotgun.
My gun has 2 barrels, and one of them is your face.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, that was a pretty crazy game. I mean, I think Henry could have, like, he went for, like, the aggressive, I'm just going to hit your face run, but he definitely also could have just played to fight for board. And this deck's actually very good at it because of Skirting Step. It's, like, defense while also giving you, like, a bunch of suppresses. It also gives you a bunch. Actually, you know, maybe he should be playing Tempest Downfall. There's a lot of suppresses in this deck.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's a Mage Class bonus.
Is it a Mage Class bonus?
Yeah. It's a Mage Class bonus.
Well, you still get to be able to push a lot through damage, especially in that point where he managed to set Jimmy down to 3 health left. Tempest sometimes also can just kill an ally straightforward. As someone who used to play Nico, Tempest really is annoying as it kills. It can kill your
Frostborn?
Frostborn. Sometimes if you don't have your cost bonus, Terrapin also just out of nowhere dies because it's an on-enter.
So looking at the sideboard here, I guess Dream Fairy, right? Dream Fairy, maybe Verdigris, Zephyr, all potential options. A lot of the stuff is like for mill decks or for Fractal, so I doubt these are going to come in. But yeah, I really want to see the Archer Captain. That's what I've been waiting for this whole time. Or the Captain Archer?
The Captain Archer.
Yeah, she's the one who imbue 4, and then you're able to play a ally with distant. We actually haven't seen a lot of the distant allies. The Yunjo Cavalry is a really big one, especially because it also has Equestrian. So it's like if you have your Dilu on field, then he gets his stuff going on here. Purse, obviously, really huge ally. A card that no one played until recently, basically when these unique win decks started to populate, because now it's actually worth it to play her, especially when you get to suppress, or you get to distance her, and then Lube also gets distance, we get like this distant chain. It's a ton of damage, really.
Yeah, both Purse and Passnet, the really, really interesting allies, or unique allies rather, of Win. They add so much trickery to a lot of allies deck and makes it really hard for people to be able to properly play around them.
Yeah, and another card I really want to highlight here is Concealed Marksman. Concealed Marksman is she's like the biggest distance ally that Wind had, and the main thing about her is that she has a True Sight. So if you need to get rid of a fairy, then she is up there, and she's range 4, so she just swings for 5.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, well, I mean, swing for 5 sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, actually, we didn't see a lot of the distant come into play here, so that's still an element that Henry really has against Jimmy. Maybe he isn't really aware of the numbers, but there is a lot of high numbers that it can hit, especially with distant.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually think this deck probably has like a higher burst potential, just because if you hit like distance, you can hit like 5. It's kind of like Polcock when you think about it. It's like, would I rather play Polcock or would I play Fire Sander? Because like Polcock, yeah, you can hit like the crazy, just like Cannoneer or like Arbalest and hit like swing for 5 with like 3 allies, but then suddenly, compared to the other ones, you maybe run out of steam sooner. So I'm really curious how this is going to work.
Yeah, of course, you make a good point that all the numbers come up, but of course they're all allies, so they're all easily interactable. That's kind of the main weakness of Distant, I feel. But a lot of this now comes down to whether your opponent can even interact with allies. So like we said, things like Coronation or things like Reclaim are things that people have to have in the back of their minds. They can't just go, well, there's an ally, I have to kill it now.
Yeah, and I think we saw that in that game where Jimmy kept either using defensive cards to keep his allies alive, or he's using cards to like try and like stop Henry's allies. And you put yourself in a situation where you're just so low in influence because you keep trying to interact, and they just choose to, okay, I'm just going to hit face. And every time I hit face, I'm doing damage. I'm essentially moving towards the win con of killing you. But then you are also wasting your cards trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah,
so
anything. I think in this matchup, Henry actually is the one who is the one taking initiative most of the time, because he has a lot of chances to deal higher damage. And there, Jimmy had to place a board that represented something for Henry to clear it, which was most of the time just the ASIN, or he tried to. He didn't even try to remove the Gildas. Actually, he just kind of left it there and went, well, I'm just gonna suppress it here and there.
All right, Shiver Cloak. It's a classic. It is the stealth. 3-cost 2/2. It's Shiver Cloak. It's Shiver Cloak. It's always been good. Reprogram, not particularly common anymore.
Yeah.
I do know people run it still, but it's definitely lost a lot of play compared to when it first came out in ALC.
I'm calling it now. Where's my Atmoses? They can't get killed by Reprogram.
Concealed Marksman. Just true sight. I wonder if we can get the distance on this, possibly. That would be so funny for him to go, okay, I'm going to play the stealth ally, and it just dies.
I mean, yeah, there's a Squallbind Pounce. He's actually probably...
Oh, yeah, he also has a... He has the ally that also on enter gives distance. So I believe that's not class bonus. Also float. It's float class bonus, but which actually is relevant because Diana does want to level up to 2 a lot of time. Oh, we're just going to go Lube, sure.
Sure, yeah. Quite standard strong ally.
I feel like we're going to go for the displace here. We're gonna, or we're gonna Verdigris, perhaps.
Although he could potentially just hold the Veiled Dash. Although, can you?
Oh yes, that's right.
Just swing for 2, Veiled Dash if you try to clear the Lupe, and then swing for 4 next turn.
Oh, he also has the Pounce there, so we can get a suppress plus a distance. So obviously, you'd rather Lube be the getting distance from her effect rather than from having to give it to her raw. But oh yeah, so he's gonna swing here. So I think he's definitely expecting either the Veil Dash or the Suppress, depending on what Jimmy does here. Oh, backup charger. Are we going to see... Is he on second win or anything like that? No, but he is on Rally Advance. Yeah, so no second win, but we're still on Rally. So
there is a second win.
Oh, is there? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's 4. There's 4 second win. Okay. So that means we are definitely trying to go all in on this like power cell shenanigans. Oh, okay. Are we suppressing? Verdigris could be used here. Definitely, you could also just use Displace. You could actually Displace wouldn't work in this. Oh yeah, it would because it does. It's a target.
Yeah, it does. But then it opens your Lupe up to being cleared. I feel like you just let it go back, potentially.
Oh, I mean, we could play the Concealed Marksman next turn.
Yeah, exactly. You get to start clearing these stealth allies that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so annoying. Ooh, so many options.
So many things to think about. I mean, I could definitely see the argument for keeping the Lube, because if the idea is I'm going to keep the Lube and the next turn I'm going to play Concealed Marksman and then I'm going to distance the Concealed Marksman, then suddenly we got 2 distant allies at the same board. So I can definitely see why. Oh, Verdigris. So Suppress plus...
Oh, he's just going to suppress it. I suppose that's true. You don't really need...
You don't have to imbue it. You don't have to imbue it.
Yeah, and you get to hide your information. You don't need to show him anything. Especially because there was a full grip of reaction cards. You don't want Jimmy to really know everything he can do.
Exactly. What's in the hand here? Dream Fairy, Gildas, Fairy Whispers. Ooh, I think he has no interaction. That's a lurking. If he plays another ally here, I think we can really definitely just clear this whole board. Well, not all of it, but you can probably kill the Shimmer Cloak and maybe this Gildas if he plays it. Because once the Lube comes back, and then if we make Concealed Marksman and then have any way to distance her, we can definitely get like a huge distance chain.
Yeah, of course, here Jimmy now has to grapple with that. Do I want to represent something? I guess he does. He's just holding up 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a bluff. Because he doesn't have anything. So at this point, it's really just, I want you to think I have something. I want to make you play as if I have something. Which in the previous game, he always had like the deflectings and these other like interactive pieces. And there's the purse too. Ooh.
Shout out to both 5 judges who instantly caught that the suppress didn't come back.
yeah, of course. You must do this. All right. Okay, we just need a way. We just need a decent way to. Oh, Dilutu. Oh my!
Even Henry's in recoil. Too many options. God.
Yeah, this is a lot to work with. I definitely want to kill the Shimmer Cloak with the Concealed Marksman here, though.
Of course, you could just opt to go Fei. Okay, yeah, well, Dilu it is.
All right. I mean, you know what? If we're going to go Face, Dilu is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, of course. Although Concealed Marksman can clear the board, like we said earlier, it's a ranged 4. It's just, how much is that? 4 and 5. That's 9 damage on the board if you just go Face.
Yeah, the issue with playing the Concealed Marksman here is you have to distance her too, but we had the Rangefinder in hand, so we could have played Concealed Marksman and then Rangefinder, and then we get distance on the range on the Concealed Marksman, and then we also get range on the. Oh, okay, there's a very wizard. We can find something.
All right.
Did we find something? Did we find something? We should have 3 cards in hand, which means it could be a lot. We just swung Face here. Yeah, so it's like we're just looking for maybe like.
Yeah, I mean Dilu can't swing at any of the allies, so he has to swing Fei.
Yeah, he's not Ethereal Slime, unfortunately. Yeah, I wish everything had True Sight and Stealth and Vigor. You know what? We need an ally that has True Sight, Stealth, Vigor, Steadfast Taunt.
I mean, you just need to play level 1 Tonoris with
Neo's Elemental.
Invigorating Winds, and then now you have your Staggering Strikes for your True Sight. Yeah, you yourself are your Vigor True Sight Taunt ally.
Okay. Just gonna let it go. So Dilu can switch. Okay, we're maybe running to a situation very similar to the last game where we are just getting into a position where we're just hitting Face. We don't even care about clearing board anymore. The Veil Dash is gonna be big here. We Veil Dash, we give the range to Lube, and then Dilu, and they just can't die. There's no way they can die unless the Dream Fairy comes down again, which I think we might see the Dream Fairy on the Lube again.
Where's an Ace when you need it this time? Although in this case, it wouldn't really help much because Henry has a Displace hold in hand. Is this what we're missing in ally decks? Displace?
I mean, okay, Displace is weird because you really need a card with a good on-enter effect. I think if you're going to play Displace, you probably want to play like Wind Trotter. That's like my favorite Wind ally card. I love Wind Trotter. Yeah. Like there's certain ones. Actually, another card I was really considering in this deck in particular was Machao. She's the Wind Tamer. She's like Raccoon, like Mega Raccoon girl.
The new one that just destroys graveyards.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, oh, you know, that'd be pretty good to play this, and you just use it against the mill decks, but mill decks are not that popular anymore. So it's like, sure, we don't necessarily need Mega Raccoons in our deck.
Yeah. All right. Fairy Whispers revealing the Andronica.
All right.
Seems Henry has also forgotten about Andronica.
Yeah, it's like, oh, all these cards from ALC that no one plays anymore. Both players rocking with huge hands here.
Yeah, Wind allies is always so difficult to deal with because, second Dream Fairy.
Yeah, so Dream Fairy, is it Lube? I mean, you usually target Lube here just because it cuts off the Dilu as well, assuming there's not another. But we do have Purse. We have Purse.
Yeah, Purse. Okay.
Is it Purse or Percy? I think it's Percy, right?
Well, it could be both. I don't think that.
Oh.
It's how much you really like that E in the name.
Oh, so it was displaced on it was Dream Fairy on Dilu. Okay.
Oh, and then he uses the Tempest just.
How about now you force the Tempest Downfall? You're probably perfectly fine with this. Do we have a way to keep her alive? Oh, all right. Unfortunate. I think I actually would have let that Dream Fairy on the Dilu go and then probably Veil Dash on the Lube. Because now we lost both of them.
Yeah, of course, it's huge blow. I don't think Henry's too bothered. He has that whole rangefinder. What's the other one? The one with the
the rangefinder and the concealed marksman.
Yeah, he's still representing a bunch of damage. Well, he's not representing actually.
Currently 7 life. We have 7 damage taken, which means we have to do 8. So concealed marksman swings for 5 on her own, and then the rangefinder swings for 1. So we're pretty close.
Yeah, you're actually pretty close. And throughout this, maybe you just go 1-2, Wind Piercer, I win.
Yeah, next turn you should go Wind Piercer and then just end the game.
Yeah. Of course, this is a magical fairyland where everything goes right. Jimmy, of course, is the one in fairyland with his 3 stealth units.
I mean, there are 2 fairies, in fact. I mean, that's next set. Next set is fairyland.
Yeah.
You think they're going to release a new fairy? I mean, they got to release a new fairy.
I think they're going to reprint the fairies.
Oh, you know, that's true. That's true. Maybe we need Dream Fairy back. She was a rare in Doa. Kind of hard to find these days.
Well, at this point, a rare in any set is really hard to find these days.
That's true. But especially if it's the older was Fracturized in particular. Oh my god, that's impossible to find.
Fracturized, and we have backup charger.
Oh, we lost the concealed marksman.
No, 5
He's reading it. Aeson.
Aeson, let's go.
Yeah, it's range right. Yeah. So sad we lost that. Actually, we had the imbue, we had the pounce. was wondering why we didn't play that instead of Displace. You could have played that one.
Yeah, although now Henry is really difficult to play because his opponent is kind of really able to clear anything that he can resolve. So he has to play something with the mindset of 1, keeping it there, and 2, protecting it afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah, losing the Lube and the Dilu there kind of lowers the offensive power in our hand completely. Oh, he's just going to pass. Might be trying to go for a level 2 angle next turn. Does he have anything? I don't think he has anything worth playing at fast speed, though.
I guess use
Veil Dash yourself. Veil Dash yourself. Give yourself distant.
And then you settle down the card. You
could go Seeker's Rifle plus Wind Piercer for 3 plus distance for 5.
Yeah, actually, really important is that because we're playing some automaton allies, and like we said, the second wind. This Henry is holding up the display, so potentially being aware of a second wind out of nowhere lethal with the power cell as well as the Shimmer Cloak.
I mean, especially when you saw the Andronica, you should be aware. You should expect that this is playing at least some amount of wake-up cards to get our allies to get those like huge 7 damage like triple swing turns. But we'll see if it actually ends up coming to fruition here. We're just gonna go Shunja. I mean, there's nothing wrong about this play. It's perfectly acceptable. This is currently 1 damage, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage on board. If we swing with the Huaji, that's
3. Well, the reason why we like to play Huaji is because we like to call Sunta the Wind Allies Frostborn Paladin. So
effectively.
You don't get to draw, but you do get to swing even more of your sword, which I think Wind Allies is happier with.
That is absolutely true. We're just going to swing face. Do we have any interaction? I don't see a Veiling.
So I guess...
Backup.
I see. Potentially looking to draw his way out of this, but with that much of a board, I'm not sure what I can find. Maybe he is still relying on the Veiled Dash.
Yeah, I think probably going to try and aim for a Veiled Dash to survive, and then try and hit level 2, and then maybe go for a Hail Mary, Blast Shot Pump, or Seeker's Rifle with a Wind Piercer. That's 5 damage already, so he puts up 12. He still needs to find 7, though. And that's assuming there's no Zephyr. Well, Zephyr wouldn't work on Seeker's Rifle, but that would mean there's no Veiling or anything else, like Deflecting Edge, which we've already seen.
Interesting question, actually. If you Veiled Dash yourself here, and then go to level 2, are you still distant?
Yes.
Oh,
you should be.
There might be... Actually, there is a potential chance to represent lethal here. If your opponent doesn't respect the purse, you just Veiled Dash the purse and yourself.
Yeah, and they will both be distant, which means that Purse gets to swing 4-3, and then you get to swing 4-5 with your Wind Piercer, which you will bring out with Diana 2 effect, and then you will later release bring out the Seeker's Rifle to insulate yourself from Zephyr. And then suddenly now you're doing what? That's 5 plus 3, that's 8 damage.
15. Asen brings it to 18. Oh, so close.
Losing the rangefinder really hurt. We also have a Veiling Breeze, but I don't think that's gonna be the choice here.
Yeah, actually, the Purse is a really, really annoying play again, because now Jimmy has to decide, does he want to play into the Purse? Does he want to play around the Purse? Does he want to just ignore it, go all face? Of course, here we know there's a Veiled Dash, so he kind of has to play. Into that interaction with the Purse. But there's so much mind games here that he really can't afford to just be too complacent and let Henry play whatever he wants.
Yeah. He's thinking about it. He's trying to see if he needs to play it here. I mean, there's no intercepts, which is good, because now that puts us into a spot where if we have all the damage, we can just do it. Yeah, so we're going to go for the Veiled Dash. We're going to reveal 5. So we're going to reveal win cards, so that should be 5 win cards, which is going to give us prevent 5.
So
it's not true Veiling Breeze because it doesn't affect the whole turn, but it's still prevent 5. It's a lot.
Yeah,
and it also gives distant, which means Percy can suppress something. So
yeah, I believe that exactly protects the Purse as well. So with the prevent 5 into 3, yeah, it blocks all damage if he were to switch targets now to the Purse.
Yeah, and then you also have the suppress. So even if he tries to go for the kill here, we can still suppress her.
that is a hand full of I don't know
Wait,
what to do.
Is that Scatter Essence?
Trying to, reading Ranger cards. I feel
Okay, no, I thought the Scatter Essence was still in the decks for some reason. So we're gonna get the double distant. That's what I love to see. If we find a Captain Archer off the top, we can just throw Captain Archer, and then if we hit another Concealed Marksman, the game is just over.
Actually, yeah, you're true. Captain Archer here just wins the game.
Which we haven't seen the Captain Archer the whole time. That's like the whole integral part of the deck. We haven't seen it.
Yeah. Although, of course, we are still getting ahead of ourselves. There is a chance that Jimmy is able to just represent some defensive tools. Or like here, he's trying to clear the purse.
Oh, suppressing? No, you're not. If you suppress her, then she's not gonna have the distant anymore.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
just gonna prioritize keeping her alive.
Actually, does Percy not get the prevent 5 as well?
No, they should both get it. Up to 2 targets become distant, and then prevent the next damage to be dealt to each of those units.
I see. How does that work? Is there one instance of prevention? That
No, it's like a deflecting edge.
Yeah, they both have their unique prevent.
Basically,
5,
yeah,
right?
you both have a unique prevent 5. So
interesting.
So in this, they could have swung everything into the purse, but then at the last one, she just suppresses it.
Yeah.
I guess there's so much damage on board with the Huaji swing as well. You have the Huaji swing, and then you have like all the allies. So maybe it was impossible to actually keep her alive.
I'm not sure, because especially if you swing if you let the Sun Ce swing with the Huaji, it actually breaks the weapon. So then you're able to play slightly more confidently into it.
That's true. That's true.
And Purse was able to suppress herself at any time. This was really kind of a panic button whenever you wanted.
Oh, another failed dash.
Oh.
Okay, so we go Seeker's Rifle here. We go with Piercer, swing for 5, and then we fail dash ourselves, and we just do it again, and we swing for 5 again next turn.
Oh god.
And then the Purse gets to suppress again. I mean, sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Or we might suppressing the bullet.
Oof.
Okay, so now one thing about this is because the bullet is suppressed, it actually goes back to the material deck, which means that it should stay there. Yes.
Does it work that way? Because I think as long as you don't when something is banished, you get to choose to return it.
It's been so long since I kind of forgot a lot. I used to know all of the bullet stuff when ALC was out. I feel like there was a thing where if a bullet gets suppressed, it goes back to the material deck and stays there. I
think you're thinking of when there are onload effects. So when you suppress the gun in response to an onload effect, it hasn't entered the intent yet and then fails to load. So then it goes into banishment, something like that.
Well, the only card with an onload effect is Shadow Sway.
I mean, there's a couple. If you play water, there's lost in the pistol that mills yourself. I am so uneducated.
I think that's an on attack.
Is it
an onload?
It's onload.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, but Ranger, right. Come on. Who knows Ranger cards?
Yeah. I mean, you were the one here to help me hold my hand through Ranger, but I guess we both need a bit more help. There are way too many of these cards.
Yeah, there are way too many. I'm actually I'm gonna check renewable because I remember something about renewable being like if you put in banish, it's gonna stay there, something like that. But let's just move on here. I mean, that's the good thing here is we have the Veil Dash, so we're not dying. Actually, maybe he can burst through it if you reveal. Especially because you can only Veil Dash for 2 here, unless you have another card to play.
Yeah. Henry has a Veiling Breeze as well.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, we're very much alive.
Yeah, you are so not dead. But I think actually you can still suppress him, so it's fine. Judge stepping in. You might be right on that.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, they're checking it. They're checking it. Yeah, see, I told you. I remember because what happens, I think the way renewable is worded, it says if this card from the field or intent returns, like if it gets banished or then it goes back to material deck.
Oh.
So even if it's not banished as part of an attack, it still got banished, so it would still go back. It's weird. It's weird.
I see. Yeah. So in essence, it's replacing itself if it would go away to the banish. But in this case, because it's being sent to the banish, it immediately triggers a replacement.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
So really huge hit here because you also lost the distant turn in the first place. So you lost that 5 damage that we were expecting to get off of Seeker's Rifle plus Wind Piercer. And then now we're in the situation where we're kind of doomed. Especially Veiling Breeze in hand. Yeah, this is looking pretty doomed to me.
Right, yeah, and of course Jimmy now extremely aware of the potential damage that can come out of nowhere from Henry, putting out a Tariff Ring. He has so many allies.
And 3 of them have stealth.
That rangefinder would be really nifty now.
Oh yeah, so I have the definition of renewable here. It is a static ability which says if this card would be banished from the field or an intent, put it into the material deck. So because it was banished from the field by a suppress, it does go back in the material deck.
I see.
Yes, yes. This is why guns and bullets kind of not particularly common to see. They're a bit fragile, especially the Shadow's Twin. We all know how bad it is to get your Shadow's Twin hit by anything.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to play since you might have things like Seeker's Rifle, but your bullets still are in Spell Shroud, or when someone attacks, there's things like Song of Frost or just damage prevention. It's too many factors you have to consider at once.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna try and go for it. That's 5 damage.
We've successfully loaded.
Well, it's potentially 5 damage. Yeah, of course we hit a win card. The whole deck is win.
Well, we're gambling on probably 100% odds.
Oh, skirting step is very. Oh, we're getting. Wait, isn't that a? Is that a level? Is that level 1? Isn't that a level 2 effect?
No, it's a level 1 effect.
Oh, it's level. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's just so.
I mean, one of the rare lurking ambush, quote unquote ambush turns.
Ambush. There's lurking have ambush.
No, it doesn't. But it might as well have ambush.
All right, here Jimmy, of course, being extremely cautious of the damage now, just gonna Veiling, prevent 3 of that. I guess that's.
Wait,
true.
was that Veiling for 2?
It was 3, I believe. Did he take 2?
I think he took 3, so I think I was Veiling for 2 actually, which is a bit unfortunate. Right. We have the Tariff, so I think we're fine. We have time. Okay, we lost our Veiling. I mean, are we just gonna keep Veiling and Veil Dashing until? Actually, does he still have any left?
Well, even if he...
Yeah, he has a Veiling.
Yeah, he has a Veiling in hand, but is he really able to assemble enough damage to clear the board? Of course, Jimmy now probably frustrated with Veiling Breeze being the #1 enemy in a sense to a lot of what Wind Allies likes to do, especially since his board is so wide but not really tall. Veiling for small amounts matters so much.
That is correct. I mean, we have the Veiling here, otherwise we just die.
Right, so Scorebind Pounce, a card that you've been hyping has distant on the purse. Is letting all this damage come through at last minute Veiling.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if we were gonna Veiling, we might as well Veiling earlier. Maybe wanted to try and. I mean, there's no intercept that you'd want to keep up anyway. I mean, okay. Can we do 10 damage?
I suppose he was trying to. Oh, yes. So he was trying to hold the purse with the distance, so it's able to suppress Tariff Ring on end phase. That way it only comes back on Henry's end phase, and Jimmy isn't able to use that Tariff Ring anymore. Okay, we currently have, that's 3 damage plus 3 damage. That's 6. So we need to find 4 more. We have the Skirting Step to give 2 distant. I think that's it. I don't think it's enough. Yeah, to assume Henry.
And there's Deflecting Edge. Oh.
Yeah. See, there was nom cards. Oh, well, that would have been nice.
All right, Deflecting Edge gonna come in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is looking pretty over.
Well, that was really, really good play from Henry, though, still being able to put himself in such a position where 4 damage was between him and the game, but I suppose he wasn't really able to close there.
I do think if potentially in the early game he instead tried to go for the Concealed Marksman to like get rid of these Shimmer Cloaks and these Dream Fairies, I think it would have put him in a much better spot because now it's the stealth allies, you can't kill them. They're so hard to deal with. So at least you have a card that can actually remove them.
Yeah, of course. It went into a position that Jimmy was given so much time to build his hand, build his responses, and build his board that Henry isn't able to play into any of them.
Oh my god, Purse on Gildas, but Gildas gets to retaliate, but... Is she balanced actually? No, I think that's 1 card in hand.
Alright.
Yeah, that's 1 card. I thought that she might have been balanced.
God. Balance.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even going to try and bluff another Veiling Breeze here. Yeah, I mean... 9 minutes left. I mean, it's allies. Maybe they could do it.
Yeah, Jimmy can do some second win power cell shenanigans. Henry still has his distance stuff if Jimmy lets his guard down, of course.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm still waiting for the Captain Archer. She hasn't shown up. This is like the whole deck. Where is she?
I mean, of course, building us suspense, you know? It can't be too exciting. The payoff can't just be immediate.
Yeah, I mean, I would at least like the 4-of card that kind of like strings your whole deck together to show up at least once in a best of 3.
No,
it's not even in the hand, that too. It's like, he just never draws it.
Yeah, it's just, that would be too easy. You can't do that.
I mean, the moment we hit the Captain Archer into a concealed marksman, that'll be especially if there's a stealth ally on field, you got to swing into the stealth ally. There's actually, there's a lot of cards here that I was playing in my build that are not here. There's a fast activation ally that
Bertha?
No, there is a fast activation ally who gives like 1 HP and distant. I can't remember her name.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she came out in ALC Alter. She's one of the rares from ALC Alter, I believe.
Yeah, ALC Alter cards.
Yes, yeah. Once again, a bunch of cards I can't remember.
Yeah. Were there cards in ALC Alter? I swore it's just...
It's either ALC Alter...
Reversal that got printed.
Hey, the Gather 3-cost 2/3 ally gets played in the normal Dawn of Ashes decks.
Yeah, of course, there's like so much actually that was given by Alter. That's the new Slash and Burn deck.
Yes, Slash and Burn, really big.
Yeah, of course, like I mentioned, Astra is good.
Oh my God, Concealed Marksman Bass?
Ooh, gee, that is...
Wow. That's... I mean, okay. I mean, Jimmy can't kill this, like 100%, and he has nothing to stop it. Oh, holding a Stifling? Is he planning on just like Stifling and Retaliate? No, that's not... Yeah, Stifling and Retaliate, I guess. It's not the best, but let's see.
I mean, it could be a Shimmer Cloak. You could just need the rock.
Yeah, that's right. If it's a Shimmer Cloak, that's disastrous, actually. Oh.
Stifling.
Goodbye. He has nothing to stop this. He has his own Stifling Trap, but that's not going to make a difference here. Okay, actually, this game is kind of falling apart now. He can't play the Shimmer Cloak either. If he plays the Shimmer Cloak, it's 100% going to get killed by anything that distances here is gonna kill the Shimmer Cloak.
Yeah, of course, with the True Sight.
Oh my God, he's playing it anyway. Okay. He's playing it anyway. All right, we're gambling. We literally need anything that gives distance here.
I mean, both of them are gambling at this point. Henry was gambling the Marksman was going to live, and the Jimmy's gambling the Shimmer Cloak.
Second Concealed Marksman. We can just play another Concealed Marksman and just swing both into the
Shimmer Cloak.
Into the Shimmer Cloak, and that's it. We also have Lube. Oh, wait, no, sorry. The True Sight is class bonus, so we have to get to level 3 first, at least.
Well, there's still a bunch of damage that can be represented.
Do we have anything that distances? Seems like a no, unfortunately. Like this. Oh, Magistrate? Unimbued? Oh, no, okay, there we go. Unimbued. Oh.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
Normally in this matchup, you aren't really looking for the imbue anywhere.
It doesn't stop Lorraine effect either, since that does happen in materialization phase. And if anything, it actually potentially hurts you, because you maybe cannot... I mean, you just have to lineage release during the materialization phase, but yeah.
Does it stop all items from entering? I thought it was for your...
Oh, actually, no, yeah, it is only for your opponent.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Yes, well, Jimmy could run his own Magistrate.
Are we swinging 4 into... What are we targeting here?
Well, in such a short time span, yeah.
Yeah, this is actually correct.
Jimmy is now rushing down Henry, which is a complete role reversal of the last 2 games.
Verdigris. I wonder what he planned. I mean, if you're gonna Verdigris, you should do. I think the issue is he has the Lube in his memory, and he doesn't want to lose it.
True, I guess. Yeah, if you put the Verdigris, you put more cards down, so you might not lose a little bit.
Surely that's not worth it.
Yeah, because I don't see where Lupe gets you here, since you don't really have a win human.
Okay, wait, we lost there. We lost there. All right, it's fine. It's fine. I think we're gonna go Verdigris now. Imbue it?
For the raw.
+3 and then suppress what? Suppressing the Shimmer Cloak.
Okay.
We're gonna go Ring here, draw, and then we get to play the Tempest Downfall for 3.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Both players are really, really answering each other so well.
All right, we can at least establish an Ace and Protector, kill the Gildas. Windmill's pretty good. We can't do it both in the same turn, unfortunately, but
Okay.
swing one, Asen, return the Magistrate,
Sure.
kill the Gildas.
Yeah.
All right, and then we're gonna trade in. Actually, I imagine Jimmy is just gonna keep switching face here.
Yeah. I don't think he's in a really good time to try and set up the burst lethal. So maybe he's just trying to chill now.
We still have 4 minutes. I actually think this game could definitely end in time.
Yeah, it is looking likely since Henry's already taken 8.
Yeah, I mean, we did level up to 1 at least, so does have the 19 health from Diana 1.
Alright, Jimmy considering a Terrafring potentially wants to set up his own. No, just
Ooh, hey, we're going for level 1. Does he have a Shunshe? It might get banished here. Asen. Actually, very happy to see Asen go.
So maybe you go ornamental here?
Oh, no. Are we doing it?
He doesn't have a power cell.
He has Second Wind.
So, yeah, does he have enough cards for Second Wind and Rallied?
No.
Ooh, so
that is gonna be
4.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna kill Asen.
Yeah, that's pretty good play, especially because your opponent can't cleanly answer that.
So that's gonna be another. Oh, we are getting really hurt here.
And we're breaking out.
I mean, if you draw Shunshe next turn, sure. This is very defensible.
It's fine. Just play Huasi. You'll top deck it. Trust.
Oh, Captain Archer! Oh my God, is it too late though? Yeah, we gotta do it.
I mean, you could find the marksman of this and clear the.
Yeah, you could find concealed marksman of this.
There is so much opportunities here.
Imbue 4.
All right.
He's reading it.
So you're gonna look at the top 6.
Dilu, not what you want to see. All right. Oh, we found rangefinder. Okay, we're gonna go Purse. So Purse is gonna come in. She does have distant. So we do have. Now the issue is, how do we get rid of this Sure Clove?
Yeah, I suppose if you're like a bit worried, you could delay the problem and use the Purse to suppress it on your end phase.
Yeah, end phase suppress here just so that she's gone for the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that actually, because like swinging face here does not do anything for you. You are gonna just die.
God, it's so hard to navigate these positions.
Both players also have very low influence at this point.
Yeah, this is also a much more unique game compared to... Oh, just swinging in.
Wow, that is so risky.
Ooh. Henry just having 1 card in hand. Jimmy has to know that's no defensive options.
Can we do 6? Though we lost Ornamental already. We don't have another wake-up card in hand either. So I think actually maybe he doesn't have it yet. Paref might be the choice here.
Yeah, though
Jimmy, okay, let's see.
He just needs 3 damage.
Gildas. Asen. Okay. Not enough.
Bounce back to hand. 3.
Oh wait, that's not.
Exactly.
Oh, let's go.
All right.
That was a pretty exciting game. You know, Wind Ally Mirrors, they are oftentimes very fun.
Yeah, it is really difficult to assemble how to play through each matchup. So you see both players have so many things you have to think through, especially us sitting here at the castle. We have more information than, but yet we still can't really figure out where you're supposed to play your outs. There is really a lot of difficulty in trying to balance that distance, like we mentioned before, and in the end, the true reliability of having the raw stats is what won the game in the end for Jimmy.
Yeah, for sure. And I also just think that the fact that the Captain Archer didn't show up for like the first 2 games. I mean, the first game it didn't matter, but the second game, I definitely feel like could have been completely different story if that Captain Archer comes down, finds finds a Lube, finds a Purse. Suddenly it's like we have all these allies that are just impossible to remove because there's so many suppresses, and we have the Veil Dashes, and there's so many ways to keep everything alive. And kind of just didn't pan out in the end. But I mean, that's the thing. So you're playing a deck that it's kind of combo-y. You need to find like multiple things at the same time because you need a distant, plus you need the card that wants to get distant. And so if you get in that position where you just don't have everything together, the deck kind of just crumbles a bit, which is kind of what we saw there. Just like, allies don't really do anything.
Yeah,
kind of low stat allies.
Yeah, of course, he still tried his best. There was so much defensive options there that really made it difficult for Jimmy to properly navigate there. In the end, of course, there wasn't enough that he was able to cobble, especially with game 2. The damage just kind of fell flat all over the place. And of course, we are still seeing why Huati is still dominant. There is so much damage everywhere. All the allies are just able to represent so many things. And really, the pressure just keeps going and going and going until it gets to the end.
Yeah, totally agree. And definitely in that game too, I think if he maybe played it differently and tried going for swings, it could have changed things. But yeah, I mean, that was a really fun game. I would love to see people try and refine this like distant Diana list more. But we're gonna go to break. That was we're gonna have a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna go into our next round. Looking forward. Once you hit round 3, round 4, that's when you start getting like the killers, right?
Yeah, of course. It's like everyone's still kind of navigating who they're kind of fighting against, because everyone is still just kind of like, I'm playing against you, you're playing against me, I don't know who it is. But now it's where some of the possibly some of the more people who are more aware of what they're playing against get to filter out some of the other people, and then the real theory crafted decks start to come out.
All right, so looking forward to that. I'm super excited to see what things people are cooking. I hope it's not just Fractals and Tristan and with allies. I hope people have come up with something different, something interesting. Well, anyway, yeah, we're going to go to break. Thanks for watching, and we'll be with you shortly.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into the Grand Archive C Nationals. I'm back here, Chris, with my co-caster Sam Mono. How are you feeling so far, Mono, after 2 rounds has passed?
I have no idea what's going on. We first watched Gambu nearly assemble something and then completely get Poison Dagger out of nowhere. And then now I had to try and navigate a Ranger cast with Flot. But we got there. We are in round 3.
We got there.
The stuff goes on, the show goes on, and we are just about to pair into our next round. How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? I feel exhausted already after 2 rounds, honestly speaking. Yeah, like we are going to be, like everything that me and Flon talk about in before the game, none of them really materialized unless, besides the Win Assassin, I guess. Win Assassin was shown. Win Assassin was shown last game as well? Or was it Win Allies?
No, it was Huati Allies.
Huati Allies, yeah. Huati Allies. Those two? Okay, sure. But still, no fractals, no fire aggro, which personally speaking, I think I should expect more. I think that should show up more after this round. Hopefully, we might see them in round 3. Because I've been talking around with the players and all, like they've been saying, I've been asking them, oh, what do you face? The most common answer will be fractal, and then fire aggro. Like variants of fire aggro. There's the Goja version, there is the Xander version assassin, and then of course there's also the, I heard Paul Hawk was table 1.
Paul Hawk, yes. I will flex my Apex knowledge here again. Of course, Paul Hawk is a deck we've been experimenting with. Of course, Flon as well was quite excited about it. A lot of the damage comes from instantaneous bursts. So where you might be used to like spells with Fire Guacha or other things, you're instead playing individual allies and spells. So your opponent kind of has to gamble on which one they're kind of playing against. A lot of the damage comes from instant turns, and most of the time we like to joke that the players who are playing Paul Hawk on our team, if you turn around in 20 minutes and they haven't stood up yet, the game's over.
Yeah, I mean that's why like Paul Hawk, I think Paul Hawk, personally speaking, also has a lot of combat tricks, I believe. A lot of ways to just navigate so that your allies don't die, that kind of stuff. And the really random damage that just comes out of nowhere. And we do have our deck list out here. Let's take a quick look.
Alright. Sure, we're hearing we have a Spirit Breakdown and Champion Breakdown, so we can see what has been around today. Lots of win, so much win.
Wow, that is a whopping 45%, almost a 50% in fact.
Actually, I'm quite happy with this graph because it's much more even than you might expect. Of course, it's not 33-33, but still, every element is quite actively represented today. We'll see over to our champions.
We do have a Champion Breakdown as well. Wow, a whopping 19%. Like, Lorraine here being represented along with Arisana. And any thoughts about this? This is insane, like, to me. Like, Lorraine being the most represented instead of any of the clerics.
Of course, Huati is kind of the hype one right now. And it has shown in the last match, rather, that it has a lot of potential, a lot of damage. But as we predicted, Fractals, Diaochan, and Arisana all over the place. There's going to be so much they have to play around, in, especially with all the allies running around.
So, looking back there as well, that breakdown, like I do see people still running Rai. Do you notice that there's 3 Rai?
That sliver of Rai.
That sliver of Rai, yeah. Hope they make it far and we can see them. And we do have our matchups for today. We are going to be seeing, I believe what I'm looking here will be the Wind Assassin Tristan.
Yes, and here is the Water Vanitas, our most surprising deck. So, of course, a deck that plays around 2 elements and the ability to go up, as well as the very obvious Scepter of Lumina. There's a lot of burst damage there, a lot of ability to play around, and you still sometimes have to play with the stuff that you have to normally play with Cleric.
Yep, exactly. And then this is not deck that is not new at all. Everyone talked about it. Everyone knew it. In fact, we saw in Game 1, Wind Assassin Tristan, specifically the Umbra. Okay, no, sorry. Game 1 was Xander, sorry. So instead of Xander this time, we are gonna be seeing Tristan, the Umbra side. Tristan, I believe, is much more aggressive compared to Luxor. Luxor is much more defensive. There's the healing, there's the assault to either remove allies or even just go for face. But generally speaking, much more defensive compared to Tristan, right?
In a way, yes. You have a longer game plan, so you are able to play into a more defensive style. Of course, Xander still has your standard Slice and Dice and Poison Dagger, like what we saw in the first game of the day. But ultimately, you're not relying on the same preparation counters as you would with Tristan. You have so many things that you're trying to play with, and your opponents have to go a lot thing. So now, of course, the Water Vanitas here actually is more of a Water Allies build.
Wow.
So there is, of course, your Drains, some Frost, Xiaohu Dun. There's actually reprograms in the list, anticipating perhaps the Wind Allies we saw last week.
Reprogram?
A card from the past.
Dude, the last time I heard that card was when I was playing around I believe it's... I must see, like, the time Wind Allies is a popular deck, and then, like, I still remember Apex running, like, a lot of Nico, but at that time the Nico is also not refined yet. It's that period, right, where Ally is still very prevalent, and then, we brought Nico, I think. And then that's where Slime just starting to pick up at that point.
I suppose maybe around that point, because that's where Automaton Allies were kind of coming out. So decks like Merlin, few Slimes kind of put it in, so that they are able to answer some of the Automatons that were dealing early pressure. Of course, it's not quite the be-all answer, and now you see less Automatons, so you might not want the reprogram in there. But of course, Fast Float, he's a Vanitas, so he wants to go up. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and then Vanitas as well, like a very, very interesting kind of champion, right? Where you are able to just jump up to level 3 without even relying on Materialization or Dungeon Guide. Just able to just, whoop, I'm now level 3, I can now smack you for 3.
Yeah, it's one of the only champions really that are printed with a printed attack value. Yeah. So he's able to hit more, and if you do get to level 3, it is so important that you get that 3 damage in every turn because of that additional 1 cost to every Materialize. Yeah. But it slows the game down so much, and it's really hard to come back from there.
Yeah, because there's a lot of 0 cost regardless, right? And in the game, and imagine you're trying to, I just want to do my GCR, I want to do my tariff, but now you have to pay 1 extra. That's kind of painful to do so.
Yeah, of course. Things, of course, Tristan might not experience. They have things like Shadow Claw. They're just going to call it out. Yep. So not too afraid, but still you kind of a bit more worried on that side.
Yep, I do agree with that. And this matchup looks like a very interesting matchup. Something that I personally don't think I'm familiar. And we are going to jump into the game. We have Yuel will be piloting the Vanitas that you mentioned, and Kirby Lu will be playing the Tristan.
Alright, so our Water is going first. He is representing quite a few Water allies, so I assume he'd want to do the standard stuff, just play something. Looking a very great option to start with that stealth on the front.
Yep.
Looking it is.
Very standard play, right? Looking very good ally, 2-3. Like, we talk about this on stream, like 2-3 is such a premium body. Of course, the better one is Frostron, right? 3-4, but 2-3 is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's just a Frostron without the on enter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already playing Frostron. He's ahead.
Yep, he is ahead by just playing down the ally.
But of course, Kirby now sitting here. Doesn't look like there's a lot going on here.
Yep. Like, not much is going on.
Oh, my mistake. There's a windmill right there.
Is there a windmill? Yep, there's a windmill right there. I mean, you can start drawing cards, I guess. Basic standard, right? Draw card good. Draw card good. Draw card good.
Putting the Reclaim down, though.
Interesting play. 3.
Oh, I guess he's going Shimmer Cloak.
Yep.
True, I guess. Lucking isn't really able to answer the Shimmer Cloak. You have no idea what this water deck is, so most people might assume it's a Fractals deck, so you would want to put more pressure instead and start swinging.
Yep, exactly, because Kirby doesn't know what doesn't know what he's playing, right? So he's thinking, okay, might be an ally. Water ally, like that's the one that makes sense. Or even the Norm ally deck that we saw in Seattle.
Ooh, is Dream Fairy coming down?
Dream Fairy is coming down. He's going to go very aggressive here, tapping out and going to aim the Lurking Assailant.
Do you have a negate? No, he doesn't.
So he goes right to the memory.
And just like that, Kirby has now turned the tables on you and he's ahead.
Well, this looks really, really strong from Kirby's side, but there's one thing about Grand Archive, right? Being able to but being tapped out, what I call it, basically no hands. There, meaning no defensive too. But what happens if the Dream Fairy and the Assassin just gets removed? Like, if those two get removed, right, next turn you're a bit empty and dry. So I'm not sure about this play right here. So we are going to go with backup. A simple play, like we've seen backup so many times. It's like a standard turn 2, right?
Yeah. Of course, quite easy to just go up. Again, still not really answering anything on what this deck really is. Although I do have to admit, Kirby probably is suspecting that this might not be fractals. Lurking is not something you typically see in fractals.
Yep.
God, what's going on with that hand?
Nothing is going on. Look, like it's pretty dry right here. I see a lot of interaction cards. Am I wrong to say that? I think it's a lot of like interaction.
Interaction, I suppose. There's a Lunette right there. That would have been nice, but passes.
Passes with 8 influence. Is it 8? Yeah, I believe it's 8 because he played that 1, 7. Yeah, 8. 8 influence pass.
9.
9 is it?
He started with 7. The Dream Fairy put it back to 8.
Oh yeah, Dream Fairy. Yeah,
and then backup charger up to 9. Draw for turn 10. It's actually a 10.
Wow, 10 influence passing. I mean,
bad at our jobs.
that's so painful. He is going to go for his own backup.
Alright, so back up there now, no longer having the Wildcard Nationals qualifier text on it. It is shiny, it has a sign on it.
It's a beautiful card.
I have my own. I am never letting go.
Yeah, I didn't really have one. I was planning to maybe get one from someone, but I don't know, man. The prices in this is insane.
You just need to think of it as an investment for you.
Cards aren't investment. What do you mean? Cards are merely meant to be played. What do you mean they have investment value? Anyway, we are going to go into the
windmill.
The windmill, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he has a reclaim. He can do it whatever he wants. I'm pretty sure that he's first gonna swing in and then consider reclaim, I guess.
Yep, just rotating everything sideways.
So we are going to see an interaction there.
That's a reprogram. So I did not realize this was a Path of Silver reprogram. I completely forgot about this. Yeah, so it actually showed up here, and he's talking.
Yeah. So the judges are trying to clarify something. So, there is some clarification there. I believe it's about sleeves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
I see. So apparently we just got an update where it's regarding the hard case on the material deck. So yeah, just a bit of floor rules where all the sleeves have to be the same for the material deck, including the hard case as well.
Yeah. I suppose it will just be a constraint for now because we are mid game. I don't know if he'll like fix it.
Yeah, exactly. So as they are discussing, right, I mean, at this point of stage, right, if we look at the board state, I do think that Kirby is definitely ahead in terms of the tempo, the ally tempo. But do you think Kirby is going to eventually go up with the... Kirby is going for Tristan. He just... Well, actually, wait, I just noticed something. Kirby's list is it very ally heavy? I see Simmerclaw as well.
Shimmercloak, yeah, I suppose, yeah, there's quite, well, I suppose Shimmercloak is the only thing that we're not used to in your standard Tristan. This might be a more low to the ground list, of course, trying to go for early damage, ending with Slice and Dice and Assassin Ripper. Still,
Alright, so, okay, we cleared that up, so just an update, there's nothing wrong there. Hard case are just tokens, we're all good on that front, so back in the game, back in the action, we are going to pass and go into the Scepter there. Newly errata Scepter. How do you feel about this errata Scepter?
I'm sad.
I mean, you're clearly a Scepter abuser from the sound of it.
Well, I wouldn't say abuser. I simply just took the tools that were given to us.
I see.
But yeah, losing its 5 cost for draw 2 as well as the ability to call it out and slow speed if your opponent is water has made some significant changes to how you would normally see this card being played.
Yep.
Now you only kind of see it relegated to water allies and especially water-based Vanitas. But, well, it's not usually seen much anymore. You're paying 5 to draw 1 card.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just see it as a 4 damage burst.
Yep, like that's usually its usage rate these days. Like, I mean, imagine a world where the errata version is in the current Fractal deck. Just imagine a world.
I think that'd be fine, actually.
Huh?
I mean, because most Fractal decks will be running like 3 baubles, or they'd be running like backup charges, things like that.
Yeah.
So in a Fractal deck, you'd have to pay 1 to go and cast the staff, and after that you still need to pay 5. Fractal decks, although they do have influence, they're not usually going to have 5 influence just free at any point in time. So maybe it'd be fine.
Yep, and going back to the game, we do see Lunette being played down, but Lunette is not balanced, I believe. So it is a 5 to hand. Like, I believe if he is able to play at least a one cost card, Lunette might be balanced.
Yeah, so if there is a one-cost card. I believe there is a balance, but either way, he's still trying to hold up the pressure with Lunette being able to slow down some allies, especially since Tristan would want to set up prep, and a lot of the way it sets up prep beyond Surveil is in the allies.
Yep.
So here, Lunette just kind of rested.
Yep. We are going to Tristan level 1 here.
Yep. And for my seams, he's just going to use the floating, get the one prep on the on-enter, and it just really... All right. Shiny card warning, everybody.
I mean, that's proof of the good production, right? Like, whoa. That's really shiny.
Oh, actually, yeah, now that you mention, he doesn't have a one-cost card necessarily, but he Lost in Thoughts for 1.
Yeah. Lost in Thoughts for 1, he can.
Oh, that doesn't balance it, never mind.
Yeah, doesn't balance it, right? Yeah. So we are going to see it. Okay, you're going to help me with this. What is this card?
All right, so this is basically Water's Veiling Breeze. Yeah, you get to conjure Downpour, and whenever a unit attacks, you get to -2 of his attack. If he had the class bonus, it would have been net neutral. It would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
But of course, we're just using it so that we can protect our Lunette.
I see. So this is not bad. This reminds me of, what's it called? The Storm of Taunts. Very similar function.
Yeah. It's Storm of Taunts. You get a bit of additional value out of it because you are class bonus. Really rewards you for playing into a lot of what Water wants to do, which is just getting that influence and getting that level up slowly.
Yeah, well, we are going to be searching. We are going to be Fairy Whisper. Nothing new there. I mean, he can draw more cards, I guess. And there's also the Reclaim.
I mean, this is a world where you think about bottoming all 3 of these, but you are still playing Wind, Umbra, Tristan. If you flip an Umbra or Norm card off the top, you'd be wondering what you were doing. But
yeah, that's the risk of our Fairy Whisper, right? I think I don't want any of these cards. Let me just put them to the bottom and flip a Wind card. Oh, wait, it's not a Wind card. Is he going to...
Oh, he keeps all 3 on top, I suppose. Yeah, he gets to play more into the value engine. I'm not sure he has the ease of time to do that, especially since his opponent just showed him both Lunette and the staff. But here, I guess he's going to lean into his value engine and just say, I'm fine, go and do your stuff.
Yeah, I do think that this is a bit of a slow approach like what you say. But UN does have everything set already. There's already the Scepter. We even see like what you mentioned just now there, where there are a lot of damage. Oh, he's just going to pass here. Interesting. Oh yeah, Lunette's effect, yes.
Thank you, judges, for catching that. Windmill comes in rested. Didn't swing anyway, but still, it would have been nice.
Yep.
So all right, Lost in Thoughts to the grave. This can only mean one thing. We're going up.
It's gonna be the. I think this is gonna be where Kirby's like, wait a minute.
So shiny.
Everything that's shiny, man.
Yeah. All right, shooting for 4 off the Staff of Lumina.
Yep.
It does that. Lost its draw 2, but it still does that. It's still strong.
Yep.
It's gonna recollect and draw. Let's see where we keep going from here.
Yeah, this is an interesting concept, right? You're starting off with the water element, and then out of nowhere, now your champion's a wind element.
Yeah, of course. With how it looks like he has in hand, he has the Dungeon Guide. He could go up in Dungeon Guide to level 2, and if he has a 2-cost card in hand...
That's a lot of burst damage right there.
Yeah, that goes all the way to 3. That would represent another 8 off the Scepter, 1 from Dungeon Guide, 3 from the champion. I think that's that's close to death, and Tristan actually might have to pay 3 for level 2.
That's it. Like let's say right now, right? We go Dungeon Guide, and then you pay Vanitas cost to level up again. That's 8 damage from the Scepter. And then Vanitas himself will swing 3. That's 11 damage right there.
Oh boy. Oh, this is not to go for it.
It's a retreat. I think this is a bit of a heads up play from you. It's like, okay, I'm going to hold my hand. I have negate. I do see a Silurian, I believe. Silurian Decree. So I'm just going to like keep my hand up, make sure that I don't get punished. And anything you play, I can able to react. A sensor right here, one of the newest cards from HUN.
Yeah, of course, turning off all abilities of cards in graveyards. No floating to note right now, but I suppose he just wants to get ahead of that. Yep,
I think it's a really good card against level 3 deck, considering that if you're playing a level 3 deck, you're going to consider, I want to play as many floating as I want. And that's like, I'm going to play sensor, you're not going to get that value right there. And if you ever want to level up, you have to minus heart from your hand. So it's going to go to Kirby's Recollection right here. That's a lot of influence, man. I don't know. I think I need to start used to seeing like wind element being this high influence.
Yeah, of course. As you guys might have talked earlier, a lot of the meta now has gone away from level 3 decks. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these matches where players have high influence or effective influence.
Yep.
Here, of course, the Tristan just putting down a lot of these reaction cards. They think at this point he's figured out this isn't really fractals.
Yep, like it's still insane to me that this Dream Fairy right here and along with other of the fairies are not unique.
Ah, God. And like we did said with Flawn, like, can you imagine the fairyland? They're going to get reprinted. And now we're going to see, like, slash and burn fairies.
Slash and burn fairies.
I inspiring call and give all my fairy spell shroud and +1 attack. Let's go.
An actual fairy tale. Anyway, we do see. I think it's going to get into the memory. This is looking very rough for you here, but we do have open knowledge that he does have the burst, right? Anytime, at any moment, he could just, here, 11 damage.
Yeah, of course. This is something that Kirby needs to really play around.
So yeah, gives a thumbs up. 1 damage is fine. 1 damage is fine.
Yeah, of course. The earlier Lunette, although it did return the Lunette, it already entered while Lunette was there, so it had to come in rested.
Exactly. That's how the effect's supposed to be played. So Kirby is gonna go up, like it's gonna like hands up as well. Like this is what I would imagine most GA plays look like. People just very concerned and like, I'm not going to tap out easily. I'm just going to be, most of the time, having hands up to react and stuff like that. Like, are you a believer that even if you have nothing in hand, let's say you have no reactive card, you'll just hands up to bait?
Well, of course you need to do that having the presence of mind what your opponent can do.
Exactly.
But sometimes you can't just hold up hand and be like, well, my opponent's going to respect this card that I obviously do not run.
And then like, what card? Goes in!
Yeah.
And then,
yeah, sometimes you do it because it's a Hail Mary, you know. My opponent thinks that I've got a Veiling Breeze, for example. And then you just go, go. I have Veiling Breeze, I'm not scared. But things like this here, you really need to remember what your opponent is trying to go for and play properly around it.
And going back to the game, we are going to see the Dungeon Guide being played here. This is, not going to lie, this version of Dungeon Guide still like caught me off guard. I never knew about this version of Dungeon Guide.
Hey man, you just need to scroll all the way back in the time machine because this is from so early on. Alright, unfortunately it does get Stifling Trap. Probably what you was afraid of and maybe why he did not do it last turn.
And this is so good as well. Like, look at Kirby's influence. Kirby does have enough to pay through the negate if negate just comes down here. And Yue just lets that through. Dungeon Guide is not going to be activated this turn. The on enters negated. Probably just going to swing into... Oh, Face. Interesting.
Yeah, I suppose maybe he's still relying on that burst damage from the Scepter to close out the game. He, of course, like you said, has the Cerulean in hand. I believe he has a Frostbind if I caught that art correctly. He's sitting there quite pretty, just trying to make Kirby have to play as slow as possible.
Exactly. Like this is what we talk about, that the whole approach of like I have response and you might have to play around it. And this seems like a very, very back and forth kind of game right now.
Yeah, actually, I think we're seeing now one of the weaknesses of this more ally-heavy list. He's not really finding most of his allies that gain in prep. Like we see in Seattle, some decks run like Sirocco. Or you want to find your Sadies as well as your Surveils. He hasn't seen any of that. It's just a whole bunch of interaction in his hand.
Like that's the sad part. Like the only good thing about the current boss state is that he has all these Dream Fairy, right? These Dream Fairy are doing a bunch of work, keeping cards in check. They're just going to be sit there looking pretty and just dealing damage every turn. Still not enough prep counter for the Tristan player to do anything really. Is that that's a third Dream Fairy right there.
He's already in DTR, he's ahead of the curve.
Like will you play the third Dream Fairy against the Dungeon Guide?
I do not imagine so. Well, Shimmercloak coming down. Lunette isn't there anymore. Shimmercloak can come in and ready.
So it is going to be, I think it's just going to be swinging face. I'm just going to poke you to death, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Really, really would love that Poison Dagger from Tyler from there. Like this is why like Poison Dagger is such a crazy card, right? Like imagine you have Poison Dagger right here. Poison Dagger deals 1 damage, and then everything on the, any damage that you dealt will be a +1 damage. So in a world that we live in, there's a world where there's a Poison Dagger. This Dream Fairy would have been 2, and then the other islands will be 2, and then the other one will be 3. That's like
That's almost
9 damage right there.
Yeah, but well, this is still good. Like look at the boss now. I think UA is almost dying. That is, I believe Vanessa has 19, right? Level 1?
Yeah, Vanessa has 19 HP.
So 7 HP left.
Well, we've passed turn, holding up our grip. I suppose you'd level to 2 here, shuffling, probably randomizing that.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright, it seems to be level 2.
Yeah, I do think that if you're not, I think at this point, like you're just gonna accept. Okay, we're not gonna dungeon guide here. We're just gonna hard level this.
Is that 2 lunettes?
Wow. Oof, indeed. I mean, the lunet can't play down, right? Because Dream Fairy.
Yeah, if anything, I'm pretty sure he's more than happy to vanish the 2 lunettes, especially because he picked up the Lost in Thoughts there.
Yep.
Probably fine.
So swing one.
Already set up a board, doesn't need to rest it.
Yeah, swing one with the dungeon guide. So if he level up here with the Vanessa's level 3 card effect, I think that's 7 damage, 18. So he just lacks 1 damage, right?
So he has Fracturized there, actually.
Yep.
So he could just Fracturize something, set the float. Oh, yes. There's a sensor, so he probably has to Fracturize the sensor.
Yep.
And go. Oh, it's just.
Oh, that's what the guild does. Balance, right?
Yeah. You're right. That's a properly balanced Gildas.
Yep. So if Kirby doesn't do anything here, Kirby just loses this game. So he's going to hit here for 4. There is going to be interaction. That reclaim? Or am I missing something? Oh, back. Sorry, is that backstep or backtrack?
Oh, that's
Arrow trap?
Arrow trap. Oh, yes, arrow trap.
Arrow trap, yeah.
I do not recognize this art at all. So arrow trap, it is 2 costs. He can prepare it. So what he's doing here is that it returns target ally to hand.
Oh.
But if it's prepared, it destroys the attacking ally instead.
Ah, interesting.
So of course he is choosing to prepare it. Kind of rough since you really need the prep to draw cards. As of now, he needs S1, so he isn't able to draw any cards if he goes to level 2.
Yep, we are going to jump into level 3 Vanitas here, coming down here, and then that's going to do 4 damage with the Scepter.
So much damage.
There's so much burst here, and then Vanitas himself will hit for another 3 damage. Did he bring a spell this turn? It might be a +1 damage. I didn't know. No, right?
Yeah, he just hard neutralized 2 Gildas, and that's it.
And then, yep. Oh, so left with 1 damage.
So close.
So close. Inching there, so close.
He actually plays evasive. Is that evasive maneuver? Pole Hawk there, showing up in Vanessa.
Dude, like, I don't recognize that. You just help me, man.
No.
Oh, this art I'm not familiar with. So this is really, really close right now. UA is just one damage away from me. But I think if I'm Kirby here, I'll look at that and like, time to level up, I think. Time to not die.
Yeah, of course, it's rather rough because he chose to prepare the arrow trap earlier.
Yep.
Of course, now looking at it, he has to prepare the arrow trap because otherwise, you would have just played the Gildas back for exact lethal with 1 damage.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Here, now that he's leveling up, it's not going to draw him a single card because he's only at 1 preparation counter.
Yep. Just to note that Sensor is still active here, so a lot of the cards. Wait, Sensor active for both players, right? Just to check.
Yeah, Sensor turns off abilities in both graveyards.
Yep. Yeah, just clarifying about Dungeon Guide here, I believe. The damage dealt by Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, I think they're just tallying up the damage to check that they didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I think it's fine because I was counting to a Kimmin track. I think it's totally 18 because it was just 1 damage off.
Yeah, he was at 9 last turn, so there was 8 from... Yeah,
yeah. Because remember we were talking about how the burst damage is there, and then we kept saying like, yo, just 1 off and 1 off. Yep. Yeah, it's probably it.
Oh, well, so many thoughts here for Kirby. Like,
yeah.
Do you go level 2? Do you just say, I need the life? Or do you go, I'm just going to failing my way out of here?
Yeah, I like that. One thing good is that Win has access to Winning Breeze. One of the, in my opinion at least, one of the strongest like damage reducer because it reduces any sort of damage, right? Yeah. Like, it can be combat damage, it could be random spell damage. Like, it's just such a strong damage reduction.
Yeah, of course, though, here he needs to remember there is a nullifying mirror on the other side. It means you need 2 Veiling Breeze. Yeah,
nullifying mirror is there. And then the other problem is that Sensor as well actually, Sensor indirectly turns off your floating, right? Sensor affects both player.
Yeah, it affects your floating as well, so you can't really set anything for that.
Well, classic GCR, we are going to see that really, really good card here.
Right, he's got to pay 1 for GCR.
Oh, that's so painful. The GCR that used to be free is no longer free.
Yeah, your best card has turned into a net neutral.
Yep, Stifling Trap there. Probably it's fine, I think, at this point. Stifling Trap is not going to do much.
Yeah, if you think about it, this Grand Crusaders ring is now basically what Scepter is now. I paid 1 memory and I draw a card.
Yeah, a fair
and
exchange,
then
right?
I sit and be upset.
A fair exchange right there,
Yeah.
right? So we are going to see. Well, he does have the board still. Like that is still a scary board at this current stage of the game. The board is representing 1-1-1-2, so that's 5 damage on the board.
Yeah, because you're doing a heads-up play there because he has tapped the mirror before Kirby can recollect.
Yep.
Kirby can't actually imbue anything this turn.
Yeah, which is something that Win tends to do, right? A lot of imbue. We're thinking about the windmill. We're thinking even about the magistrate. That is today's price card. Not today, sorry, but this event's price card. So, Dream Fairy. Do you actually Dream Fairy the dungeon guide?
I think you do. Does he have any suppress in hand? Because he could also just try to suppress the mirror on his end phase, which would allow him to be able to Veiling for the protection. Of course, I don't think I see anything.
Yeah, like, it's just so rough. We only one prep counter the entire game. Well, he is counting because he does have that other ally that generates prep counter, right?
Yeah, so he has the ability to go to...
Oh, just pass.
Yeah, I think he's also kind
of... Oh, wait.
Yeah, he's scoop it. Yeah. I think he also sees it because there's a lot of allies in there, in that hand, but none of them were going to close the game. No, none of them were going to protect him. So he was just going to sit there and go, well, damage, pass, go.
Yeah, and then like the thing is that he might win, but we look at the timer right here, we have it really in front of us. 33 minutes left. I think just want to like go to next and try to win the game.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Of course, our exhibition match is 35 because we started a bit late.
Yeah, correct. Good there. Yeah, the timer's right there. See? Glad to have you on board. But anyway, we are going to see side decks here. What do you expect at this point? Like if now the doors are open, right? Both players know what exactly my opponent is. I know what he's doing. But if I'm Kirby, I'll still be confused, not gonna lie, because I'll be like, Vanitas? What does Vanitas do exactly?
Yeah, interesting to note actually, Kirby's sideboard is fully main deck cards. There are no regalias.
Wow, that's 0 at all. So his regalia's not gonna be touched, that's fine. But, so we do see a main deck of, let's see, Arrow Trap.
I suppose you put in the Arrow Trap as well as Cry for Help?
Cry for Help sounds pretty good here. Mastermind Scheme probably not the best card for this matchup, I think.
Potentially. Of course, Mastermind Scheme still is able to quickly burst your preparation counters up, but as we see, he didn't even get to level 3 there, so maybe that's not quite a priority, and he might not bring that in.
Yeah, and then we look at US side deck there.
Of course, the Regalias aren't really going to represent too much here, Censor another Flying Lantern, not for this matchup.
Yep.
Staggering Strike, probably. That's all that goes in.
Yeah, Staggering Strike is very interesting, right? A lot of people start running it because like it has a dual purpose, right?
Yeah.
One of it, people are like, oh, I just want to remove stealth units. Okay, that's like, sure. But the scarier one is, how many prep counters do you have? 3. Staggering Strike, gone.
Yeah. Actually, in that case, Kirby might actually bring his Staggering Strikes in.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he's afraid of an Innovate Agility, he can kill from there.
Yeah, it's like, Staggering Strike. How much is the prep counter? Like, we saw this now, like, it's so hard for Kirby to even, like, get prep counter. Because, sadly to say, right, this list particularly, you need to actually draw, like, Surveil the Wind or the... I believe there's one card that ally just now. There's the... Yeah, Sing It. So, it's very hard to actually generate prep counter compared to the Zendo version.
Oh, my mistake. There's also the Black Market Broker.
Yeah, there is the Black Market Broker, yes.
The more buffier version of the Sirocco that doesn't draw you a card.
Yeah, like, I always have this opinion that Wind Assassin really needs Surveil the Wind as soon as possible, right? Even if you're going first, you can Surveil the Wind early. It's totally fine.
Yeah, Surveil the Winds just generate a net neutral. Every Wind level 3 deck is full of net neutrals.
Yeah.
But with the additional prep counter, you're more able to build towards that 4 that you want for your level 2.
Yep.
Of course, I think Kirby here, honestly looking at his list, there were actually quite a few things he would have wanted earlier.
Yeah.
Black Market Broker, like you said, would have helped the defend early. Innovate Agility could have saved him there. Cloak, of course, Covenant. But yeah, sometimes it is what it is. The cards just fall that way and you just have to play this hand.
Yeah, I think in terms of speed, Kirby is a bit slower compared to US speed in terms of the game plan, right? Kirby's one is more like, I'm going to build a very stable board, like a bunch of net neutral allies, and then wherever you have, I'll try to answer you. While US is like, burst, Vanitas, deal a lot of damage. So the thing is that if somehow the Scepter doesn't come. There's no way to interact with the Scepter, right?
Zephyr, I
There's
suppose.
Zephyr, yeah, but Zephyr's not a one-to-one answer, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, you could Zephyr on the turn that you see Dungeon Guide from 1 to 2.
Yep.
Because that would allow you to prevent, or that allow the damage from not happening just exactly that turn.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially that you're just completely slows down and just says, I don't go to level 3 yet.
Yep.
Which also allows you another turn to breathe.
Yep.
But of course, it's not the cleanest answer. You're also going down a card. So if you're being super optimistic, maybe. But yeah, not too much here to deal with the Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah, like I think I would like to believe that UA is on the favored end in terms of speed. He is gonna aim for, I'm just trying to burst you down, and then Kirby's like, well, I better draw specific answers or have enough prep counter to do the slice and dice. He doesn't run slice and dice, right? Yeah, slice and dice.
Yeah, of course. Well, now we'll see whether he can fix that. There is
Very
every
better.
ally.
This is really good hand, I think. I see almost every core card. There's the windmill, there's the Sadi, there's even the dungeon guide there. Almost everything in the world that Kirby wants.
Yeah, of course. The standard template play. I'll play windmill. Has 3 win cards. I was about to say, can he imbue that?
Definitely can imbue that. I think if you can't imbue that, then instead of one of the best opening hand you have one of the saddest opening. Oh, he is gonna.
Is this a Sadie?
Take your time, sir. Take your time. There we go. He is gonna go for it. Yep.
Showing the stifling trap.
And the black market right there.
Yeah. Although I think there was an arrow trap in the back. I suppose I would have preferred to imbue that. But at the same time, stifling trap also means that Yue has to play around it. So potentially slowing him down on the mind game side while you yourself don't have to commit too much to it.
Yep. Yue here. I think if I'm Yue, probably want to find okay.
Ooh boy, there is a spicy start. There's a Lunette and a Draying. Tell us about Draying.
I don't know, I always felt like among all the 3 horses, the water one's the weakest, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think it's fine because Draying is one that has stealth, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And Lunette being such an amazing target to trigger the Draying, you really want to be able to gain your value properly.
Yep.
So of course here, Kirby trying to retaliate the Lunette because it wasn't balanced yet.
Yep.
During a Lost in Thoughts, of course.
Yep, and then on the stack he just Lost in Thoughts here for balance.
Yes, being very aware not to get too greedy and play into Draying. Or is he?
Yep. Huh, wait, if you unbalance here, the damage, you lose the set and the thing dies, right? Is that how it works once the damage counter stays?
I believe so. I'm not sure about that, actually.
Because it's not an end step, right? So you play it there, it's balanced, no longer balanced. Because it loses balance, it dies.
So, yeah, because it doesn't have the +3 HP anymore. It still has 1 temporary damage on it. It should, but, well, so much shiny.
Yeah, I think...
perhaps that's not how it works?
Wait.
Because we're moving on. So, well, I suppose it's fixed there. But, well, so since these allies are going to be rested. Alright, judge.
Never mind.
There we
Yeah, I think they're clarifying it. Yeah.
So judges able to catch that.
Yeah.
It is. I will admit it's really hard to spell as well because you don't really have any markers of temporary.
Yeah, exactly. I remember this interaction because I remember discussing with the whole Apex game, like, how do I deal with Lunette? They're like, Lunette says what? Balance. Okay.
Oh no, actually then it means Lunette dies when Draying enters.
Yeah.
So it can't attack. So it loses. So it doesn't actually take that 3 damage.
On enter.
So when Draying comes in, Lunette loses balance. So Lunette dies. And Draying no longer has Lunette to turn off Pride.
Yeah, then Yuan comes in swinging. Yeah, it changes a lot of things.
Yeah. So, do you rewind here? I suppose it's still just damage, so you can go back on that.
I think the judges are going to rewind that. It is going to rewind, and he's going to pass him his CSR version.
Of course, we can't go too far back because that would be too much. But this was still what happened, and we just needed to correct that.
Yeah. Thanks for the religion. I can't English. Thanks for the judges for catching with that. But yes, we are going to. I think this changes a lot. Without the Lunette there now, that horse looks dangerous. That horse can just get swinged by allies in general, right?
Yeah, you can swing, but of course, without a board, I don't know if Kirby's really able to answer cleanly into this. If we see his allies, he really only has Black Market Broker and Sadie.
Yep.
Oh, there's a Dungeon Guide, but I doubt you'd be wanting to play Dungeon Guide to clear during here. You'd want it to go up.
Correct me if wrong. Black Market does require class bonus, right?
No.
No, it doesn't?
Yeah, on enter, it just gains a prep counter.
Wow, that's
and,
pretty good.
If you have 3, it gains stealth. But of course, 4 costs, not cheap.
Yeah, that's the balance part of this game, right? Where very strong allies like Black Market require like a high costing. So he is gonna go with the Black Market here. He is gonna get 1 prep. Doesn't gain the stealth, but it's fine.
Alright, swinging 2 into champion, choosing to ignore the drain.
Yep.
Do we see a second Luna in your hand? That would be ideal right now.
Yeah, that would be ideal right now. It's just gonna go to the level up here. Oh no, sorry, the Scepter. It is his main game plan, right? Scepter burst.
Yeah, so much damage there. Well, there's a Lunette. I see it. Alright, do you play Lunette here though?
Lunette won't be balanced, and I don't see a work in balance. I don't see the loss and toss this time.
Yeah, I suppose if you do go for Lunette here, the main purpose is to turn on Draying, and you might try to use it to clear the Black Market Broker. Of course, this will be whether you believe in your opponent having interaction, like or reclaim or something like that.
That's the mind game of this game, right? My opponent has 3 cards. What does he have? What can he do?
Yeah.
It's such a very scary proposition.
I'm still sure you probably go into it anyway.
Yep.
Because with Lunette, it means that any allies that come down can't really swing into her. True.
Yep.
Alright, so the trading here probably swings into the Black Market because you don't want to leave it around to clear the Lunette.
Yep, I think he is planning to respond.
Stifling here, solid. Trying to. Oh, well, there isn't a
window,
right now.
There's no window, right?
But at least we see the intention. Well,
there's no win.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, okay, I just got it. Yeah, see, we trust our judges. Our judges, perfect, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tricky, of course.
Yeah.
Windows in this game take on so many states because sometimes you need to remember that when there's a non-enter, suddenly there's an additional.
Like, dude, I'll be real with you. When I first learned the game last year, there's so many things I need to keep up with. On enter, card activation, all these terms. Like, it's so hard to keep track of all this, right? And honestly speaking, I do feel for them. Like, that's why it's very important to verbalize when you play games, especially in this kind of level, this kind of stage where it's important to. I personally would just ask, like, let's say X card. Okay, I'll just ask them, you want to react on the activation or my enter, the kind of stuff. There's so many layers that it's so complicated, and yeah, that's why we need judges, that kind of stuff, to resolve this kind of issues.
Yeah. So right now, yeah, I guess they're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So the only window I believe it has to be when the horse attack, right?
So yeah, that's the next available opportunity. Yeah. Of course, assuming he attacks with the horse.
Yeah.
That'll be the next opportunity that he can shoot it.
Yeah.
But I think what the judge is saying is that he's already cast Stifling Trap.
Yeah.
The target was just invalid, so he has to choose.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. So he will choose Jenny instead.
Yep. So Jane takes 2. And then Lunette successfully resolves, and now the Black Market is cleared. Couldn't return it to hand.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful with your games.
Oh dear, that is really a bunch of unfortunate timings, and now we are in a super rough position for Kirby.
Yeah, like it's a back and forth kind of thing. Like, this is why we gotta be very careful with your plays right here. But anyway, life goes on, show goes on. We need to continue the game, and he's gonna flex that CS. It's a CSR, right?
Yes.
CSR, yeah, right.
Yeah.
There.
Where is it from?
You tell me. You tell me, man. Where is it from?
This is one of the really special. It's from our supporter pack 1.
Ah, okay, I see it.
Yeah, it's really, of course, back. I think back then only supporter pack 1 was alternate art. Of course, now you see things like CUR having alternate art, but here we are.
Yeah, we are. I do find that all the GA cards are very, very fancy, very nice. Especially the sign cards, they just look really, really, really pretty. And we are going to see the Dream Fairy, something that we have seen last game. Very similar patterns coming here. He is going to try and lock away his opponent's ally. Choosing wisely here. It's between the. Oh, okay. Yep, rested. So he is going to choose the Lunette here, I believe.
Okay, yeah. So it's declared Lunette as the target. Sure, I suppose you don't react with 2 cards in hand. Title lock, I suppose not. But here, yeah, just letting the Lunette go back is quite a good play because this means that you remove the oppressiveness of Lunette, and Jering also isn't really able to swing.
I do think that that's one of the horse's weakness, right? Like if you realize that, oh wait, their unique human ally is pretty weak, let's just remove it, disrupt it, or anything, right? And that's why the horses are very rare. Like you don't see the horses being run any deck, because even though horses is overstated, it's a 2 reserve cost, 3/3. It is insane to me that costs so cheap. But of course it has that pride 3. It has that lose the pride if you have a unique human. But
yeah, of course, you're isn't completely out of options here.
Yeah.
There are more unique allies as you might expect from a deck running Dre. But of course we need to remember he still has another game plan. He doesn't have to go back to the Dre.
Yep. So we are going to see looking at Salient here.
Alright.
Like for the longest time we calling it a looking assassin, if I'm being honest with you.
Well, it is a looking card with an assassin class board. Well, it's not an assassin class board, but you get me.
Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. So we are I believe this is just
maybe swing pass.
I mean, it's probably just a very whisper to see what you can dig, right?
Yeah, I guess doing it before damage. I don't know what you'd really want to get here from this.
Not in frame. We can't see it.
Got these guys.
Well, I can't really blame them, right?
Well, what do you think it is? What would you want it to be?
Me?
Yeah.
I think at this point, probably willing Reese to not die out of nowhere, right? You want to have an out. It is going to be a Stifling Trap instead.
Stifling Trap. I suppose...
oh, he doesn't have the Willing Breeze in hand already.
Yeah, I suppose he's maybe afraid of Lunette coming back down if he somehow clears the Dream Fairy.
It's quite hard to clear the Dream Fairy, I think, at this position.
Yeah.
Kirby is going to wake up here.
So, yeah, just took the 2, pass the turn, just hold.
Oh, opponent end step. Oh, he's going to reclaim the Dream Fairy. So take note here, that because of that reclaim, the Lunette is now being able to be played next turn. And next turn, if the Dream Fairy actually resolve. Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, of course we're on a string game with our judges.
Yep.
There's a higher level of play that you must have. You can't just
exactly. So yeah, unfortunately for Kirby right here is that you can't target the Dream Fairy. Yep.
So he again back to the windows. He's currently materialization phase, so there's no window to cast the reclaim.
Yep, so a bunch of, like, honestly, it's just a bunch of unfortunate things that's happening right now on stream, which is, I mean, that shows the level of this tournament, right? Like, we want things to be proper and, you know, everything must be done in the correct step. So it is less casual than a normal game, sadly. A lot of things are on the line.
Yeah, of course, this is nationals. You have to remember remember to hold yourself to all of the...
Yeah, like it matters a lot. A lot of minor stuff does matter. And I'm pretty sure they're nervous too, right? I mean...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they haven't been on stream before. There is a pressure of camera.
Yeah, I mean...
2 judges constantly staring at your game.
I mean, I wouldn't like someone staring at me all the time playing, right? It's going to be very stressful. But that is the part of the game you have to deal with it, learn with it. Well, it's a good experience. So we are going to go into Tristan level 1 right here. Yeah. Probably going to pick hard level up here from the memory. It is going to be the arrow trap. Pretty useful in this matchup, honestly speaking.
Yeah, it's quite a clean answer to allies. Of course, I'm not a big fan of the fact you have to prepare it. But sometimes, I guess you want it for Seiryu, any of the other Shenjus.
Well, could we just draw another Dream Fairy? This man is just... Like last game, you notice how many Dream Fairy he has, and now he has more Dream Fairy again.
He's playing DTR. It's like, what are we doing in HVN? He's already there.
He's already there, right? He's already down the rabbit hole. So we are going to see 3 cards down, and this time the Dream Fairy is down, and we're going to see the Sadi coming down here. Crazy card right here.
This screams to me that he's going to try and clear the lurking.
Yep.
Because you set that down, and then you can get your agility to be able to set properly. Of course, we can see Yure's hand reprogram there, just able to put a stop to it if he wants.
Okay. Oh, he is going to go face instead. So we are going to see go to face for here, and then here you see the reprogram here targeting is Sadie, asking for a response right here. So there is the opportunity to use, say, this pay 2 effect. It's just that, will you reclaim here instead to get a floating out of the way?
I don't think so. You don't need to decide on that right yet.
Yeah.
You might as well just hold the reclaim until there is a point that you have to use it.
Yep.
Because here especially, he was forced into a difficult position where he has to sort of play more into defensive prep. So here I think, is he on 3 prep right now?
Hands covering.
He has 1 from Black Market. He got 1 from his level 1, and
so
now his boots just gave him the 3rd one.
Oh, so it's 3.
Yeah, so here probably he set down 3 cards and he wants to banish 2 of them. On the enter of the level 2, then he'll return the CD back.
I see. That's pretty good. That's pretty heads up. So, looking, let's go face here, I believe. And it's a verge of actually dying here. Did we see Dungeon Guide in hand? This time there is also Dungeon Guide in UN's hand. There might be a huge burst damage incoming.
Yeah, of course. 9 out of 19. He's still at half health, still very healthy.
But there is Stifling Trap in hand.
Yeah, it's a matter of what can come down right now.
Yep. You are now carefully about this.
Of course, when you remember that Kirby showed you the Stifling Trap earlier.
Yep.
So he probably knows he has it. Still goes for it anyway.
Yep. Now Kirby just deciding if he wants to use Stifling. I think you do take the Stifling Trap here. Just to get rid of, like, you definitely do not want Vanitas level 2 to come out of nowhere here. Oh, he's gonna let it happen.
I suppose valuing the 1 additional card draw.
Yeah.
So here, Dungeon Guide, vanishing 2. We go to Vanitas level 2.
Yep. Vanitas level 2 here, gonna be doing 4 damage from the Scepter. So it puts into 13. Tristan is 19, right?
Yeah, Tristan's at 19, so he actually has 4 more life. He's not 2 away from death.
Yeah, this is so dangerous. And then 1 from Dungeon Guide is going to be 14, so 5 more damage and actually game here.
Yeah, so I believe he can do it. Is there anything in hand he can play right now? Fracturize?
He can Fracturize?
Yeah, he can just Fracturize the
booth.
The boots, yeah, and just go out from there.
Yeah, just don't Fracturize the Scepter. Alright. Well, he is going to Factorize the booth. Looks like it. Looks like he's going to do it.
Alright.
Booth is going to be Factorized. Comes rested. Comes standing.
Yeah.
Yeah, comes standing, but does it matter? Yeah, it doesn't. Wait, it does matter, right? Because Willing Breeze 2. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Alright.
So he is going to pick 2.
Yeah, Veiling would prevent death, but it's still really, really close.
Yep. Well, he's not dead yet because of reading, right? But it is going to be very, very dangerous here. Vanya's level 3 does come out here. And not only that, I want to point out that because you're level 3, right, 25 HP is such a high range. Like, I don't think you can win at this point with your current game. And you're so low in health. It's getting really, really dangerous.
Yeah, so here now, I suppose you use the Fractal to Veiling?
I think on the trigger of Scepter, you're definitely Veiling here. If not, that's too much damage, man.
Yeah, because here, although there is an argument that you could let the Scepter go.
Yeah.
And just, if you want to greet the safety, it's asking for something. But if you let the Scepter go, you're at 18.
Yeah.
So you're still alive.
Okay, see, I'm a man that likes to greet. Like, whoa. Is this still a Reclaim? Wait, Reclaim goes to hand or memory?
Reclaim goes to hand, but is he trying to put down more cards?
Alright, okay, sure. We're still fine. We can Reclaim. Okay. And then I think you have the Veiling here. I think I agree greeting is great, but sometimes you gotta chill a bit.
Veiling for 2.
2.
I see why he has to Veiling now.
Yeah. Wait, there's still a lot of damage to strike 2 because okay, even though it's like 2, right? Scepter still deals 2. Vanitas still deals 1.
Yeah. Oh, it still dealt 1 damage. So, right, and now he's level 3, so he gets.
Yeah, he gets right. So.
So he takes 1 more. He's at 1. That was so close.
Yeah, that was so close. Like he needed to do that right there. If not.
Yeah, that's where I think really stifling the Dungeon Guide would have ended all of this.
Yeah, like
struggling
we talk about this, right? Like maybe we should stop. Like maybe we should just stop that whole conversation. Like I mean, this is also a good highlight of why the Vanitas deck is so scary, right? Like the horses that usually wouldn't be able to attack. Hey, look, Vanitas level 3, loses the pride, goes in. Like this is just so much burst damage. Imagine the Veiling wasn't there. that's like beyond 20 damage that turn. Okay, it's not 20 damage, but like he will be taking more than 20.
Without the horse, it was it was
2, 3, 11.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It is a lot of damage, Chad. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it would have gotten to the end. Of course, Wailing bailed him out there, but maybe it was a bit too greedy. Especially now, you still can't get the Sadie, which was the whole point we did it stifling for.
Yeah. Yeah, we are going to be at a pause here again. It is going to be a bit of interaction here.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that suddenly Kirby has to consider, and it becomes extremely difficult to keep track of all of them.
Yeah, like that's the point of the game. Like I think one of the skill set that players need to be able to learn playing this game competitively is being able to be more organized on your thought process. This game is requiring a lot of thinking. Even small steps like this, like your materialization phase, your opponent's end phase, even stuff like you want to react during opponent's like main, when he's gonna move on from his main phase to his end phase, right? Like for example, I heard some interaction where you could actually Zephyr during at the end of main phase, right?
Yes.
And then you can do that, and then like because of that, during the end phase it comes back up, so the Zephyr doesn't really affect during the end phase. That kind of things, like this kind of minor stuff are very important for players to learn to eventually like get a grip. That's why knowledge checking here is really important. Like the more knowledge you have in the game, you probably play better.
Yeah, of course. Here, of course, we were seeing a lot of potentially unfamiliarity with how the deck bursts, which might be why he's playing a bit more greedily into Yue.
Yeah.
So a lot of the tools that Tristan has is a lot on knowing what your opponent can do and then being able to play through. Of course, we can't really blame too much on Kirby.
Yeah.
The starting hand was full of Nom. There was so much Nom there.
It's so hard. Like, I think Kirby's hand at the start looks really good. We were commenting, wow, he's everything, right? Yeah. But then as the game goes on and goes on, he doesn't seem to do much if opponent just have a better hand. Like, I think Yue's hand wasn't that great, but that one play, that dungeon guide changed everything.
Yeah, I mean the Lunette during really also pushed all the way in for all the damage really.
Yeah, like I personally think that this Vanitas deck might go quite far from what I'm seeing here. Do you think it will fare well in the other matchups?
Unfortunately, one of the biggest weaknesses, something we're not seeing here, is that Vanitas 3 comes out quickly on an activation. So it means it's open to negates. And now that when they're level 3, especially here you can see he has one card in hand. So if your opponent just answers your board and is able to put you off, you're kind of really struggling to try and draw your way out of it.
Yeah, you're right. So being a card activation means that Serenity Decree negates it, right?
Yes, so you can Serenity Decree, especially now you play into Fractals. If they're shimmering you, you're just looking at your hand like,
yeah, fantastic.
I've lost 3 cards and done nothing. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's so dangerous right there. Like, that is the danger of money. Like, exactly right. But some people won't see that. Some people will think it's just a materialization. They don't actually know that it's a card activation. That's a difference, right?
Yeah, of course. It's so difficult, especially when you're playing with all these terms.
Yeah.
Here, maybe there's a bit of language barrier for our players at Taiwan.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, of course, they can't read English, but you know, it's not going to naturally be their first language.
Yeah.
There are a few more hurdles they have to jump.
Yeah, and that's why we have to be like more nicer, I think, in when it comes to like player learning the game, because this is very hard. Even someone that speaks English only, I think, struggles with this game's terminology sometimes.
Yeah, of course, and it's like the classic meme. There's lurking assailant have ambush. And then now when you're playing with Windows, most that's not a language thing. That's like you have to know from constantly practicing and actually potentially reading the rules or getting punished once yourself.
Yeah, like I'm that kind of guy where I would like to bang to the wall and learn later. That's why like when I first attended my event, I think the first event I attended was a regional. Just go in, bang in, lose. Like I was like, you can do that, you can do that. Like I was having fun learning and stuff like that, and it was really fun to just not do that mistake next time. Like that's how I learn. But some people don't like it, right? Some people want to just watch other people make the mistake and learn from there. I think to one its own, everyone has their way of learning. But the most important is just being able to just keep improving like each time you practice GA.
Yeah, of course. Right now, of course, probably hoping now isn't the time to improve. Now's the time to
win.
But yeah, here I suppose it's just so hard because when you're playing Tristan, you have to not only know your lines, you also have to know where you need to break the lines. And right here, Kirby has had to break a lot of his lines and is not really able to go into the most optimum plan that he probably wanted to.
Yeah, like I personally think that the similarity between Tristan and Nico last set is quite parallel. Like you need to know what you're doing as Nico last set, more of the reactive deck. Same goes to Tristan right now. Tristan is probably a very reactive deck compared to his other iterations. His other iteration is more of a focus on the Umbra side, I believe, going to Umbra level 3 and just go for the Shadow Strike gaming.
Yeah, of course, there are several different ways that you used to build Tristan. Yep. There was Slice and Dice Heavy, which is kind of what Kirby is doing.
Yep.
But there's also the Umbra Heavy one, Shadow Strike, your Penumbra Waltz. Then sometimes you have Inspiring Call as well, so you're aiming for a wider board.
Yeah.
But here, of course, Kirby here needs to know that he's the one getting pressured. And even when he's not playing into a Slice and Dice lethal, his opponent doesn't need to properly respect that, especially because Vanitas is able to just activate and gain 3 HP from going to level 3. So Slice and Dice is so far off.
Just to clarify, the Vanitas actually deals 1 damage according to the judges, which actually will mean game because of the because it's a spell, right? Then Vanitas level 2's effect triggers.
Vanitas level 2.
Yep, it's just one.
Which Fracturize.
Yeah, it's Fracturize because because level 2 effect. So for those that didn't know, level 2 Vanitas does have an effect that says that if you do play a spell, the next damage that Vanitas does +1. And even though you do materialize it on the level 3, the effect still carries forward.
Yeah, so actually the Vanitas swung for 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Which through the Veiling Breeze was 2 damage, and Kobe was at 19, so he would have died.
Yeah, he would have died, yeah. Yeah, again, good catch from the judges. I don't think we even noticed, right?
Yeah, God, I never would have remembered that. Yeah. Was so long
although it was ironic, I mentioned that last game. and then now we didn't even see it.
I mean, the horse, man, the shiny horse is just...
Yeah, we got it, yep. So, we did have the missing, but I'm calling to... So, an update here. They're ruling he doesn't get the +1 because the game state has gone too far. Game will be continued and timer will be extended, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so close. Yeah, almost just clutched it and just ended it with a 2-0.
Yeah.
Here he's realizing now, and Kirby has a chance to keep going.
Yeah, but I do think that even with that missed 1 damage, there is still a very high chance that Vanitas take this. I mean, it's 18-4. Like there's so much of a difference. And like Vanitas has 25 HP right now. Like it's so behind. I don't see a world where maybe a Slice and Dice can do it, but that's not enough.
Yeah, it takes. Yeah, I think it's a lot. Here, of course, he has Dungeon Guide potentially to go up to Shadow Dancer, which might buy some time, but I'm not super sure on how he closes through that.
Yeah, Shadow Dancer does help to redirect and buy you some time, but it is looking rougher as we see how it goes.
Yeah, of course, here if he...
Dungeon Guide,
sure.
And then opponent only has 0 hand, probably just like, yeah, go ahead, thumbs up.
Thumbs up, goes up to level 3. I would imagine this has to be Shadow Dancer.
Yep.
Please do not forget to bring up the Shadow Dancer. Get okay.
All right, there we go.
We keep going. All right, Shadow Dancer goes out. He gains a prep, goes to 4, and gets his 2 shadows.
Yep.
So here now, Shadow Dancer being one of the highest of this deck.
Yep.
Please, your prep.
Wait.
All right. Okay. So we'll just go through this.
Yep.
So Shadow Dancer, of course, with the prep, is able to use 2 preparation counter to redirect damage away from shadows.
Yep.
This is really, really important because Vanitas damage will slow your game down so much.
Yep.
So if you're able to redirect at least the Vanitas swing away from you, you are able to materialize more on materialize more freely. You're able to play better into what your deck might be wanting to do.
Yep. So we are going to see 1 damage from the Vanitas. Let's do the Vanitas. 1 and 2.
Yep. So notably, of course,
to the horse.
Normally would have stealth if it lost pride from a unique ally, but right now there is no water unique ally, so it just naturally has the level 3 for the pride and does not help the stealth. So he's able to just swing into it normally, agility back the card that he set down with the Dungeon Guide, and just carry on. Yeah,
I think this is not dangerous for you, and like that's what we were saying. But I don't see a way out. Now, out of nowhere, tables have turned. He loses his loss. There's 2 redirectors right there. His opponent is now sitting at a healthy 25 HP. Now looking up, we are going to see the Terrafring here really strong materialize here because like considering his opponent only has 2 cards influence, he will be able to attack. He will only be attacked once next turn.
Yeah, of course. Even though you have the redirect effect, you have to pay 2 prep to use it. So if you buy an additional turn, your opponent might not be able to build the prep back up to keep redirecting you.
Yep. So he is going to swing 1 and 2. And then probably Vanita swing here for 3. Thinking about probably redirecting right here.
This is where you can get a bit greedy again, because you are paying, you're not dying to this outright, but of course that 1 is so important. Yeah,
it's gonna do it. I think it's not just about the dying aspect, it's the fact that Vanita's effect does have the additional cost, right, if it's on hit.
Alright, so here just retaliating for 1, putting a bit closer.
Yep. Gonna wake up. And then, what do you materialize here? Maybe the weapon?
God, I mean, I would say Terrafring, but I do not believe he runs. No, he does not. He does not run Terrafring. Good.
Yeah.
So here, I guess...
Assassin's Ripper? Oh no, Assassin's Ripper won't help because of Terrafring is there.
Yeah, and you didn't have the cost to...
Sense too late at this point because like your opponent's already level 3. Binding Orb doesn't do much because, I mean, what's Binding going to do with 2 hands, right?
Actually, he still has a GCR.
Yeah, GCR works. I mean, standard, right? Nothing wrong with that.
What? Oh, but what is the play here, though? Because...
Oh, is this going to skip materialization phase?
Okay.
Okay, interesting. All right.
Not sure how this...
Interesting. Like, I would imagine at least a GCR, but... Oh no! Oh, I see.
I guess he just felt defeated. Couldn't really navigate his way through that.
I think not just that. If you look at the timer right there, I don't think they have enough time to finish up.
They've extended time. So
they've extended time though.
Yeah, but it was really rough, and I think Kirby couldn't really feel like he could navigate through the end turns, and he wasn't able to find the lethal in the end.
Yeah.
Especially, it makes sense because he then has to additionally play into the redirect end, and then still somehow find the lethal after that. So there's so much steps that he has to go through. He's just like, no, it's fine, it's over.
I do think that it's also very hard for, if you're not used on the camera, you probably will be not playing optimally. I personal experience that I play on camera a few times, and I can tell you it's really, really different experience. Like I got used to it eventually, but like my first few times, of course, I fumble or make mistakes. You're super nervous. You are trying so hard to not make misplay. You're telling your head, I don't want to misplay. I don't want to misplay. But then you wouldn't think much about the game state as well. You won't be playing optimally. I think it's something that it's a good experience for the players to learn and to improve. I mean, I hope it goes well for them eventually. I mean, it's not over, right? You are still 2-1 down. You need about 18 points to qualify day 2.
Yeah.
So you are already, I would say, a quarter there. So, yeah, exactly, right? A quarter there. You should be, I think it's fine, honestly speaking. And the way it seems that I do think Tristan is a really good deck to bring. He might be able to go very far. Hope the best for him. But the Vanita's taking the game now 3-0 right here.
God, is able to really surprise people. I think he was able... Vanitas, of course, like you said, doesn't have a hopeful outbreak into Fractals, but maybe that's what he's trying to do. Go around the Fractals, beat everyone else. And of course, like you said, all of them still have multiple lives. This was a 2-0 game, so he still has two losses to make his way through the end. And hopefully we'll still see him in day 2 if he still prospers. But yeah, it seems we'll be going to a 5-minute break. The next round will be with you shortly, once we get back from everyone. Of course, I will retire with this 5-minute break. And hopefully our next game will continue to look as good for you guys as it does for us.
Yep, okay. See you guys. Ta-ta.
Thank you.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here in the National C in Taipei. Here, I'm back here with my co-caster Floon. How are you feeling so far?
I mean, since I got a chance to get a time off on the last round, I was able to scout.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with what I've been seeing. A lot of Astra, a lot of Luxem. These two decks. I was like, I had them on my really rogue, but I really believe in them. Mainly those two.
Yeah.
And to see so much of them, I'm like, hell yeah. And it's like Wind Luxem and Fire Luxem, and then there's like Wind Astras. All the Wind Astras, they're off Royal Gods. They're off Fragmented Spirit because they just can't handle getting Scatter Essence like 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm happy to see it. Of course, you still have the regular decks, the Wind Allies. You still have the Fire Gorgeous. I saw some of them. But yeah, I mean, I think the games on stream have been great, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what else we've got cooking. I think they're gonna try and get an Arizona.
I do think that Arizona is not a bad choice at all, considering the fact that, well, it has Polaris, a built-in answer against all the allies matchups that is very popular right now. And also the fact that it has one of the strongest win con, I think, in terms of endgame right now, with the Cosmic Boat win con. Cosmic Boat is really, really strong. Like, the more boats you play, the stronger it those bonds. So it's such an interesting concept too. And I think the whole mechanic of glimpsing and star calling there is such a cool mechanic.
Yeah, I love Arizona. I'm really happy that she's really doing well, because I mean, when Shakira came out, she was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But Polaris really kind of saved this deck, and then of course when they added Horde to counter, and even like Wisdom's Reprise, all these like random glimpse cards they put in, like Nascent Barrier, the Wisdom's Reprise. I mean, I actually see that a lot of them also play Regenerate, which is funny just because there's like the amount of healing. So you have Serene Spirit because they're on Serene plus Regenerate plus Fast Gear plus 3 visits. It's like, come on, how are you supposed to kill this deck?
Yeah, like there's so much healing in the Arizona decks that I've been seeing. Like you talk about Regenerate, right? And then like they're now on Serene as well. That's I mean, at this point, do they really die? There's so much healing that I think that not only that, because of how we talk about people are just dying really early on the level 1 level, like level 1 or even like turn 3 like death. Because you're surviving, you're able to have more window to go into your level 3 game, which is really, really important for level 3 decks to begin with. You need to survive in order to reach the level 3. And once you reach the level 3 of stability, I think 25 HP with a Serene Spirit underneath it is very hard to remove, very hard to kill, I think.
And then you heal 2 every turn of 3 visits, and you also have a bunch of defensive spell cards.
Yeah.
to keep you alive. And negates.
Yeah. They have one of the strongest negate, Omni negate.
Basically unstoppable outside of negating the negate.
Yeah, like negate this or just go. It's even scarier if you have the same name in the banner. You just cost for free, right?
A free cost, unstoppable negate that can target anything.
Anything.
And then you have Horde counter, so you try and you play the Astral Seal, and then they try and negate it, and then you Horde counter. It's just nasty. And then you also get a glimpse too. It's just like
it does so much. Like I remember playing this deck and I told myself, this is not fair. But it is fair because you do a lot of work to get to that level 3. It's not an instantaneously, oh, I play this, I do GCR, and then I can do all this combo play. It's more so in the fact that you need to be able to actually work for it to reach that stage. Like we say, right, like building a level 3 deck is not easy. You have to farm the floatings, go into the dungeon guides, and that kind of things. And we do have our round 3 deck.
All right, so we don't have an Astro deck. It's Stream 2 Isaac together with AMAO. So Isaac is on Wind Allies. I was actually, when I was using the toilet, I ran into him and I was like, what are you playing? And he said, Allies. I'm like, which one? Wind? And I'm like, which one? There's so many versions of these decks. I was like, you can't just say, oh, I'm playing Allies. I don't know, like Water I mean, no, okay. I know some people who are still Water Allies believers, but like, there's so many different versions. And actually, no, I ran into Alec earlier. And Alec is known for playing Wind Allies. He's always been a Wind Allies player. So I was like, Wind Allies? And he said, yeah. And I'm like, which one? And then he has his shirt says, last time to Norris. And I'm like, damn. With Hwaji out, you're still playing the Norris. It's just like, some people are just, they're loyal. They don't care.
I think if you are really good at certain decks, you would probably prefer to play that certain deck. So if you're very comfortable with the deck, I think you'll always go into the deck. I think we are going to jump into our game right here soon.
Yeah. So looking at Isaac's, it's pretty standard. It's like a unique Hwaji, Shunche, that kind of style. Actually, maining Staggering Strike is so funny. I'm like, all right, you know what? Staggering Strike's good.
Yeah.
3 damage, 3 cost, True Sight. It's good. It's a good card. You just kill almost any ally in the game.
Yep, and then armor here is going to be running a Fire Spirit Lorraine.
Yes, low. This is one of the fire aggro decks I just don't see anymore. Everyone has swapped to like Fiza and Gorja and these Rebuke decks.
Yeah.
Some people, they don't care. They're going to keep playing Philo till the end of time. Flame Sweep, draw 5 is kind of insane.
Yep, I do think the composition for these decks are very similar. Ironically, look at this. There's even the Sunche.
Oh, yeah, he is playing the Shunche. That actually makes a lot of sense. You could use it on like a Sword of Adversity. You could use it on, let's look. So he's playing Forge Light Blade. Yeah, it's very strong. Blade. Sword of Seeking, Forge Light Blade, Hwaji. He plays all 3. Yep. Yeah, that's a lot of weapons to work with. Yeah, Philo is actually looking kind of crazy. He's playing Xiao Chao Cinder Keeper too, which is the assassin ally that can banish. It's basically Arsonist, but actually good.
Yeah, I think it's just really just a human unique ally for the red hair, and we also do see the red hair coming out
red
here.
Red hair with no ally.
Interesting right here. Interesting things are going on right here. It is going to be an ally mirror. To the face here. Very simple stops here. Nothing crazy is going on, honestly speaking.
Yeah, the big thing here is Isaac has to find a way to end the game without basically committing into a flame sweep. If he gets flame swept, the game is probably over unless he's already done so much damage.
Yep.
That he can still get there. I mean, the Xiao Chao is also super annoying because of the any float allies you play. Actually, I don't think he plays many. I don't think I see a.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no.
Nope.
Yeah, nothing. No, okay, no float. So, I mean, we are not playing into Censor. We are not playing into anything that can get rid of that. Okay, so we're just going to Vermilion Decree her. Sure.
Yeah, so the Ascent is going to bounce itself back.
Ooh, that's a scary hand, though. I see Heated Vengeance and Rending Flames. Does he play Lantern? No Lantern. Everyone's like, I don't need Lantern anymore. Then the Fire players decide, hey, maybe now is a good time to play Lantern again.
I mean, the Fire players are just telling other players, I exist. Please tag for me. But yeah, we are going to see into... I think
he's going to play Xiao Chao probably. Xiao Chao so that he can activate the red hair
right
here. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. GCR as well here. Both players just casually building their influence. Such a staple card here, GCR.
Another Vermilion Decree 2 is extremely scary. We are definitely able to get this rending off if this red hair is able to connect because we just got a lot of fire cards engraved now.
Yep.
There's the Shunche, but there's no weapon anyway, so we are fine. Oh my god, he has 2 red hairs.
Yes, 2 red hairs.
Red also is unique. Hasty. Ooh.
Red hair is unique, right?
Yes, red hair is unique.
Yep. All right, so we are going to
Chow
see.
Chow.
Yep. Cao Cao here, and then the horse can go in.
On attack, what are we discarding? Probably the other red hair.
Yep.
Or maybe red. Yeah, it's the other red hair.
Yep.
Ooh, it draws into a the geyser, which is, I mean, it just does damage. It's a pink spell. It's kind of like a kind of like the thunderclap, except you can actually play it earlier, so you don't have to be on cleric to play it. It's a good ping spell. It also does damage to face if you want it to. Yeah. So on the turn where they might go Tariff, they think they're safe, and then you just throw it out.
Yeah, like this is just a very standard like fire aggro stuff. Like I have a bunch of cards that just say deal damage, and eventually win the board. And now the board is looking scary. So right now Isaac needs to consider his options here. There is the fact that you need to deal with the 3/3, but like the problem here is that if you don't deal with the 3, even if you deal with the 3/3, the Cao Cao there is just going to do 1 damage every turn. And then like the issue here also is that how is he going to deal with that? Okay, with Terraforming everything.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably. The thing is, if you could try to kill the Cao Cao, then you can also turn off the red hair, but it has stealth, so how are we actually getting rid of it?
Yeah, so we're going to look for options.
Staggering Strike could have been an option, but he doesn't have it, so that's Zephyr, Asun. I think we gotta just kill this. We gotta kill the red hair. I mean, we definitely can this turn. We can play the Steam Knight or the Shang Shang here. Yeah, Shang Shang Imbued. Imbued Shang Shang is so hard to kill.
Yeah, especially if your deck doesn't have a lot of neutrals, right?
Which, looking at this deck, I don't really... Like, Shunche...
Shunche exists.
Shunche, I guess. Is that it? That looks like it to me. Yeah, so you have to have... I mean, he can't really do it. Actually, no, with the sword he could.
Yeah, with the sword, yeah, because sword is norms too. So there are outs, but it's gonna take a while.
Ooh, are we gonna play another Imbued Vermilion Decree? Oh my god.
It's so good.
Alright, I mean, I think Isaac is dead next turn. He has no cards. I mean, okay, Tariff. We have 3 fire cards.
Yeah, 3 fire cards.
Running Flames are dead.
Yep, Running Flames is game right here, I believe.
Yep. Rending Flames would be, with Foresight Blade, that would be 10 damage.
10 casually, right?
10 casual, 10. Okay, banish 1, but I think he had 2, so...
Should have 2, right?
He also has a Fire Momentum, so I think that would also... Fire Momentum would be 3 plus, I think it's 3 fire cards, so yeah, he would 6 plus the Blade, so that would be 8. Yeah, so it should still be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it still has like 4 damage on board. So, the Terror Ring comes down.
Ooh, choosing to go for the Sword of Seeking instead is interesting.
So we are going to see
okay,
yep, there we go. Yep.
Right.
Next. Well, that's game 1.
I mean, it's Velo. It's Velo. Where's the lantern? Sometimes you don't lantern.
I mean, that just shows you how fast games can be, right? If they're both playing allies decks, like the aggressive nature of these both decks, that you kind of need to race each other. That's the thing. And unfortunately for Isaac, I mean, he just got dealt in a situation where, well, I have a Million Decree. Remove your allies. Deal damage to you. I have a Million Decree again. Do it again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Vermilion is so good at either you just use it to draw cards, which, I mean, when you draw, it also makes your opponent draw.
Yeah.
So it can feel a bit... Like, the downside's quite high on that, but when you just start using it to kill allies, suddenly it's like, oh, 3 damage plus you also damage an ally. That's why it's such a mainstay in these Guoja, like, Suzaku decks too, because you get you 2 stacks as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm, like, looking forward to seeing how Isaac is going to adjust. I mean, look at the side. Poison Coating Oil, probably not. Coming in Staggering Strike, not particularly useful. Hurricane Sweep, we probably have to play Hurricane Sweep.
Yeah.
We probably got to play Hurricane Sweep. Stifling Trap could come in. Is he playing Rococo?
No.
No Rococo. Makes sense. His deck tends to have higher influence than the other fire aggro decks just because it's not as all-in. It doesn't have as much cheap allies. And you do play Creative Shock Floats, so...
Yeah, this deck is really interesting because like you're trying to play like a stable game plan, but like you have the Sunshine. I mean, you still run your standard fire cards beside Rococo. There's still Arthur right there. There's Blazing Throw right there. And... 4 Creative Shocks, huh?
Yeah, that's normal for this version because it plays Fire Momentum and Rending. Like the others, they usually don't play Creative Shock anymore just because they don't really need the Fire Engrave as much. But this deck, Fire Momentum is so strong and so is... And of course, like Rending.
Yeah.
Rending. And that together with like Hasty and Red Hair and Creative, you can easily dump like 4, 5, 6 fire cards, especially in a game that lasts more than 3-4 turns.
Yeah.
You could easily see yourself getting into a situation where suddenly I'm getting fire momentum for 12, 13, 14, which is why having Lantern kinda important
in this matchup, and that's a big part of why this deck kind of started falling off. Everyone started playing QSG Lantern and stuff, and it's like, okay, we have to play Reduce now, and I don't even think he's playing Reduce, because probably so confident that Lantern is not even in the meta. Although he has Reduce inside.
Yeah, inside at the very least. Like, his side here is clear tech for Fractal again. Like, we see the Radiant Trinket, the Blanche. Oh, there's 2 Gildas there.
Yeah, I actually feel, I wonder how this deck does into Fractals, because I feel like Fractals could survive.
He does. I mean, if you do open like how he opened like last game, right, I think it's not a problem, because in the end of the day, Fractal can't outrace after turn 1, I think.
Yeah, unless they can just like drop 3 Fractals and then refracting him in the next turn.
Yeah. So we are going to see. Oh, Isaac choosing a pass here.
Yeah, Isaac looking like his hand was Shang-Chang. Ooh, yeah, he couldn't play the Shang-Chang because he couldn't imbue it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has too many wind guards. He couldn't imbue the Shang-Chang. It's like, it's okay to not imbue Shang-Chang, but a turn 1 Shang-Chang, not good if it's not imbued.
I'm also close with the pass.
Oh my god. Draw pass. Classic.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that's Focus Flames in hand as well. So we have a ton of removal. So let's just see. I mean, that's what you need against allies, especially because the defensive cards Isaac has is Deflecting Edge.
He did draw like double Vermilion again, I believe. Is that 2 Vermilion?
Yeah, he has 2 Vermilions to team. Yeah, 2 Vermilions. I think a Focus Flame, Geyser, unimbued.
Oh.
Alright, at least we can start doing damage.
Yep, 2 damage is.
I mean, fortunately, Vermilion Decree only does 2, so it's not as. Oh my god. San.
Does it have answer towards it?
I think we are going to see the Cinder Geyser here. Cinder Geyser kill the Shang. Actually, no, the Shang-Chang won't die because it's a fire. Oh, wait, no, it's not imbued. Oh, right. So
yeah, it's not imbued. It's fine.
This would actually work.
This will actually work this time.
Yeah, I think if that is Geyser.
Oh, it's still letting go.
It seems like he's just letting go. Yeah, I think maybe that wasn't Geyser then. Yeah, the Focus Flame. Yeah, just gonna pass. He needs to hold up the intercept. It's more important. Oh, but that Focus Flame is about to ruin this Ace and Protector's day.
He's gonna do something during his end step.
Creative Shock. Yep.
Yep.
Oh no, there's a fiery momentum. I see. So we're gonna draw our 2 here. Not looking good. This Focus Flame is just gonna eat the Asen, and we get the throw up float. Oh my god, we actually level up to 1 here if we want to.
Yeah, I think we do. He does have the Cincher, I think.
Now would be a good time for that. Yeah, level 1. Let's get the sword out.
Which sword though?
Maybe Forgeite's risky because it does do damage to yourself. Maybe we go for the Huaji here.
Yeah, Huaji sounds good here.
There's a lot of unique warrior allies.
There we go. We do see the Huaji coming down here.
Ooh, Hold by Fire?
Oh.
Are we gonna hone? No, we can't kill him. We can't kill him yet, right? There's no way.
I think it's considering maybe before Recollection for the Vermilion, right?
Maybe. Seems like that is the plan. What's the... It's probably gonna be 3 and... Oh, okay. Ignite Fate, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, alright. 3-2.
3-2. Simple. Easy damage. Recollect right thing here.
Let's see what is he have the Shunsha? I don't think he does, so he's gonna save this Focus Flame for another. Oh no, he does.
Yes,
all right.
Sunche here
looking pretty bad.
Showing us why this particular line is so powerful right now. Sunche right here called Aaron off guard, right? I believe out of nowhere this deck just popped out. This combination especially this Huaji and Sunche combo, giving giving an additional damage, and now Laurie's gonna swing and stay with the weapon.
Yeah, so we're swinging with Laurie here because we want to do... the Asen has 2 life left, so we want to do exactly 2 damage because the Shunsha, it's a waste.
Yep,
so we do 3 instead. So you might as well get the value on that, though we do get retaliated on. So if Isaac has a way to... I mean, to 15 damage in 1 turn, you basically have to hit a second wind, rally in advance. He does have a power cell. Actually, no, he has Rose. I think he has Rose. He can actually fast play this Rose, I think. Oh, wait, no, he only has 1 card in hand, though. So... You're looking kind of bad. Actually, does he have Veiling Breeze? Ooh, seems like no Veiling.
Any other combat tricks he has?
Let's see if maybe he possibly could have side. Yeah. Oh, no Veiling. Oh, that's not good. You're playing as aggro and okay. So he has Stifling Trap at least. He has 2 Roses. Ooh.
Rose is the one that intercepts, right?
Yes, but actually, yeah, she's intercept, but she also has the ability to like redirect the attacks.
I see.
But I think that is level 2 effect only. So.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Innervate. Okay, Innervate is potentially big. It would definitely save us from any big attack, but this deck also plays a lot of spells. And he is in the threshold where he can play the Innervate. Because the thing about Innervate is you can only play it if you have taken 5 damage.
Yeah,
if you cannot
exactly.
heal, you cannot play it.
Yeah, it's a cost, so you can't just like, oh, I want to innovate with 3 damage counter. No, we can't, because it's actually a cost that you need to pay for 5. And we are going to see Rose coming down here. Probably just double checking what it does.
So Rose probably just gonna slam. She actually cannot kill the Shunche.
Yeah.
Because unless he pops the power cell, she could. But is that worth it? Looking at the hand, it's his deflecting edge, his stifling. So if he pops his power cell, he won't have the ability to play any of. He could play the deflecting edge, I suppose. But
yep, just gonna go face here, trying to raise back the damage.
wow, that's scary. He's just holding the innervate. He's just hoping the innervate's enough.
Yep.
I mean, innervating here was really good because obviously you give stealth to the entire board.
Yep.
Which means that none of your allies die. And then next turn, he might be trying to set up the power cell into a second wind or rally advance combo, which would definitely be... Which it would definitely do a big chunk. I think it'd be Rose +4 or +2. If she uses the Huaji, she could swing for a potential 5/5. So yeah, I mean, it's getting there. It's pretty close to being able to kill.
Yeah, and like this one Sun Che is so insane. Like now you look at the board state, right? Sun Che actually gives +1 weapon. Wait, it's on enter only? Sun Che
it only gives on enter. It gives the durability, but it always has the +1.
Oh, always has the +1. So you see right here, the sword seeking is actually 2 damage right now.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good way of getting rid of a Dream Fairy.
Yeah.
Normally we had a lot of trouble getting rid of Dream Fairy. You have to use like Savage Slash with Sword of Seeking. Now you just bring out Shunshine and just hit it.
Yeah, like this represents a lot of damage on board, but he has to be aware that he is also kind of low right here. 7 damage here, 12. 12 is not hard at all for a win allies if they have an ally on the board already.
Okay, so here's the thing. If he's gonna swing for 3, I mean, he has to innervate here.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna swing the Rose instead.
Yeah, he's gonna swing at the Rose here. I imagine either gonna feed on the deflecting edge or the innervate here.
It is forcing him to do something here, or he will lose an ally. If he goes deflecting edge here, there will be no innervate here. And I think he's just also counting that, oh, do I die here if I actually play the deflecting edge?
If he plays the deflecting edge, there is a universe where... Okay, the one saving grace we have is that the Huaji is gonna break.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna let it go. He's not even gonna try and protect her. Interesting. Yep. So he does have Hones. So I think he's probably trying to set up a Hone Rending. I do see... I think he has Rending. Actually, maybe... Oh, no, yeah, he has Rending. He has Rending. He can do Hone Rending here, actually.
Might actually see it. Sao Chao just comes down here. Swing for 1.
Right, so I think it's probably going to be a Hone Recollection phase into Rending next turn. That would be current. So Hone gives +2. Or is it +3? And then you get to go Rending. You know, that's more than enough to kill right now.
Yeah, I know. Isaac's sitting in a very dangerous position. Just this is what I have a problem with the Win Ally deck. Win Ally does, well, as its name applies, allies, right? It does require you to have a bunch of allies or a decent amount of allies for you to stay on the board to do damage, because most of the win con is going to be relying on waking up the allies to swing in. So we're talking about like second win or advanced rally, that kind of stuff. And now with 0 ally on the board, right, it's very hard for you to combo play like that. Like, you require a huge influence that Isaac clearly has, but is that enough for you to not let the ally like die from reaction spell? Which, well, Amon has the just has the Vermilion.
We're just gonna play Rose again.
That has the Syndicator, right?
It's really not a good. It's really not a good hand. No, that's a Focus Flame.
Oh, Focus Flame.
Focus Flame, Hone, Vermilion, Rending Flames. So I think it's gonna be pre-Recollection, Hone by Fire, and then Rending.
Yep. It's gonna be 5 damage right here.
Now the problem with that play though is that Isaac is holding Innervate, and actually wait, Sword of Seeking has True Sight.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
He does have Deflecting Edge though. Wait,
ready,
is he dead?
But that's not enough, right? 5/5.
That's going to do 1 damage. Oh no, we still have the Huaji, so we get to swing with Huaji for 2.
5, I think.
And then Rose swings again. We pop the Power Cell. So it'll be 14.
Yeah, so
14, and then Rose swings for 4. So yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah, like Rose just swing for 5 just now because the Power Cell was popped. So
and the Huaji too.
Yeah, Huaji too. So yeah, so that's 5.
That's 1 damage. He doesn't use the Huaji. That's 1 damage. That's 13. And then Rose will have will swing for another 5. So that's 1 off.
This is 1 off,
no,
right?
2 off. 2 off. It's 2 off.
Yeah, I think I think they're counting, right? Yeah, I think he's also making sure what it actually does.
Yeah, I don't think this is enough.
Yeah, Lauren is 20, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, it's all deep. It's all deep.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I mean, Isaac said. Oh, I see. He wants to get the intercept, or he wants to restand her so that she can get
for intercept. Smart.
But she will just die to Xunshe and Xiao Xiao. Actually, no, they need. Oh, actually, Vermilion here.
Yeah,
could be,
probably pre-recollection Vermilion, I think.
Or I think in this situation, you should bring out another sword.
Yeah.
You just bring out Foresight Blade, or. Actually, no. I think you actually do have to go. You probably have to do Vermilion here.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Okay, so another sword here, maybe Dawn Blade.
Oh, or we just go Smoke Bombs. Or we just go
Smoke Bomb.
Of course.
Smoke Bomb. Yeah.
All right, then we go Hone by Fire.
Yeah, draw one. I mean, it's that pre-recollection.
Yeah, there we go. Hone.
Yep, and then
that's a +2 or +2 and a durability 2. So and then we render. I dubbed that. I know.
Yeah, render flame. Yep, cool. All right.
Well, that was fast. That was 20 minutes. I mean, I was expecting it to be this one. We didn't even see a flame sweep. Come on, I miss Flame Sweep, draw 5. That was like my favorite thing to see in a Wind Allies versus Philo matchup. But
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like they prep for all this tech cards and all this like scenarios. It ended up just being, oh, I had a bunch of damage here, and then that's it. Like that's how allies games usually tend to be. Like if you're able to control your opponent ally, meaning that you won't be able to threaten Lethal, right? Like you see either situation, he never had a chance to have Lethal because none of the bots stayed. Everything just got removed each turn. While on the Fire side, his ally just stayed most of the time. Like it's very hard to touch his allies, and then like just keep digging like ping damage, like deal 1, deal 3, eventually just winning the game just like that.
Yeah, and even if you clear the allies, you're just putting fire cards in the grave. You're making their rendings extra live.
Yeah.
The threat of random. Rending flame with a Foresight Blade and a rending, you just throw a random 10 damage at them. They might just be dead, right? Or if you have Hone by Fire, suddenly now the threshold becomes like 40. You could just like throw 14 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, like that's the part about Fire versus Wind, right? I think that Fire has more burst damage out of nowhere. Like you can do a lot of damage without relying on preset cards. Well, of course, they need to have preset cards like Weapon or certain sort of ally, but not as strict as Wind allies. Wind allies is really, really strict on I need to have an ally standing there in order to do a lot of bursts. Because I've seen people done stuff like, I have an ally standing there. You are tap out, right? Exactly. So I'll go in, I'll wake it up, and then I'll cast another spell to wake it up again, doing like, I don't know, like 4, 5, something like that.
Yeah, that's why if you just remove them, there's no more threat because like they can't really play an ally and the second win and the rally events all in one turn with like the power cells also cost, and the regalia use also cost. So it's just like there's a lot of setup that's required. But the whole idea with the Wind Allies deck is you play them and you keep them alive. Yeah. But unfortunately, it's just like the Vermilion Decrees were really just getting there. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty convincing Lantern. Lantern. You need Lantern. So that's when you don't. This is what happens when people don't play Lantern. Genbu's a deck too, you know. Genbu's a deck. I mean, you kind of need Lantern for that deck too.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Bon, like the Apex player. He was like, Lantern's not good. Like last night before it's like, Lantern's not good. We don't need Lantern. Like what Lantern's gonna do? Then I mean, we just saw a few games.
Actually, I had the exact same conversation. Like we were working on the sideboard with my teammates, and I'm like, why do we have Lantern? What's Lantern here for? I was like, fire aggro. I'm like, actually, Genbu. I was like, Genbu, fire. Are we worried about that? I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we should have been worried about that.
I mean, there is an argument where if you don't reach that point, you won't be afraid of it, right? Like, just don't take too much damage from there. Just remove it, or maybe they don't even have the combo play, right? Like fire aggro is a bit inconsistent to my liking. I think that it has too much setup requirement in the early stage. I would say Arthur. Arthur is, to me, of course, the best card in hand, but you require more than just Arthur. So, like, we talk about cards like having a red hair plus a unique ally, maybe that's one of the combo piece, or requiring maybe like a few of stealth allies. But in this case, for the Lorraine deck, I guess for his case, it's probably the Sunche, right? You want the Sunche up as soon as possible so you can stabilize that. There are like some prerequisite requirement for the deck to be strong so that the other cards will work together. And if you're able to just capitalize on it, like negate the core or remove the unit, then it's not really a big problem.
Yeah, another thing is like a lot of looking at Isaac, he's not playing anything like I don't see a Mustang in here, and a lot of these Wind Allies decks they play Mustang because they need an
out the Art of War. So if obviously the Mustang just destroys their swords, the Shunsha doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
You have nothing to buff. You have these hones that can't buff anything.
Yep.
And it's also an ally that can swing and kill something. So it actually ends up working out well for you. There's a lot of random zero-coster guys that are worth destroying. Polaris, obviously, Art of War.
Yep.
Lanterns, sensors, just all this stuff. So that's why a lot of people are on Mustang, and I think that would definitely be a weakness in this deck. Is like it's kind of reliant on having things on field.
Yep.
So once you remove it, then yeah.
Yep.
I mean, unfortunately, that was a really fast game. Just a quick 20-minute 2-0. Was I expecting that from True Champion Gaming? They usually crush it. I mean, Isaac was 3-0, and obviously you get 3 losses, right? You get 3 losses and a draw.
Yeah.
That's like the maximum you can take before you. No, actually no. It's 3 losses
3
or
losses,
2 losses. And, yeah.
Around that kind of score. Like,
So you have a lot of leeway, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Like you're like 9 points right now. You just need to score another 9 points.
Just win 3 games. Just win 3 games. It's not that easy, right? It's not that hard to win 3 games.
If
right?
you have won 3 already, we're 4th round, right?
This is the 4th round.
Yeah, like, if you have won 3 already, I mean, just win another 3, right?
Yeah,
it's
just
like
win another 3. Just that easy.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe we are going to go to a really long break this time.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a 45-minute break because that was such a fast game.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I guess go eat, go use the bathroom, go brush your teeth or something. We'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
なく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう床の ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭 てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to C Nationals. We are at round 5 out of 9 for day 1, and I think I've been having a great time. How have you been doing?
It's been a time.
It has been a time. It has been a time.
We've had time.
Yeah, so I'm. Look, we don't know the pairing yet for next round, but I think they're gonna try and get Pro-An on.
Yeah,
and that's a Wind Astra.
A bit more celebrity action. So.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely have a lot of big. I mean, last round it was Isaac, so we got a lot of big hitters, a lot of well-known community figures. So we're gonna see. I think he's still 4-0 right now, Pro-An. I think. I was talking to him earlier. He was only fighting like. He fought a lot of Shenju decks, which is interesting.
Yeah, he said he has been having some decent luck. Although intended to come to this event saying, I'm just going to dodge all the water decks. And banged into 2 water decks.
Yeah.
So he's doing good. He intended to avoid them. He beat them. So I guess he's doing above expectations.
Yeah, and actually he fought my teammate, TKO, and they have fought 4 times before this, and Pro-An has lost every single time. So he has finally beaten him once. So they're now 1-4.
Let's go. We take those.
Yeah, we take those. And it's because of his tech card, Ravaging Tempest.
Yeah.
Obviously, the anti-Shenju card that you need to play just so that you don't get bonked by Seiyus and Genbus turn after turn.
It's so interesting because now you have to balance just because what your deck might be good at. Already Arisana has Empower in it, so obviously you want to run an efficiency card as opposed to the 5 calls that everyone else is running.
Yeah, you already have like a few. You have the Nascent Barriers, you know, Indolence, which you usually don't really play like only like early levels, unless you're like a Repo and you play like Scry the Stars, which is one of his favorites. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what we run into because obviously Ari good into allies, pretty good into a lot of level 3 decks. So far, I've seen her lose to a lot of Luxems though.
Yeah, it's a very 50-50 matchup. Of course, Luxem is still an RNG heavy deck. So once you go into the Luxem matchup, you're not really going like, well, I'm going to win or lose because this is Luxem. You go, well, let's see the first reveal, and then we'll pivot based on that.
Yeah, and I don't know, I see these Luxem players are like turn 5, turn 6, and they have 4 Light Weavers and 2 sites, and I'm like, interesting.
I couldn't.
And there we go, we got the deck list, so let's see what we are working with here. So we have Pro-An who is on, he is fighting Helicon. Fire Diao Rebuke. It seems, it's Rebuke. All right. I mean, what do you think about this deck?
I think the deck is alright. It does a lot of cycle. It does a lot of counter activity. Like you're doing an aggro stuff, but you're not locked into the aggro style. You're able to counter. You're able to deal damage in small amounts and residual amounts, and then finally go for a game where it matters at the end. Of course, into something that is pure control like Astra Ari, I'm not sure how you're able to really play around that.
And the thing about this deck in particular is that it has so much healing. Serene Spirit, you have Regenerate, you have Fast Cure, you have 3 Visits. There is so much, and also just defense, Nascent Barriers and all that. So it's just how do you kill them with this like low to the ground burn deck when you're playing against a deck that can heal like 20 plus. It's like you're playing against Luxem, except it just doesn't. It's not infinite, technically speaking, but.
Of course, he's gonna hope for maybe it's like an early surprise or some moment where Prawn might be letting his guard down. Say he accidentally taps out too early for an Indolent. But of course, Fire Diao mainly meant to respond to things. Hopefully, he can find a way out through this.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Diao is really good into like the other fire decks, just because as long as they don't have any way to stop it, you can at least like turn their damage into damage for yourself, and then you just kill them. Yeah. Obviously, the big cards in this deck being Cinder Plume Tinder. Use it to just every time you gather, then you get the Rebuke plus the Slash and Burn, 9 damage to them, plus you make 3 herbs, and then suddenly you do 3 more damage. So it's just like there's a lot of damage, but it's kind of high rolly and also very easy to disrupt. I mean, once they play the Rebuke, if you just in response hit them with something that hits over 3, kind of eats the whole turn up. So we'll see how this goes. I mean, that's kind of what Arisana does. She just fast speed, throws a Cosmic Bolt at you for like 8, and then your Rebuke's gone.
You'll be familiar. This is one of your favorite decks.
Yeah, this is actually my favorite deck. Yeah, so I'm really curious. I just hope Pro-An shows us the glimpses because I need to see them. Otherwise, I can't really. That's like half of the deck. It's just like how do you glimpse?
Yeah.
So when you see other people playing, they really hide their glimpses. You don't see them. It's kind of hard to comment on.
Like when you look at it, people are sometimes going like, "Oh, I'll look at the top of my deck," and every time we always have to rebuke Puan. It's like he just goes, and then he's. So the card is just in full view. So hopefully he gives that to us and not his opponent.
Yeah, exactly. So let's just talk about the deck, I guess. So the main thing is obviously we are not in Fragmented anymore because there's too much Fantasia hate. Scatter Essence is too good of a card. We can't let it happen. And of course, we're not playing Fertile Grounds, one of my other favorite cards. But unfortunately, we can't play Fertile Grounds in a meta with so much Fantasia hate.
Yeah, of course, noting that it's been replaced with Serene, so much more healing, much more defensive option. Of course, you're going to cast away more of your win options because you're getting rid of your win element at some point in the game.
Yeah, Arizona didn't really need that many win cards. The main one was 3 Visits, obviously. 3 Visits is the one you just keep looping. But then you know maybe play like Zephyr, maybe like Beseech. So it's not really that big of a loss for you in the end. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. As far as the Astra count, we are playing 4 Astrocyte, 2 Seals. 2 Seals, but 4 Horde counter. So usually, like before it used to be like 4 Seal, now we're like down, and then became like 3-3. And now I think in the current meta, hard to hold up 3.
No, I mean, it's probably a bigger respect over to how fast the meta has got. You don't have the time to level up and then hold 3 cards with the seal. You're more looking for Horde counter, just trying to get like 1-2 herbs, and where everyone's trying to tap out and constantly dealing with
Yeah, and especially because a lot of the decks aren't really banishing anymore.
Yeah.
Especially like we lost a lot of these like float heavy, like we banish a bunch of flow cards, so we have like a million things to use the Astral Seal on. So now it's like a lot of times you actually just have to play it for 3.
Yeah, the most annoying thing now, especially with Horticounter, is one of the star cards that a lot of players are playing now, Zhangjiao. It's a card that really depends on your influence, and when you Horticounter for a specific amount, you're not aiming to negate it. You're just aiming to negate the certain effect that you don't want.
Exactly. Just make it so that they have to put down a card in the memory. And at that point, I mean, you probably still do it just so that they don't get the glimpse.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel good.
Exactly.
Of course, I can play Stifling Trap. I don't think they're not on Stifling Trap, probably because we're on Serene, so we don't want to like have another dead win card in our deck.
True, true.
So I mean, we don't need Stifling Trap. We have Horde counter. It's our way, or we could just also Astral Seal it. Astral Seal, if you force them to play a negate on your Astral Seal, then suddenly you're cool. So yeah, we're gonna go into the game here, and Fire going first.
It's fine.
It's totally fine.
In fact, that's great. It means Pro1 gets to see 7 cards as well, so
less chance of breaking.
Yeah. All right, it's a pretty standard Fire start. Quite a lot of just general damage. Of course, you see standard stuff like the Rococo and a few more stuff. He's probably aiming for something like a Crazy Shot, a fast spell, so it's just passing. Now, of course, see full view, the glimpse. You see every single card in there.
Yeah, the 3 visits is you definitely keep. Yeah, you definitely keep the 3 visits here. It's a huge, especially in an aggro matchup. Which I mean, you see Fire, so you know, like, there's no real Fire decks that are on aggro. So no one's gonna play Merlin in this meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Beseech. I mean, it's got to be Beseech to level 1, right?
Such a strong start.
We just got to throw the Scatter Ashes. Ooh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's like you see Fire, and you're not really worried about Fire Diao anymore because people don't really play Fire Diao. But then he is on Fire Diao. Are we on Glimmering or Flourish?
Flourish, I don't.
Yes.
I see a Fire.
Yeah. So we are on Fire Bloom Flourish.
Yeah.
So we are on some Fantasia. So maybe he actually wants to keep this Scatter Essence here. Actually banishes the Comet Fall. So lucky there. So we're gonna get this Scatter Essence next turn, and so if we see the Flourish or we see maybe like one of these, even the Fractal of Sparks, pretty worth it to remove.
Yeah, of course, potentially might want to learn that now. Of course, seeing the Vermilion Decree, just taking the damage, not too big of a deal. We're ready to heal it off. Fire Diao now being revealed. Of course, he's just banishing 1 from memory. This technically is a rather ideal start for the Fire Diao.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you do nothing past Vermilion Decree, was that unimbued too, just because he just did 3 damage? Yeah, that's a pretty bad start. He has another Vermilion Decree as well. We also have an Healer, so that might come up.
Yeah, 1 heal, 1 wash. Well, we call it a wash herb. It's just a herb that allows you to bottom 1 card from your hand, so essentially wash your hand.
I see.
Yeah, this might matter here because you get to do so much staggered glimpse. Oh dear.
Oh my God! So we're gonna drop the double here. So this card, I believe her name is Ashwick Cremator. Yeah. So her thing is that she needs to. You have to have no cards in hand for her effect to go off. So just the exact perfect amount of cards where you can play double Ashwick and we just pass the turn, do our damage. And I mean, the thing is, you have low influence and you're playing against Ari. She has Serene. Could very well just like level up here if she wants to. Level up to 2 and then Dungeon Guide to 3, and then you have Serene and you can start 3 visiting.
kind of a tough spot to be in for sure.
Yeah, of course, now thinking on it, usually the path you might want to take is ingredient pouch since you don't have things like your fertile grounds. Instead, going to go for level 2 because you probably don't have the time to stay at your level 1.
Yeah, we really just want to get the health here. And can we hit a pair? Okay, we hit 2. Was it 2-2? Oh, a pair, a natural pair.
All right.
Wow, sometimes you're just better.
Yeah.
We actually do have a level herb, so we could play this Indolent, but I think you'd rather just get the pair here.
I mean, there is also a world where you just beseech all the way up and just say, screw it, what happens, happens.
Yeah, so we do get the draw here, which is going to put us to 2 age counters on our Polaris, so we can pop these Ashwicks if we want to.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be aiming to pop it pretty soon, just to avoid the damage from the Ashwicks as well as the end of turn phase.
That is correct. So he does have the Beseech. He doesn't have the Dungeon Guide as the issue, but I think... Oh, Serene. No?
Just lets it go.
No Vanish on the activation of the Wind Resonance. That's a Xander classic. They bring out Fire Resonance, and you just pop your Serene immediately.
Yeah, it turns out he's just going to Polaris for 2. Possibly valuing more of the health. Well, it's not too bad as well because your opponent is just going to stay at level 1. So you're not aiming for more bolts that you might necessarily need against a level 3 deck. So yeah, just 2, just clear the board and get a fresh refill of life.
Yeah, that's very true. And also, you also want to have the herbs in case you have a Horde counter. Obviously, if you draw us into the Horde counter, having herbs is very good. And if you do eventually bring out the ingredient pouch, having more herbs means more chances to get natural pairs. So yeah, I think it's pretty heads up. You really don't need more than 6 bolts in your deck against this deck in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since you have Comet Fall and then you might have other forms of damage. You're just kind of going like, well, I'll just put what it is. Also, it's great because he's bottom decked, if I remember correctly, 1 Comet Fall and 1 Seal. So maybe he might want to see that again.
Yeah, that's right. We do have Dawn's Reversal as well. That's another card that allows us to get some extra damage. We also have Conduit, so many ways of getting there. His hand is looking a little bit light here, so it's definitely going to be... I don't think he can really level up next turn unless he just goes for the Beseech.
Yeah, he might be beseeching. He might be aiming to beseech the ingredient pouch instead. Just set that another Cremator.
Oh my god. Well, can we hit the... if we have double Astro Cremator again, that would be... Okay, we don't have double Astro Cremator.
We do not see all 4 of them. Alright. Oh god. The Flourish would be fantastic right now, but I see, just sparking.
Wow, okay. I mean... We need to do it. We need to do it. The Ashwick value is too important here.
Yep.
We're going to 3-visit to heal and also stack the top. If we can find like maybe a Dungeon Guide here, that'd be great.
Yeah, doing an end of turn so he gets it back during the start of his turn. Not the best glimpse.
Yeah, the seal is not really relevant here. It's just like your influence is too low, and then the Indolent, same thing. We don't have the time for this.
Alright, just going to go back to his turn. I suppose...
Back up. Charger wants to... Okay, we're going to glimpse again before we get our draw into memory.
Alright.
Oh, Dungeon Guide.
Does
very good.
Want that.
Nascent Barrier as well. Probably a decent... I mean, we already have a Nascent Barrier, so you probably don't need another, but at the same time, we're playing against aggro.
Yeah, you could also just wash away the Indolent Leisure or the Beseech just to put the Nascent Barrier in your hand. It couldn't hurt. One of them's down.
I imagine that was the Dungeon Guide?
Potentially, yeah.
I think that was Dungeon Guide.
Well, we'll see as soon as he picks up.
Power Cell. Collect, draw. Mnemonic. The easy throwaway there.
No, he bottomed the barrier.
Yeah. That's I meant. Yeah, he
kept the Dungeon Guide.
So we're gonna go Dungeon Guide here. I mean, we've got a lot of life to work. We still have Serene. We can hopefully just visit on our Recollection to maybe try and... I mean, we don't really have much going on. That's the main issue here, but we have life, and that's what matters. As long as we're alive, we can probably make it to the end here. He just needs to get some good glimpses on probably the next 2 or 3 glimpses he finds.
Yeah, of course. He's not really in a terrible rush, though, because he has managed to clear most of it. He has the 3 visits going on. It's been sent from hand to the grave, now in the banish, so he still has 1 more use out of it. Not fearing any censors at this point. But of course, couldn't have to be too cautious. Impact Hammer coming down. I sense a Heated Vengeance or some sort of damage.
It's right there. Heated Vengeance would be doing, in this case, 7, which is not enough to kill, and we also still have Serene.
Yeah.
So I think we're probably fine.
Still, 7, just there to put the fear of whatever deity in him. Although 2 down, perhaps reconsidering.
Maybe thinking of doing... Yeah, he put the Heated Vengeance down, so maybe he's not planning on doing this.
I mean, what usually do you have to think about when you're deciding on which route that you go with fire aggros? Like, do you want to instantly put the high damage? Or do you then try to do the more moderate amounts of damage? Because either way will determine how your opponent tries to guard themselves around you.
Yeah, and also, what do you want to play around? Do you want to play around possible, like, effect damage negation, maybe possible combat damage negation? So, or do you want to hold up a fast speed spell to try and like fiend out the possible fast speed Serene? You can try and hit them there. So Pawn here, 20 life. No, he is not on, definitely not on Chalice of Blood, so we don't have to worry about that.
I see. Actually, having the 3 cards down all banished because the Dungeon Guide banished 2 and just getting rid of that last one for the Astroscope.
Immediate Astroscope here. That is Comet.
There we go.
We can actually pay for this as well.
See.
Ooh, choosing to free play it?
Yep. See, isn't Prawn the best Astra player to watch?
I
you
mean,
see everything.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we're going to draw for turn here. We do have the Nascent Barrier, so we are good. I believe there's also still the 3 visit. So we're probably going to save that for either opponent's turn, or if we use the Nascent Barrier, we're probably going to use it on our pre-rec. I mean, yeah, this is a really tough spot. We effectively have 14 life plus the 3 visit heal, so I don't really see a way where you're going to be able to burst down Arasana from this point when she has 3 cards in hand as well.
Yeah, of course. Important note, of course. You need to remember it's at 14. You can't forget that Serene.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot. We are going to visit here and just try and spike. We just want to... Oh! You're dead?
I believe it's 4. No, is that dead?
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, right. I think it was his first Cosmic Bolt, so okay. So we're going to get the Safeguard, but the next Cosmic Bolt is still going to kill, even through the Safeguard Amulet. Yeah, it's just not much here. They have the Fractal Sparks and you have the Rebuke, but it's just not enough to deal with all the healing that this Arasana deck has.
Yeah, it's just rough because you can't even force the Serene with this. Just a Rococo for 2, swing for 1, and then the Sparks. You're still out of range.
Doesn't want to go for the Nascent Barrier here probably because he won't be able to play a Star Call card if ever, but we could also just stack a Star Call on top and then Star Call it on our turn.
Yeah, of course, he just shuffled in 2 bolts, so he needs to remember that there's not that much in the deck. Each glimpse is extremely important.
All right, we just need to find 1 bolt. A Comet Fall will not do it here, but a bolt, pretty much with 1 bolt should just be enough to seal this. We have 5 more in the deck. It should not be hard. Yeah, we're just going all in here. We just need to find a singular bolt. I'm going to take a look at the necklace. Necklace just lets you glimpse 4. It is just like the best way to just go throw in as many glimpses as you can. Ooh, probably going to stack that Wisdom's Reprise on top. Yeah, seems like it.
Not that much going on there. Good to just go through it. Sure.
Yeah, and then now we just pop the necklace here if we want to and just try and dig.
Yeah, I think especially because you've already recollected, you might be... Oh, is he on end phase?
Oh, it seems like he's ending his turn here. He definitely has to release his Serene Spirit soon, otherwise there's a big risk of getting fast speed pinged.
Yeah, this is extremely uncomfortable position to be put in. If he's not careful... Okay, so he's doing, in response to the Grand Crusader's Ring, just gonna glimpse 4.
I mean, we must hit a bolt, and then within this and the Nascent Blast... Oh, there's a side. That could be a bolt.
Going through that.
We gonna what's the oh
not a bolt.
Nope, not a bolt. And then we're gonna play.
You draw the card. All right, is that a bolt?
Ooh, it's a Horde counter.
Oh, that's a great card.
Great card. It could also potentially become a bolt if we negate something.
He could play.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom, and then he can also play the Nascent Barrier after. So it was basically guaranteed. If we're gonna glimpse like 15 cards through the deck, it's impossible to not hit a bolt with 5 in the deck.
I was about to say he could even just go cast a throwaway spell and just Haughty for 0 and just glimpse 3 if he wants.
True.
But yeah, just off the top, no stress. Got it.
I mean, in a sense, it's a gamble. Like if in a world where the bolts are all like the bottom 5 cards in your deck, you kind of just like went all in and then nothing happened.
Yeah, of course he's bottomed already so much, so maybe there was a bit of more confidence in there. He's only seen 1 bolt so far.
Also, still had Serene.
Yeah.
Even if he goes Nascent Barrier there, like even if the Wisdom Surprise whiffs, he goes Nascent Barrier, he has a block 4, and then he still has Serene. Like there's no way you're dead there.
Yeah, I think the main reason why you can go so confidently is because Eli just went all in and then dumped his whole hand into damage. So when Proan is playing back, he isn't so worried about having to play around 2 options. It's mostly 1 option or Sparkle Light or something from the Diao-Chan trigger. So all you're doing is just saying, alright, I only need to respect 1 option. I'll just hold my Serene. I don't need to retroactively do anything. I don't need to fast defend. I'm just good.
Yeah, true. So here, I mean, looking at the sideboard, I think we're probably going to see the Regenerates come in. The Potion of Healing, most likely going to come in as well.
Yeah, I don't see a world where you don't put Potion of Healing in.
Blanche.
I guess so, because if you resolve a Blanche kind of early, then then Eli is just forced to respond to the Blanche. You have to dedicate damage to the Blanche, otherwise all of your small damage, like your Fractal Sparks or say your Rococo, something like that, just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. So he's got a lot of options for the aggro, and on Eli's side,
I don't see a lot that can really go in. Staggering Strike?
Fast Cure, I guess you're probably going to be able to heal off the Fast Cure.
You will be able to heal off the Fast Cure, but it also depends on how Eli really plays the numbers. Because like if he does just now, he would be able to Fast Cure there, and Safeguard would be able to prevent his lethal through a bolt, especially seeing as Proan is very content with just shuffling in 2 bolts, so he's less likely to hit the second one in response. But of course, this depends on how willing you are to play to side out some of your what might be damage to be a fast kill.
And of course, if you are choosing to play fast kill, that means you are not doing damage.
Yeah, exactly.
And this Ari deck is incredibly good in the long game, where she can just keep Star Calling every single turn, getting free glimpses, free activations over and over and over again, healing too every time she plays the 3 visits. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of downsides to trying to play a slower game. Like I don't want to die, but also I'm not killing my opponent. And when you are playing an aggro burn deck, when you are not actively killing your opponent, you're just giving them time.
Yeah, exactly. This is way too much. I mean, right now, Poran is giving time. He was complaining about this between rounds, is that, my side deck is so full, and then I still have to take out Cosmic Bolts. And he's just trying to navigate all of it. And his opponent's just there like, yeah, don't worry, you got this, whenever.
Does he mark the generated Cosmic Bolts, or does it not matter now?
Nah, whatever goes in goes out. Of course, there's some lunatics that do. Like a certain very other well-known person has 4 foil Cosmic Bolts in main deck, and all of the generated Cosmic Bolts are non-foil. Of course, we're disturbing him that in SP3, we're gonna CPR Cosmic Bolt, let's go, and then he has to generate.
So what it's gonna be? The 4 in the main are CPRs, and all the generated ones are foils.
Foils,
so you have the 12 foil Cosmic Ball.
Yeah, nobody's wallet's gonna burn from that.
I mean, I remember before they released ALC Alter, having to buy Cosmic Balls from people because it was a starter deck only card, and it was so hard to get them.
Exactly, and then it was like $5 each, whatever equivalent, and then Alter came out. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be free. No, it's the token slot, so it's still the same price. I was just like, oh god. All right, here into the second game, we have Eli going first again. Seeing some action to start off this time.
That's 2 rebukes in hand.
That is... I can't tell if that's unfortunate.
Those are... Oh, wait, that's an Ashwake Rebuke, and I think that's a Fanatical Devotee? Yeah, that's a Fanatical Devotee. Yeah. Oh! Ashwake Swing at nothing?
Well, getting too excited.
Yeah. Huh. That's actually pretty unfortunate, because Ashwake is like... Okay, admittedly, there's not a lot of allies in this deck.
Yeah.
So we should be... Oh, well, there's Blanche. So if we want to play hard play Blanche, turn 1, we could.
Yeah, even then, I'm pretty sure that might actually convince Poran to play Blanche turn 1, because now he's seen the Ashwick. But do you want to play into that? Because it does trade for it.
And it does lose to a Vermilion Decree. Possible Vermilion Decree here. Ooh, did he just bottom nothing?
That is...
Wow.
I suppose that's right. Is there a charm here?
There was a Mnemonic, yes. And an Indolent, actually. We might get the turbo hand here, the Mnemonic into Indolent turn 1. Or turn 2, rather. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. And he has Dungeon Guide already.
Dungeon Guide, yeah. If you're ever looking for confidence, that is it. Jeez.
This is about as good of a start as an Ari can get. The one thing he's missing is I don't think he had 3 visits. If you banish the 3 visits here, that's basically the ideal Arisana start.
Yeah. Of course, maybe because sometimes you don't want to banish the 3 visits. Maybe if you have a overflowing hand of 3 visits, you might be fine with banishing 1. But sometimes you want all 3 uses. Just knock on that door 3 times, show him 3 Cosmic Bolts, and shake his head.
Yeah, that's right. Especially against either decks that can destroy your Polaris, or maybe destroy your Astroscope. You want to have the 3 visit for more consistent glimpse. And also, if you're playing against aggro, you usually want to keep it just to get healed 2 every turn.
Yeah, alright. So now we're seeing the allies that come in the Cleric deck. What Fantasias? So here we have Fanatical Devotee and Rococo. A lot of pressure coming out at the beginning. This might force Proan to actually start playing the Blanche.
Yeah, and our Polaris is not going to be live on the next turn. But I think we're fine.
I mean, thought experiment. You could materialize... Well, he's not going to do it. But you could materialize Polaris and Dungeon Guide to 1.
That is a thought experiment. That is actually... Honestly, I don't hate that.
Yeah. That's I am extremely scared. Please hold me, Blake.
Okay, a 1 and a 2, those are level herbs.
That is not the best, especially not right now. Although that might mean that he holds the charm and just Dungeon Guides up here. Of course, we're seeing in now Regenerate. Really premium card that they've decided to start using. Unfortunately, still does not get the recover 2. Did he get a recover 2?
Yes, he is at 10 damage.
Yes, he is exactly at 10 damage, so he gets the recover 2 and gets to go net neutral. So doesn't have to play around the low influence of Fire Tail with a fast cure, just straight up heal 2.
We are just going to bring out Polaris here. Next turn, assuming we can get the Devotee to 4 and the Ashwick is also at that critical number, we can hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Still not enough to kill his Serene.
Is Dungeon Guide coming down?
Dungeon Guide to 2.
Yeah.
Then we probably whack into this Ashwick.
And then Blanche the Rococo? Nah, that's asking too much.
I mean, you do have fast speed Blanche at that point.
Yeah.
If you do hit level 2, so...
Is he considering clearing the Devotee?
Well, the Devotee has...
Because it's currently representing... Yeah, it's currently representing 3 damage. So there's potential that you might want to clear it with the Dungeon Guide and the Blanche. So it becomes difficult to make the choice, because if you clear the Ashwick Cremator, you are able to effectively get rid of what might be 2 damage every single turn. But it also helps you advance your game plan because he's dealing 2 damage to himself. Whereas if you clear the Devotee, there's 3 damage that's guaranteed off the table.
Also, can we talk about the fact that he just hit 2 natty herbs? What's up with that? You know, so is that the difference between being one of the best players in the world and not being? Is you just hit your pairs?
No, I think he just likes Baccarat a bit too much.
That's true. I mean, all right. I mean, okay, he drew another Dungeon Guide off of that, by the way, which is
I mean, just.
Oh, Serene. No, no Serene.
Doesn't respect it.
So we're gonna get our draw here, which is I actually wonder if he can get the. I mean, the Devotee should be more than simple enough to get to that 4 plus memory.
Yeah.
Just gonna get our swings here. Next turn, when the Polaris pops, though, we are in a pretty bad spot.
You know, of course, you're just getting in as much damage as you can. That hand actually seems to be full of Fantasia-based damage, so it might be much more awkward for Eli to be playing here.
Yeah, I did see that Shimmering Refraction with 0 Fantasias on board. You love to see it.
Yeah, I saw a Conflagration, I think, put down as well. All right, this is for Acolyte of Cultivation.
Yeah, this is a card that people have been playing more. It's very good in this deck in particular because it does let you get these Ashwick turns a bit easier with weird numbers. And then obviously the Devotee swinging for a bunch here. But now we're at 17. We're going to Dungeon Guide to 3 next turn. And then we're going to pop our Polaris. And then we start the Arisana train.
Because if you... I suppose what comes here should be the pouch, just trying to put in more Cosmic Bolts. You are slightly more danger than the last game, so you might want to put in more. Especially because none of these herbs are really healing based. Level herbs don't do much. He doesn't have a Dawn's Reversal to take advantage of that Nascent Barrier. You're not super keen on having it super high level anyway. That's my belief though, because your opponent would just stop their damage if it's too high, and if it's just low, you block for the full value, if that makes sense.
I'm actually going to go for the backup. I actually agree with this. I think we just want to have more cards, because right now our hand's kind of small, so we just increase our influence. So our Dungeon Guide, we can still hold up cards even after Dungeon Guiding, especially with the draw off of the paired mana roots there.
Run, please restand your...
I know he has gotten a warning for not restanding his things before.
Yeah.
Oh, he draws 3 visits, and that's probably going to seal it here.
Yeah, I think with the 3 visits and what potentially is probably going to be 4 Cosmic Bolts in, I think that's a bit too much for Eli. There's going to be bolts coming left, right, and center, and so much health that he has to go through.
Yeah, I mean, this should be an easy road to level 3 here. But let's see, he's thinking about it. Gonna hit into the Rococo here. Maybe he wants to try and stall his Polaris a little bit. Oh, I see. So we're gonna go for the... Okay, there's the rebuke.
So I guess this Dungeon Guy was swinging towards face.
Yeah, seems like it. So that is going to be 3 damage to face, but that's it. I mean, this rebuke did 3 damage. It's pretty defensible, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just used 2 mood Goodman counters to deal to what could have been a Sparkle Light, basically, which is good enough. It's quite a lot of value.
Yeah, 2 for 3. That's good. That's already good. Obviously, you want it to be a 2 for 9, but taking a long time to think here.
Yeah. You don't think you could be thinking about Nascent Berry here, do you?
Might be thinking about Blanche, actually.
Blanche. True, actually. Yeah, Blanche. But if he blanches here, he loses it to the Polaris.
Ooh. Oh, is he thinking of popping his Polaris to stop the damage on the Dungeon Guide?
So if he pops it here, he doesn't kill the Dungeon Guy. If he gets a level herb, however, to get to the 3 damage, he will lose the draw.
Yeah, and I'm like, I think
choice.
stopping 3 damage. Would you rather get a draw or stop 3 damage?
I mean, potentially you just sack the level herb, Polaris for 3, and then just go Indolent Dungeon Guy. I think.
Yeah, honestly, I think maybe that's maybe the safer line. We stop the 3 damage. We also kill all the allies already now, and then. Oh, only for 2 here.
Yeah, so I believe what happened was that Proan tapped it, and then he tried to take it back, but the judge wouldn't have because he already asked for a response.
Yeah, I believe he was probably intending to pop it with 3 counters, so the Dungeon Guy would die. Therefore, we wouldn't have done damage, so the Searing Rebuke wouldn't have hit 3, reflected 3 back at us.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, yeah, we have to play clean. If you said you're gonna activate it, then you change your mind. Maybe if you didn't have or if you already went too far there, it's a bit hard to rewind this. So, fortunately, is gonna take the 3 damage and is going to take 3, and then the Acolyte of Cultivation also lives, which is pretty big.
All right, so we're continuing before damage. Yeah, blanching here. So, yep, he only takes 1 off the Searing Rebuke. Actually, Blanche can clear the Acolyte of Cultivation as well, very clean.
Yeah, I definitely think he wasn't planning on doing this, but because he was forced to play the Polaris there, that he kind of has to adjust now.
All right, yeah, just navigating that because so many effects were on the stack at once. Because Blanche clearing that, definitely not going to run into the Searing Rebuke. And he draws a card off the level 2 ability.
Wow, it's another Nascent Barrier. We have so much for that. We have 2 Nascent Barriers and a 3 visits, and we still have Serene, and we have Blanche outfield. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty hard to get around.
Man's living the life.
I mean, he said he wanted to fight a lot of allies at an aggro decks, because that's kind of what Arasana destroys, but
Maybe getting an easy run here. I mean, of course, he did beat the Genbus, though. He did beat the water decks, which is what he did not want to run into.
Yeah, I mean, of course, here is where it's paying off. Is the whole thought philosophy that if you're worried about things like fractals and anti-fractals, you just play the deck that kills the anti-fractals, and then suddenly, once all the fractals have been shaved off by the anti-fractals, you come out on top.
Yeah, and even against fractals, you still can beat the deck. It's not like it's unwinnable or anything.
Because that matchup depends as well a lot on how the fractal player plays, whether there's extricating touches, things like whether he remembers how Shuchang works with star calling and things like that.
Yeah, or so a lot of these fractal decks are now playing like Guild Assist, and we're playing more ally-heavy builds to try and fight against aggro more. So a lot of those things, like, those cards are a lot worse against Polaris, because suddenly now it's like you're playing Guild Assist, you're going to play Frost War, and you're just going to Polaris them. So, ooh, I think he stacked. I think he kept the Astrocyte on top there. He's probably gonna Dungeon Guide here.
Yep, here again needs to restand the power cell. Can't blame him though. It's pretty dead in this matchup, but well, still need to do it.
And yeah, I mean, this should be fast gear too. I mean, that's not gonna get you the heal, but
yeah, from here, the Eli is now so down. I'm not sure how he really comes back from this point. Because Prawn has both the board, the life advantage, as well as the hand advantage.
Yeah, and he still has Serene. Gonna hold the Astrocyte here, probably. I think just gonna hold Nascent Barrier and Astrocyte, and he has 3 visits still. So this should be very, very easy to kind of just walk the dog here.
Yep.
Losing the Beseech, not very important, especially if you might be forced to pop your Serene. So just get rid of that Beseech now. Get 2 Dungeon Guide swings.
Yeah, you might think that Eli is actually playing fractals at this point with how little allies is going on.
Yeah, but there is also no fractals on field, so.
I mean, he got scattered. Unlucky.
Oh yeah, he got like quadruple scattered, and he also got expelled.
You know, well, like a world participant difference.
Okay, gonna throw the Cinder Geyser out. No Horde counter to stop this.
Actually, yeah, Cinder Geysering the Blanche, just like we said, it's really a thorn in the path that he has to clear. Ignore, not even talking about the Nascent Barrier in hand.
Yeah, but even then, you just spent a burn spell to kill Blanche instead of just hitting face, which is that's the big struggle. And once again, yeah, you can see all of these Fantasia cards in hand when he has no Fantasias. So I wonder if he actually sided them out, worried about the Scatter Essence, but then you would also not want to keep the. I guess you still have to keep the Fractal Sparks. You just have to have it.
I mean, you could, but at the same time, like, what is really better to put in? Because like he had the Fractal Sparks last game. Here, it probably would have mattered because if it's scattered, it just means that he's trading 1 card to deal 1 damage to stop damage at just 1. Even then, it's just so much that is going wrong because I think he's just not really shaped the deck to build to fight into Astra.
Yeah, but Astra was a deck that no one was really talking about before this event. We barely saw any in any of the regionals, any of the previous ascents within the HVN format. We barely saw any Astra. So I can totally understand, and that's actually why I was a very big proponent for this deck. It's like no one's really going to expect it, and no one's going to really tech for it. And suddenly look at that. There's so many Astras and so many Luxems. All these decks that like nobody really expects. And suddenly now they're out here doing well. Even like the Genbus, I think, are doing well, considering so many people are just dropping Lantern all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And even the last round, we saw Fire Lorraine get to just go rending because no one's playing Lantern anymore.
Yeah, of course. It's such an interesting turn from when we left off in Seattle. Because now everyone is kind of narrowing into what they want to play into. Where now there's so much into play to the ones who pick correctly what they choose to play against. And in the end, what they get paired up against is really what differentiates their results today and what might have changed from Seattle. Because last time it was, Fractal, Diao Chan, and the Fire Aggros are the decks to beat. Now we have a Tristan you need to factor in equation. Genbus are popping up again. There's so many things at once that, like Ron, he's made a meta call. I'm just going to not fight into Fractals and leave other people to deal with them. And then these matchups are just going to be so free.
Yeah, exactly. And also the thing is, all these decks beat different sections of the meta. Like the Tristans are really good against the Shenju decks because they get to play Ensnaring, and they're also good against Fractals because they get to play Scatter Essence, and then the Wind. But then they're maybe not as good into Wind Allies, and Wind Allies is better into Fractals, but maybe loses to Arisano and to Luxem. So there's so many different layers to it, and picking the best deck that kind of like has the best odds against everything while also just minimizing your bad matchups ends up working out really well here. And also, it's just not a deck that's that common anymore.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people just don't really know how it works.
It's still, to be honest, even when it was slightly more common in AMB, I think a lot of people still aren't really very familiar with how it works. Like here, Piran just does a Cosmic Bolt, you Searing Imbued. I mean, he takes damage, and then he just goes, okay, your turn now.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Serene, we still have a 3-visit, we have 2 Nascent Barriers.
Yeah, just how do you break through all this? It looks like there's nothing much being represented by Proad, but it's a constant fear that there's something on the top of the deck.
There's also a Horde counter in hand, so if we try and like commit anything, we can just Horde counter using these herbs plus cards in hand, and we also get a glimpse off of it too. It's pretty, yeah, I definitely, Scepter of Fascination coming in here, but we don't, I mean, do we even have many reactions? I guess we do, we lost one of them.
Yeah, I think that might have been a Hail Mary play. He's probably trying to get rid of those Shimmering and Conflagrations at this point, that they're just refusing to go away.
Oh, well, there's a Flourish.
Oh, we did it. We drew a Fantasia.
And that will draw us a card, so not bad at all here.
Piran, stop embarrassing yourself. You know what this does.
I actually imagine that Piran sided out his Scatter Essences, which makes me think, yeah, you know what? But at this point, it's pretty much impossible for him to lose. Oh, actually, are we gonna negate? Are we just gonna hard counter this? Oh, okay, no.
Yeah, actually, it's quite true. I just realized why why is he still running Indolent? I figured you would side out the Indolent for your regenerates, but
yeah, actually, we didn't even see a healing potion yet, so.
Oh yeah, the potion. Where are those? Just so engrossed in taking out his Cosmic Bolts, he forgot the side deck.
So it seemed like, I think he might have either kept Regenerate on top, or maybe that was Spell Shield? I think that was maybe Spell Shield he kept on top. I mean, it should be, we just need 2 Cosmic Bolts. I think we can end it here. We hit 1 Cosmic, so the next one's going to be 6, and the next one's going to be 8. So through the Safeguard, we cannot kill through Safeguard yet.
So, for 6, safe 9. Yeah, this is a bit too far. The Regenerate goes away. I suppose he left it on top because he doesn't mind losing it. I think that's a Bolt. Oh, that's a Sight.
Yeah, Astrocyte with nothing in particular that you really want to keep on top, so we just hard play, or we just Star Call into this. Let's see if we can find Cosmic Bolt.
That looks like a no.
He's thinking about it though, so it must be something potentially useful.
Yeah, like a Wisdom Reprise. Well, never mind.
Never mind. Draws into a healing potion. Let's go.
Yeah, look, we know what we're talking about. You do cite this. Alright.
That is a healer, so even more healing.
Let's go.
So we're gonna recollect here. We have also these 2 dungeon guys get to swing for 2 every turn, which is just funny.
Oh yeah, it's bringing it even closer to the win con that he has, which is just dealing damage through the Safeguard.
We also just saw he drew Cosmic Bolt for turn, which is, if name a more Arisana thing than to do all this glimpsing, hit nothing, and then draw your Star Call card for turn. At least it's Cosmic Bolt. If it's Comet Ball, that's the card you absolutely despise to ever draw into.
Hey man,
absolutely useless, but
it's the name of a Grand Archive now. I play Genbu, I mill my non-floating and draw my Seaside. I play Ari, I glimpse nothing and draw Cosmic Bolt.
Or like you hard level as Luxem and then you draw into Dungeon Guide. It's all the classic Grand Archive specials. Gonna play Shimmering Erection for 1. Yikes.
How is this getting casted?
It's from the Diao-chan effect.
Oh yes, Scepter. I completely forgot. It just disappeared from my eyes so far.
And now that we have Flourish, we can actually get more Glimmer counters, so we can try and play more of these.
Yeah, of course. Of course, now he might start leaning back into the Fractals game plan. He did have a Fractal of Sparks, if I'm not mistaken. So things like a Fractal Sparks, the Conflagration, all of these, in addition to now that's not even tied.
The Everflame staff.
Everflame.
Yes.
The Everflame staff. There's a lot of damage that is pending on...
Well, not anymore, apparently, because we're going to play Nascent Barrier. Are we even popping the Mnemonic? No, we're not even going to pop it.
Yeah. So this guard's for 4. Yeah, 1+ level damage, and because he's level 3, he gets the Glimpse 3. So just go, I guard myself, and I throw a bolt in your... Well, no bolts, but still.
He kept 1 on top. Maybe that was the Regenerate. Might try and wash this... or like Astrocyte into the Regenerate, also just get some extra healing. But you really don't need it. You still have Serene.
Yeah, I think
and you have 4 block of value, right? Well, I guess 3 at this point.
Yeah, I think you potentially just naturally let yourself draw into it.
We already have a Bolt in hand, so if we hit 1 in the next turn, and we can hard play 1, that would be... Currently, that would be 6 plus 8 damage, so that would be...
6 plus...
14. Even through the Safeguard, we'll do... 6, and then 2 Dungeon Guide swings puts you at 8. So it's not yet enough.
Yeah, no matter what arrangement you do it, if you Safeguard and then you hit the second Cosmic Bolt on the stack, I believe that's still lethal. So a lot of navigating that Piran has to do.
Actually, this Fanatical Devotee could have swung into a Dungeon Guide there.
Well, do you even swing that into the Dungeon Guide?
I don't know. Draws into the Regenerate, probably going to play the Regenerate here, and then Pouch again. More healing, more healing. We have the Potion of Healing. We can actually pop an herb to play the Potion of Healing if we want. We can brew it, or we can just hard play it.
Yeah, it's... I imagine he probably just hard casts the Potion of Healing. Because he...
does have the Horde counter, so probably wants to hold some of these herbs.
Maybe, yeah.
Can we hit a Cosmic Ball, please? Oh my god, well, that's 3 visits.
Yeah.
Oh, we also have Scatter Essence if you want to Scatter Essence pop this Flourish.
I think at this point you just leave it, because you've glimpsed... What? He's glimpsed off the Scepter 3 times, and then he's used Wisdom Reprise, Nascent Barrier. You're going to hit it at this point.
Yes, especially because there's already two in the deck. Actually, I guess there's 4 left in the deck because we drew 1 of them.
Yeah. So this is 6-2. Is there a world that you just hard cast Cosmic Bolt and then on your opponent's turn just glimpse the last one?
Well, I guess you'd rather do it on their turn, force them to play the Safeguard on their turn, and then hard cast it on yours. So.
Yeah. I mean, this also comes in the form of, are you afraid of dying at this point?
Which, we're gonna visit now. Okay, we haven't hit our free Star Call this turn yet, so we might as well try and dig. And we hit Comet Fall. That's 4 more damage. Oh, do you actually want to do this? Do you want to lose your Dungeon Guides?
I believe you do, because at this point, Dungeon Guides aren't gonna add much value. Because if Cosmic hits here for the full value, your opponent goes to 15. Your Dungeon Guides need to be able to close the game in 2 turns. You should be able to Star Call 1 Cosmic Bolt.
Oh, actually, you know what happens here is the Comet Fall, if it kills the Fanatical Devotee, he could possibly deal an extra 2 damage of the Devotee effect. But that does affect both players. So unless the Safeguards pop, the Cosmic Bolt should actually kill.
True, you're right. So now Devotee pop.
So, he's not popping. He's not popping the. Okay, if we use the Devotee effect here, would put you at 17. So that would be.
Yeah, it looks like it's going. So it's 3 to Piran.
Yeah. So if we play the Cosmic Bolt here, it's for 6, which is still not enough to kill.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
It's just barely under.
Still have Serene. We still have Nascent Barrier. Still have the Potion of Healing. Honestly, at this point, maybe you just brew the Potion of Healing.
Potentially, yeah. Because the 2 Wash Herbs aren't super useful at this point. You're wanting to glimpse. You're not wanting to draw something better.
Brian is making this game look a lot closer than it is because he's just not hitting his Star Calls, you know. And then obviously the fact that he's holding his Serene so tightly makes this seem like, oh my god, he's so close to death, but he's actually extremely far off from dying. We are going to play a Kindled Conflagration.
This is for 2, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
So
the Everflame Staff is now at 2 as well.
Actually, interesting note, now we're actually at a point that it gets rather dangerous for Proan to hold this Serene so closely.
Yeah, a fast speed spell here would do it, but we do have the Nascent Barrier, so we have to have 2 fast speed spells.
Yeah, so like we've nicely pointed out the Everflame staff, he's already at 2, so if he casts a spell and Proan tries to safeguard in response.
We also have Nascent Barrier though, so we should be fine.
There is so many things. There's so many things to consider here.
He is living life on the edge though. Like, we are really just gonna sit at 24. We have this read and we're like, no, I'm not gonna use it.
Yeah, I guess he's because there's still 3 visits that he can cycle, isn't there? Like there's one in graveyard now.
And the big risk now is that now that Diao is back, now we are going to Proan's turn. That means the Diao-chan can play a reaction from the memory. So if there is a geyser, a Cinder Geyser burst there, we have more ways of getting a fast speed ping in between here.
Yeah, Cinder Geyser is a 4 coster, right?
It is 2 cost reduction if you are Cleric.
Ah, right, yes, so the 2 will apply that. Yeah, so things like a Demolition, a Cinder Geyser, they're really extremely dangerous right now. Of course, just letting the necklace resolve. That's the bolt. This could be game.
It definitely could be. This would be for 6, so he has to pop the safeguard here.
I think he's considering a Searing Rebuke. Yeah.
There's the Rebuke. We have to pop the Safeguard Amulet here. Or we could Horde counter this.
So if you Horde counter this for 4, you get your glimpse. So you do this all before the Everflame, so Everflame still can't kill you. And if you hit a Cosmic Bolt off this, all of the Cosmics on the stack will kill eventually. Yeah, I think this is completely unlocked for Proan.
Yeah, like, the only thing I can think of is maybe if Eli has a fast speed card in hand that does... Actually, no, if he has Sparklight... No, we still have the Serene, though. Yeah, so ultimately this is probably over. He also has the Cosmic Bolt in hand, so he can just play... Wait, was this a free play Cosmic Bolt?
No, yeah, I believe so. So
that means he actually can't play the Cosmic Bolt he gets off this. He just stacks it on top of the deck.
Yeah.
And then probably tries to glimpse into it during
Although he found another Astrocyte, so the moment he draws a card, he's just going to
Astrocyte into the Cosmic Bolt, yes. Oh, we had 1 card in hand.
Yeah,
so
and we're still in pre-recollection, so he's just going to draw the Astrocyte right now.
Yeah, exactly. And, okay, we're going to try and fast gear?
Fast.
So he did actually put the fast gears in.
Yeah, so that's Jazz 1 under influence. All right, he heals 4.
So we are under Safeguard, and we has... the Rebuke has already been eaten up, so we're on Safeguard, though, so...
Yeah, so in this case, Proan just goes pass
turn, Astrocyte.
Yeah.
Astrocyte on the opponent's turn, they die.
Yes, just confirming the free one has already been used.
Yeah, we definitely need some kind of token we can put on champions that have like once per turn effects. Yeah, I mean, just pass here, and then Astrocyte in their turn, they just die. Potion of Healing!
Yeah.
Let's go!
Do you brew 3? You're losing the draw card. Why they have a pair now?
No, he has a... Doesn't he have 1 on the mana or the Silver Shine as well?
Is it 2 herbs? Oh, it's 2
He
herbs.
has 4 herbs, I think.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Wants the heal herb. He wants the heal herb. Oh, he just pops it immediately. You know what? Yeah, he's living life a bit too on the edge here.
All right, yeah, I think that's in response to whatever is being materialized.
Blinding Orb in response?
Yes.
And we know what there it is. Cosmic Bolt should have no way of stopping this. Yeah, I mean, that game looked close, but it really wasn't.
Yeah, he just had Serene the whole time. Nascent Barrier was up every single turn. It was so much respect for every single point of damage that his opponent had. I think the game looked really close, especially because of how long he just constantly teetered on that edge and how long he just let his opponent keep playing.
Yeah, I think he was like challenging himself to try and make it as dramatic as possible.
living life at the edge of a cliff instead of just like popping his series early so that way I can't get hit by like random Cinder Geyser burst or something. But I mean, that goes to show how much he knows about the game that he is able to play so riskily and it still works out in the end.
Yeah, because when you are able to navigate around specific amounts of damage, you need to know every single instance that can come towards you. If you have that answer, you can respect every answer properly and materialize as accordingly. Like you see, he always materialized the safeguard at a point where suddenly a second burst of damage can come and end him through the Serene. But of course here, as time goes on, eventually he just starts holding up more and more, and then Eli's just sitting there kind of hopeless, like, how do I go through all of these interactions?
You know what would have won that game? Sparkleite.
Oh god, Sparkleite.
If we had a out of nowhere Sparkleite.
Yeah, he didn't have a second Horde counter. Sparkleite would have won.
Yeah, and then like he only had one healer, so it would not have been. If you had a 23, you still die.
Yeah, and if he ordered it wrong, Nassim Barrier can't prevent Sparkleite.
Exactly. So you know, there's just a. That's why I was like, just use the Serene, please.
Yeah. God, it's just layers upon layers and constantly playing. You see the two players talking now. Yeah, just constantly working out. You know, there were so many places that they will all just keep talking, and I could have done this differently, I could have done that differently. But in the end, I think both of them would have changed so much that it's so hard to simulate every single route.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not a good matchup.
Yeah, he tried his best. It was a good effort. He did quite a lot, but in the end, he saw some parts, didn't see the rest of the parts, and Pro just kind of went, yeah, it's my game now.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play a burn deck when they have so much healing.
Yeah, he did everything. He burned as much as he could. There were a few moments it got a bit dicey, but in the end, if you just hold it, he just held up every single turn and managed to play respectfully around every single piece of possible burn.
Yeah, and really, if he found that flourish earlier, he could have had a game where his influence is not getting desperately low every single turn, and maybe he could have found a way to like try and eke it out there. But yeah, I mean, ultimately that's just hindsight. That's thinking about things that didn't happen. So yeah, I mean, that is the game. That was our first Astra, I think.
Yeah, that was the first Astra on stream.
Yeah, so Arizona fans, you got your Astra game. We actually, surprisingly, haven't had a Fractal yet.
Yeah, well,
we're saving them?
Beside production, yeah.
We're saving them.
We're going to see them like all over the place eventually. So like, you know, don't need to subject ourselves.
Well, maybe we won't. Because maybe they're all dying, actually.
Yeah, they've all just banged into every Tristan. Every Tristan drew 4 Scatter Essence.
And every Wind Allies is drawing 4 Scatter Essence, and they're just waiting.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah, well, that's end of round. We're going to go on a 15-minute break here. Then we're going to head to round 6.
6, yes.
Yeah, into round 6. So there's only 6, 7, 8, 4 more rounds left before we know who is making it to day 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be it for us now, and we'll be seeing you in 15 minutes.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hi guys, welcome back. We're about to head into round 6. You see everyone's just tidying up after round 5. Of course, we got Crimson rotating back in.
Yep.
How are you?
Tired? I didn't. No, I thought it's like around 2 p.m. local time or 3 p.m. local time. Then I look at it, it's 5 p.m. local time. It's almost dinner.
I was telling Flo as well. It's like, okay, now it's like we ate really quickly just now. It's 2 p.m. We're gonna, and then he looked at the no, it's 4. It's 4. Time has been, well, at least time has been passing faster. So.
Yeah, I mean, they say have a thing, right? Like, if you're having fun, time just goes faster. And I do think it is pretty fun to watch all the games that's going on. A lot of unexpected elements. Like, I've been roaming around the top table, so people with 1 losses or 2 losses or 0 losses. Funny enough, I only seen 2 fractors, I think. Not even, I'm not even sure if it's like 10. Sorry, not 10, but like 2 fractors I've seen. I'm not sure if there's 10 fractors in the X2 or X3 bracket. I'm not convinced at all. Like, it's very surprising. And the one I see the most, wow, there's so many Luxem. There's so many Tristan. It's a surprise to me at all.
Maybe. It's because I guess people are starting to learn how to respect against the meta. Especially since like there are a lot of changes that say people might have done QSG, Quicksilver Grail for the Safeguard Amulet. Or just adjust your playstyle. You then able to buy the time into playing the more greedy strategies that Luxem Zender and stuff like that might be able to go.
Yep. Like it's to me a huge surprise in terms of the meta. It's very different than what's the one I'm expecting. Any thoughts on what you want to see next if we have a chance?
Oh god, next. I'm not sure. I think we've seen pretty much everything but Fractal. Actually, we haven't seen a
Fractal.
We haven't seen a Seiryu.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Seiryu, huh?
Yeah, Seiryu. Well, there was a Genbu in round.
Yeah, there was a Genbu in round
1.
Yeah, round 1 Genbu, which is something that's popular too in Taiwan. Apparently, I walked through some tables. There are a few Genbus here and there. Really, like it does stream like it's very similar to the Nico deck that we played last time. You know, when you mill a lot of cards and you use stuff like the Terrafin. Some of them use Terrafin, some of them don't. There is also the Seaside Ringleader cards that we both are very familiar with.
Yeah, get your rage out, chatters. If you don't like Nico, you're looking at 2 Nico players right here.
Yeah, like. I do think that the meta has developed in the point that we are starting to hit the middle ground where people are start to have a solid idea of what they want to see. Hence why you see the introduction of a lot of Luxem players, I think. A lot of Luxem Zenders. Table 1 is a Luxem Zender.
Yeah, it's actually quite shocking now because Luxem Zender has kind of fallen out of season. The last few seasons, it barely showed up in MRC. It didn't see at all at AMB.
No.
And you're kind of just seeing it come back again because now people are learning that you're just playing to buy time and just beat out Fractals. And allies are all over the place now. Tristan generically has a slightly unfavored but still kind of okay matchup into Luxem Zender, but maybe that's why everyone's just playing Luxem Zender, because you're just going, I'm going to stall out all the Fractal players, and then I will just stall out all the ally players, and I'm going to sit there and go 1-0. I did it.
Yes, you did it. like, I do think that traditionally, because I wasn't there when the whole Luxem meta was, but what I was told is like back in my days when someone tell me about the Luxem deck, right, it's an easy win to get ally. All I want to do is go to level 3. Once I hit level 3, I just review Assault like we were. Like, the guy on table 1 just showed me how he played it, right? Oh, I will review 4 Assault like we were. And I'm like, fantastic, that's how you play the deck. And besides Luxem level 3, there's another level 3 deck that appeared quite often as well, Arisana. That's how you guys had a game, right, with Pon playing?
Yeah, level 3 Arisana. That is a deck that has endured ever since Polaris has come out and has been seeing constant changes to its list, depending on the meta. It's quite nice that it's constantly be able to fit in, especially tools like Haughty Counter, tools like to add on to Astral Seal, and then now the generated Cosmic Balls can heal onto your damage along with your Dawn Reversal. There's so much damage in that deck, along with all the abundance of healing, that if you properly play with your Presence of Mind, it's so hard to properly go into the Astral Ari.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of min-maxing with Astral Ari that makes a lot of people kind of like have to deal with the unexpected damage, the element of surprise of damage. Like, oh no, let's say I'm just casually playing my Surveil the Wind, let's say pause on the stack, the glimpse, and then suddenly bang, you were dealt with 18 damage out of nowhere. Like, that's how I felt when I was playing against Winari. But when I piloted the deck, learned the deck a bit, enjoyed the deck, I realized that it's a bit harder than it looks like. It looks like it's like a deck where you need to actually think about your stuff. Like, okay, if you do this, will you potentially die? Because every time you glimpse, it's a hand down, right?
Yeah.
You need to be very careful. And I think Ari actually struggles a lot in the level 1, level 2 stage. As much as Polaris is like, oh, auto answer against ally, it's not the all to it. There are good players that can just play like, okay, I have 2 to 3 allies, which are pretty good, but I keep poking every turn. 5 damage, and then you force to pop the Polaris, and then he slams like a Frost Swan or another premium for ally, which is harder to remove. Like, there are really good players that know how to play around Polaris, and they know how to gain the upper hand to play against it. There are also players that just fall behind and realize that, well, if the Polaris is going to pop, right, might as well just go all in. And then there are players that are able to hold back and say, no, I need to hold this Polaris a bit longer. Okay, now we pop the Polaris. Like, it's all these skills that make Arisana really, as a deck, really scary, right? The versatility it has.
Yeah, of course, like going through all the things we've seen today, like things like the Wind Tristan who was being a bit too greedy into our Water Vanita. You need to be able to navigate which point that you want to be greedy and which point you go, no, this is too dangerous, I'm out, and start doing your protective tactics, start going up, being suboptimal, but still having to be able to preserve your lethal threats, your presence on the board, whatever say you. So things like Luxem Zenda are getting more popular because all you do is just kind of preserve.
Yep. Well, I do think that we are going to get our round soon. The players are gathering up. They are going to be, as you can see at the background there, someone stretching there because it's tired, but people are getting ready and all these things. Like, have you been able to chat with the players, like how they talk about the meta game? I think a lot of them kind of told me that they were surprised with what is the world represented and stuff like that. Like, they're very surprised what they're fighting, in fact.
Yeah, actually, I've heard very few people complain about fractals.
Yeah, exactly. Which is surprising. They're like, fractals? What fractals?
Yeah, it's just that I guess people are not really willing to go into the matchup. Yeah. Because when you play fractals, you need to understand that everybody has some sort of tech against you. Yeah. You can't play because someone has defense and you play around the defense. There is a scatter, there is an expel the departer. All of these are just there and you have to accept it, play into it, and then still find your lethal through all of the weird things. And then all your tools become jumbled up. You play Extricating Touch, there's the Gildas that might not be good because now there's Aries everywhere. Yep. If you don't play Gildas, then what happens when you bite into a Wind ally? You're unable to contest that. It's just so many thoughts that maybe a lot of people might have just go, I'll skip over it. I'm just going to tack into this. Yeah. If I meet a Fractal or what, so be it.
Yeah, it's like if you have it, you have it kind of mentality at this point. It really is that stage of the meta game where we have so many relevant decks that we come to a point where I'm just going to play what I'm comfortable with. I'm going to accept certain losses. I'm not going to tag for that matchup. For example, Lantern. A lot of people just decided, I don't really need to tag for the fire matchup. I'm going to take out Lantern. And that doesn't went well, I see, in some games.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, like like if you see Proan here, like I service this. he was still telling me earlier, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to avoid every single water deck. So I'm not going to side Lantern. I'm not going to side Viridian Trinket. Because if I meet them, I'm just going to high roll. And then if I don't meet them, great, I'm favored.
I mean, you don't need the lantern if you're winning ahead. Like,
yeah, he's 5-0. What are we going to say about it?
I mean, there's a reason he's playing and we're here sitting casting, you know.
Yeah, Viridian's overrated. No lanterns, guys. What's rending? Isaac wouldn't know.
That's a banter. But anyway, I do think that we should have our next round really soon, chat, so don't go anywhere. Just keep hearing us yap as we wait for the players to get ready and stuff like that. And I hope all of you at home are enjoying the stream so far. And there we go as we speak. Here you go. The decks we have are... finally! The one deck I've been waiting to see. Fractal! It's here, finally! We are going to see a Fractal game.
Yes, and the one deck we've been talking about working against Fractals, Luxem Zender.
Oh! Okay, check how many how many hate Fractal does it has.
So... I see 3 scatters. It makes me lead that there's probably no disenchants. 2 Mystic Purifier on the side. Interesting. I guess...
Not as much as you think he will run. I think pretty standard though. I think if I am a win player, because honestly, the thing is that as much as these cards do remove Fractal, there's this thing where, what if the Fractal just draws more Fractal than you can remove, right? Let's say I open 3 Fractal, then you're like, I'm going to remove 1. The Fractal player goes, great, I can't Sangja, right? Play 3 more Fractal, pass, and then you're like, now do I still remove them? Like what's the point at this point? And then you just go Sangjiao, Asunder, next.
I see. Oh, getting actual history made for us here. The match is going to be between Sano, who's going to be on the Zender, and Kiri from Japan, which will be the first time a Japanese player has been on the official stream for Grand Archive.
Yeah. And I believe you've been talking to Japanese players, right? On and off in Discord?
Just a little bit. I'm trying my best.
Try your best.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because they examine the meta more from the outside in. And like how some Taiwan players might not be, they have their own experiences because of the differences in playstyle, and they might not get all of the opinions because there's still a language barrier.
Yep, of course.
But here, of course, 2 players are accomplished. They've made it here. And, well, we're going to see some games. Hopefully this will be the shock where a Japanese player shows that they're still showing up.
I mean, Japan is the country of card games, in my opinion. I think I went to Japan so many times for traveling purposes, and like every time I go to Akihabara or any sort of like anime HCD, there's always like a card shop. Like there's a card shop 200 meters ahead. There's another card shop like another 10 meters. Like there's just so many card shops that I don't know. The Japanese community just love card games in general, and I'm not surprised that they will pick up GA and do well in it.
Yeah, it's maybe not a game that most people are familiar with there, and the lines of text might buffer them, but we're just hoping for some good games and doing some good things. Actually, nice to note, Sano's list is quite aggressive. He's running very similar to the one we saw in Seattle, things like Sirocco Operative, 1 pedigree in the main. Luxem count is 4 assault, 4 sight.
Very standard.
Yeah, but no cuts.
Is cuts the one to draw 2?
Yes, the draw 2.
Not even inside?
No, not inside.
Wow, that's really, really aggressive.
Yeah, so he's probably going to be mainly playing around his poison daggers in his early game. So how Kiri navigates the early game aggro and presence might be more important as opposed to what Sano might be able to do late game.
Yep, Kiri does run a very standard Fractal Leaf, I would say. The only thing I would say is that it's not under Dao-chan, so he won't be able to answer the allies as easy as we discussed. There's no Polaris, but for Force Skill is really, really good in this metagame, especially in this metagame being really aggressive. Force Skill is really good. 2 Fractal Mana, very interesting. Usually you run the other one on 3 Nascent Blast.
I see. So I guess you're trying to play into the loop of the Nascent Blast with your Fractals.
Yep.
Because sometimes Nascent Blast might be a cleaner option to answer the allies since you're just going shoot there, shoot there, shoot there.
Yep, and really, really, really defensive card, 3 Cerulean Decree.
Cerulean Decree.
Main deck, in fact. It's something that I personally would run it in the side deck because I do find that Cerulean Decree use this right. It's still good, but just that you won't find much use if you're fighting against Tristan because Tristan hand is just too big most of the time, right? For you to respond. But Cerulean Decree, really good card. Okay, maybe against Tristan not the negate, but the -3 part, it's really strong against Slice and Dice.
Yeah, of course it can -3 onto the attack. If Tristan's not aware, of course it can negate, and best of all, it's neutral.
Yep. Like, that's the part about, among all the decree, like Cerulean Decree, Vermilion Decree, and Velikiv's Decree, this is the one of the few one that actually gives you a net minus, right? Sorry, net 0?
Net 0.
Yeah.
I mean,
it basically gives you back a card. Yeah.
What's it called? Vermilion can net 0 you.
Yeah, it can net 0 you,
net
but
minus 1 because you're giving your opponent.
Yeah, then you give your opponent a card. Then your opponent's like,
you're
great.
just charity. No
Oh, a liter.
Yeah, it's fireball.
But yeah, I think we are hearing the whispers of the players getting ready to play. I think they're just setting up, getting ready.
Just a little delay because there was a need to resleeve. Of course, we're going on stream. Higher requirements. All of a few players here and there have been marked down on a few things because of higher restrictions on stream.
I guess we can go deeper into the sideboard for the Fractal players. Jianyu, what do you feel about Jianyu in this particular meta?
Jianyu is a card that I think a lot of people didn't really look at at the beginning, especially because Jianyu to begin with is a card that's highly specific to attacking, to negating off one card, and it's unique as well. So you aren't able to negate multiple cards and play in a certain way. You just choose one, and then your opponent is basically unable to activate it because all the additional tax you put on it is so heavy. But now I think people are starting to re-enter it into the side deck because you can do things like, say, in a Tristan matchup where you have a really bad matchup, you just go Jianyu, I name Incapacitate, and suddenly your Burst Sunders are free game as long as there's no Veiling Breeze. Yeah, like I've been saying about the voices of Jianyu being really good. Even the mirror I heard is not bad. They made Glimmering Refuser. Yeah,
and then your Refuser suddenly becomes like extremely expensive. So we are gonna jump into the game right away. Right, rolling here. All right. So yeah, these are our two players. Just determining who's gonna go first. Yeah, I do want to point out that these players here are they are 3-1-1. So this will be a 3 wins. So that's what, 9 points, and then 1 tie. So there'll be 10 points, right? Yes. And they will require 18 points to qualify for the next day. So losing here would be not the end of the road, but quite hard, I would say. Yeah, in essence, they basically only have 1 life left, and they need to win the rest of it. But of course, these two are going to show us why they deserve to go all the way to the end. Yep. We do have the standard windmill start here. Unable to imbue it, actually. Oh, no. He's able to imbue it. He has a Fairy Whispers. Oh, but he's going to tap it down. Fairy Whisper here straight away. Sure. I'm not completely opposed to this. Just getting your early information on your deck, and then just getting a few more cards so you're not really losing out. So there, Fairy Whispers, go and grab Fairy Whispers. Actually, yeah, a much better play as well because you don't really have Reclaim or some way to recycle the Windmill Engineer. So you will get the value eventually, so you might as well just get some information first. Yep, I think there's also a heads-up play in terms of he does have incap. So if there's anything like urgent from Kiri's side, he can just incap it away if he really wants to. Oh. Well, a missed show. Additional information. Well, it seems no one's interfering, so we'll just keep going. Yep, keep going. Well, Kiri just has most of the pieces. Well, that's too much. That's too many versus Sunder's hand. But with cards such as Refreshment, I think you can throw it away. And he does run 3 Refreshment here, so that's pretty good. Yep, he's just now doing his Fractal Insight Glimpses. Yeah, just look at the hand, look at the memory, think on how you want to play your next turn or 2 turns. Well, the thing here is that I have this specific where if you're fighting against Fractal Hit, you shouldn't be putting down like 2 or less Fractals per turn, because like, the issue is that if you play down 2 Fractals and 1 that destroyed, the next turn you need to play 2 more Fractals in order to make even. Worst case is that if you play down 2 Fractals and they actually open like an insane hand, let's say like double, what's it called again? A double Essence, yeah. Life is going to be hard. So I'm in the opinion that usually if you can't actually develop 3 Fractals, I usually just hands up if I have a Factorize, and then I go back power charge, and then I'll put the power cell and then Factorize the power cell and then play 2 Fractals at the same time. But going back here, we are going to see the Fairy Whispers again, probably searching for that Fractal removal. Yeah, right here he's doing it before Recollection. So if I'm not wrong, he kept the Scout in hand, so he drew that with a backup charger. Yep, Surveil. Now getting his Surveil and going to recollect, move to main phase. I'd imagine okay, now that's tempting. That's very strong. I think he can go into Windmill Engineer into the... Oh, he's just to put it down. I was going to say he can go Windmill Engineer into Ascent Protector. I mean, you potentially just turbocharge here. Oh, yeah, he can just draw more. Drawing card is good. Yeah.
So of course, want to note, I think what Kiri's trying to do is that he is not really had a hand with too many fractals.
Yeah.
So here he plays one fractal and isn't really setting any more down because, as you can see, he has the Fracturize in hand.
Yep.
So he can just call the backup charger next turn and then tapping the fractal, that should be enough influence to Fracturize the power cell straight away.
Yep. Kiri here playing very conservative here.
Yeah.
Might see the we're gonna see the engineer this time.
Showing 2 surveils living in luxury.
Yep. Having all of the, I think it's having with and without what's the card called again? Surveil the win is a big difference for a Tristan deck. Considering the fact that he's Luxem, right? Sorry, he's Zender, right? Yeah.
So here it's just a cycle one for it.
Yeah, cycle one and like the Tristan deck. I think the Tristan deck relies on it way more than Zender.
Yeah. Although, of course, I still think that Zender is probably really happy to have Surveil, because if you do happen to draw into things like your Shenju Head, now it's my turn to forget card names. Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah,
so if you find Ensnaring Fumes, you have 3 preparation to convert into a floating memory, and you get to recycle things like your Windmill Engineer or any ASINs that might be in threat, things like that.
We are going to go back to Kiri's turn. I believe this is the end step of. Oh no, it is the materializing phase. We are going to go back up. We're gonna just hit the typical. I think we need like a count on how many times the backup charge is being played on turn 2. Too many?
Well, I think not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah.
We're gonna go power cell. We're gonna draw one to Mem. We're gonna go into the recollection.
So does he tap the fractal here to fracturize?
I think you do. It's pretty safe to do it here, and you're not in danger of ink. Oh, he's not gonna do it. Interesting. All right, we are gonna go in.
Just wants the full presence of hand.
And now we're going to see a real GA game where both players have massive influence.
Yeah, so here is where both players haven't really been hampering each other. They've been kind of advancing their own game plans. 1 damage has been dealt because Sano's value is in the form of an ally.
Yep.
But really, we're just kind of seeing and waiting how both players really get their lethal start.
Yep. We are seeing how Kiri is considering his options here. Just has the Fractal of Mana, I think. Is it called Fractal of Mana?
Yes, he has a Fractal of Mana from Empower. Of course, here just going to put the Fractal of Rain, no imbue. Didn't have enough memory to imbue anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, it becomes quite difficult to really think on what you're playing, especially when you're playing Fractals, because you see Wind, you see Surveil, you go, is this Tristan, is this Luxem Xander? Like, you're not quite sure.
Yeah, you're not sure what's going on, right? That's the problem here. And you as a Fractal player, you have to be very, very... I think the first step here is getting the 3 Fractal. So 3 Fractal is very important because of one particular card, Sangjiao.
Yes.
Sangjiao allows you to draw 2 cards if you hit the influence 0, which is usually achievable because you just pay 3 with the reservable, yeah. So Sangjiao there is very, very important. And we do see here the Poison Dagger. Sano getting a bit aggressive than usual. I think he's not gonna. I don't think we'll ever go into the Luxem part of the game.
Yeah, seeing here Poison Dagger. So I guess this might threaten Kiri. Alright, next turn I have to be slightly more afraid of something.
Yep. And until now, Kiri has no idea which part of Assassin he is. Is it Xander? Is it Tristan? He has no idea.
Yeah, of course, what he probably does know is that there might be a slice and dice.
Yep.
Especially here, Sano might represent
Asin Protector. Kiri doesn't have a Glimmering Refuser. Even if he has one, I think that's a problem, right? With Sano's hand being so big, I think Sano's not afraid of any sort of negation at the moment.
Yeah, here, of course, he's just going to get his little Windmill Engineer back.
Yep.
Kiri is just taking damage.
Yeah, it's going to look like Sano has all the control in the world. With the amount of hand, he's not afraid of any sort of negates right now. And he can just take his time slowly. And now with the Poison Dagger being a threat, right? Being able to just deal more damage over time.
Yeah.
Slice and dice with it is like, what? Deal 3, deal 4, deal 6, 11 damage around there.
Yeah, interesting. So he is contemplating still on end phase. Possibly that Fracturize from earlier, whether he wants to just shut down this Poison Dagger straight away or leave it up.
Or turn it into your own power cell being a Fracturize as well.
So yeah, he's Fracturizing his own power cell.
So his own power cell, interesting.
So what this speaks to me is that there might be a level 1 Diao on the way. From the glimmers of his hand, I haven't really seen any shimmerings of refracting missiles, so I'm not sure. But I suppose going to level 2 does represent a lot of threats that Sano now has to respect.
Yep, it does unlock certain cards for the class bonus, and also it does help. Sangjiao, it does help that his hand is really healthy. And Sangjiao coming down here, I think is gonna be very, very tough for Sano unless Sano respects it and answer this this Sangjiao.
Yeah, so here, alright, it's putting it down, probably considering. And this is where one of your really important choices gets made, which is, do you want to draw 2? I think he does.
Yep, I think you mostly draw 2 in this scenario. Like, there are some scenarios where Sangjiao is used to heal, right? Because you're on the threat of dying, so you probably just want to heal back up a little bit. Sangjiao here is going to be able to draw 2 here unless Sano does something.
So, of course, he's drawn 2. There's no stifling traps here. Just gonna go in for 1.
Frostform Paladin drawn. Pretty good cards, I think.
Yeah, there's options, I suppose. There's Refracting Missile there, Fast Gear. So there's a lot of ways he can choose to proceed down the matchup.
Yep, he's just going to chill and pass it. I think that's a really, really good move here.
Yeah, I believe that's a...
That influence is so scary as a Fractal player. I think as Fractal, not only is your hand big now, you also have like this Fractal stuff that basically are just like, you know, free cost initially. Like they permanently stay there. They will forever be able to use to pay like reserve cost. So I don't know, man. In another card game, is a pretty common mechanic.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't have to be so stern. It's fine.
No, it's Nico. It's Nico. It's another deck. It's from last meta. That's why we're like really used to tapping your Fractals of Raid.
I mean, yeah. I do think that it does also pop a question where with this many fractals, right, it is very scary that to be hit by one reflecting missile. One reflecting missile is 5 damage right here.
Yep, so of course just gonna go up to Xander 1.
Yep.
I think in response, so the Poison Dagger is live.
Yep.
A Sadie and a Lightweaver's Assault. I believe the Lightweaver's going down.
Like, I don't see a word that he will go into a Luxem game plan this time.
Yeah. Actually, rather interesting. I thought he would have kept one of the Veils, but it was put down to memory, so he's just gonna recollect. Yeah, because actually, if you resolve double Surveil there, he would have been ready to
slice and dice.
Slice and dice. Especially with the Poison Dagger there, his opponent really has to respect it.
We'll go into Sadie here.
Yeah, actually, what this is telling me is that he's potentially looking at a late game.
Oh, interesting.
So, because he has quite a good number of Luxem in his hand, even though he already bottom 1, he's still just kind of in a comfortable position to be able to clear and play whatever he wants. So here the Sadie, obviously, probably just going to go for the Zhangjiao. Yep, just getting that quick agility 3 pop.
Yep, a very strong effect, on kill effect. Like, unless he... Is there a world where he just... I know it's not going to happen, but he just missed his Zhangjiao and missed the on kill.
I think that's asking a bit much. you might miss out the Asen. I think that might be more. Because especially after missing the Asen, you then are able to use that floating for...
Frostron?
Yeah, for Frostron Paladin, the one that you drew there. Also, I'm also pretty sure if you want to save the Zhangjiao, he would miss out the Sadie and force it back to hand.
But you can still on cute.
Too spicy, too spicy.
Okay, fine. I'm overthinking this, but anyway, we are gonna see something is gonna be played here. I believe Yuri is thinking about it. All right, he's gonna allow it, and Sadie is gonna get the on cue. SM Predator go in for 3 damage right here.
Yeah, so this is a point where Fractal players have to really understand where their boundaries lie. Because if you let Asen continue to swing in for too much damage, there's a lot of pressure that your opponent has, and it becomes a lot easier for him to be able to close the game. Especially because most of the time you don't go to level 2. I don't think Kiri runs level 2.
Nope.
No, he doesn't. So yeah, you only have these exact 19 life, and maybe your fast kills if you resolve any of them.
Yep.
And then once that's over, your opponent is able to do easier math because you're unable to run away to a high life total.
Yeah, I think he's considering to play fast skill right here. He does have a lower influence despite having such a big influence here.
Yeah, I suppose the indulgence of fighting against a blank assassin. Yep, he was 4, it goes back to 4. It's like the last that never happened.
Yep, like this has been going on back and forth where both players are just trying to fight in terms of influence, right? They're both trying to have high influence, fighting each other. And then now the problem is that I think Kiwi just needs to find that he has Wind Asunder. Burst Asunder is the thing, sure. But what I'm more concerned is that can he reach that poke damage? Because the problem with Yao Chen, right, is that it's unnecessary about drawing Asunder. I mean, you have so many glimpses, so many draws. You will eventually hit it. The issue is dealing the damage overall. Like, can he deal enough damage where he threatens Litter at this point? And don't forget, there's Incap. Incap exists, and in order to answer Incap, you probably need to use cards such as Glimmering Refuser. But again, that influence Sano has, I don't think he's afraid of any sort of like negates.
You want to know something funny?
Yep.
If Sano actually has no incapacitate, Kiri actually almost has lethal.
I mean, that's why the deck's good. I mean, you can just die out of nowhere, like, oh, I'm fine, die.
Yeah. Because here, burst only costs 2, and since you only need to sack the fractals afterwards, things like the refusals are still online.
Yep.
So what I was getting at is that because he has the refracting missile from earlier, if he end phases refracting missile
for 5,
for 5, the opponent goes to 6. You play Frostbomb Paladin, bring to 9, burst Asunder with 4 fractals, gets you 10, 19 exactly.
We are going to see that play not on end phase, but on the recollection phase. And then he is going to draw one. He might be seeing doing the play damage. Oh, that's another refracting missile. That's so much damage.
Yeah, so here, unfortunately, I don't think I see any Glimmering Refusal.
I do think you just go for the Frost on here. It's like a safer play.
Yeah, I think you 100% go for the Frost on here. You have 2 floatings in your graveyard. You don't really need to be too conservative with that.
Yep. And again, Dao Chan does have the Glimmering counter if you need to do any sort of play, but he doesn't have any like reactions spell right now with him.
Yeah. I'm almost 100% sure Sano was like, oh no, another Zhangjiao.
Yes, the weaker Zhangjiao.
Yes, still a 3-4, but
but we take those. We 100% take those.
Sure, of course, I think if Sano does the math, he must know that he might be in danger here. Swinging, did you say face for 3?
Face for 3, hand size 8, and he does have the Simmering Refracting for his combination with the Danchao champion if he wishes to.
Yeah, actually he's representing so much damage just in hand, and Sano has to kind of respect that without any information at all, which is really, really tough to do sometimes.
Yeah, and that's the scary part of Fractal, right? Like, look at it, they're not even playing like insane amount of Fractal. Some people say 5, 6, 7, but just 4 Fractal represents so much damage. Like, Burst Asunder here represents 10, Missile represents 5, Simmering represents 4. Like, you just have so much damage output out of nowhere. And like, Simmering Refracting with the Dao Chen is actually a draw one, so you actually don't need to go minus down. And I mean, Refracting Missiles are floating, and you have a lot of ways to use the floating, such as Frost Paladin, or even just, go into Scepter or any kind of Regalia. So the whole deck just screams value.
Yeah, even right there, I think he put down a Burst Asunder is considering playing it right now.
Yeah, he's like, maybe I force the Incap here.
Yeah, like we said, since he has multiple bursts, I can see 2 right there. He probably can just afford to launch one and say, here, answer this.
Yeah, that's a scary part about Incap, right? Like, not Incap. A scary part about Asunder, right? If you decided to not go and destroy a Fractal, it's not the end of the world. You are forcing out answers. Like, for example, we were forcing people to do a Burst Asunder so that they are forced to pop the Safeguard Amulet. So I don't see a problem. He's gonna do it. It's gonna be Burst Asunder right here. We all know it's not gonna be game because of the Incap, but
alright, 2 down.
Goes through the win.
Of course, it might look like he's digging, but already he has the Veiling Breeze in hand, so he's probably just setting more cards down.
Yep.
There we go, Veiling Breeze.
Veiling Breeze instead of Incap.
I believe there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in hand, so yeah, not really able to do much through that 3. Yeah, so like you said, no sacrifice, just lets it go.
Yep.
And of course, this is one problem that it might have been a bit too quick shot of Kiri to fire there. Because now Xander is just going to go level to 2, grab his Veiling right back from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's the thing about Xander level 2, right? Such a versatile card, being able to grab back action or attack assassin cards, and Veiling being one of them.
Yes, important note, there is a copy of
Nullify Mirror.
So if Kiri is in the business of trying to close the game then and there, it will be important.
Yeah, the mirror is really important so that you can negate any sort of element. Well, in terms of the Luxem side, you don't need to put cards down. But the most important was the Wind side, where the Reeling Breeze won't be able to proc its effect.
Alright, there seems to be another Surveil. Interesting question now. You can consider Poison Dagger, but I guess not. He's just gonna try and farm the Agility 3 again.
Yep.
Just thinking on this here. Of course, like you mentioned earlier, you have to respect Cerulean Decree. I don't know if Sano is actively playing against it, but if there was no negate or no decree rather, Sano with Poison Dagger would be 1 to 5, Asen for 4. 5, 4, 9, Sadie 3, 12.
Yep.
Slice and Dice definitely kills at that range.
Yeah, it definitely kills at the range, but Sano is looking for a more defensive option now, and Kiwi realizing that it's like, I can't let this Froston die, so just go for the Refracting Missile, more defensive play, and they have to draw one of the mems. Such a good effect.
Yeah, I think at this point he's probably playing to try and keep his pressure on.
Yep.
So here, actually, Kiri is fine with using the Shimmering because he has a second Refracting Missile in hand. So we just go right back to the same situation we were in the last turn. I'm going to represent lethal, and you have to answer it now.
Yeah, and it forces Sano to have so many different options and lines, because now Sano hand is full of Luxem card. He does have some Wind card to play out, but I think he needs to eventually go into the level 3. And no dungeon card here means he's going to be 1 turn slower, banking on to going level 3 manually.
Funny enough, this is level 3.
Yep.
So.
Such a good card. Vayman Engineer is so good.
Alright, 1 into Windmill. 1 into Frostborn, rather.
So Froston is taking 1, so Froston does.
And there we go. Surprise, surprise. He runs Mercenary Blade as well.
Yeah, something that I think not a lot of people run, right? You think he's Cerulean Decree here, -3?
I think you do. You actually bait. You actually do your best to bait and incapacitate here. Especially because once you incapacitate, it means they have less cards in hands to be able to go against you.
Yep, and it seems like he is going to do it. Kiri is going to be Cerulean Decree here. I believe -3 and draw into Mem. And Sano is making notes here. That's the beauty of this game as well, right? If you want to min-max, you can take notes of what your opponent review and stuff like that. Only during game, though.
Yeah, of course. He interesting, actually. I wouldn't have revealed Decree. But this way, he's just showing his opponent, yeah, I got everything I need to lethal you. You just need to play against me properly now.
One hand right there.
So he's
probably going to incap this. Oh no, he's going to resolve it. Interesting. And then draw on the Mem.
Yes, of course. I think Sano needs to know that he has to respect it. Actually, no, this is the correct cards to imbue because I realized the last card in hand is the Refracting Missile.
Yep. And then on cue now activates. This is really, really good from Sano. But take note that this means Sano's out of incap and Sano is also going to be... Oh, no,
yeah,
he's not out of incap. It's another one.
Yeah, he's going to agility it back.
Yep.
Leaving all his Luxem down.
Yeah, this is so strong. But the only issue I have here is that if you're not level 3 yet and you're going to leave all the Luxem there, there's a very likelihood that you're not going to level 3 here. Because there's no way you're going to banish all those Luxem, right?
Yeah, so Kiri accidentally flipping the card again, but yes, it is the Refracting Missile. So this is where you sort of go as the Fractal player. Can I force out enough tools that I can claim victory right here?
Yeah, I do think Mirror will be the play here because you knew that he took one Reeling Breeze, and Reeling Breeze is likely gonna be played here.
Yeah, and even if your opponent chooses to Veiling in response, it means you can take the turn off and set up more Fractals if you want.
Yep, exactly. And Luxem right now is at 22 HP. It's slightly harder to kill, but still not out of range of what usually would be considered norm. Does come out the Mirror. Now Sano would be quite concerned here. In response, is gonna go for the Reeling Breeze here.
Yeah. So Veiling, if
Kiwi's gonna...
it should be for 2.
Is he gonna Refracting Missile right now? For 5? Huh.
If you're fracking for 5, yeah, well.
Yeah, he's gonna resolve. I was thinking a line that because none of them are from hand, right? I think you can always let it what's it called again? Let it resolve during your opponent's end phase or during during the opponent recollection phase. You don't have to do it here. And wow, that's so many Thunder.
I think that's his remaining 3.
0 Fractals or Thunder.
Frostsworn, he is just
so premium.
Yeah, he's just the GOAT. He is the one.
This ally is so crazy. Like, when you guys first introduced this game to me, I still remember asking. So this is a what's it called? A unique, right? It has to be special, right? No, it's uncommon.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's uncommon? What do you mean a 3/4 intercept draws one is uncommon?
Yeah, it's uncommon because when you play it, you can't find it, and when you play against it, you always see it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I see it all the time.
Yeah, of course. Here, Frostsworn, of course, just going to represent the 3/4 threat, another threat that Sano has to consider if he wants to clear or not.
Yep, and he is out of the in-cap range now, so this is really, really dangerous. Sano just going to go for the the ally clear instead. Huh.
Yeah, Veiling Brace.
Yep, there is 2, 3.
Sure, just passing, perfectly respectable,
Yep.
don't need to force anything. Slightly inefficient fractal tapping, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Well, he drew the Zhangjia off the Frostborn Paladin. Would have been the peak.
Yep.
Well.
The one fractal we haven't seen at all that probably make and break this fractal deck. The Dissonant Fractal. This card here. How do you feel about this card?
Dissonant Fractal. If Dissonant Fractal didn't exist, I would never play this deck. It's so good. There's so much Glimpsing 4 allows you to stack. And it's just a 1 reserve committal for being able to glimpse 4 and being able to tap if you have 2 other Phantasias, which, surprise, in this deck has about 20. So you're going to have it active almost all the time. And even if you don't have it active, paying 1 to plan your next 2 turns or just your next turn is so much information and is so valuable.
This is a really, really very, very tiring game. Like back and forth, both players are just respecting each other, responding back and forth. This is gonna be very tiring, and we're already almost 30 minutes in, and it's still game 1.
Yeah, I think this is really showcasing why some people might not have been picking Fractals for Nationals today, because you have to constantly go through this every matchup. You're either going into the mirror and constantly respecting this, or you're going into a Tristan or a Xander, and now you have to respect this instead.
Yep. And we are going into the Ripper here. They're going to be threatening a Slice and Dice here. With Slice and Dice here, I believe that's a 2, 3. Wow, with Slice and Dice, that's a 6 and 9. That's 15?
And now Poison Dagger.
He is threatening. He is asking Kiwi to answer.
So it's quite... this probably was a play in response to Kiri earlier imbuing with his Cerulean Decree.
Yep.
Because now Sano has the additional information that Kiri has a second Cerulean Decree.
Yep.
So if he were to Slice and Dice Raw here, the Slice and Dice will only go in for 3, and with Cerulean, the first hit will not hit, and the second attack wouldn't start. But now with a Ripper, your opponent can't completely negate your Slice and Dice with Cerulean Decree. It has to be Glimmering.
Yep. And unfortunately for Kiri, like even if he has the Glimmering, sometimes it's just way too huge for you to play for it. He is going to take the 3 damage.
Sure, Sadie for 8. If he just raw Slice and Dice with about, yeah, sure, get Sadie back. Might as well maximize damage.
Interesting, interesting. Might just slam the Sadie again.
I believe he goes for game right here.
Slice and Dice?
Slice and Dice.
Slice and Dice here will deal a lot of damage here. This will be a 3, so it will be a 6 plus 9, 15, I believe.
And with the double Poison Dagger as well, there's 17.
Oh, 17 damage. That's why, like, when people are talking about Poison Dagger combo, Slice and Dice has come in mind, right? In terms of a strong mid-game remover. Sorry, not remover, strong mid-game, end-game. So players are just explaining how much the damage will go here.
Yeah, of course, the one perhaps hasn't been used, so as of right now, he's probably representing 4 damage that will be +1 with Poison Dagger first.
Yeah.
See here, Kiri chooses to respond.
Interestingly, what I learned about this is that even if you factorize this, the 2 damage still goes through, right?
So he's using the preparation counter?
Mm-hmm.
In response to the factorize?
Oh.
Oh, yes. I guess this might be a knowledge... yeah. Because if you factorize the target when you've already decided to use it, you even though it loses all abilities, it becomes a fractal. It's already in the intent, so it keeps all the properties but it loses the ability of being a weapon. So what it means is that you're already using the weapon and you're already using the stats. But you can't use it for you can't use it to start an attack basically.
This is quite heads up from Sano. So Kiri is gonna go and try to negate this. Oh no, -3. He is gonna try a -3 draw one, but we do know the incap is in hand. Does he go for it? Kiwi just only has 2 hand. I think he goes for it, right?
If he goes to Serene Decree, all attacks get -3. So yeah, this probably should get incapacitated. But of course, this is Sano playing into, does he have Frostbind or any sort of negate? But
we are gonna say incap.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be afraid. His opponent only has 2 cards in hand.
Incap. And then it's probably going to be a game. I think they understood what's going on. Yeah, exactly. Now Sano is explaining to Kiri what's happening on the intent. Yeah, this part of the I even got shocked about this when I was explaining on how the intent works with this thing. Like, do you know how long it took me to understand how does Lantern factorize and the Lantern still works? I still do. Until today, the layering part of it, that's very complicated to me.
It is difficult because like when you lose abilities, you don't lose stats. Stats aren't technically part of abilities, so it still follows that. And I think Kiri there, of course, wasn't really aware of how this works. And seeing here now, he just dies. It's unfortunate.
I mean, it's maybe a good lesson for Kiri. Like, okay, next time we don't need to factorize that.
This is where you still factorize, but this is where you learn to where you're supposed to factorize.
I guess you factorize when it's tapped, right?
No, you factorize it in response to the slice and dice. So before he can put the what's it called? So before he can put the Ripper into the intent by resolving slice and dice, he needs to factorize it. So that way he can't bring it in because it's no longer a weapon.
Exactly. So that is very, very interesting here. We do see a game 2. I wonder, I mean, 30 minutes is pretty fast to finish, but do you think if Kiri takes this win, he'll be able to do a game 3?
Well, I think with how cautious Sano has been playing, he probably might struggle a bit. Of course, noticing at his list, he's still running Grand Crusader main, and there's no Quicksilver at the side. So if he just gets a little bit greedy and Kiri finds an opening there, he can just take advantage of it and kill with a cheeky burst asunder.
Like that's the thing about Fractal, right? If Kiri takes first now here, right, and then he opens like 3 Fractals, right, and next thing you go like, I open another Fractal, and then in my hand, during end phase, I do Refracting Mr. DU5. Assuming he haven't leveled up, I recollect, draw again, and then I go asunder for 10. Like, that could happen, right?
It is extremely rough, especially when you just go, I'm just going to back up charger here, and your opponent goes, hand? I
can't have it?
If you have 1 incap, I win. Okay. Especially as well, because if you don't level up straight away, your incapacitates are still 4 costs.
Exactly. So, like, that's why this Asunder deck is very scary, where it has the higher potential of just being able to kill you out of nowhere.
There's just so many things you have to constantly play around, and the Fractal player also has to constantly keep thinking on how to play against it.
As your side decking here, right? I have a really, really, really important question to ask you. What's your favorite food in Taipei so far?
Favorite food in Taipei? Unfortunately, I can't really answer that because I haven't eaten anything. I mean, we had lunch, of course. There's, what do you call it in English? It's like drunken... oil... It's like the...
Chicken fried... Wait, is it...
I mean, I had the oil chicken. I didn't know what you had.
I had like the braised... No, not braised. Fried pork, I think.
Oh, yeah, the fried... Yeah. So I had the oil chicken, and that's kind of like the only meal I had here. Because I arrived here at 5 in the morning today. So I just came and I was like, chug a coffee, chug a drink. All right. Time to cast for the first time in my life. I don't need a meal. I might throw up on stream. So
hey, man, it's always good to have a meal. nothing wrong with that. I do think the coffee pot will help. Definitely.
Yeah, it's still going. I might need a second one, but it's fine. Because we're now getting into the really, really tense part.
Yeah.
Like you're really, really constantly trying to know where all of this, where all the breakpoints are in every single matchup. And yeah, unfortunately, Kiri just didn't have an understanding of how Fracturize works with weapons.
Yeah, but do you think, because Sano's way, like, he did kept a lot of Luxem cards. Do you think he intended to go to the level 3 game plan, or it all changes because of how Kiri played at one point?
The thing is, I can't really tell because there was a lot of
so many lines.
Yeah, there was a lot of glimpsing there, and maybe his opening hand, I believe, only had 2 Luxem, so 3 of them just appeared somewhere, probably from like the windmill engineer coming down. I can't tell whether it's unfortunate or deliberate.
Yeah, like, it's very, very interesting that Sano's line of play or intent, in my opinion, changed every time. But it shows how strong and how versatile the assassin win is. Like in general, even if you're playing Tristan or Xander, your toolbox is just amazing. You have outs or winning out of nowhere. You have negates, which is in cap. You also have fractal removal, which is something that everyone is like aiming for right this. And I do see my eye 2 fractals. You see 3?
I see the unstable. I see the insight. So that's 2 refracting missiles.
That's not a bad news. It just goes for the fractal insight.
Yeah, I believe there's a frost one there and a fracturize. So yeah, you
technically
have 3 fractals eventually.
Eventually.
So yeah, not glimpsing with the insight. I don't know if I would have done that because having the additional information. Oh, well,
he is gonna do it.
Glimpsing. Sorry, got ahead of myself there. But yes, glimpsing, gonna plan a bit. Especially since you don't have dissonant. You did see dissonant at all last game. So being able to find a dissonant right now would be amazing.
Yep. I believe Kiri might just pass here, planning on a backup charger because he did draw the Factorize, a very good combo that Water has been using for a long time.
Yeah, of course, unlike last game, he isn't really able to Factorize before Recollection. I think he is completely fine not doing that.
Yep. Again, no Scatter Essence, but there is a Mystic Ray Flying, will be really, really good right here.
Yeah. Do you just play it out straight?
I think you do. Like, I personally think that Fractal removals are good at this position where you usually just remove a Fractal and then they have to rebuild their entire structure. It's not good when you have too many Fractals. Let's say they have 3, right? You remove 1, that's great. You stop the Sangjiao. Next time they play 2, and then you're like, what now?
Yeah, because a lot of the time when you're playing Fractal removal now, it's not just about completely shutting down the engine. It's about slowing the engine.
Slowing down, exactly. You're not killing it, but in this position, you're sort of killing it because you need to rebuild that engine again. Because remember, Fractals that are used last turn in this current new turn will be used as a new reserve cost that could snowball into more Fractals coming down. But because that Fractal now is gone, Kiri is basically down, a card down, basically, -1, doing nothing essentially for the turn. He's going to go for the backup charger. Again, this card appeared too many times to win second, man.
I mean, it's just good. It's so solid.
Come on, we need to give Tengu some love.
Nah, it's fine. I like the power cell.
Alright, I mean, you do own the CPR. Is it what CPR? Is it what CPR with it?
Is it a CPR? It's the redeemed one, either way.
Yeah, yeah, it's a full R with a sign. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I came here. I did the only thing I came here to do, which is get my CPR, and I can go home now.
Exactly. He came in the cast, obviously. Anyway, Kiri does draw into more fractals here, just deciding how he wants to plan out his fractal turns.
Is that another insight?
I think it should be. He did draw the insight. It's just that I think he's just considering if it's an insight or is he gonna use the on enter effect. It's gonna be insight. I think refreshment. There's a problem with refreshment. I do think the refreshment being a good effect does come with a downside being 3. I don't like the fact that it's a 3 cost card.
Yeah, true. Having it be so expensive makes it a bit awkward to play into it.
Yeah.
Choosing not to glimpse, so of course possibly want to set up the unstable.
Yep, probably is going to go for unstable distance. Unstable does have a penalty where it comes back hindered, but, well, it is a fractal. That's all it does. Like there's this meme where people say, what do you do? I'm a reservable fractal. Welcome to the club. You are now part of the deck.
God. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I feel like there's a good number of fractals that you still try not to play.
Yeah.
Like the always not loved deep sea fractal.
I don't know what's that.
It's a hindered fractal that comes in. It's from FTC. So it's a 2-cost fractal that comes in hindered. Yeah. And you on enter do a Gamble mill. So both of you mill too. Mill 1.
Is it reversible?
Yeah, it's reservable.
I mean, it has to be test at one point.
Yeah, probably. But of course, like whether players want to take that gamble mill risk is another thing.
Yeah.
Here, of course, we see the Viridian Trinket kind of ruining a lot of what Kiri might have been planning.
Yep. This is so strong. Like Ascent Protector bouncing back the Purifier for next turn, slowing down Kiri's game plan even further. And we are going to see why Fractal Hit is such a big deal in this meta game.
Yeah, especially now when you get the Purifier side in, you're able to recycle that instead of things like maybe your Windmill. So your influence might not be growing as much as if you recycle Windmill, but your opponent's Fractals really, really cannot get started at all.
Yeah, and like this is really, really tough for Kiri right now. Like he does understand, okay, I have one turn to utilize these 2 Fractals, but again, no Sangjiao this turn. It's going to be a bit harder to play. Kiri just has to see how he can optimize using the 2 Fractals it has. Probably for a turn at least, like one of the fractals will be disappearing next turn.
Yeah, so of course he probably has to know that. So he kept the Fracturize in hand. Yep. I think that takes more precedence and priority over what you might be trying to play in previous turns. Especially since that leans straight into being able to play a Frost 1 after you recollect.
Yep, he's going to go for the bubble here, crack it to draw 1. He probably intended to go for Diaochan level 1 because he's like, oh, I'm going to Factorize the Pulsar and then go to Diaochan level 1. But now sees the danger because his opponent has a very trinket. He doesn't want to tap out. We are going to see the Factorize in the recollection step. Before recollection, but yeah.
So there we go, Factorized.
And then we're going to recollect. I believe it's going to be Sangjiao it has. Oh, Jianyu is drawn this turn, so he did put in the Jianyu.
Yeah, of course. You would want to have it in just to call out certain cards.
Probably not going to pay.
Would you play it here and say Mystic Purifier?
Would I? I was thinking more of Incap in the long term, but like, Purifier is like the immediate answer to, okay, I protect my Fractals, please do not touch them. But, and yeah, it's going to be 4 Fractals, right? Extra 4 cost. But I do think that if I am a Fractal player, the number 1 card I will call is Incap. I think Incap is such a devastating card against your matchup, but in this scenario, maybe Purifying is not a bad call.
Oh, yeah, is that 2 Jinyus? That's 2 Jinyus.
Yeah, he can only use 1. That's the unfortunate part about Jinyu, is being a unique Fantasia.
Yeah, of course, and especially he also needs to remember that the Viridian Trinket is still there. So when you're planning for your opponent's turn, you need to remember you can't play on the normal reserve cost.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you why certain players, I think this is the showcase why certain players don't want to play Fractal. It's not that because it's weak. It's very hard to play a deck where everyone's prepared for it. Look at Sano. Sano like really, really well versed in this meta. He's probably practiced this more matchups. He's probably practiced this matchup more than other other matchups he's been playing. Viridian Trinket, his core's been excellent. He knew that, okay, I can recycle the Purifier. I know he can't Zhengjiao. Like, there are so many lines here that Sano is taking that shows that this matchup, if pilot well, it's going to make a living hell for the Fractal player.
Yep. So slight not paying enough cost.
Yep.
But I believe, yeah, from what I heard earlier, he actually declared Mystic
Purifier, right?
So my meme was actually a reality. You call Mystic Purifier.
Will you actually call Incap here if you're
I actually don't mind because this gives my opponent an extremely difficult choice.
Yep.
Either he says, alright, I won't play Incap the rest of the game, or he devotes the Mystic Purifier to the Genyu instead.
I think you wouldn't. I think you just accept that, okay, I can't stop the Fractal engine anymore, but it's slowed down enough where I have my Trinket, I have my 3-4 ally. I had enough engine, I have enough time to and space to breathe and now play the game to maybe to snowball into my favor, right? You don't have to remove the Fractals anymore. They are, at this point, in my opinion, they have gone out of hand. 4 Fractals is a lot. We should stop it. And so, not stop it, we should stop worrying about it.
Well, never mind.
Never mind, Scared Access exists, and this is getting worse and worse. It is going to be Mystic Purifying down. Kiri is going to have a bad day here, unable to pay for the Frostbind here, and the on-enter from Mystic Purifier does trigger, allowing him to destroy the unstable Fractal, and now back to this is what's happening. Like Fractal hits. If you get 2 in a turn, that's just so devastating. Everything gone. Fractal's gone, Allies gone, Tempo gone.
Yeah, there's just 2 Fractals left. I suppose you look for Burst Asunder lethals now, but your influence is so low.
Asunder? Brother, he only has 2 Fractal.
Yeah, he'll get it.
I mean, what? Draw more Fractals?
Yeah. Do the Fractal thing.
Do the Fractal. I think this just showcases why it's so hard to actually play Fractal if the kids keep removing it. The core part of Fractal, I still think, is having 3 Fractal plus the Sangjiao. And this is including the part where your Sangjiao needs to resolve, right? Sangjiao could actually be stopped more than people want to believe. Like if you are disrupting the Sangjiao and you force them to quote unquote put cards down, Sangjiao doesn't draw.
Yeah, of course.
So there are a lot of ways out against Fractal, and we're seeing like the reason why a lot of people are very afraid of playing Fractal, although quote unquote it's one of the strongest decks in the meta game.
Yeah, it's honestly a deck that is really strong in the meta game when you don't know how to respect it, or you just completely don't respect it.
Yeah.
Because even though we're discussing all this, a lot of the damage output is extremely out of nowhere.
Yep. Oh, he is going to go face for 3. I think Kiri...
3, so he's going for 6.
Yep. Kiri is attempting to maybe there is out, maybe I can win the game. Because remember, he is still under Spirit or Wind, he's not under Xander. So Sano is 15 health, a bit dangerous right there. Taking 3 there would be 6, so 9 to Leader. Asunder doesn't do it there. Asunder only does 6 currently.
Actually, Frost 1 plus Asunder does it.
Oh, you're right.
But
do you have any influence for it?
I believe so, because darn black sleeves, I can't see anything.
All right.
So 1, 2,
there is the Thunder. There is the Sangjiao not going to be able to draw. There is a Simmering. Is that enough? Simmering does 2. 8 is not enough. 8 is 1 off.
It's just bad. Shimmering up to... I mean, he has another refracting. Is that enough from there?
Or maybe in Kiri's opinion, it's like I'm not dying. I can play down Fractals and buy 1 more turn.
Yeah, but here is where you kind of see, is he just gonna Hail Mary it? 2, 3. Yeah, no, there's not enough.
It might be a Genu question mark. I think Genu in cap right now if Kiri wants to consider it.
The problem is if you Genu in cap, you aren't gonna have enough hand to be able to play on your opponent's
Oh yeah, Genu is 4 cost.
Yeah, so if he just goes go to level 1, play any form of damage, I'm pretty sure that should be lights out. I think even with Ripper that might be lights out.
Yeah, so
8, 9 with Surveil.
Oh,
your Ripper can hit for 3.
He's actually doing it. He's actually gonna go Genu. Oh no, he takes it back.
Yeah, it's so difficult to figure out how to play here because your hand has just no defense. You aren't representing on the board, and you've had 3 Fantasias destroyed. Yeah,
like it's so tough for Kiri, but I mean I still think that's very playable, despite how tough is it, right? Like of course you're behind, but you look at the situation. 5 health, opponent has 0 prep counter, tapped out. There's no way that you die to a slice and dice, I believe. On the board is just 4 damage representing. So slice and dice not triggered, you won't be able to play it out. You're fine. You have 1 more turn. So this turn I think is a setup turn. You set up as main Fractal, pray that whatever Fractal removal is not drawn, and then go for game. I think that is the only out Kiri has.
Yeah, it's just alright. He's just
he's just gonna pass.
I suppose he values being able to play. I think he wants to like refracting missile or something on his opponent's turn.
But this is very sad now because now Sano is gonna go for the Xander. He's gonna recognize that I could just die out of nowhere, right? Let's just go to Xander 1 right now in order to increase our max HP so that we don't just outright die out of nowhere. He is gonna glimpse 2. He is gonna bottom both of them, the CD and I believe the Luxem side. And it's gonna recollect. Severe the win is is that another Mystic Purifying? Oh my.
I mean, do you really want to seal the deal?
I mean, I would play that. I would just look at him like, I'm sorry, buddy, Mystic Purifier? And then your opponent's like, ha, I am toast. I think it's Mystic Purifier. I think you just seal the deal right here.
If you... yeah.
Yeah, Mystic Purifier, yeah. You even put on the Dungeon Guide, I think.
Actually, funny enough, Dungeon Guide is lethal.
Oh yeah, 2 prep counter. Yeah, you're right.
But, well, we're going Purifier, so we're making Kiri's life miserable. This is on the stack. There is no negates. Well, there's a Frostbind. I'm shocked if he Frostbinds here.
I mean, we're not even streaming Granka. We're just streaming Fractal Hate show. Like, this is just a Fractal Hate show. Like, I mean, we are just... If anyone on stream is wondering why, imagine your chatter, right, chat watch, and chat thinks that I'm the best Fractal player in my region. I would go in there and destroy them. He looks at this like, maybe I'm not the best Fractal player. Maybe I don't want to play Fractal in this meta. Like, Fractal Hate is so strong if you chain it consecutively like this, and you can see how much Kiri is struggling. Like, he can't even play his game plan. Sangja's been sitting there since day 1 and couldn't even draw 2.
Yeah, it's just... At this point, you start thinking, do I Zhang Jiao for heals? Because I just want to keep playing the game. Because now he's sitting there, and the only Fractal he has in hand is a Fractal of Refreshment. So drawing cards with Zhang Jiao is kind of out of the window. Burst of Sundering for a huge amount is also...
out of the window?
Yeah. It's kind of been a lot of Kiri been unlucky, but at the same time, he hasn't really been able to draw the fractals on his way out of a lot of this.
Yep. Kiri just making sure the opponent has how many influence hands, sorry. He is gonna tap 1 and tap 2. Yep, he is gonna and then yep, reminder for the Trinket there, paying a lot. That's so heavy. Yeah, that just shows you why Trinket is so good. Like, when you're in a position where every turn you can just swing 5 damage, or 4 damage in this case, as a Protector and the Purifier, Radiant Trinket comes out that you can't respond to me. Swing, and just beat down. Like, Sano's just winning through ally beatdown, ironically. Like, Matt's not even playing Tristan at this point. He's just, no, sorry, not playing Assassin at this point. He's just playing ally beatdown.
Yeah, because really, we haven't really seen any portion of the deck. If you didn't look very closely, you just see a Xander and Fractal Hate.
Yeah, Fractal Hate, Xander, and a bunch of allies just beating him down.
Dear.
Oh, this is so tough to see. And I do think that Sano is going to go into the level 2 Xander, getting his 2 prep counter. Oh, he's just going to pass here.
Yeah, of course. Once you commit to the Mystic Purifier, no real need to all in on here.
Yep, exactly. Like, we know next turn Sano does definitely have a game with the level 2 Xander. And Kiri here thinking what he can do. What on earth can he do? Look at all these powerful Fractal cards that relies on Fractal that he can't play it. Man only has 1 Fractal. I mean, this is tough, man. If you're Kiri, how do you feel?
Just horrible. There's too many times that you've been stopped in this one game, and you're not really able to set up anything. All of your damage is based on your engine, and your engine is just gone. It's like when you're playing Merlin and you've just looked at a hand full of fast cures and reprograms, and your opponent already has the full board against you. Like, what do you do there? You're just kind of like, yeah, I mean, I can wait. I can sort of buy time for myself, but it's almost just completely out.
Yep, Kiri is just going to try his best. He's going to play Jian Yu again. Trying to... What do you even declare this, my man? Slice and dice?
Probably. And Kiri is getting really stressed.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, well, at least this time he only needs to pay 2 for the Chengyu.
I don't know, man. In cap is always... Oh, I actually called it Slice and Dice.
Yeah, Slice and Dice. Of course, that's the most obvious sign of lethal there.
Yeah. Slice and Dice costs 2 originally or 3? Sorry.
It costs 2 originally.
So it will be cost 4. I think it's not the end of the world. I think Sano will just do it anyway.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, Genyu increases the cost by 1 plus other fractals.
Oh, so it's 3. Sorry.
No, 2 plus
yeah, exactly.
Number of fractals.
2 plus X, so it will be 4.
4, so he can still slice in dice for a small 6. He's playing stratagem.
6. Slice and dice for 6.
Yeah. Let me think. Because right now there is the ace and the 2 purifiers on board. You're representing 15. January isn't a reservable, so actually he can't do anything. He can't Frostbind, he can't Glimmering, he really can't do anything.
Yeah, I think Sano might recognize that. And they're like, okay, this thing is not going to do anything. I'm not afraid. Oh. Something's been resolved here. 2. Yeah, oh, you're just trying to make sure that it's a class bonus 2 cost.
So he overpay?
Yeah. Oh, I think he paid one extra with the Fractor. So I think he shouldn't tap with the Fractor.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is that he paid 3 instead. Yeah, I think they might have overlooked into that. So I think they're just resolving how is it. So we are going to see the judge's verdict here. While we wait for the judge's verdict here, do you think... Wait, we can see how if Sano actually has this here. So Sano, level 2 Zender does pick up a card back in hand. 4 in memory. 4 cards in hand, I believe. Or is that 3 cards in hand?
I think that's 4. So
4.
Yeah, that should be 4. So you don't actually get a card back to hand because if you do not get the 3 prep.
Oh yeah.
So you banish 2, you have 2 there from 4. You draw 1 for turn. That's exactly so.
Yeah, exactly.
But unfortunately, your opponent has 5 cards in hand, not 4. So
yeah, so that actually matters a lot, right?
Yes. Because suddenly he can negate it, and you have to properly play around that.
So Sano is gonna have the choice here, I think, between the hand and the Fractors. 4 plus the Fractor. So I think Sano has to be a bit careful now. There is the chance of it being negated. And materialize here.
Yeah, so I'm afraid that...
Oh no, he's just gonna go for binding up here.
I see. So do you still play Slice? That's 1 off on lethal, I believe.
I think it's 1 of the 5 damage from the board.
Yeah, because if you just go raw Slice without the dice, then that's 3 with the board of 5. So you're at 18, you're just 1 off.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, it's Xander. You should find... there's a dungeon guide right there. It should find you something.
He does have a dungeon guide. Sano does run the dungeon guide. He does have a dungeon guide in hand. But then again, can he pay for the Genu?
Yes, you're right. Oh yeah. So even if he does go for Slice and Dice, he's going to almost barely tap out.
Yeah. Kiwi now doing the maths here.
So yeah, I think the Genu actually gives him 1 more turn.
Yeah, 1 more turn for Kiwi to play the game. Kiwi is going to in response. He might just do a last ditch effort. Oh no, he can't play any cards because of the... Oh, he's going to put those 2. Just going to draw 1 from the Blinding Orb.
Yep, Blinding Orb.
Ray collection here. Simple play here. I think you're just going to swing 1, swing 1, swing 3. And then 5, 15, 15.
1, 1, yeah, 3.
15.
Yeah, I don't see a way to end here. I guess you just play Sadie and pass?
Huh. Yeah, Sano was even considering not to swing with the SM Protector right here. Considering his options, 15 to...
Yeah, you're not afraid of a Burst Asunder. That requires a bit too many cards.
Yep, oh, Kiwi is going to respond, sorry. He's going to Shimmering the Mystic Purifier, interesting.
Yeah, 2 damage, that's all he can manage to kill out 1 per.
Yeah, so sad. Well, he just draw 1 to memory, that's the upside. But Sano here now seeing that, okay, there's no Glimmering Refuse. Oh no, Glimmering Refuser can't play it, right? Because, fun fact, I guess, if you are under Regeneration Trinket, you still need to pay the extra tax. And if you can't pay 2 cards from hand for the tax, right? For Regeneration Trinket, if you want to cast Refuser from the memory.
Yeah, so any and all taxes apply on cards in the memory.
Yep.
And when you're trying to use their chance ability, you must pay for the full reserve cost with Glimmer counters. Yeah. So sometimes you might be able to play around a Regeneration Trinket by materializing the Scepter that we saw last game. So you get 2 more Glimmer counters. With 4, you can pay what normally would have been 2 costs.
Yep, he is going to go Reclaim here. taking it slowly. I think Sano is starting to realize that, I don't have to necessarily end him here if I don't have the cost for it. I can just take it slow, do a reclaim, leveling up to Zender 2 without going a hand down. I can just go like floating memory. Protector is going to swing here for 3. It is 5 damage off leader. Slice and Dice won't do it here because it's too expensive and he doesn't have enough prep counter. We might just see it's going to be another Mythic Fairy Fire. And he is going to just show him like, yeah man, I'm just going to remove this. I don't even care about the Genu, like it's fine. Swing for 1.
Yeah, I don't see any way that this game falls back in Kiri's favor.
Yeah,
it's really unfortunate because like he's played all the way to get to this far, and Sano just kind of played all the hate. Well, not all the hate, but like a good portion of the hate that he runs.
Maybe that's what happened to all the Fractal play in round 1 to 3. Like they just met into this similar situation, and they're like, I can't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit this is a bit rare. I don't think you usually get that much luxury with your Fantasia.
Well, to be fair, he did bounce 1 with the Ascent Protector.
Yeah.
And also bounce another one with Reclaim, right? So at least 2 of them will bounce back.
Yeah. So here, of course, you just see the Scepter. At this point, I think he's just using the floating to try and draw a card, make up for something. So his Junior is still on Slice and Dice, which means I guess he has to hope for first binds and not lethal, but they're still lethal on the board, so you can do that.
That's the scary part about winning through the board. Like if you just keep punching and punching everything, eventually the game is yours.
Oh, another refracting missile. He doesn't need these anymore.
And it's gonna go and draw. We are going to go to time here, extra time here.
So yeah, we're in overtime, 5 minutes and 3 turns. The first Dissonant Fractal. Yeah, so now we're on turns, with Kiri being turn 0 in 5 minutes. With the bringing in of the new turn, he finally draws his Dissonant Fractal.
Yeah, like I think everything that could have went very wrong for Kiri did, in fact, went wrong. The Dissonant Fractal will help him at least see 4 cards from the top of his deck to decide, okay, these are all not good cards, we're going to go to the bottom of the deck. Doesn't even have that option. And the sad part is this other Fractal doesn't even become a Fractal. It needs 2 other Fantasia to become a reservable.
Yeah, so here, of course, I guess he's trying to find a shimmering of this Dissonant. What else can you really look for?
Yep, it's going to be the rest of the bottom, 1 top.
And then go for the refreshment just to draw it into your memory.
Yeah, I believe that's all Kiri can do. But the sad part is that Kiri's already dead on board, so Kiri needs to do something right here. Maybe he does have to... I mean, he can refracting... he can shimmering refraction from the memory because he had the Scepter this time.
So yeah, no, it's just Sano just kind of sitting there waiting to see what happens. Because I think as well, he's just holding Veiling in hand, so it's so hard to find it out. And yeah, he's just passing there.
Yeah, and respect to Sano though, playing so slow, playing so conservative, playing so like careful despite having advantage. And he's going to recollect here, and he's probably going to show him the damage here. And 2 for 1, and Reaper here can actually just swing 3, right? Without any attack card.
Yeah, of course, just gonna commit the Asen.
Yeah, it's gonna force Kiri an answer, and good game from Sano, well played. Very, very accidentally draw, but unfortunate for Kiri's side though.
Yeah, it came down to all of the hate and Kiri not being able to draw the recovery.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the theory goes into you draw your hate, the Fractals draws more recovery. They 张交, and they just kind of keep going and going and going. And you're not able to really respond with enough hate to get something to stop them. But here we just see he drew hate at the right moment. He bounced it back and constantly continued to slow down what Kiri was doing. And that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, like you don't necessarily gonna stop the Fractal game plan. That is like, okay, that example is like kind of overtuned. I think that doesn't happen all the time, but we can see the glimpse of what is supposed to happen in some of the stages of the game. Early game where the Purifier came down and sniped 1 Fractal off, we can see that, okay, his game plan slowed down. And then the next turn, he can Acid Protector, snipe another one off, and then slow down again. That's where we see that, okay, the Xander player has I have a 3-4. I have slowed down your game plan by 2 Fractal. Yeah. I will this 3-4 will swing every turn and threaten you for game. And this is where, in this situation, I think like cards like Froststone Paladin is very important to protect your face, or to retaliate. And like that scenario is more devastating when you realize that a 3-4 can go past the Froststone Paladin, because usually in my head, if you're playing Fractal Head, you have a bunch of 1-2. My Froststone can retaliate back. It can protect me. Yes. But that 3-4 is so devastating. And the devastating part is when he put down the Jian Yu and declare, oh, Jian Yu, Mystic Purifier, we are good. Scatter Essence, bye.
Yes.
Purifier, bye.
Yeah, and this is where you see as well, like if you develop Fractal decks, people now are playing Gildas, because if he had Gildas here, he can clear the ASIN, and if he returns to hand, now Sana becomes in a difficult position. How do I reset up the ASIN? Sadi is an expensive card to play. Purify is expensive on virtue of the on-enter that you basically run it for. And you're unable to redo the ASIN very easily, so the ASIN can't go in to clear the Gildas, and your Gildas is just going to keep clearing your opponent's board after board after board, and you just stuck there. You're unable to really do anything. But of course, Kiri didn't have that. He just has Fractals.
Yeah, he just has Fractals, and then he doesn't even have like a lot of the outs and stuff like that. That is really, really unfortunate for that game. But I do think that we are going to go into a 5-minute break, because we are going to start round 7 pretty soon, I believe. So don't go anywhere, chat.
てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみて抜けしてたそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to C Nationals. We are close to the end.
Close.
It's currently round 7.
It's still round 7, but we still have what, 2 more rounds after this?
Yes, 2 more rounds after this. So yeah, I mean, currently it's been a bloodbath.
Yeah,
that's what I'll say.
I think we are reaching the boiling point at this point. Everyone is feeling the pressure. Everyone is like at their last life. I would believe it. Like for example, if you are at 3 losers, you are currently. You need to win everything at this point.
Literally every game.
And then those that are like at Puan, I heard talk with the Puan is like he already secured so-called his day 2, right? 6 wins already. So his day 2 is secure, but now he's discussing does he need to ID or play further. Because the thing is that even if you do start to ID or you start to think that maybe 18 points plus is enough. But if you want to think about being ahead of your opponents tomorrow, right? You want to play and earn that 3 more points, and it's easier for you to make it to day 2 for the top 8. So I think those factors do come into hand, and we do have our deck list for our next featured match.
Yeah, so we have Water Goja versus Water Goja. What the heck?
Look, this is something that I expected a Water Spirit Mirror, but not Goja of all leaders.
Wow. Okay. I mean, so one of them is it only has up level 2.
Yep.
And the other one has up to level 3. Admit the level 3 of Goja is kind of. Let's see, is she playing, do we have Luxem cards in here? No.
No.
So it's basically just level 3.
I would imagine it's only for 2 usage. It's very obviously the Twist counter and the heal. I would believe the heal is much more prevalent.
There's actually number 3, which is it lets you lineage release your Goja 2, which is pretty important. Because a lot of these decks have the Dream Fairies, you have lots of different outs, which the main thing about it is the Goja 2 at least makes it that you have to commit like double just to get rid of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but in the mirror, I mean...
I think this is going to be like a Nico mirror sort of a deal. So we can look at my main deck. It's very interesting. The one I have here, 4 Unbroken Mustang.
Yeah, actually, I mean, the thing is, you need to have a way to remove Lantern and Sensor. But here's the thing. Neither of these decks are playing Lantern and Sensor because they can't play it. That's their enemy. So, of course, they actually can't really impede each other, which is the funny thing.
I think it's just going to be like a showdown of who reaches their...
Who mills better. Who finds Fractals of Rain first, and who mills better, which is...
Who reach their win con first. And speaking of win con, okay, mine has Fugue. Does yours have Fugue? I would assume...
It has to have. There's no way it doesn't have Fugue.
Oh.
Okay, one of you. One of. Just one.
I mean, I'm sorry to say, bigger wins. I have 4 Fugue.
Yeah, but this one has Ravishing Finale. Wait, is this being Nico?
Wait, Ravishing Finale?
Yeah, it's being Ravishing... Oh, is it just to do damage?
Finale just managed 2, right? Wait, does that not Nico leader?
Well, the mill part is Nico, but
I know, but
the damage...
I mean, his main deck.
No, he's playing Goja.
Should double down on Nico, man. Then I could be more excited.
I mean, he was gonna play Goja 1 into Nico too.
Yeah, like I remember Apex and some of us tried it, and we realized that deck's great if the Scepter draws 2 still exists.
And the issue is like the class bonuses are just so mismatched and everything. Also, you have to flip the Genbu before you go to Nico because you can't flip it if you go to Nico, which is why I think everyone just started playing full Goja. It's just too inconvenient to play a different champion.
Yeah, like we tried. I think there's too many inconsistency in terms of the class bonus aspect, and it goes, dies, and breathe with the draw 2 Scepter. Like, there's so many games where the draw 2 matters so much that it helps you to control the board, it helps you to find more answers, and without the draw 2, Nico is not really a deck that I would play right now. But hey, players here brought the Water Goja deck and seem to be doing real well here. I believe this is still a full win table, so that means they went 6-0 for today. It's an insane result.
Yeah, it's actually nuts that he's playing. How are we playing Ravishing? It's literally just to do 6 damage. Is that it?
That's 6 damage. I mean, I had that discussion too before. Like, why don't we just play it for 6 damage? Like, sure, great. I mean, even in Nico, right? You don't necessarily use it for the mill to win. You can just do it for 6 damage. Like, I won with Nico during Melbourne Ascent, where I just pay 3 as a spirit, do 6. It works.
Want to know what the difference there is? Scepter was still good, and Icebound Slam existed. Suddenly losing all of that extra damage means just like the amount of damage that water decks do in general is just down a lot.
Yeah, like I'm so interested to see what's going to happen. Like these 2 decks, despite being the same concept, vary so much in their main deck.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm trying to look, like, what do we got on the Song of Frost line? Oh, yeah, so this deck has Song of Frost in the main, but one of also. This is one of those guys who plays one of. I mean, I love one of.
This man is just going to Lantern doesn't exist, and if it exists, it doesn't exist because look at this, 4 Tidal Lock. Spicy.
This one's 2 Tidal Lock.
Oh, all of them. I think all of them are on the mindset that Lantern doesn't exist. Lantern doesn't exist. They're gonna just manifest that. But this guy went the extra mile and say it really doesn't exist with 4 unbroken Mustang. Is there any item hit in the? I believe at the side deck.
Probably the weirdest thing here is Aquia Stallion actually.
Wait, is that the stallion that gives +2 HP defense? Is it that one?
No, it's the one where it's like, if you have 4 water cards, it has something happen. I don't even remember. I actually don't remember this. I remember people were playing it in the start, and I actually forgot what it is. I just know you need to have like 4 water cards engraved for it to get this
Guys,
effect.
we just know it's a horse.
Yeah, and everyone's like conniving plans because conniving plans is good.
Yep. And we are going to see the game going in. We have. I'm going to butcher it. Jofacha.
Yeah, Jofacha.
Jofacha was Kwacha, very close to Kocha right here.
Yeah, and you know, Jofacha, I want to say our first, is he the first US player to be on stream?
Let me think about this. No, he's not. I think there was a US player previously. Yep, last round.
Oh, last round, yes.
Yep.
So coming in here with the Hoshimachi Suisei sleeves.
Yep.
Why are you not playing Arsana? Huh?
I don't know that reference. I don't watch VTuber. I don't know what you're talking about.
She's like a comet or something. Okay. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem very in line.
In team, yeah. Well, we are going to see a pass here. Very typical water pass here.
I mean, that means no Fractal Rain though.
Yeah.
And do we see a Fractal Rain?
Oh, we see Cake as well. So
yeah, he does play 2 cakes here.
A bit of a heads up. I do think opponents at this point in the top table are aware of everyone's deck because they maybe took a quick scout and like kind of. They don't know the deck list for sure, but they know that, okay, he plays Watermew at some. He's playing a similar deck to me.
Yeah, that's right. It's like you know that there's something in their deck, but you don't know the exact contents, like the amount, the ratios. That's the main thing. So we're just going to get the Paladin here, and then we're going to do the classic on-enter Paladin, Lost in Thought.
Just a very classic move that in case something went wrong, you can choose not to do the Lost in Thoughts on the enter. So this is a very, very casual Frost on Paladin play. A simple, one of the staple water play that we had seen untouched. I think this play hasn't changed for a long time.
That's right. Actually, are we even playing Fractal Rain? Seems like a no, actually.
Wait.
In Jofacha's deck, he's actually not playing Fractal Rain, it seems.
Oh, wait. Quacha's one just runs Fractal Rain. I think Quacha's one is much more standard.
Yeah.
The decree, the convincing plan.
Conniving plans.
Oh, conniving plan.
It's the assassin, the one that if you have 4 water cards, you get a prep counter and draw a card. It's literally just a mill card. It's just an extra mill card.
Yeah. His one looks very standard. I think there's Factorize, there's Frostron, there's Lost in Thoughts, Primary Reacher, Refracting Missile, 4 field, yep. Terrafin as well, pretty interesting.
Yeah, Terrapin. That's a big difference. Like obviously, a lot of people are not on Terrapin, but this deck, that deck is on Terrapin.
Is that one on Terrapin?
Yeah, it is. And I think it's because we're playing Cake, we can play Cake and then Terrapin, we get a buff counter, so at least it becomes what it used to be back when Sylvie was the go-to tamer of choice.
I think that's actually one of the reasons why I do like this whole tamer aspect of the water, because your tamer cards are very strong. Bonewine, Terrafin are very strong allies, and Ring Leader has a hidden, to me at least, I treat it as a draw one. It's a ram. Like if you actually mill it down, you can actually able to draw, and then you can actually just +1 from there. Like if you're lucky enough to mill it, right? So we are going to see here Gocha going into the Fate Stone here.
Actually, another thing we have to talk about is if both of these players are in Gocha 1, that means both players are getting a Genbu double mill every turn. Right? Which means acceleration of the Genbu is going to be a little bit out of hand here.
I'm processing it. I'm being silent because I'm processing what's going to happen. So, yeah. Wait. This means Gocha will be the one that hit, right? Because right now he gets the first count. Like, okay, I'm going to get it. You're not going to get it because you don't have the Fate Stone.
Exactly.
Gocha's going to materialize it. Gocha's going to get 1 extra.
Yeah, and that means, and because Gocha is the one who's playing the Fugues, that means like if they just get the ability to flip Genbu super early and then just go for a fugue, like a fugue for like 15 or something, that's, I don't know, I feel like this might be...
I feel like just scripted the game.
the thing is, the Paladin's kind of doing work though.
Yeah, I mean we've
taken 6 damage already.
I mean that's the point of Paladin, right? Like if you're not gonna respond with this, which is very hard to respond in the first place, take 3, and we are gonna see Forest Kick right here, drawing 1 card.
Forest Cake, a card so good that we just now call any card that enters the field and draws you a card a Forest Cake now.
Yeah.
Oh, the Revitalizing Cleanse. They're the holiday Christmas Kongming Revitalizing Cleanse. Revitalizing Cleanse really good, healing very strong, obviously, and it's heal that draws you a card.
Yep.
A little bit expensive, but the Bovine. Oh.
Bovine not gonna trigger the cake here. Probably aiming for something bigger. Oh my! This guy has talent. This is what we call talent, boys.
The main thing here is that the Pelagic only gets the effect when it's used for a materialization, and you have to be in Gosha 1.
Exactly.
But you still can use it as a float, but you probably want to wait till you hit level 1 and then you use it for level up to 2, probably. So, or maybe smoke bombs.
Yep, I think that is probably the plan here. Now,
the thing is, Gosha, we need to get rid of the Paladin. We can't just get hit for 3 every single turn.
Yep, he is gonna go into a backup charger, gonna pay 3, and just gonna draw the 1. Interesting that Jofasa didn't intend to go into level 1 level 1 Gotcha and getting his own Fate Stone. Maybe probably thinking, okay, let's not trigger each other, and I probably can win without the Fate Stone.
Yeah, I actually think if he went up the Fate Stone, it's like he is probably not gonna hit Genbu first. So maybe he's thinking, I have to just kill him.
Yeah,
I have to kill him without even really having to overcommit to level 1.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna be. I'm gonna cosplay as Nico.
Yeah, you know what? He might just bring out that Tideholder Claymore. Is he playing? Yeah, he's playing the Tideholder Claymore. He might bring out the Tideholder Claymore and just like smack in face.
I'm pretty sure it's just a cosplay as Nico. What is this? This is something that I would have done like last set. Chorus Cake, Bone Wine, Frost on Palette. It's just, I'm just watching Nico. Alright, from now on, he's just a Nico player to me.
I mean, if he doesn't go up level 1, it might as well just be a Nico.
Alright.
I guess you use Ravishing Penalty as like your bad Icebound Slam here.
Hey, it's not bad. It's a playable Icebound Slam. What do you mean?
It's an Icebound Slam that's not banned.
Yeah, exactly.
And also requires you to banish 2 float to even play.
I mean, he does have a lot of floating.
He does. I mean, we're not on Stratagem, I believe. Yeah, we're not on Stratagem, so it is really it's actually just hit with Claymore, hit with Ravishing, and then smack with allies, I guess.
Yeah, and Gotcha is on the Stratagem path, as you can see, a 2 copy. I think in terms of deck list, Gotcha 1 looks more standard. A lot of 4 copies, a lot of really good cards that make sense as a 3 and 2 off. Jofasa is going off the grid.
Oh my. We are just copying each other at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you mill, I mill, everybody mill. This is like an Oprah Winfrey show in terms of milling. Everyone's just milling left and right.
Alright, I mean, let's see if we can find a way to do 12. That's actually very possible to do 12 damage here.
I mean, Ravaging is 6.
Claymore is 5?
That hand doesn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, you have float, but you probably don't want to just try and go for it right now.
I'm seeing a smirk. He's thinking of Gotcha level 1.
If you want to get the Fates, the Pelagic here, you do need to go level 1. But at the same time, yeah, if you go level 1, you are just accelerating the Genbu on the opposing side. So actually, another thing about this deck is like, how do we even get rid of our own Genbus? We have Snow Fairies.
Yeah.
No Snow Fairies. So that means the Genbus are just gonna sit there and look at each other, and then the Smoke Bomb comes in, and because he's playing level 3, he can actually negate the Smoke Bomb with the Lineage Release. So that is I feel like that having the level 3 here is a big advantage.
I think unironically Gotcha just basically tagged into the mirror without realizing it. Oh, we do see the Terraform going to be a big turtle boy here.
We actually cannot use the cake because we're on Tamer yet.
Yep.
So, and we also don't have Spell Shroud, so he is just a 2/5.
Oh, not that big. Okay, not big, but big enough.
There it is, the Aqueous Stallion.
So what do you do?
Yeah, so as long as you have 4/4 water cards, he becomes a 3/4. Yes. So he's just an extremely fat ally. So this is like really more on the ally package.
He's just a Frostborn Paladin.
It's a Frostborn Paladin that doesn't draw but doesn't require a float. But it does die to Lantern, which is why we need to play Unbroken Mustang in this deck. It needs to have its graveyard.
Alright, so we are going to see the ally gaming at this point from Jofasa here. I think this is like insane that he found around there. I'm not going to level up the Gotcha because I don't think it's worth it for me. I'm going to be behind.
You would only mill 1 and then you would also get 2 quest counters, so it would put you at 6, which is still not enough, so you can wait.
And then you're going to help him to... wow.
The ringleader. Okay, but if he doesn't level up, the ringleader doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's a sad point. Like he's just stuck there not being able to do anything. I think he will eventually level. Is it forced to materialize the stone? That's a question that I had.
Actually, I'm not sure if it's forced. I'm not sure if it's a May, but I want to say that it's not, that it's mandatory, but
yeah, like I think it's a world where Jovata just goes up, and I'm not gonna call it Genbu, like
just to get the
class bonus.
Class bonus, yeah.
Yeah, there's a world we do that with the amount of floating we have, and now with the exceptional C-set ring leader in the grave. I think you want to value the class bonus.
The issue here is we have a fake Frosthorn Paladin and the other fake Frosthorn Paladin on field, and a Bovine. So I mean, we're gonna die next turn if we don't do anything. So we have to get rid of these allies, but we have nothing. There's no allies in hand. We don't have a revitalizing cleanse.
What's this in the past?
I think he's dead.
I think we are cooked. I think this is
like it's 2 primordial rituals, a must. I think he might be dead actually.
Yeah, he might actually go. I think going to Gocha level 1 and then afterwards. Yeah, he's just to do it right. You just have to go to level 1 Gocha, and then we might actually see whether Jofata actually materializes the stone or not.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll look at Gocha 1's effect when we go up to it to see. It seems like he's doing it.
Yep, Gocha level 1.
It might be a mandatory effect, but we'll see.
He's sighing. I think he's considering. Oh wait, the Claymore.
Oh, Claymore. Yeah.
Claymore?
Oh, actually, you know what? Claymore here. How many do we have enough to just free swing it? Oh, it seems like Gocha. He's really contemplating this.
Yeah, I think he's super concerned that do I really just go here and give you the Fate Stone?
Here we go. So we get the Gocha 1.
If you do not control,
it is not a choice. You have to reveal it.
Okay, so hear me out. What if round 2, right? We have to
remove it.
Yeah, exactly. We remove the Fate Stone out of the deck.
So we're gonna put in Beastmon Boots and then top play the Fate Stone.
Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
Hey man, wherever it works, right? You don't have to materialize the Fate Stone. But I think that's only prevalent if you're going second.
Yeah.
If you're going first, you don't need it.
There's another Terrapin.
Oh my
god. He's actually dead. Like, what does he do here?
I mean,
this is 3, 4, 5, 6 damage on field already.
All right, let's go.
Oh, okay. Build up 1 float. Pretty good. Do we have a way to end it? Maybe we're off. If we had the Ravishing Finale though, 6 damage, you're dead.
Yeah. So the thing is, GCR is already out of the table. Gocha still has to mill at least 4 more times for the Genbu to trigger. A very hard order. Yeah, I don't think you can make it.
Actually, you can, I think, because what you do is you go level 2, get 2 quest counters, go up to 7, right, and then I think he had a Conniving Plans in hand. So he plays the Conniving Plans, and then he mills another 2, and then he gets the Genbu mill. So I think he can hit the 8 here.
Yeah,
or the 9, yeah. So
I actually forgot about the level 2. Yeah, because I oftentimes because I play with the dragon, I always just draw with it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, with the dragon, just draw it. Like we are going to the level 2, I believe, like you say.
And he played the Fracture Eyes. He has a lot of float, so he has a bunch of options here. I think if you want to bring out Genbu here, you have to do it this way.
Yep, like you are gonna be. Yep.
There we go, Conniving Plans. What are we milling? Can we mill something good? Actually, he doesn't. I don't think he even has a Fugue in hand to begin with. All right, I mean it's stuff. We're gonna get our draw. I mean, Conniving Plans is such a good card.
Yep. I don't know what the prep counter is for, but yeah, prep counter exists.
Nothing. It's for nothing. That's what it's for. If you want to play like Trapper, I guess you could put it, but you know what you could use it? You could use it for Fishing Accident.
I mean, it does kill the Genbu, right?
It actually might be class bonus. I'm not sure. It's probably class bonus.
I'm pretty sure that thing kills. It goes bottom, right?
Yeah. No, it taps it, and if you prepare it.
Yeah, it goes bottom.
But I think it might be class bonus.
Huh.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember. You know, has anyone ever looked at Fishing Accident in their life? Oh, Ringleader. That's a good hit.
Yep. We are going into. Yeah, I think this is where Jofata was very concerned about. He was like, do I really want to do this? And his fear just materialized. The Genbu is going to be flipped soon.
Here's the thing, right? We have the Revitalizing Cleanses in hand, but if Genbu just one-shots you, it doesn't do anything.
Exactly. You need to take damage first before you recover. This is the unique part of this game where in some games you can overheal, meaning you can just keep recovering without any fear. In this game, no, you need to take damage first, and Gocha is going to be considering his option. He hasn't flipped yet. He can flip whenever he wants to.
The issue here is, obviously, if you flip, you just get smoke bombed and you die. So
yeah, That's his concern as well.
We don't have a fugue. We can't go for the Hail Mary right now. Yeah, we don't have the fugue. I mean, we could try and Lost in Thought to try and dig.
We can Lost in Thought for Infinity. I mean,
we have
2. Sorry, not Infinity, but 2.
I mean, that might. Okay, we built 1 fugue already at this point. Oh,
Terrapin.
Okay, Terrapin. That's also ringleader, so that is going to be a 2, a
3,
2, 5.
A 3/7?
No, it's only 1 buff counter.
Oh no, Terrapin's effect, right?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So it's gonna be a 3/7.
Yeah, very standard. I think Terrapin being 3/7 is the strong standard stat line that it wants to be.
Yeah, that's the stat line that you would hit with Sylvie, where you go like ringleader into buffed Terrapin, so it's like +3 buff counters.
Yeah, I once make a Terrapin in a 6/9.
I mean, yeah, I don't doubt that.
Wait, is this 6? Anyway, back to the game. We do. Oh, this is so tough. Like I think Gocha is in a position where like, if Jofasha just go for the smoke bomb, it's really really tough.
Oh my God, we're playing a hare. That's another card we haven't seen in a while. That's just a float ally. It's a float. That's it. That's just a float ally. But you know what? It lets you kill this fake Frost Warren. 3 damage. Do we have anything? I don't think we have anything that will stop this. It's obviously, Terrapin with the Spell Shroud is pretty good.
You can primarily ritual it, that's about it.
Yeah, but do you really want to be primordialing things at this? I guess if you're trying... Oh, he actually milled a Ravishing Finale.
Pain. But, I mean, if you're going to primary ritual here...
Wait, there was a QSG. I didn't even see. There's too many things on field. That's Smoke Bombs. If he was thinking about it, that's Smoke Bombs.
It has to be Smoke Bomb,
That has to be Smoke Bombs.
And it's very hard for Gocha. So the problem is that if Jofasha here materialize something not Smoke Bomb, Gocha might be caught off guard like, not Smoke Bomb, let's flip. Forgetting that there's a QSG behind there.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But right now, it's like we still have to do 9 damage and we don't have Ravishing. So we would kind of have to go for... We kind of have to go for Claymore.
I think Claymore's the play here. Wait, that's so many cards in the graveyard right now. It has to be Claymore, right?
But it might still not be enough.
Wait a minute. Is that a lot? I see a lot of... I see at least 2, I think.
And then we get to go. So Claymore, it's going to trigger the Pelagic here. Pelagic going to replay itself as the Tide Skipper.
Yep. Wait, 2 for the Sing Side ring leader.
Double ring leader. Double ring. Okay, if we draw into Ravishing.
Yep.
We actually don't. I think we have no more float left.
I'm glad I'm not blind. I was like wondering, that's so many...
I mean, when both players have been milling like 8 trillion cards every turn, it's kind of about to happen.
It worked, right?
Yeah, if he did it in response to the...
Oh, wait, I mean...
Yes, because actually, yeah, no, it says activate. No, yeah, that's the thing about Ringleader. It says it has to be when you activate an animal, it's not just when an animal enters the field. See, that's actually why I know a lot of people were talking about, you can use Ringleader with like the card that summons birds.
Yeah.
And like that doesn't work because you're not activating the animal. You're activating a card that will create them.
Yeah.
Just put them on field. So he will actually not get the buff counters here.
Yeah. I mean, that's educational for a lot of people right here.
Actually, that's the thing. A lot of times, there's so many random combos in this game where everyone's like, oh, that works. And it's like, no.
No.
There's like some line of text in their effect that's just like, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so we are going to see the mill here. I believe he gets 1, and then gets 1, yep. And then he will recollect here.
Yeah, so currently we have Terrapin with 1 buff counter, right? So that's 1, 2, 3.
3 damage on the board.
3, and then Claymore. Remind me again, how much is Claymore?
5.
5? So that's 8
5-3.
damage. So that's 21. You need just one ally. Anything that does 1 damage.
Frost one.
Frost Ward? Is it Ringleader?
So many things. I mean, a turtle here is like, dude, the turtle here is like 8, 9.
But the thing is, we have to have smoke bombs under this.
Yeah, not 8, 9, 4. Yeah, wait, 4, 8. Yeah, 4, 8.
If we don't have the smoke bombs here, then we can't win yet. But yeah, it's gotta be right. It's gotta be. When he was getting attacked, he was thinking about it.
It has to be smoke bomb, I think. It's insane that it's not smoke. Okay, I think it's insane that it's smoke bomb. I think that means it's so ahead. Gambu there, it's so threatening here. Kocha just bagging that it's not a smoke bomb right here.
It's smoke bomb. He's touching it. It's smoke bomb.
It has to be smoke bomb. It is the smoke bomb, and there goes your Gambu. It's okay as well. He's like, yep, sure, yep. We lose Torn, yep.
Okay, he drew a fugue.
We go in.
All right. I mean, I don't see anything in this hand that does anything.
And then Terra Freak actually hits for 5 if you want the field here.
Oh, wait. Fuga's not a spell. Yeah, Fuga's not a spell, so that actually does work.
Yep. I mean, look at the hand. Look at that hand. Take a bow. And then he's going to swing here with the Claymore for 5.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I mean, it's a free play.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
he's just scooping. He's like, I can't live with this.
Okay, so now the question is, if Goja takes going first, do you at Jofata take out?
No, you do not. You do not do that. You do not do that. You do not do that.
See, look at the game. He didn't even need the stone to win.
I mean, it's still milled stuff.
But you're helping your opponent. You go in second.
Yeah, but what if you are going first? I mean, actually, that's the thing. It's like
the mind game.
What if they just have a bad hand? What if they don't level up immediately, right? We're not always leveling up immediately to level 1 every single game, right? So there is definitely a world where it's like, oh, you know, they had a kind of a bad start. They have a backup charger, and you get to kind of go for like the faster route. And then suddenly I was like, oh, now they're the one who doesn't want to level up to Guaja 1 because they're going to start accelerating your Genbu.
I mean, I like fun stuff. I hope Jofata is listening and like, you know what? He is right. Let's stick it out.
Looking at the side, Stratagem probably going to come in.
Stratagem is going to come in.
If we're building like 30 cards, we might as well play the Stratagem. I think maybe Glacial Evocation, good way of outing Frostborns. And actually, look, he's touching them right now. He's touching his sideboard. Those are, Song of Frost, 100%. Song of Frost, 100% coming in. Staggering Strike, I mean, we don't need to put that. Mirror, actually, Mirror could be good if you expect the potential Revitalizing Cleanses.
Yeah, if you expect it. Looking at Goja's side as well, I think it's very similar. So I think Quicksilver is going to come in for Goja.
Blinding Orb could be big too.
I think, I mean, this is just, it's very similar to the Nico Mirror to some extent because you're just both valuing our allies and trying to play each other out for their combat tricks. But the difference here is that none of them actually have a lot of negates. I think none of them even have any negates now I think about it.
Tidal Lock.
Oh yeah.
Cerulean, this one has Cerulean Decree as well.
Yep, for this one only has Tidal Lock. Yeah, only Tidal Lock.
Wow, you know what? Who needs negates anymore?
Yeah, negates are overrated.
Negates are overrated. Just kill them.
Yeah, exactly. No, if your negate has the clause of saying pay X amount of tax, it's bad. Yeah, your negate needs to be like what in-cap. What's it called? The one that Astra plays. Astral Seal. Yeah.
Or it has to be so high that it's just unpayable, like Limerick Refusal. It just has to be basically unpayable.
Yeah, I think we reached a point where very powerful negates are gonna be printed each time. I still remember when they told me that back in my days, Frostbind is not easy to play at all.
Actually true.
Yeah.
Like the decks I really like Frostbind, it's like you just have to play it because it's in a gate. And it makes your opponent worry about it. But a lot of times you end up not being able to actually use it effectively.
Yeah, you're like...
Because your opponent just respects the Frostbind.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you come from another card game, from other card games, negate actually gives you like a very PTSD kind of feeling. When this game is like, nah, negates are fine.
Well, I think if it's Glimmering Refusal or Astral Seal or Incap, it probably
maybe
is.
Maybe it is. But the thing about this negates, especially like Incap only negates specific. Okay, it targets a huge range, but only negates specifically action cards, which is action cards. Is it?
Yes, action cards.
Yeah. So it doesn't negate attack. It doesn't negate follower. Unlike the other cards, like the one that Water has attacks, are sort of like a universal negate. Is card activation.
Yeah.
So, but the one true strongest negate is still the one class that we didn't see today. We did see in Pawan's game. Astral Seal.
Actually, the other thing about Incap in particular is that it doesn't banish. Unlike a lot of the other negates, so Cerulean and Incap don't banish. So when you're playing against a lot of floating decks, when they go reclaim and you negate it, Incap, it's like, okay, sure. I don't really care. Like, I still get the float. But when you get Frostbind, then it's like, oh my god, my float's gone, my ally's gone, it's all over.
I still remember the feel-good feeling when I was playing Fractal and then I have a Frostbind, the guy's like, fast kill? I look at his hand, card's hand 1. Frostbind.
You see that? You see that in the opening hand is Fractal Rain.
Yep. Fractal Rain is there.
Actually, you know, another thing I want to highlight is the fact that Song of Frost in this matchup is so annoying. Because if there's always float in your grave, that means if both your people are on Tamer, that means both people can just play it for free. Lead to that free play of Song of Frost, and it's just like, every time I have to worry about this stupid card that's just always going to be free.
Yeah, like Song of Frost is something that a lot of you didn't know in folks, is that it solves the battle phase and it ends all triggers. So let's say, for example, right, you attack and then you want to be smart about it. On attack, I want to cast my Refracting Missile. I want to do all my stack. Song of Frost. everything ends. Nothing.
And everything gets banished.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing gets resolved. And it's a very funny interaction I see with Polaris. A lot of people that are new to the game were thinking, I want to be smart a bit. Let's crack Polaris during battle phase, during the combat step. That's not good, brother.
Yeah, when you play against water, you cannot be greedy. Actually, another thing that people often do is they swing with the ally and then they play the second wind because they want to get the +1. If you do that against water, you are getting owned so hard every time. We are having the exact same start with Frostborn.
I mean, I'm calling this now. Jofasta is just talented. Like 2 games in a row, Frostborn and to
Lost Thought. Yeah.
I mean, you have to be a water main at this point.
Actually, the thing though is we have Fractal of Rain this time, so definitely we're in a position where actually like the Genbu is going to be even faster.
Yep, and Kocha is going to be considering that option. I do think that he wanted to turbo out the Genbu. I think last game he was slightly unfortunate.
Yeah. He didn't hit the Fractal of Rain, so the Genbu it just took a turn too long to come out.
Yeah, and like Jofasta was definitely like rolling a certain type of like he was definitely getting a better hand. He was dealt very strong allies opening. Oh, he was gonna go back up this turn.
Yeah,
interesting.
I think he needs to try and fight for Terrapin. No, my turtle.
It's alright, there's a bigger turtle in the material deck anyway.
Yeah,
so.
you know, actually, is Genbu like the Terrapin's father?
Huh. Who's the mother?
I mean, I'm not gonna say that. I was about to say something really horrible.
Back into the game, we are going to see a very long stand into his very big hand.
We have Fracturize into Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, we do have that play. He's considering
or
it.
Maybe refracting into Paladin is another option. But the problem is you really have to be concerned about. Oh my God, he has Ravishing Finale. Oh God,
it's gonna happen. I'm gonna call it right here. Jofata's gonna win with the Ravishing Finale, and I'm just gonna call congratulations for Jofata taking the Nico deck and winning the game with it. He's not playing Genbu. He's not playing.
We didn't even see a Genbu from him in that last game.
He's just playing floating memory water at this point.
Excuse me, we're just passing?
Huh. Interesting.
This is very, very risky.
Yep, we are going to go to the backup here. Jofata instantly knew it. Like, okay, I'm just going to go back. I'm going to increase my influence, going to increase my value here. Swing 3 because he does have the opportunity to just go in. 6 damage done already from Froststone. This Froststone has been doing so much work.
Yeah, I hear she's a pretty good card.
Indeed.
I think he's probably going to try and Fracturize end phase and then go for the level up to 1 and then we start trying to play, but then damn, we are so behind.
I don't hate this play. I've done this play more often as well. Like if my opponent does nothing in the mirror, I'll just call my 2/2 and whack. Like,
I have seen very many games where there's like 3 ringleaders on board and they're like, I can't kill it, it's gonna +1 them.
Yeah. I can give him the +1. Yeah, take 2 then. Yeah,
it's like the same concept as like trying to kill a Manic Zealot.
Yeah.
It's like I can't kill it. It has plus. It's gonna do damage. And it's like, oh well. Take 2.
Yeah,
take two. And then when you do try and kill it, they go Primordial Ritual.
Yeah. Okay. So Kocha recognizing that. Okay, I can't take 2 from there. I'm gonna remove it instantly. Doesn't even consider the fact that he's gonna draw from it.
He actually could have Saga Frosted that, but probably not worth it.
Not worth it. Yeah, you're gonna pass here. Really, really interesting opening plays from both players so far. Very different than the first game. Kocha not going toward the turbo path this time, playing more conservative, getting a backup charger, and it's not even cracking it last turn. Wait, it is the power side. Yeah, okay, my bad. Because the backup charger is still there. I was a bit confused, but okay, we got it. So it is gonna factorize it, and it is gonna be 2 factorized. Now we are gonna go into the Genbu this turn.
Yeah, so we do get that Sapphire Fabled Stone, and I mean, here's the question though. Do we have enough time? We are already taking 6 damage. We have 13 life left to give.
Mm-hmm.
Someone has a Ravishing Finale in hand that was going to hit for 6, and this Frostborn is going to swing for another 3. That's 9 damage already. Of course, we don't have enough float to play it, but we could easily mill some float off of this.
Yeah, and you know the scary part for Kocha? He probably is not going to play around Ravishing Finale because he didn't see it at all. Like, wait, no, he did see it in the game 1, the mill.
Yeah, it was milled.
It was milled, so he has to be at least aware of the card, I think.
I think we have a stratagem in hand, so we have 2 float. If we're going to try and end this game, we might have to try and go for the 5 float stratagems or something. We also do have Song of Frost, so if the Ravishing does come out, we get to play the Song of Frost to stop that. So that's another really big consideration here.
Yep.
2 down, Paladin probably?
Yep, it's very likely going to be the best water card in the game right now.
Best
Froststorm
water
Paladin.
card in the game.
Like, I talked to this about with Mono, like when Apex first introduced me the game, I was like, oh, unique exile exists. And then when the first time I met Froststorm Paladin in the region, I was like, this is unique, right? My opponent goes, no, it's not. And like, what do you mean this is not unique? How is this not unique? Like, it's crazy to me. This is such a this is a unit. Like it's insane to me. But we are going to. Well, this is such a high influence. Like Gocha can do another play here. He is going for the Bone Wine. Okay.
Okay, Bovine's really nice here. We got to kill the Frostborn, unless that's a Song of Frost. I think that's a SP2 Song of Frost in there.
He is gonna. I think he's gonna do it. I'm not gonna let you Mewtwo as well.
Yeah, we do stop the mill as well. But that's a good sequencing here. Choosing to attack with the Bovine first, try and fiend out the Song of Frost, and then if you got Song of Frost on the Bovine, you can just leave your Paladin.
Yep. Very really good play. Like we're seeing a lot of minor like min-maxing, and he's gonna be the Song of Frost here. And
Are we gonna counter Song of Frost? Our Song of Frost? There's no.
Wait, does it help if he counter? No, right?
He has a floating memory engraved, so he could actually frost. He could Song of Frost his own attack.
Oh wait, but does it matter if he does it?
No, it doesn't matter. What it would do is it would stop his Song of Frost. It would bash, but then the attack still doesn't go through, so it doesn't make a difference.
So it doesn't.
And wow, he swung with the Paladin. That's actually very risky.
Brave. That's very brave of him. And we are going into, I believe, also the Gocha. Okay, he didn't take my advice. Not so spicy, but hey. And we do see the Gamble here. It is gonna check if there's any different. Is that in the main deck? In the first, is that in the?
Oh yes. The side. That's a sideboard card.
Yep.
The what is it called? Actually, no, it is in the main board. The Sweet Ambrosia. Yes. Actually, I was watching the top tables, and he Jofacho was in the top table. I was watching, and I'm like, is that a? I saw the Stallion, and I saw the Sweet Ambrosia. I'm like, what am I looking at? Like,
spicy. Oh no! Look at that. That is gonna be double. Seaside Ringleader here.
Oh my god, these Stallions are gonna get humongous.
It's happening. We are going to see it. Wait, is that ally?
Yeah, that's a Stallion right there.
Yeah, okay, that's Stallion. Oh, not. It's lacking that one water card.
We are missing one water card grave. That is true. Maybe shouldn't have used one of those. I mean, it's still gonna get a plus 2 from the 2 ringleaders.
Counter with a buff counter, 2 buff counter in fact.
Oh, actually no. He only played one. He only played one ringleader.
Wait. Yeah, he can.
The other one was just banished.
Song of Frost.
Oh my god, we're gonna Song of Frost this. Wait, it's just 1 damage though, isn't it?
Huh.
Like, does he? Maybe he doesn't realize that it doesn't have the 4 water cards engraved.
Huh. Well, things like this happens.
I mean, I think you just assume. Oh yeah, of course you have water cards. Yeah, I think he's realizing. He's like, oh no, I beefed it.
Yeah. I think it's time to.
Oh, okay. Jovacha being a nice guy. He's like, no, don't worry. I'll make your decision correct.
Yeah, I'll do something to make you feel less bad, I guess.
We get the fracting.
Yep.
Do.
Yeah. I mean, this is just sportsmanship, right? Like, I'm gonna do a play where you're not gonna feel so bad. Like it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Yeah.
You know what might actually matter is if we can find a stratagem. I think.
Oh yeah, he's tapped out.
He's tapped out. There's nothing, no protection. If we just mill in a flow, I'm not sure if we have the stratagem in hand already. And he does play. Does he play how many stratagems are we on? 2. 2 in the main and none in the side. So. I don't remember. I don't think he had it in hand, but maybe he did.
I think he had, unless my eye deceives me.
You know, all the water cards are just blue. It's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. He is at 5 influence. So if he plays a draw Regalia, any Regalia to just say draw without using a card from hand, he does reach the 7 hand cap in order to stratagem.
We don't have enough float yet though, so we're gonna have to get some lucky mills off Bovine plus the Genbu.
Yep. Well. You're a water main. You probably will hit it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I don't know. I see these water mains not hitting things a lot, actually.
Terror ring.
Speak of the devil. What are we? Okay. We hit one.
That's not bad. All
right, we're at 5. That means Genbu is coming out. So we're gonna go 6 from Jofacha's Fate Stone, and then we're gonna go 6 from ours plus Factor of Rain, so 7. Bovine Swing this turn, 8. So if we level up, or if we have any other, actually he had a Conniving Plan, so that's also probably. So yeah, I think we can definitely hit the Genbu next turn, but are we gonna survive? I think the Tariff Ring should do its job.
So we are gonna Mewtwo here, Fugue and Refracting Missile.
Oh god, we can't kill the Paladin again. Oh, he has the Stratagem.
Yeah, he just has the Stratagem.
Yeah, okay, so he currently has 2 Floating Grave, which means he could do a potential 6 damage, which you still need another 3 float.
Yep.
Which is extremely possible. Now here's the thing. QSG, what's under that? Smoke Bomb? Build another float.
You know when I was like practicing Nico last set, that's one thing that I struggled with the most. What is underneath the box? Like, if my hunch is right, it's probably Smoke Bomb again because it makes the most sense, right? You can protect your ally. You can also go ahead and win the game. It doesn't make sense it's Blinding Orb because Kocha's hand is a bit huge. And Jofata doesn't actually run the negate route, so Blinding Orb he doesn't even run Blinding Orb, I think.
No
Blinding Orb. I mean, what else could it be? Like,
it's Smoke Bomb. It's Smoke Bomb.
It's Smoke Bomb. Like,
here's the thing. Safeguard would actually be probably what you want under right now at this moment because you are a very big threat of getting Stratagem.
Yep.
So maybe he knows that, but the thing is, did he even see the Stratagem last game? He didn't even see the Stratagem, so maybe he doesn't even think he's playing on it because a lot of these Gorgias don't play Stratagem.
Yeah, it's so hard, like, because you're dealing with so many informations that it's kind of like hidden from you, so it's very hard to like decide what's underneath the QSG, especially this kind of matchup. Standing there, it's gonna be hitting the Gotia for this is with a buff counter, so this is gonna be 4.
4 or 5 pony. Okay, so he currently has 3 float, and he needs to hit 5. That will do 15, which is exactly enough to kill, which means we need to mill 2. Very possible, extremely possible. You have a Bovine Swing, you have a Genbu mill, you have a Fractal of Rain mill, and you have a Conniving Plan. You must be able to hit something here, right?
Yep, we are going to Slytherin Decree here, showing him the other 2 Slytherin Decree, and he's going to choose -3, draw 1. And then, so he's going to take 1.
Yeah, I might as well draw, right? It's like, the Cerulean, we don't need it necessarily at this moment.
Your is going to pass here, he doesn't want to swing with the Frostborn Paladin.
Oh, the big concern here is, can we commit? Can we commit to doing the Stratagem when he still has cards up? Are we on Viridian?
It's going to be here. It's going to mill 1, 2, 1 still, sorry. It's going to mill 1 floating.
Yeah.
Very close. It's very, very close. There's 3 floating right now. And Bowman can mill 2 with the Genbu as well, mill 1. It's very high probability. I think he might actually go for it.
We could also flip the Genbu this turn, which would make a pretty difference. We don't have the Fugue, but we do have the Genbu. So, he's gonna bring out Blinding Orb, isn't he? It's risky because you do have to banish a float. Unless you choose to just not banish a float. That is an option.
I'll say it now, if he goes for the Stratagem route and the QSG is actually the Amulet, insane. Jofata is just insane.
Yeah, he's actually in his mind.
Yeah.
He is reading his mind.
There's no way. Like that's the power of QSG. It's so flex, but it's so hard to utilize it to its maximum potential.
I'm trying to think. I don't think we actually did we in the Fractal of Raid at the start of the game, did we show that Stratagem? I actually don't remember.
I can tell, dude. It's been so ahead that we are at that point that we don't even know anymore.
Wow, we're going Gorgia too.
Okay.
All right, so we're not going for Stratagem then. We didn't even need to do the Gorgia to get the Genbu. So
is he considering the fact because he kind of smirked when he drew the Factorize? Is he? Oh no, it's because he missed the meal. Yeah, I think he's like, oh, I wish this was in the meal.
All right, I mean. Can we get there? We have Genbu, but are we just going to get bombed again? The thing is, he still has way more life than in the previous game.
Yep.
So maybe you can survive. Especially, he has like 2 Title Lock? Or is that Cerulean? I think that's Cerulean Decree.
I guess you can start with step 0, Bone Wine into Champ and see what happens.
That's very true. I mean, there's nothing really stopping you here. Actually, he could do Bovine into Paladin and then flip Genbu and then swing into Paladin, but then you lose the taunt. So probably not what you want to do. I mean, if you kill the Frostborn, it's pretty good.
Yep. This is now getting into their heads. Now this is going to be a very tiring game right here. And remember, this is still only game 2. They might have a game 3 depending on the result. So Bone White is gonna swing and he's gonna intercept, and it's not gonna retaliate. 1 floating, 2 floating.
Okay.
My. Oh, yeah. It is going to be the Frozen Paladin, yeah. Because Jofata did declare intercept, yeah. So all good, all clear.
Has a second Fractal of Rain, but it's a bit too late for that. I think that's...
Is that lethal if he does it without any sort of negate?
No. Because we banished the floats. If we just went for Hail Mary stratagem there, we would have had 4? No, I think we would have had 4 float. Or those 2?
We had 3 initially, I think.
We had 3, but he banished 2. So yeah, actually he would have 3, and then he banished these 2 Cerulean Lost in Thoughts. Actually would have been a 5. So it would work. But the thing is, it's like negates in hand. Worried about negates in hand. Worried about QSG under the Safeguard Amulet under the QSG.
So we are gonna flip the Genbu here, and the Genbu just comes out here.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, we do have some leftover quest counters. Oh my god.
Oh, Genbu just swing into the Frost on Paladin. Not gonna care too much about protection.
All right. I mean, I don't think he can stop this. Glacial Evocation will not stop this.
Yep. And he's like, I'm just gonna Primeval here.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. It's gonna die anyway, so might as well get some value out of it. You know, the thing is, it's like with all this float, I wonder what we could possibly be bringing out with all of this.
I mean, everything is really, really, really possible at this point, right? And he just go through it. I mean, it's gonna be Claymore Ravaging.
Claymore plus Ravaging, so you're gonna throw 11 damage.
It's not quite game. Wait, Stallion is 4.
With the swing of the Stallion, it would be game.
It would be game. So does Gotcha has Song of Frost?
No, because we used the Song of Frost on the Stallion that was swinging for 2. Or 1.
Oh, I can smell disaster coming in. I think
I actually do as well.
8-hand, but Giovanna might be scared to act. He's like, 8-hand. That's kind of huge.
The thing is, we have enough. We can actually just go.
Oh,
we can just go for it, right? We should have enough cards to hold up for it, unless it's maybe double negate. I think we should be able to still do the play. We definitely have more than 10 water cards in grave, surely.
Yep, I think it's so tough here right now. I think Jofata is gonna be considering the Terror Ring for safety reasons. It's like, I might just die next turn, so Terror Ring makes sense.
I think what Jofata's thinking is, surely he has a Song of Frost.
Yeah, like there's no way you hand up like that without Song of Frost, right? Although you have 2 Song of Frost. 3, is it? 3 Song of... Is it
no,
2?
That's Paladin, Song of Frost, Song of Frost.
So 2 Song of Frost already played out. Surely you have the 3rd one or the 4th one, right?
Surely.
So it's so hard for Jofata. And Jofata needs to respect his opponent, right? He's like, I can't just go in. If I go in and lose, that's like Clown Fiesta.
And then next turn, guess what happens? We get to go. If we mill three cards, boom, stratagem, you're dead.
Yeah. Well, this is so tough for the players.
Wait, he has 3. So he used 1 and he milled 2. So he only has 1. I think, does he play 4? He only plays 3, right?
Song of Frost, 3 in the side,
which I'm surely he put all 3. So he actually has no Song of Frost left.
Song of Frost. Yeah, he's out. Like he's actually out of Song of Frost. Of course, we know the information, but Jofata might not be. Oh, he's doing it.
This is getting dicey.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna win as a Nico deck.
Okay, we have 2 Cerulean Decrees in hand, so we can at least -6. Okay, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 9. All right, so it's not a free. It costs 1 to swing with it.
Yeah, but I mean.
Well, now it costs. Now it's free. Now it's free.
Genbu.
And we didn't hit a float.
Okay, yeah. So we are gonna go into it.
I mean, our only hope is to just throw a million negates.
I mean, he did see the Cerulean, right? Remember Cerulean? Yeah, we did, because like Cerulean happens and then he showed 2 Cerulean.
I'm surely he has imbued at some point and shown these Ceruleans.
Yep. So standing goes swing here for 4.
Swing for 4, put you at 11, which means you just need to do 11 damage, which Claymore plus Ravishing is exactly 11 damage.
He's gonna do it.
The question is, can we kill through multiple Cerulean Decrees here? Oh, okay, we're swinging. All right, we're taking it slow and steady.
Yep.
All right, you're dead next turn then.
Yep.
Unless we have Refract. Actually, are we? No, we can't do Refracting Missile. We don't have any Fractals. This is the thing when you play a mill deck. It's like, can I look at your grave, please? Because I need to actually like make sure what you have left.
Yeah, make sure what you have. The odds of you having X cards. Like there's a important part about trying to find out as much information as you can and gathering what is possibly in your opponent's hand. He is assessing every information he has right now. It's looking like the stratagem route. I think he has to go for it.
He still needs to find another. He still needs to find another 2 float though.
Yep. I mean, if he has primarily ritual, he can primarily ritual the bovine.
I mean, we can also just swing 1 bovine and then 3 with Genbu. That is 4 damage, puts him up to 8, which would mean we only need 10, which is just 4 float. Which, I mean, come on, we could hit 2 floats, please.
Fracturize?
Okay, fracturizing.
Yeah, it's the he's gonna ask what is in the box.
Tell me, is it what I think it is? Is it smoke bomb?
Or is it safeguard?
If it is smoke bomb, we can actually go.
Oh, it's actually safeguard.
What the heck? How did he know?
It's actually safeguard.
We can actually just go Gosha. We can go Gosha 3 here.
Oh, no, he's gonna factorize again. I think that's the second factorize.
Oh my god, he has the second factorize? No way.
He's just like, I'm gonna do it. This players are insane.
Oh my god.
Then the stratagem is very safe right now. Like,
yeah, we have 4 already. We just need to hit. We hit with the allies as long as nothing. I think he has revitalizing cleanse, but I think we also have tidal lock, so we should be able to go. Can we do stratagem tidal lock? Stratagem into tidal lock with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draw for turn 7 cards plus 2 fractals. That's 9.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. You can interact in each instant of the 3 damage for stratagem.
Yes.
So you can take X amount of trees and then
then rev cleanse. Yeah.
Yep. Wow. Okay.
Oh, gonna go for Guoja. Gonna go for the free Guoja, which will actually unlock our Genbu now. Now we cannot get smoke bombed here.
Oh.
Yeah, it is free to play because we already have a Shenju on field.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking he might try and sit on taunt, and then we cannot actually smoke bomb it because we can use the Guoja lineage release to stop the smoke bomb from resolving, which will also deny the draw too, which is quite important here.
Quite important right here, and we are gonna recollect here.
Well, Fractal Rainmill, Fractal Rainmill.
Targeting himself, the floating. I mean, at this point, is that a surprise? I don't think so.
Okay, I mean, if he has stratagem would do. Stratagem costs 6, yes? So that's 7 cards, plus the tidal lock is 9. Does he have 9 cards with the fractals? If he does, then he should be able to win now.
I think he's gonna do it, right?
There it is. We're going for it.
3, 4,
5, 6. We have more than enough.
And we have 2 cards in hand, so
that's tidal lock. That's tidal lock. I know he has tidal lock.
Yeah, demanding at least 2 negates if you want to. Make this pass?
Yeah, the Rising Cleanse is way too expensive. It's not going to work out. Actually, I think he's going to try and Revitalizing Cleanse here. 100%.
I think Cleanse... Oh, no, that's too many floats.
Oh, my God. No. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. There was way more than I remembered.
Yeah, that's no way. Yeah. That's so many.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 24 damage.
Can you believe it? Stratagem came back and haunted us in the metagame again. After
do we have anything? We have Rev Cleanse. He has to just Rev Cleanse.
You have to cleanse this. Like if you cleanse this to 5.
I don't even think it's enough to out heal.
No,
it's not even enough. Yeah.
I think your father just accepts like, all right, you can resolve it. It's fine.
3 damage.
3,
2, 4, 5, 6.
Oh wait, if your father doesn't resolve enough, then.
Is he gonna leave some?
Yeah. I think Gocha. I think your father is letting him like. Oh no, he's gonna do it all.
Yeah, so that is a lot. That's a lot. 8. All on Gocha.
Yeah, all on Gocha.
24 damage. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, so he just wants to react 1 by 1, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is how you're supposed to do it. So.
Yeah. 1,
3,
2,
3.
Take 3. Take 3. And then cleanse.
All right. Now he has. Okay, I need to cleanse here.
Yep.
And he can pay for it through the tidal lock.
Yes, and then tidal lock. Yeah. Oh,
he can pay for it.
Yeah, and then review, cleanse.
That's going to heal you for 5, which is you're still dead, right?
I think you're dead. You're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. 3.
3. Yeah. Just making sure.
Yeah, you're still dead.
All right, we are going to game 3 with 10 minutes on the clock.
I don't think it's gonna end in 10 minutes. I don't think we can do that, unless somebody hits the Hail Mary, just like. If we hit like immediate stratagem, like we just hit like 5 float immediate stratagem, it's possible. But
yeah, but what an insane game! Like we call the safeguard under the QSG, but we didn't really think he would actually do it, right?
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting. I was like, it would be so big brain to go safeguard here. You really have to be like 5D chess with your opponents. Like, I know he has stratagem. He might have imbued it at some point, but like still the mental forethought to remember that this stratagem, I think especially when you see stratagem all the time, like, whatever, this card's
yeah, and then Kocha also having that 2 factorize matters so much. It's like, okay, factorize. It's actually amulet. Factorize again. Like, it's so good. It's so heads up. Like, this is a very, very good match, and a lot of things that people can take from this game at home. Like, this is how peak. I would argue this is almost as peak as it can be in a Grand Archive game. What are we doing here?
Oh lord, I see he put the boots into the deck, which is very scary. So now we have an extra out of the stratagem. So you have the boots plus QSG plus safeguard, the trinity of I'm not letting you hit me with a spell.
Yep, he is going to remove that cards that I'm not sure what he called, but that regardless that heals. That's what I call it.
The Ambrosia?
Ambrosia, yeah, just take it out with Ambrosia.
I mean, you know, heal 3, is it really enough when you're getting stratagem for 24?
Hey,
I feel like the materializations are just a bit too tight. You have to bring out the Claymore, you have to level up, you have to bring out Claymore, you have to bring out Smoke Bomb, you have to bring out Safeguard Element, so it's just, maybe there's just no time for the Ambrosia.
Yeah.
That's probably more for like an aggro deck, where like just the 3 health might be enough for you to get a turn where you can bring out the Genbu, and then that's what I expect at least, but we'll see. I mean,
yep.
6 minutes on the clock, plus overtime. I mean, let's hope that someone finds Icebound Slam.
No, good. Someone finds Icebound Slam, the person running Icebound Slam is going to get disqualified. What do you mean?
I mean, the game's going to end, right? Technically speaking.
Not like that, man. Not like this. But it is going to be very interesting to see how it goes. I do believe, like you, it's going to go to a tie.
Yeah.
But there is a world where if they open enough Frost on Paladins, swing 3, then they do some magical hit or whatsoever, it does end the game right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if someone decides to sit at level 0 for a bit too long.
Yeah, and then like, I won't die. Dies. Oh no.
Yeah, I was like, surely I live.
Yeah,
does it live?
Doesn't live, and then questions his life decision. Like, I think this is really, really, really hard to call right now. I think it could be either player's game, and I'm not too familiar with the score system. So are they 5-0-1 lose or 5-0-1
That is
tie?
a draw. That is a draw.
Tie,
so they currently are 5, 10, 15, 16 points. So whoever wins this is in.
Yeah, in with 19 points.
And no, actually, they're gonna have 90 points, which is a lot going into day 2. Because you haven't had a loss yet. Like, even you have a draw. It's like not even a loss. So it's very good for you.
Yep, I think even if they draw here, they are quite comfortable because regardless of what happens, another draw guarantees a slot and they can still play for one more game to try and win.
Yeah. So if they go 5-0-2, you have 2 more games left. You draw one of them and then you win and then you try and play for the last one.
Yep.
And then you probably try and play for the next game and then you draw on the last one.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be playing against other people who are like, shh, oh my god, we might actually not make it. So listen, I just want my Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, like, leave me alone. Get my Sword of Seeking, and then we try to win all the games tomorrow. So
my god, this hand sucks. He has Fugue and 2 bunnies and okay, he has Frost Warren plus Lost in Thought.
I'm just gonna play the bunny here, I think. Let's develop a 1-3 and swing.
The bunny that has no float because it's a class bonus? I'm not sure about it.
It's just a pass. Like, we are going into the mental warfare passing.
It's probably going to be the classic turbocharge.
I asked Damien the same question I'm going to ask you. How many times do you think we have seen backup charger going like second turn?
I mean, surely it's been like... if it's second turn, maybe I'm gonna say like 5, 6, 7 times.
You know, there should be a counter, like someone should keep track, like how many times this thing happened. It'll be an interesting stat to tell you how good is backup charger.
Wow, they are doing the exact same thing.
What a surprise!
We are both just going backup charger, pass backup charger.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. This is such a, I don't know, man. I'm like, I can't even be sarcastic, but it's not like backup charger is so good for water just because of factorize. Yep, there we go, factorize.
And he has the Paladin in hand. So we get to play Paladin. For once, Quasha is the one who is establishing the first Paladin.
Yep, establishing the first contact with the Paladin.
Thinking about it, maybe he's like, it's going to get hit by Glacial Evocation. Should I even bother playing it?
If you're going to play around so many things and not play the game and not win, then I don't think you will ever win. So my philosophy is simple: go in. If they have it, they have it.
I mean, listen, this game is gonna. If he doesn't try and go for game, this game's gonna end in a draw anyway. So he might as well just try.
I mean, we just spent 4 minutes right there. We had 9 minutes, right? Now we just spent 4 minutes, and they're just on the second turn.
Oh my god, he's just passing. Wow, that's crazy. I wonder if he must be trying to go for the fugue, right? He must be trying to go for Genbu. Like, if I can get Genbu extremely quickly. We don't have Fractal of Rain, though. How are we going to possibly bring out Genbu quickly? I get maybe we just try and go turbo level 1, 2, 3, and then just bring out Genbu and then fugue, but then we probably won't have enough water cards.
Yeah, I think Jofasa can't even put cards down if he... he's got a cycle.
Cerulean Decree, just draw one.
Okay.
That was like 3 Primordial Rituals, by the way.
He is going to give Genbu. I think this intention
Oh my god, he's going to do it again.
I feel like Jofasa's intention here is maybe to Genbu right now. He's like,
that's very possible.
I'm gonna be the first contact guy. Oh no, Tengu. No, Tengu doesn't get a quest counter, right?
You get the quest counter, but you don't get the draw. The draw is a class or a Guaja bonus.
No. I think the draw is not class bonus.
It's not class bonus, but it's Guaja bonus. Oh no, it's
the quest counter is.
Oh yeah, the quest counter is the one that's class bonus. Yes.
No worries.
That's why you can't do it with Suzaku.
Exactly. That's why we play Tengu in DC as well, in Diaochan. So we do see it. We are going to see the Gocha leveling up here. He's going to be the first one that has the Fate Stone. And we've seen both games where whoever has the Fate Stone first usually is the one that is going to flip the Genbu first.
Oh, okay. No float so far.
That's painful. Terrafin being like milled right there.
Yeah, Terrapin. I mean, he has another one. But
yep.
Actually, does he not have Frost Right? Oh, actually, he doesn't have Frost Right. Never mind. I thought he had it.
It's going to go for the convincing...
Oh!
Oh.
Okay. We hit one float, and then... That is all pre-rec too.
Yep.
Draws another conniving plan. Oh, this Genbu is actually going to get
really
stacked out very quick. Especially if Guaja goes to level 1 as well. That Genbu is going to happen extremely quickly.
Yep, and he's going to pass here because we both know the information at hand where he literally has nothing else but reaction cards.
If you're in Guaja's position here, do you consider just try to play for the draw? Because it's like, how are you going to win the game if he's going to get Genbu out first?
No, there's two ways to look at it. One is that Guacha still has the factorized game plan. Two, Frost Storm Paladin is... I think it's ready to come out. Oh no, he's just going to go turbo. Interesting.
Alright, I mean, okay, we're racing.
Yeah, all my theory just goes away. And I don't know if he's going for draw here, but he's trying to raise him in terms of getting the Genbu out, which is interesting. This is a very different interaction that we've seen. You help him build... Ring leader.
Ringleader is out. That's
and you're gonna
not good.
And it's gonna be convincing plans here, and then it is gonna be milling.
Okay.
Floating. Not floating.
Not a floating.
Well, there is 2 quest counter right now.
So we are actually quite in parity with. We're just 1 behind. So you know, if he has a bovine here, he could actually catch up.
Yep, I still think that Frosthorn tempo play is really, really strong.
Oh, you know, he could go Terrapin here though.
Without a buff counter? Without an extra buff counter besides his one?
I mean, yeah, that's true. But I mean, maybe he just needs an ally. He needs something to do something. Fractal. Okay, there's the Fractal Rain.
Fractal Rain. All right. We're going somewhere.
We got the imbued Fractal of Rain. We have 5 minutes left. This is actually in turns already, so we actually need to see the game end. I believe Guaja was on turn 0, which means.
Oh no, we follow this timer, right? This 2-minute timer.
Yes, but actually, did they get an extension?
Yeah, I think we did get an extension, and then we follow the round timer.
Okay, so there's 2 minutes left on time.
Exactly.
And then so we might actually see this game end.
Yep, we might have time for it, and we're gonna see the Terrafin here, like you said, coming here, swinging in for a 2-5 as an ally.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Like that's how important this portal deck actually relies on ally, and we are going to see the Golden Knives plans here. Stinky.
Ugly.
That's not it.
So we are going to get our prep counter if it matters. If it somehow comes up, there's no fishing accident in this deck. So
still, and Anton's gonna do it again.
All right, surely we hit something this time.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, one float. The thing is, he has 2.
Seaside is drawn into Mem. It could be the other order. Oh well.
He actually does have 2 Song of Frost in hand, which means that it's gonna be so hard to win a game with a fugue here.
Jofacha does run 1 fugue, right?
Jofacha plays 1 fugue, but Guaja plays 4.
Yeah.
So if Guaja is trying to go for a, we already know that Guaja has the fugue in hand, so he's gonna try and go for the Hail Mary fugue here.
Wow, that's a Claymore right here.
Already?
Yep. I mean, are we surprised? That's so much.
I am kind of surprised actually.
Okay. Let's go. We do have that We do have that Seaside Ringleader. They're going to draw on the man. Just going to draw into the bone one. Going to recollect here with a lot of hand. Well,
okay, actually, so 5. So it's a pretty expensive. Wait, okay, he's asking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's 9 because the forest gig does not count.
I mean, it's gonna be 10.
It's gonna be 10. We're gonna play this bovine, and it's gonna be 10.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna with 1.
We're hitting Terrapin.
Wow, playing defensive here. I think Jofacha as well is like, maybe we should go for a draw. Hits the Terrapin, passes here with so many influence here. What are we watching?
Might try and go for this Stallion. It's going to get the buff counter too, so it's going to be a what? A 4-5? All right, so we are now in extra time, so that means it is currently Jofacha's turn, so he's turn 0, and then it's going to go to Quaja, and it's going to go to Jofacha, and then it's going to end on Quaja. So Quaja has 2 turns to try and end this.
Yeah. We are going to the peak of the round this time, so we are going to go to Stallion. Stallion is going to swing in with the buff
He can play a
counter.
double Stallion, but that's I would not recommend that. If that could get you killed here.
I believe it's 4 damage. Yep, correct. So we are passing here, and he is going to play his own plans here.
Probably just going to hold on to this loss and thought for a potential try to draw into...
That's Gamba.
No. Yeah, you know, when it rains, it pours.
I mean, kids, that's why you don't gamble. Never gamble.
Actually true. You know, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. And
okay, here's a story. All right, I was touching. This is like off topic. I was literally touching a pack, and like, okay, we hit this pack and stop. You know what's the pack I was touching and I didn't open? Was a CUR.
CUR.
Yeah.
Like with a U.
It could have been me. And I'm that gambler that didn't dig for them.
I remember I bought a bunch of SP1s back in the day.
Yeah,
and I bought like 20 of them to sell back home because we didn't have any. And then I was like, okay, we opened like 17 and there was no CSR. I'm like, it based on statistics, it should be in here.
80%.
But I was like, you know what? I'm not doing it. It's not in there. And then the next time I sell one, it has a CSR. And I'm like, oh my god, that could have been me. 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big.
Okay, just for preference, we are not encouraging.
We are not encouraging gambling, by the way.
Yep.
Unless you're playing Watermill, then we can encourage as much gambling as we want.
Yeah. So.
Tariff Ring the choice here.
Yep, Tariff Ring here. Choices here from this player are so on top right now. They are considering every option. Float, there we go.
5, 6.
5, 6.
Oh!
Man, I mean, he runs 2. It's fine. There's one more.
So we are 3 off from our Genbu here. Do we have a ringleader in there? No, actually, man, the ringleader is kind of stingy on Quaja's side at least.
Yeah, like Quaja didn't really hit much of the ringleader at all, but for Jofacha, it's been very, very kind to him. Let's see. That's a bovine.
That's a bovine. He also has another Frackle Rain. We can play another Frackle Rain. Next turn, we're going to mill 3, which gets us the Genbu. Then we can go for the Fugue YOLO.
Well, at this point, you might have to, because you did see Jofacha mill a decent amount of Serenity Degree.
And actually, considering that he is going to most likely get Tariff Ring next turn, he might just do nothing pass. And it's kind of hard to stop someone from doing something when you were doing nothing passing.
Yeah.
Especially with 2 Song of Frost, which can both be played for free.
Yeah, Jofacha is threatening like, it's not really a lethal, but it's threatening like a win con here. He's going to win through the allies and the Stallion. The Stallion is very, very tall. It's so disgusting. It's a 4-5?
It is a 4-5.
I mean, it's better than the 3 legendary horses, Red Hair, Dilu, and the one horse I always forget his name.
Zhueying?
Yeah, Zhueying, yeah. So you're gonna go
maybe this is actually the real unique ally horse. Zhueying, who cares about that guy? I want Aqua Stallion.
Yep, Factorize the Terror. Oh!
Factorize Tariff Ring is so scary.
It's so huge here.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, and
are we about to get ravished?
Yeah. Oh my.
All right, let's see if we have any way of getting around this.
Yep, and he's still considering, okay, maybe I have a play. No, he's just going to pass it here. I think he's going for it. We are going to see it. It's going to be the angle here going into
oh my god, he's going to try and fugue.
Yep. And then it is Gamble going to be flipped.
We need a Sorrow Frost.
Seaside right here. Yeah, they're just checking about the making. So they are going to go into this. Draw the map. And then recollect.
All right. If there's a Song of Frost, this game is not over. Oh, he's digging. He's digging.
He's digging. I think they're just both trying to scramble for time.
Oh, just one? Do you only have one?
I think he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it to try and dig. No, that's wrong from Paladin. The wrong Frost.
You know what would be crazy here? Does he have a way of milling? Oh my god, he doesn't. Wait. Did we get the mill on the... Did we get the mill on the Ruby?
Yeah.
Or the Fate Zone?
Stallion?
Oh my god, wait, he's just dead.
Yeah, he's just dead. Stallion.
I think there is an...
4.
Oh, and there's a buff counter too?
Yeah.
Okay, Cerulean.
Oh.
And I think that's it. I think time is up. So we are going to finish all the current actions happening. After that, it's unfortunately going to be over. I think Quasha probably could have lived through this turn. Actually, yeah, he probably could live through this turn. He has evocation to... Even this would be like negate 1 damage. So it would be like...
I think Jovacha is interested to know that if he actually won the game, his time is up.
That's going to be for another 3. Going to swing for 1, 2... Actually, that should have a buff counter. And then
yeah, he would die,
so he actually would have been able to stop it. Yeah, he would have been able to kill. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunate events. Like just 40 seconds difference. Like you look at that. Like you're literally seconds away from winning. And
yeah, yikes. That was a crazy game.
That was insane of a game to cast, man. That's insane. Like, I think both of them played out of their mind.
Yeah, honestly, they both did really well. And listen, it's Watermill. Sometimes someone just mills better. And I do think Joe Facha's deck was just well equipped because of that. You know what it was? It's the Stallion. I'm gonna
take this home and play it.
Yeah, that Aqua Stallion kind of. You saw those 3 Stallions there?
Yeah.
Swung what? 4, 12 damage from these 3 Stallions.
Yeah.
Not unique either. You can play all 3 of them. Unlike that loser swinging.
It's so good. That game was so good. I think we learned a lot that why this deck has a place in the meta game, and we might see a shift maybe if this deck continues to perform today and tomorrow as well. But yeah, I'm pretty confident both of them will make it through. Very likely. Like because they're tired right now.
Yeah.
They just need a tie and they make it in. But I think both of them will be gunning for a win, 2 in a row.
Yeah, and the thing is though, obviously, these are 2 decks that are doing the same thing, and therefore we cannot play any of the outs of things. So no Sensor, no Lantern. Now, of course, that's why we're playing the Mustangs.
Yeah.
But that's something to consider, is that when we start playing into the other decks in the format, we have to see how it ends up going. But the one thing is, because they're currently 5-0-1. That means they have been fighting the Fractal deck, and they've been playing against the ally decks, and they've been making it work. So I think the deck is comprehensive enough that even if you get censored, even if you get hit by Lantern, you can still win the game, right?
I think the only concern I have would be Fumes. Fumes is a concern because of the allies you're playing. Not just the ally. Gambu itself gets targeted by Fumes as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're playing Joe Facha's list that has the Stallion, you can actually just win by smacking with the 3-4, the 4-5 Stallions, right?
So you don't have to flip the Gambu, right? You can just play what Nico used to do, ally gaming. Like,
and then Ravishing Finale for game.
Yeah, that's the thing about Nico. Like, when I first played Nico, everyone told me it's a control deck. Then when I played a bit more, like, doesn't feel like a control deck, man.
I mean, Icebound Slam and then play Stratagem. Icebound Slam and then...
It's more mid-ish range, like, kind of thing. It's actually like a quote-unquote ally deck in disguise.
The thing is, it can play both ways.
Yeah,
that's what made Nico good. You can play the slow game, but you can also play it super aggressive, drop Paladins, Icebound Slam.
Yep.
Yeah, but that was a crazy game.
That's a crazy game.
I am super excited to see what we've got going on for us in the last...
No, second lap.
There's 2 more.
There's 2 more. Exactly.
The last 2 rounds. In the last 2 rounds. So yeah, we're going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll see you real soon.
Bye.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello, everyone, and we are back with the penultimate round of the first day of the Southeast Asian Nationals. And that last game was a bit too much.
I gotta say, I stepped away after that. There was just so many things having to go on, so many things having to consider. And then after all of that, it was just tilt, yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a really fun game coming up. Particularly for me, because these are my two teammates.
Yeah.
Both my two True Sight brethren coming in. Not just that, but they're also brothers.
Oh,
so
God.
it is unfortunately Cain and Abel happening here on the 8th round. And so it is Water, Goja, Mill, no horses. No horses. I think we were testing Claymore, and I think he put it out. I think he put it in for I think he wanted the boots. And it was like, we put Claymore, we put boots. And it was like, I don't know, man. What are you worried about? And then the other one's on Luxem, and
yeah,
it's Luxem. What is there to say? It's Luxem.
Is it Luxem? I have a Tristan here.
Wait, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's different because that one's on the table.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so don't worry, I know the list.
All right, so it's Genbu versus Luxem.
Luxem, yeah. Okay. And the thing is, particularly about this Luxem list is we have a very clean out to the Shenju, which is exploit vulnerability into attack hard, or you can even have Mercenary Blade.
Yeah.
Mercenary Blade. Like, you just exploit, prepare, and just hit it, and then it dies. So
yeah, very cheap. 2 prep, just get rid of it. I don't need the 3 or the win card. Just go.
Yeah, and the one thing is obviously we do have Cerulean Decree. So if you Cerulean it, as long as you are not hitting over 3, it will still it won't get the on hit from the exploit. But we know that. You know that holding cap.
Yeah, I mean both of these guys gonna know that. So that's where I guess it's going to be a lot of mind games. Who's going to play into what? Especially a lot of the, well, I think you don't have it, so I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, and obviously, unlike the other 2 Gorgeous we saw, this is playing Polar Depths. So the mill-out strategy is actually very real.
Yeah, okay. Well, oh god, Polar Depths.
Yeah, I mean, very curious that the others were not playing for it. I think it's really just because I don't need this. It's another Fantasia. It's another Fantasia. It's just going to get Scatter Essence, so just not even play it. Let's just play Rain, because Rain is the one that really matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. We got the list. So it's Fugitive versus TKO. So
there we go.
Yeah, so Fugitive here gonna a 7. So yeah, I'm actually not sure how his previous 6-1. Oh, so they both won. Wow, they're both 6-1. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
they're both in. They're locked. So let me just talk a little about TKO. One of the best. Actually, both of these players, some of the best in the country. Actually, Fugitive is the only player from the Philippines who has ever gotten a top 8 in an Ascent. So, which was Singapore, where he got swiftly taken out by Bob in top 8, and then his one loss today, Bob again.
Wow.
So
yeah, Bob's running on a hot streak right now.
Bob is never not running on a hot streak. That guy he's just the best Luxem player in the world because he just always has it. He just always has everything. Actually, we call it getting bobbed in our team. It's like when you just get hit like gleaming into quadruple light, we were like, oh, you just got bobbed, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's happened so often. Even on the Apex side, we're just like, oh, you're penned, Bob. All right, I'll see you next round.
Yeah, it's like you're not winning, dude. Like he always has 4 light weavers, 2 sides at turn 4. It's just like I don't know what to do.
Oh god.
And looking at the hand, it's not great. He has fast gear, so we can at least go fast gear. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, I think that's creative shock. That might be the CPR creative shock. Turbocharge is nice.
Yeah, there are a few paths that he can take. Of course, he knows that his brother's going to be on mill Genbu, so whether he wants to speed that up. Oh, what a lovely mill.
Pretty good.
Yeah, whether he wants to speed that up, especially after seeing that mill, will depend a lot on what he feels is probably appropriate.
Yeah, and obviously we are not playing.
Oh, is that 3 floats?
What? And it's a pelagic too? Oh my god. And the thing is, we're not playing Censor in this deck because we are also playing Creative Shock Float. We can't exactly play Censor unless maybe you go first and then you bring out Censor in turn 2. Possible. But I think we really just want to hit Luxem.
Yeah.
The thing about Luxem, you really don't have to do anything. You can just play your Luxem game plan and it's just so strong that unless they have a very specific way of dealing with it, chances are it's probably enough. Then we're going to exploit in the... It's basically Juggle Knife. It's Juggle Knife, but it doesn't do 1 damage.
Yeah. Exploit. I'm a big fan of Exploit as well.
I love Exploit. Unfortunately, we are not on my favorite combo, which is the Exploit into 1,000 Refractions combo, which...
You're wishing a bit too much there.
Okay, we do have the Gleaming, though. The Gleaming is actually surprisingly the most important card in Luxem because it finds you the Light Weavers and the Sights.
Yeah, it's really a lot of the lifeblood of Luxem. If you don't get to play normally, it's because you aren't really able to build the hand size. Gleaming allows you to kind of go around that. Interesting, not using the Pelagic. I would have assumed that he would have just...
well, if you go Pelagic here, you would not get the Dolphin, so... Because it is Guaja bonus. So when you level up to 1, like it is...
You are right.
Yeah, so you want to banish the other flow, and then you go use the Pelagic to go up to level 2.
True, yes.
Look at he has Dungeon Guide. That's important. He has Dungeon Guide. He has Fast Gear. He can just go like Fast Gear, and then Dungeon Guide here. Then level up to 2. Add back the Exploit, and then we get to go Dungeon Guide to 3, and then you go Backup Charger, put 3 down, Turbocharge the turn after. So really set up here. Now of course we have to worry about negates a little bit, but oh my god, can we stop Billy Float, please? I mean, no, apparently not. Apparently not.
I think you shouldn't comment on it anymore. Stratagem?
Yeah, I mean...
Stratagem right now?
I think we're actually... Yeah, no, Tico was not on Stratagem. I remember that much. He was not on Stratagem, but he is in Polar Depths. That's the big difference.
I mean, because he milled 3 last turn, and then he milled 3 now.
Yeah,
so it's Stratagem.
A Stratagem. I mean, okay, if you throw a Stratagem now, Incap is super worrying. That is imbued. So we should have the imbue token there just to make sure. At this point, before Fractal was always imbued, and now it's like sometimes it doesn't get imbued.
Yeah, of course. I think in Genbu you would probably pretty much want to get it imbued. I think is there any real scenario that you don't want to?
In Genbu, no, but in
like
in Fractal, yeah.
Yeah, it's because you have to set it up properly.
So we're gonna go for the Cure. Same, and then we go Cure again.
Yep. Just get really...
Ooh, are we gonna Cerulean here is pretty juicy.
Cerulean, I mean, even if you Cerulean, one of the fast kills are still gonna resolve anyway.
And they both still go to grave.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So I feel like you just...
Actually, yeah, if it was Frostbite, it would have been pretty good, but...
Yeah.
So he's currently 4 influencers. No way to get yourself down to equalize this. Refracting.
Yeah, just... No.
Right, so going to Refracting, just do some damage.
I'm surprised he doesn't oh wait, are they even?
That's 5 to 4. Oh no, 5 to 5. Yeah, it's 5 to 5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, still we're fine. We still have Serene, so
yeah.
We got a lot of space here. We get to go Exploit, add the Exploit back, and then we get the Dungeon Guide to 3 because we got the Creative Shock Float in the first turn. We should have an influence of 8 here.
Yeah, Def just being really good. Kickstarter Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, there we go. So now we get to play 3 cards down, which means next turn we get to go Backup Charger, draw into memory, and then we get to play the Turbocharge.
Yeah, so much value.
Oh, here's the other out we have to get, Boo. Platinum Explosive. It is not a skill. Or it's not a spell, so it goes around Spell Shrouds. As long as they're not on Gorja 3, when they go for the Fugue, when you go back down to you're going to flip the health and attack stat. That means the health's going to go to 3, which means Platinum Explosive will actually kill it if it's prepared. So that's another way to remove the Genbu here. So lots of ways. Actually, there's a lot of ways for this deck to remove Genbu.
But when you guys were testing, were you guys really super expecting Genbu?
No. No.
You just kind of had to bang into each other.
The thing is, we really like. I was like, why are you playing this mill deck? Like, it loses so hard to Trista. And there's like so many win decks, and he's just like, I don't know. He played Nico. Oh no, he played Sylvie last time.
Yeah.
Actually, both these players, if you could have was on Sylvie Nico, and then TKO was on like Polar Depths Sylvie. So he's just really familiar with like this style of gameplay.
True, yeah.
So he just didn't have another deck. That's actually a really big issue with our team is we just did not have decks that felt right for any of us. So we kind of just start picking whatever.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people do quite relate to that, especially this meta, because so much of it has been trying to figure out which part of the meta you are willing to cover, rather than which part you're willing to play. Gamble Mill,
Absolutely true.
free float.
Free float to bring out a possible nothing actually. There's nothing that costs one here. We don't play ensnaring, we don't play blinding orb, so that's just a float. It's just gonna sit there.
Yeah, well.
Okay, we are at a crisp 8, which means Genbu comes out next turn. Or if we actually no, the bovine will put you up right now.
Because you bovine, I think at this point you might actually consider the conniving. Because your conniving here will get you your 9, and then you use your bovines to mill the Luxon play instead. Mill all. Yeah,
mill
it doesn't have light.
4. Mill for the Luxon player. That feels so bad.
Yeah.
If you're actually on the flip side, what if you mill the random trash cards they have? So it's like you can never know, but if you do hit at this point, it actually doesn't really hurt you that much.
That's why it's like a really fun game. You go either I'm gonna feel bad or you're gonna feel really bad. So let's just mill 4, and if you mill Luxem, I'll feel great. If you don't, well, next turn.
You know, I think you're right. You're right. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, no! The game's over. The game's over.
Yeah, all right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Do it again. No!
I think I shouldn't put anything out there.
Not like that. You can't do this.
Yeah, Figurative is really getting commentators cursed right now.
Not like this. You know, there's 2 more in the deck. We'll find it. We're fine. Okay, that was pretty disastrous. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh god, that felt bad. Okay.
All right, if we don't find the 3rd Lightweavers, the game is probably just over.
Yeah, so here, like you said, the line, you just back up Charger, you set more cards, and then you use Xander's effect and show your opponent how long this game looks like it might go.
I believe it was Gleaming. Just Gleaming.
All right.
Okay, so we have the Exploit. We have the Exploit ready, and we also have the Plant Explosive. So this Genbu is not gonna get fugued.
Sure, yeah. Crystallized Fate.
Ooh, drew a sight. Pretty. I mean, it's not a great hand. It's not a great hand, really. We need to find like an uncover here.
The thing is, yeah, with 2 Lightweavers milled out, I have a feeling that TKO might even just be fine, just sitting there and not doing anything, just every turn milling Fugitive out until he eventually wins.
Actually, that's on a side. That was a Lightweaver. So we have one of them. So if the other one gets milled, then it's definitely over.
Yeah.
The only way to win at that point is to go for like a big striking Illuminance into Lightweaver's line, where we just do 20 damage in 1 turn, but then you're playing against water. Pretty hard.
Of course, because with Striking Illuminance, gets around Cerulean a little bit, but you have to devote so much into it that you're gonna able to buff it up as well as reveal your effects. Exactly,
and also the really big thing is you need to have enough cards to play Striking Illuminance and Lightweavers on the same turn.
Yeah.
Drawing's Uncover the Plot. Uncover the Plot's really big here. And a Sight. Okay, we probably have to play this Uncover just to heal. We can also kill a Bovine.
Yeah,
if we want to. Do you want to give him another float? Maybe.
Yeah, but I also think that you really want to kill the Bovines.
You gotta kill these Bovines, otherwise you're gonna get mill forward every turn. Definitely a lot to think about. He can actually go. I think he can do Uncover, kill 1, and then Planted Explosive the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough cards, but then you're playing against water, so it's
that's
you get negated.
Too much to ask for.
Now look at the grave. We do have that Seaside Ringleader.
Yeah, just look at all those floats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's
my god. Oh my god.
I think it's enough to just go all the way out without Genbu.
If the Fugue is here, as long as we have enough cards to stop the Planet Explosive, it's basically over. Currently has 5 cards. We do have that Cerulean Decree, so we cannot stop this. 2 sides, all right.
Yeah,
that's
we have
big.
a game. We have a game.
And then we get to kill one of the Bovines. There we go. So we have stabilized a bit, but if we lose the 4th Lightweavers, the game is over. Because unless it's striking, we have to try and go for a big striking line. That's the only other way to win.
Or you do Light Weaver paying for 2 every turn is probably not going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Especially with how Gambu is just gonna keep being able to push out. Eventually, they might even just hold on the Gambu and just say, yeah, I got Fractals of Rains. I'll get there.
There's the conniving plan. We are going to get our last quest counter. Another ringleader. Oh, okay, Fugue gone. Right. We're going to draw the memory, and then we get to play the ringleader. And we get to flip Genbu whenever we want. We do know about the planted. Like TKO saw it. We know about the planted. It was revealed. We can't fugue. We just can't fugue. Unless, actually, he has Cerulean.
Yeah,
so
you can still.
Yeah, actually, absolutely can.
Yeah, I think you can still fugue as well. I mean, just you have the Cerulean, but also if you respect it enough, you just fugue and then swing. If he planted, you can still use Gambu's effect on this deck.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're not going for a super huge swing. He has 2 Luxem sites. It is what it is, but.
I think with the amount of cards in Grave, it actually might be enough to one-shot at this point, actually.
Maybe.
That looks like maybe
yeah, I think
15 or so water cards in Grave. So
you'll just have to like sacrifice your Bovine Mill for yourself instead of your opponent.
Okay, Fractal Rain Mill self. We're gonna Genbu Mill both of us again. Oh my god, he lost it on cover. Oh no.
Okay.
Ringleader. Yikes. Yeah, this is kind of Luxem's worst matchup. So, not happy to see that at all. We're going to use the Fractal here in Recollection just to get the double Ringleader off. Do we have another Bovine? If we have another Bovine, we don't play Terrapin in this deck. So, not concerned. Oh, we're also going to get the... Oh my god, Pelagic again!
Yes. I haven't seen enough float yet.
I mean, Stratagem would go kind of hard here.
Yeah, if only he put it in, right?
I mean, yeah, probably. There's a Mustang. Mustang can just destroy the insignia if it gets played next turn, or a map. Actually, no, it can't destroy a map. Map's 1 cost.
Yep. So good. Just having Regardless with discount, it means so much. All right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh my no! We build like 6 Luxem cards or something.
When does it end for future?
I mean, okay, that's one of 2 striking Luminances, and that's also like a bunch of the uncovers. So I feel like the striking gets weaker and weaker the more and more Luxem cards we lose. So yeah, this is not looking good.
Yeah, I think at this point you might have to start thinking if I use my Gleaming cards for damage.
I honestly, if I was in Fugitive's position, I might think maybe we should scoop here.
Yeah.
Because this game will probably drag on for like another 10 minutes, and then Luxem is probably not going to end the game in 30, so you're probably going to draw, actually. If he's able to win in game 2, you draw. So maybe he just concedes here just so he has more time to try and get a game 3 off. So we are responding to the on-end here. Are we going to fracturize this, or...? Yeah, I think we're going to fracturize it. Oh my god, that's a Polar Depths. We could absolutely go for the mill here. I think he's going to try and go for Polar Depths next turn, so we might as well just get the QSG. Let's just remove the threat of possible Lantern here.
You know, for how much you said TKO's deck sucks, I think it's good in the meta.
It's good against Luxem.
There's so many Luxems around. All you do is just like
but we were
meet all of them.
That. We were not expecting multiple Luxems to be.
Hey man, it becomes the ultimate gamble. Team like see true sight. Just you know what's coming, even though you didn't actually see it, but you know what's coming. Yesterday we were like, do we need to put in Morgan? No. Do we need to put in like Gawain? No. It's like we're never gonna fight Luxems, right? And then I'm pretty sure Fugitive has fought like 2 Luxem mirrors just today already. He actually, I watched the game. I'm not sure who he was playing against, but it was Luxem versus Luxem. Both of them had like 4 Light Weavers and like 4 sites, and they had like 15 cards in hand or something, and both of them were at 0. Yeah.
So Fugitive had to do striking Illuminance in response to the on attack, Light Weavers.
Yeah.
So it would have been 12, 12, 12, 12, and then striking Illuminance for like 22 or something.
Oh god.
I was like, okay, I mean, you just one-shot him, so...
Yeah, great job. This matchup.
I mean, at this point, that's kind of the only way he's going to get out of this game. He has to try and hit... He has to hit his second Light Weavers, and he has to find striking Illuminance with every other Luxem card left in the deck.
Yeah, although I feel like a Polar Depths might be coming.
It is absolutely coming. It is absolutely coming. 27? Oh, no, we are Polar Depthing this so hard.
30. Oh, boy.
12. 12 water cards.
12. I think...
If we find a second Polar Depths, it's doable.
Yeah. Nah, just thinking if the sea size would have made a difference. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Thinking about going up to, okay, Safeguard being the choice here, just so like we're sure we're not dying to a random Light Weavers.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna mill again. Oh, thank God, it's a Luxem card. Okay, it's not Luxem card. It's not Luxem card.
Sure.
We're fine. Okay. All right. every single time we mill.
Deep sigh from Fugitive is like, no Luxem.
I mean, actually, you could also just Boulder Depths, even if you don't mill him out. If you mill the remaining Luxem cards, you just win the game, right?
Yeah, I think that it's like I've never seen a player more concerned. Why did I not play Tabula?
Actually, we were thinking, should we play Tabula? Imagine you go Tabula and just like put 2 Light Weavers on the top of your deck. Or yeah, it's like, I mean, okay. I mean, I think that's pretty good.
Oh, well, hindsight now sitting here.
There it is.
Oh boy.
There it is. I think I actually legitimately think we are just gonna mill, and then if we hit the other Light Weavers, the game is just over, right? Especially with the Safeguard. If we hit Striking Illuminance and Light Weavers, or either one of those, the game is most assuredly over.
Yeah, actually right.
We have to chain the Polar Depths here. Oh, he's letting it go. I think he's planning on probably Mustanging this.
Yeah, of course, with the 2 Mustangs in hand at this point, you're just like, just do it.
And you can see the patience here, not flipping the Genbu, because he knows. He saw the exploit. He saw the planted. There's no point to bringing out the Genbu here.
Yeah, of course. His opponent's just going to heal through everything, and even if he does get to flip the Genbu, the hand size is getting a bit too big to be able to counterplay whatever his opponent has.
Yeah, we're just going full on for this mill game plan. All right, I mean, it's nothing. It's really just nothing.
Yeah. All right, Luxem effect. You haven't seen this.
Oh my God! After all of that, he only has 2 Luxem cards.
Mm-hmm. All right,
draw for a turn here. Draws into exploit.
Is that a 3rd sight?
No, that's 2. It's just two sights and a Light Weavers.
Oh God.
Pass there in here. All right, you're getting Polar Depths to hell and high water here.
Yeah, oh God, this is where like you sit there and just go, alright, I think I might as well just fire the trigger after my Face Stone Mills.
I'm gonna get a deck count here. Trying to count along, but...
Yeah, I think at this point TK would rather just flip the thing so he doesn't have to keep adding dice. So...
That seems like... okay, I counted 24, but should be... Even if we don't have enough to mill, if we just mill like 15, 17 cards, you're most assuredly going to hit the remaining Luxem cards, right?
Yeah, it's just 1 in 24. You got this.
And we're actually going to get even more mills here because we have 2 Fractal of Rain triggers, plus we have the Genbu trigger, plus we have the Dolphin trigger as well. So there's like 3. Actually, oh, we still have to play the Mustang though. Do we have a way of stopping it? Nope.
See if you mill 3, 23. Yeah, you'll be a few short. But I don't think there'll be enough cards left in the deck for Fugitive to really win from that.
Yeah, that's it. Unless the remaining cards are Striking Illuminance and Light Weavers, which even at this point, he probably still can't win the game.
Yeah.
Goja 3 being the choice here. Going to get the Recover as well as a just higher health pool in general.
Yeah, and just a lot of proper respect for what your opponent can do.
And we have 23 life to chew through, plus Safeguard. Milwaukee. Okay, that's not Luxem. Not Luxem. Thinking about the 3rd one.
Well, Pelagic can only mill yourself, so you have to mill yourself first.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, we got Dolphin here. Hits. Oh!
Guess we have to sit here a bit longer. Recollects. Alright, so I guess the play now is...
I think that was Bovine.
Yeah, how long you hold for.
Oh, okay, it's Cerulean Decree. We can actually Cerulean Decree our Dolphin if we want to. Oh my God, we're gonna get another deck count.
Yeah, so now...
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... So we are getting a...
Yeah.
Oh, and when he was picking up his deck, he accidentally saw the bottom of his deck. So that's going to be a... seeing an extra cards. Yeah, he's just going to concede now because he knows he just cannot.
Yeah, I think that was like an implicit, like, I'm so completely screwed here anyway, so I'm just going to put the deck in.
Yeah, so we're just going to get a concession here.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to finish. We're not going to finish the 3rd game here. So for sure, he has to try and win. He has to try and win and play for a draw here. Yeah, I mean, okay, let's see if we could get into a better... I mean, that was a really, really good start from the Luxem side. It's just that you're playing against the deck that doesn't care about you healing 9 every turn.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to sit there. And I have to say, TKO is so cold. No comments on the number of floating mill. No comments on milling the Light Weavers. Just like, yeah, straight face, pack up deck, go game 2.
All right, so yeah, I mean, as far as sideboarding, we really did not put much in the sideboard for either of these decks.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, I don't know, maybe Art of War comes in, stops a Bovine to attack. We got the Mercenary Blade, which is the main way we kill Shenjus, but obviously TKO knows about it, so he's not going to play into it. We have the Reduced Ash, which doesn't do anything. And Resolute, you could use the Resolute to stop yourself from getting, from decking yourself out, I suppose. And then on TKO side,
yeah, I don't really. You might.
There's not much.
Why do you even have the quick? Yeah, the Quicksilver Girl probably doesn't.
Yeah, that's
do
for
anything.
Fractals. That's for Fractals.
Yeah, it's just for safeguard, isn't it?
I mean, you could still play it. Just it's like you play it, and then now he's to Excalibur the Grail, and then he has to destroy the safeguard.
Sure,
so,
yeah.
I mean, Luxem is very good at playing around safeguard, so not the biggest loss in the world. But yeah, I mean, that's a.
I guess he puts in Staggering Strike. I have no clue.
No, the prep counters are not they're not very relevant. So it's really, I think we just play the exact same way and just hope that we have another double Bovine start.
Yeah. So of course, just update here. The judge ruling, of course, was still a warning. Fugitive accepted the game loss on concession, but you still need to do a penalty because a game was still technically in progress there.
Yeah. I mean, very fair.
Yeah. It's just some implicit bias can't really let it just go, even though the game is completely lost. You still have to pull everything out all the way to the end, and if you concede, then you concede.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you're playing clean, right? All right, we're going to get another pile shuffle here. Yeah, this game's definitely not going to make it to a game 3. It's either we're going to draw, or if Fugitive wins here, we're going to draw. If TKO wins, we just end the game. And if that's fine. They're both in day 2 already, right?
Yeah.
It's just more about how much can we ensure someone is going to hit that top 8, top 4 threshold, which is really the thing that matters the most.
Yeah, I have to
since
say,
free flight is a lot.
Indeed. I have to say, you're right, back to your comms might not be that great after this game.
Absolutely true.
Oh, dear.
I mean, the thing as a team, we don't really care who makes it. We just care that someone makes it.
Yeah.
Anyone makes it.
So achievement of the team.
Exactly. So, you'd be happy to see anyone get there.
Yeah, at this point, I just brought my support with Team Shusai because I think on Apex's side, we just have like 2 people left as well.
Pro-An and
Aqua, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're just, so like, Shusai's got it. I honestly, rooting for anyone in Southeast Asia at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I would give us the honorary 1 non-Asian slot, the limelight slot, if you will. So I will allow it 1, but the other 3 must be Asian.
Of course. All right.
Gonna get our glimpse here. 3 Lux, 4 Luxem. Okay, but we have Creator Shock though. Oh, he's not bottoming the Luxem card. Wow, that is extremely ballsy.
Yeah. I suppose he's just gonna Creator Shock throw the reprogram.
The issue is if we don't draw a playable card in the next hand.
I feel like you just reprogram Raw and then you Creator Shock throw the Uncover or something like that.
I think he's most assuredly just going to throw the Creative Shock float. And then with the Glimpse too, you should at least find something, but we don't have a Assassin card yet, at least.
Yeah, Uncover's the Assassin card.
Oh, okay, we're going to reprogram here. Yeah, okay. All right, so he's going to reprogram this. No damage. We still get the mill. Oh, Polydev's gone. Oh, no floats. No floats.
All right. Complete 180 from the previous game. I'm surprised he actually just used the reprogram straight out.
Yeah, I think he's really worried about the potential of not drawing a playable card.
Yeah.
So he decides, I'm not gonna take the risk. Because if he had like double Luxem there, and then even if he glimpses bottom both, and then he draws another Luxem card, he actually cannot play anything. Gonna keep 1 on top.
All right.
I'm gonna just recollect here.
It kind of disappeared too fast when you see.
I did not really get a good look at it. I assume it's maybe a float. Or either that or an assassin action.
It's
Even cut. Very good. Very good.
Quite good.
Now, if there is a Cerulean Decree, then that is pretty bad for us.
Yeah, so whether you prepare here or not really matters. He's preparing it.
It's over. Okay, the game's over. The game's over.
Okay.
all right. The game. We're done. We're done. Wrap it up. We go back up Charger next turn and just try and find our way out of this.
Yeah. I mean, it's not completely over. It's extremely behind for Fugitive, of course. But maybe the next few cards are alright.
I'm looking at TKO's hand. I think he has triple Fugue in hand.
Triple Fugue. Oh.
That's not very good.
That is a complete 180 from the previous game.
I mean, with the way that this game is going, he actually could realistically bring out Genbu.
Yeah.
We're just going to go straight for the level up here. I don't care about keeping any of these Fugues, so you might as well just try and banish one of them. All right, we hit one. Thank God we hit a Fugue.
What a tragedy.
Now, here's the thing. We're really hoping not to hit a float on Fugitive side here, at least.
All right, so of course, reeling off of that thieving cut, it's now again Fugitive's role to just kind of see what he can do here. Oh, there's a Claymore.
There is. I believe it's a sideboard Claymore.
Yeah, so it is in now.
Oh no, it's a main board Claymore. I think initially it was like main board. Initially it was a.
That would have been nice, but oh well.
Oh, I mean, you can add it back with Xander.
Yeah.
Xander. So actually, probably okay with this. Mill 2. Oh my God. Okay.
Right.
Last game was Float's Bonanza. This game is 0. So.
Yeah, so I guess the brothers will be on talking terms.
He's gonna pass here. Yeah. I mean, he has the conniving. He has everything he needs. He's already set up. He has the Genbu. We just need to get there. So we have to go back up Charger here because our hand is kind of terrible.
Yeah.
If we draw a float, that would be really nice here because we still have the Creative Shock.
Yeah, this is a much more different pace game from the last round where it's just both players trying to assemble their own sort of ethos, their own engines, and it's not much really going on between two of them.
Yeah, I think on Fugitive's side, he actually kept the Luxem cards because he just doesn't want them to get milled.
Yeah, though I don't know if they're the correct Luxem cards.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the Luxem cards you really want to see.
Yeah, well, he hasn't gotten like super unlucky yet, so maybe.
Yeah, so far, Luxem card has not gotten milled. We do get a Pelagic though, so finally. Next turn, we are going to get, if we go up to Gorja 2 next turn, we are going to go up to, we swing with the Bovine 5, and then we go Gorja 6, 7, and then we go Pelagic Mill plus Genbu Mill, so we should hit 9 next turn.
Yeah. It's so easy for, well, easy is overstatement.
Now it's even easier.
Yeah, it's just really convenient that there's so many different ways that Gorja literally can get quest counters from any point in time. It's not as telegraphed as like having a Fractal of Rain, but those do help. But now with things like Conniving and then Bovines, there's all the kinds of ways that you're able to take advantage. Especially right now, he just has his level 2 in floating whenever he wants.
All I can Luxera, I would give my life for a Brackish Ludus right now.
God.
Mill. Yeah, we are really getting there.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, we're tracking the prep counters that are never going to get used. We might as well track them. And another Pelagic. Double Pelagic. We go level 2 double Pelagic. That's insane.
Yeah, you just get enough quest counters off the Pelagics themselves.
Notably as well.
Yeah. 6.
So we are just trying to clarify here the quest counters here.
Yeah, it can get rather messy the longer you go.
Especially when you start adding the prep cards. Now there's 2 sets of dice, especially once you hit over the 6 on a regular D6.
Yeah.
Maybe people should have a D10 or something that we can use for the Shenjus.
Yeah, fun fact, we had a meme we had a meme Water Merlin at one point.
Oh.
So we had the prep counter and then we had the level counter. And then we were like, this doesn't work. I should play fire instead. So we changed it to fire, but we put Byakko inside. So you can suppress your dungeon guide and go to 2 and 3. And then it became you have your quest counter and your level counter. And then we were both just sitting there like, why do you
Which counter is which again? Sorry? Which one?
Yeah,
this is
after
quest,
a while it was like he went to even counter, I draw a card. The next time he went, I went to even counter. Wait.
I mean, this is why it's nice that when your dice are distinct from each other.
Yeah.
So it's like this is the one that is for levels, and this is the one for for everything else. So yeah, I mean, okay, we're gonna have to, unfortunately, not hitting any floats in this mill. We're gonna lose the. That was a thieving cut and something I did not get a glimpse of. We're going to add back probably the thieving cut here. Maybe we can try and kill the bovine again.
Yeah, not a bad play, of course. Maybe
no dungeon guys?
Yeah, of course, you'd probably be more incentive to do the thieving cut, especially since he built one cerulean and played one for you already.
Yeah, so we have the dungeon guide here, so we can dungeon guide to 3. Now the issue really is, what are we doing about the Genbu?
I mean, pray. He's not gonna mill my light weavers again.
Surely not.
Surely not. There's no way this happens 2 games in a row.
I mean, looking at the hand, it's Sight, Excalibur, and Uncovers. There isn't even a Light Weaver in, so that means they're very likely to get milled.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, you probably just go like, put down the Excalibur, the cut, maybe the jug. Is that a juggle?
Yeah, that's a juggle. Gonna go for the dungeon guide here. I think he probably wants to try and juggle in the recollection phase to try and get his remaining 2 cards down. But I mean, they're not very good Luxem cards. It's the main issue.
As a level 3 player, I as well in the last match, I have to say, I am quite envious of these players who can dungeon guide and not be afraid of refusal. Because nobody plays that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, so he's using the Tidal Lock here. He knows it's not. Oh, actually, he's gonna double negate. Oh, he's gonna double negate. Okay, well, you know, yeah. The game's at work.
All right, yeah. Well, 2 negates. I've drawn 2 cards out from my opponent's hand.
If he has Fugues, and he has a million water cards in hand, he can go Genbu next turn. We level up to 2, bring out the Genbu. He can go draw here.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need quest counters. Pelagic. Yeah, we have 3 mills next turn. We don't even have to get a quest counter. You can just draw here.
Man, just the luxury of having the physical copies of Pelagic to just go, yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
As well as the having 2 Pelagic to transform at the same time.
Yeah, so we're going to get the draw here.
Yeah,
then we're going to mill. Okay, mill the Excalibur.
Yep, 2 mills, quite unremarkable. All right, milling himself.
Mill another 2 more, which is going to put us to 9. So we are good. Oh my God, we are hitting so little flow.
Yeah, we are good TM. Big asterisks.
We've got Genbu. Actually, yeah. I mean, can Genbu one shot yet? How many water cards are in there?
That is a great question. I feel like that should be a one shot.
Well, we can just Primordial right now and just kill this dolphin if we want to as well.
Because you just need 20, so you only need 11 water cards. That's very, very, very doable right now.
So we're gonna transform the Genbu and we're gonna activate the effect now. So we currently have 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
Yeah, he's got it.
That's 19. That is not enough to kill.
Plus bovine.
Plus the bovine, so that's 20, but we still have Serene.
Yeah, so you are praying your opponent for
It's over. Yeah, I mean, that was... The first game was, okay, you milled me and I lost all my win cons. And the second game was just like, oh, well, I didn't open good enough. And you being water is just... It's just hard for Luxem sometimes. They're very annoying, especially the thieving cuts oftentimes just end up getting stuffed. And if you don't hit Creative Shock Float, I actually think he really should have gone for the Creative Shock Float on that first turn. I don't think it would have made that big of a difference, but ultimately, you have to give yourself as much of an edge as possible. I feel like I was playing very scared. Like, no, I can't play the Creative Shock here. It's too risky. But yeah, I mean...
Yeah, there's so many outlines that you can decide in playing in Luxem. And of course, for the longest time, especially previously when you would play Luxem, when Mill wasn't that prominent, Mill was still your worst enemy because you'd be like, yeah, I'm going to draw my Luxem. I believe in myself. And your opponent would just randomly Fractal Rain. Okay. Life is sad now.
Yeah, especially if you're on Nico and they're like, okay, now you have Mage Bane and you have Facade. It's like, I really can never kill you now.
Yeah. It's just, there's so many hoops that you used to have to jump through, and now you still have quite a few hoops to jump through. Watermill is going less prominent, so you aren't too scared of that anymore. But if you don't play for it, you might have a complete blowout game like game 1 was.
I'm just saying right now, like currently, there's a lot of water guoshas in the top table. We have Jofacha, we have DK. There's like 2 or 3 who are like 7-1 right now, or like 7-0-1 range.
And I think if you like ask anyone, I don't think anyone really expected Water Guoja to be one of the stronger decks that makes it to day 2.
Especially with the amount of Tristans I think people were expecting. It's like, no way you can play the deck that just loses to Censor and to Ensnaring and to Lantern. So many things that kind of just hose the deck. But you play the Mustangs, you play the outs, and then against Tristan, compared to Seiryu, the problem with Seiryu is like, if it's gone, you literally don't do anything else.
Yeah.
But at least this deck, you can still play for that. I actually think probably TK will probably look at Jofacha's list and probably try and add the Aqua Stallions, because they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that was a really fast one. Unfortunately, the team killed. I mean, they're still both in day 2, so it's fine.
Yeah, what a great present to send you off for your last game of the day as well.
Thank you, little brother, for dying for me. So yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good game. The last round is the next round is the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is gonna be the last round I'm on. Next round is gonna be Crimson and Mono here, so they're gonna finish you off. I don't know if they're gonna throw. They're probably not gonna throw like a top table. They're probably gonna throw someone who's like right at the cusp.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah. So that's we're going to 30-minute break. This was a pretty fast one, and we'll get you with the last game soon and catch us for day 2 as well.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪 果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here in the last round for today in this Taipei Nationals, Seas Nationals actually. And we do have our decks ready up. And before we even introduce the decks and the player, very important information about this feature match. Both players right now are at 16 points, I believe.
Yes.
This means that intentional draw won't make it in, or either a draw in general, because you give you 1 point, 1 point.
Yeah.
They have to win this particular match to make it to day 2, because day 2 requires you to have a minimum of 18 points. So it's going to be a make it or break it kind of deal.
Yeah, of course, this match is going to be everything on the line, whether they get to keep playing tomorrow.
Yep.
All eyes on how they do in this match. So, of course, really, really both important that these players get their decks right, no problem, anything. We're just going to jump straight in, actually.
Yep, so it is True Champions team Terry versus William right there. We are going to see the Spirit of Winner. A bit of a blink for me, this one.
Yeah, from Toronto, apparently, Brissa, just showing some result. Of course, this is just going to be a Win Allies versus a Fractal matchup. We've seen this a couple of times, not on stream, but, well...
Throughout the day, yeah.
It's kind of very difficult for the Fractals player, I would say. Here, the Fractal is trying to set up and buy enough time that they're still able to find their lethal.
Yep.
But of course, the allies is trying to bust them down with everything they've got.
So we are going to go Fractal Snow here. Very, very simple Fractal here. In fact, a class bonus effect that we rarely see being used, but sometimes is quite relevant. We are going to play another Fractal Refreshment here, being able to exchange hand. So he's not going to do it. He's not going to use the on-enter.
Yeah, probably satisfied enough with his hand as it is.
He's going to go for the backup charger. Again, one of the most common play going into the second turn. And with 2 in hand, right, one Fractal actually, he does have at least like a few tricks up his sleeve. He has a few of the cards that cost 2 that can be played. So I guess Frostbuying, the counter cards, or even like Glimmer Refuser. But I don't think you want to use those things early. Oh, maybe Fast Kill, right?
Fast Kill, maybe a Fracturizes Shimmering potential if there's a all-in power cell.
Yep.
But of course, it's still a bit early. We got time.
Yep, we are going to take 2 from the ally there. So it just has Blanche, a very good card against the Factor deck, because of all of the Factor decks, it requires sort of like source damage does not come back, and if it's a Blanche that it's really hard to like get rid of. One is that getting rid of it is a hassle, and then the other one is that your champion is always protected as long as the Blanche is alive. And then we're going to see the Rose here. Rose. How do you pronounce this? Rose? Rose?
Just Rose.
Just Rose?
Yeah. It's just a automaton we've been seeing quite often over the last few days. It's 2/3, so it's much harder to remove. Of course, having to pay that 4 cost is extremely annoying.
Yep, we are going to see Windmill Engineer. Just going in here, we see Terry not really caring about having cards in hand. And going to go into the full horn on the ally route, as he should be. He is Win Allies.
Alright, yeah, so here obviously the Win Allies is putting his pedal to the metal. William really needs to figure out a way to slow down this aggressiveness.
Yep, we are going to see an end-step Fast Cure here. Pretty expected that Fast Cure being a staple right now in this meta game. Going to heal back up to only 1 damage taken. All this effort and only 1. And then going to go to a GCR.
Alright.
I believe he has a Gildas in hand. I think Gildas here will be really, really strong.
Yes, Gildas here can kill the Rose. Can, of course, can't target Shimmering. Shimmer Cloak, excuse me, is stealth.
Yep.
But it would buy a lot of time, especially allows him to just set up Fractals if he has. There, like that one.
Yep.
So of course here the first play, putting the Gildas, because he has another Gildas.
Yep, exactly. It's going to be a Gildas right here. Balance, going to swing into the Rose.
And potentially an insight here. If you do the insight, you'll be able to set up next few turn, but it also means you're unable to play any interaction at all. Not quite ideal, but at the same time, you're okay with this Gildas being removed because you have another one, as we saw him put down.
Yep. So we are going to see the
Refracting Missile.
Not even going to bother putting down his other fractal because he's going to get rid of the board. Understanding that this matchup, you don't need too many fractals, right? You just need to clear the board, take control back of the board. And here's a knowledge check sort of because like Gildas is the 1/3. If you want to remove the Gildas, it typically takes like 2 hits unless you have like an ally that can deal 3 damage, which is not say it's rare, but like it requires more work than usual.
Yeah, of course, since Terry tapped out there with him really taking advantage of everything,
Yep.
I feel like he maybe would have wanted to hold onto the Refracting Missile.
Yep.
Could greed a little bit and hope that Terry invests a little bit into the Shimmer Cloak, but of course, just shooting it not wrong as well.
Yep. We are going to see an Assailant?
Yeah, 3. Not the Assailant, but another 2/3 ally.
Yep.
Maybe. One of them.
I think. Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Assailant.
You're gonna hit 2 there, hit 1 there. There goes the Gildas. Yep.
Well, not too bummed, I think.
I think he is going to go Blanche here to be very extra safe here. Blanche does protect the entire board from non-combat damage. And non-attack damage, right? Yeah. So
here, I do think this might be an opportunity where you might go for a backup.
Yep.
Backup would set you eventually at 7 after your recollection. Bauble, of course, is fine as well if you want to keep the fractals up for an option.
Yep. He does have the second he does have the second Gildas there. He is going to go to Wind Bubble here.
Yep, and I imagine as per last time, just set 3 down, Gildas, clear the biggest attack ally, move on.
Yep, I think instead of the biggest ally this time, it's going to be the Blanche, I believe. Blanche is a problem.
True, there is a potential there.
Yep, Blanche comes out.
So, yeah, it is still difficult.
Oh no, he's going to go for the Assailant. Interesting, Assailant being the choice there.
Yeah, I suppose because William is still able to control a lot of his flow of the game right now, accidentally restanding the Gildas, because, you know, flicking the cards all over the place.
Yeah, it actually just wakes up out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, it's that right now Blanche isn't the one that is pressuring you. Yeah, even though you do have rather a lot of spell damage, you can use the spell damage to still clear through some of the targets.
Yep, so go into insight into, of course, the one factor that's been taking the meta game in the I can't pronounce this in something, yeah, sad that yes.
It is right. It's a Dissonant Fractal, a Glimpse Wall, allowing you to go and check for some future plans.
Yep.
Now he's just going to go and set 4 cards. Alright, Terry just going to level up here, rolling the dice for that, it's random. Probably says he's thinking on the on-enter. So here is where you come across your conundrum again.
Yep.
With every time when you have allies on board, you think either Huachi or Ornamental. The choice here will be Ornamental, probably because he wants to clear the Gildas.
Yep.
But here it often becomes very difficult to play properly into this since you need to be able to see where Huati can get you additional value.
Yep.
Because you don't have Sansa yet, but having Huati out also means that your opponent has to respect every single win unique ally that you bring up.
Yep. We are going to see the turn going back to William. William is going to have a really hard time doing this. There's still the blind means he can't just Asunder for game. There's also the fact that he is now being pressured that he might just lose next turn because the ball is getting really, really scary right now. What is William's option here? There could be a Terror. He's just going to go to Dialchan level 1. He does have the floating to pay for it.
Yep.
Dialchan level 1 is active. Recollect.
Alright, and I believe this should be Frostborn Paladin. Yes. So, do you value Shang Tsung here or do you value Frostborn Paladin?
I think probably the Frostborn, right? You want to take back the board. Like, you play Frostborn here. Oh, Sangjiao here. Interesting. He's going to get Stifling Trap. Yeah, they're also going to say that it just gets Stifling Trap and then like it just doesn't get its on-enter effect. And then not only do you waste 3, I would say waste, but in my head, if he does play the Frostborn Paladin, there's a chance that it won't get negated. The on-enter will not get negated, but Alright, touche. We are going to see Froststone being played here. Draw 1.
Yeah, so here you probably clear the Gilders, and then now you set up for what you think could be the next few turns.
The next few turns is going to be rough. I think number 1 is getting the answer on the blanch, which is not difficult if you're simmering in the memory, right?
Yeah.
You're just simmering it away.
Now, of course, William is playing with the Frostborn Paladin.
Yep.
So again, this is the third threat that Terry has to answer, and his hand has kind of not been super ideal to constantly keep answering William's outs.
Yep, and the hand is getting lower and lower each turn. This is a problem with Atlas decks in general. If you don't have a way to regenerate those hand size, like you don't have ways to reclaim and spam windmill, you will eventually run out of resources like this. And but the only saving grace is that you do have the blanch up, which is going to protect you most of the time. But that's about it. It's really Huachi just comes out here. Not too sure if the value for Huachi is there because we don't see any Cincher, we don't see any unique human that can take use of it.
Yeah, I suppose he's just calling it out to set it up, but again, it's still one of the weaknesses of the deck. You're kind of balancing between the utility of your weapons rather than what you might expect in a regular ally deck, like a smoke bomb or say some burst from a poison coating oil. Because here you're just kind of relying on all reliable damage from things like Sunser, and if you just don't see them, you don't really have them.
Yep. And it is going to be a really interesting position here. Once Terry is kind of sort of tap out or like tap more cards than he would, I would believe that a simmering would come out into the blanch, and then Magic comes here, probably not imbuing it for no reason. I think 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. Oh,
interesting.
No
He's
simmering.
actually letting every instance of damage go through. So I would have assumed he might have shimmered the blanch.
Yeah, unless he didn't draw any of them.
Yeah, so I guess we're not sure what William is really thinking on. Because did you size shimmering? I haven't sized shimmering.
Yeah, there we go. Interaction, yeah, we are going to say.
Yeah, so here he's just using the shimmering in response to the blanch. So before all the windmill and all these things have done their attacks.
Yeah, I think this would probably fly. It is actually fine to do here.
Yeah.
Yep, all these are still standing. Yep. And in I believe that's including the windmill. The windmill engineer as well wouldn't swing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure. All right. So yeah, right now it's whether Terry can still answer this Frost one. If I saw correctly, there was still a stifling trap. So technically he can kill it, especially in the rally advance as well. But that means he loses so much value that he would normally get to burst his opponent with.
Yeah, and also something to note, it is quite dangerous. Although like Terry is full health, Asunder is half the full health right there. So William will just need to find like some sort of damage, like 10 damage, and then he probably had lethal. But Terry here complementing what he wants to do here. He has a stifling trap.
Yeah, I think one of the problems right now is that he's also contemplating whether he Zephyrs the blanch. Because it gets to save the blanch and also causes the shimmering to fizzle.
Yep.
So that way his opponent isn't really able to draw off the shimmering or clear the board. But that means that Terry is unable to clear this Frost on this turn.
I do think it's important to not let shimmering resolve in terms of the draw into memory. I do think Zephyr seems like the better play here.
Yeah, this of course if you Zephyr you need to understand
it's just to let it go. Interesting.
Alright, so I guess he's probably going to try and kill the Frost one instead, valuing more than ball control.
Well, he does not want to take too much damage, and Frost one is 3 damage right here. So maybe that. So I can see that line a bit.
Yeah, so this might be a stifling and swing with magistrate because rally is just too good here. I don't think you can just let rally. This is rally. Oh no, power cell, right?
Yep, power cell works too. Power cell does allow you to attack the unit and also just gonna pass it, but it is a bit difficult for Terry right now. We know for a fact Terry doesn't have the Reading Breeze, but William will be playing around that in assumption that Reading Breeze exists.
Yeah, so of course we're gonna see the Alright, yeah, just a bit of clarification on the combat. Of course, we had to walk back a bit, so it's good to make sure everyone.
Yeah, we are going to go backup charger. Going to pay 3/3 here.
Yep.
And then going to draw 1 into Mem.
Well, good discipline using the Fractal of Snow.
Yeah. And draw 1.
Draw 1.
No Sangjiao, no, only got Sunder. That's not looking too good. But
But of course, yeah, William has already drained a lot of Terry's options, so Terry still needs to somehow navigate a lethal throughout all of this.
yeah, I believe there is, though he is trying to count lethal. Like, if I'm Williams here, there is a line where he's streaming for 5. Oh, that's not enough. 5, 12, yep. Still not enough damage. The Frozen will matter a lot, because if the Frozen hit for 3, then he can go, what's it called? Factorize into the Climber. Factorize into the Shimmering. That is 5 damage plus 3, that's 8. Then he can sunder it for 12 damage.
Yeah, if only he had one more card, then he would have been able to perhaps control the board for silver.
Yep, William doing a partisan, and Terry immediately going into the safeguard amulet, being really, really cautious of what is going on. And then swing for 1 here, swing for 1 here. Nothing much is going on here. Probably going to drop a very tall ally. I'm thinking maybe Assailant again.
Yeah, Assailants, there's what I believe is the Vigilance Sentry, not Sentry, it's one of them.
It's a 2/3.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Does it have warrior class bonus?
Yeah, it's the
Intercept, right?
Yeah, it's the one with the intercept. It's SB1 art. It's just, but yeah, we're just gonna do good old looking. Swing for 2. Swing for 2.
2.
Maybe.
2. 2. Any 2s?
Any 2s indeed. Yeah, just 2. Looking does not have ambush after all. What's the point?
Yep. It is gonna pass here. It is going back to William. William might do something in this sort. Probably factorizing the power cell.
If you factorize the power cell, you kind of leave yourself a little bit open to having to deal with that safeguard. Although, of course, there are still things like mirror, but it means that you're spending a materialization phase getting the mirror.
Oh, he is gonna just do it.
Yeah.
Factorizing the mirror. Terry just complies.
So yeah, factorizing the safeguard, and now
Yeah, safeguard. Yeah.
yeah, William needs to take advantage of this and build his lethal.
Yeah, he will need to find some sort of lethal line here, because his head is not looking too fresh right now. He does have all the fractal in the world, but however, none of the no missile is quite painful, and then you still need to in reality, right? Okay, in practice, he probably need to deal 2 sorts of damage from the simmering or the missile, and then go into the end game with the burst asunder.
Yeah, I think there's probably a world here where you just play fractals and pray you don't die.
Yeah, I think that's the world we do that, and that's probably the world we live in. I think one of the best plays you can do now is to spam that Fractal Rain and also the Friends of Insight. Just pay 2, and then you get 6 fractals right there. That is 6 damage with the Simmering, and then 7 damage with the Magic Missile. Not Magic Missile, sorry. What's it called? Refracting Missile. Magic Missile is another card. But anyway. Yeah.
Even Terry.
Even Terry acknowledges it. All the fractals are coming to play. This is where things get out of hand for Fractal, where, in my opinion, when you have 5 fractals, things are so crazy at this point. That's 12 damage on the board. Now he has, 6? That's 14?
Yeah, this is the exact sweet spot number that you want when you're playing against Lowering Wind allies.
Yep.
Because if you do Shimmering Refraction, which is the lower damage of the 2 between Refracting Missile, you get 6, and your Burst Asunder will be for 14.
Yep.
It's exactly 20 for lethal.
Yep, so any sort of damage play. In fact, does William has enough calls to do everything right now?
If he goes to 2, he needs to hope that Terry does not run Veiling.
Yep, I think he's gonna do it.
Man.
6. Man is gonna do it.
Yeah, so...
It's actually gonna... Is it going in?
Yeah.
Are we in? It's just gonna do it.
Well, to save your enthusiasm a bit, he does not run Veiling. But there is an agility.
Yeah. This game. I think, okay, so one thing I noticed, William is not in a position to actually pass turn. I don't think William could survive the next turn, right? Now think about it, 10 damage there, that's quite a lot of damage taken.
I suppose, but at the same time, you can't really super predict that as William. You have to make some rough guesses as well. Fractals, especially if you don't run things like Extricating Touch. You have no info. There we know that there was quite prominent lethal threat on the board with Rallied Advance. But of course, William still kind of relatively safe, able to hold things like Glimmering Refusal and able to control what Terry's able to play. But then again, that also means that Terry has a turn to draw any of his outs if needed.
I think in William's eyes, that's 4 damage on the board, and then like via the allies, that's another. Via the weapon, that's another 1, so 5 damage. Or Terry needs to do is just draw like a 4 damage card, which is not impossible. I think it's quite possible.
I think yes, something like
In fact, a Sunche will do it because Sunche comes in play, gives both of the weapon +1 attack.
Sunche works. I believe Gildas works.
Gildas, Sunche, there's so many outs. I think William probably opted to, alright, let's just do it. Because like, okay, there is one thing, like you said, the Glimmering Refusal, right? Glimmering Refusal exists and like Terry's hands is low. So that is a point to that. But
yeah, because in there, maybe you're just not willing to take the risk that he just has 2 outs.
Not only that, Brilliant Trinket, right? What if Terry just materializes a Trinket?
Yeah, if you materialize this trinket, you have enough hand to negate one thing, and
one.
Yeah, and generally in that case, you'll be okay with negating at least one thing.
Yeah.
So here for side decks, of course, we were seeing Terry flip over just now the Viridian Trinket. What else do we have? I believe
he has Poison Coating Oil, which I don't. Will we see that here?
You might see Poison Coating Oil here. Just a 0-cost Regalia +2 to a Stealth Ally. Really quick and good with the standard combo, Second Wind, or your Rallied Advances. I
think that's all. Like, Viridian Trinket seems to be the only one that's good here besides the Fitting Oil, or unless we're not saying Scatter Essence.
Scatter Essence. He has 4 Scatter Essence hiding in the back of his side deck.
Hiding in the the paper that we're having.
I think he sides a lot in here actually. 4 Scatter, 1 Stifling Trap, and the Viridian.
Yep, I think he's prepped for it. He is going to be prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense that there's a lot of tools in there because you normally would think that you're favored into Fractals anyway.
Yeah, and this card's pretty good too. Innovate Agility.
Yeah, it was probably the one out that Terry was hoping you would have at that point, because when you innovate Agility, you can immediately get to recover some damage. So even if it doesn't work, you might buffer off the lethal, but at the same time, you're also aiming for the Spell Shroud so that all the Burst Asunder just completely whiffs.
Yep, and then for William's side here, I think his list is I think this is what I could consider a pretty standard the alternate list these days. Nothing much, nothing too crazy. Oh, 1 Lost in Thoughts only. Any thoughts on that?
1 Lost in Thoughts is probably fine. He runs the standard floating package already anyway. There's 2 Deacons in there, notably. You just want the Lost in Thought for like maybe you get the chance to recover off of some floating, or you just want to set the Frostmourne Paladin up.
Novice Healer. I've been talking to like some players there. I do think Novice Healer is a pretty good addition.
Yeah, I think a lot of here there will probably be an inclusion of Novice Healer.
Yep.
Very good ally, 3 cost 2/2. If you are a cleric, you get to recover 3.
And recovering is such a premium effect these days in this meta game with the amount of allies and the amount of burst damage. Any sort of recovery helps.
Yes, of course. William here, of course, as you've seen in the last match, all he's doing is literally just buying time.
Yep.
And with enough time, he's able to assemble enough Fractals, or with enough Fractals, he's able to assemble a lethal.
Yep.
So there, Terry's going first.
Yep.
Starting with opening 7. Oh boy, this is gas.
The amount of good allies right there, insane right there. He is gonna. Yeah, he can't imbue for the engineer, but he can definitely just play Assailant here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just. Oh, Shimmer Cloak.
Oh, Shimmer Cloak is fine too.
So the question is, next turn, how does he want to pilot this? Because if he chooses to go backup charger, he can't Gildas nor Sunce. So it could be a lurking and another ally angle, or you could just go Bauble and balance the Gildas. Too many options in this hand.
Yep. So we do have pretty good from William's side. You do have Fractal Snow. Then you have that 1-cost Fractal as well. Like everything that you have, everything you wanted. You even have the Factorize for your backup charger.
Yeah, so here it's just going to glimpse 4. Notably, there are no. There's only.
That's 3 Asunder?
Yes, there is 3 Asunder. The one is definitely going below. Whether another one is going below is really a William playstyle.
I keep 2, I would say, because you know that Terry's already aware of it, and there's a huge chance that the other one will probably get somehow like stopped. So it's best to have like multiple copy of it. But again, depends on play. If you're very confident that all I need is one, then all you need is one. So it is going to go to the backup charger right here, immediately tapping it to draw one to mem.
Interesting. I would have thought that he would have gone for a more quickly aggressive route. Well, I suppose here he values the power cell and the burst potential it has.
Yep. You can Gildas here. He is 7 hands, so Gildas here does work.
Yeah. No windmill, so yeah, of course you don't really want to maintain this influence. Instead, he's probably just.
Wait, sorry, Gildas doesn't work. Sorry, you.
Yeah, you're at 8 hands, so he's probably just gonna play lurking and I believe there was a magistrate. Oh, just holding.
Just holding here right now.
Yeah, of course, with a fistful of allies, nothing much is really going on there, but you still want to be able to pretend that there's something there.
Yeah, William is going to go to the backup charger. Just go for the backup, and then gets a power cell. Draw one to mem, get back his turn. Now, as long as it factorizes that power cell, the dissonant factor now is going to be reversible. And he just has his own Gildas.
Yeah, he could balance it right now, actually.
Gildas is going to be balanced.
So if you balance the Gildas here, you swing it into the lurking. But of course, unbeknownst to William, Terry's hand is full of gas as well, so he's able to quite literally answer that back very responsibly.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, he's just gonna go for a factorize here, probably for the Froststorm Paladin play.
If he has 3, so if he pays 1, he can balance the Gildas. Frostborn Paladin is of course a very solid play here. Just 1, 2, 3, yeah. Yeah, there's so many options. I think he probably is better off playing the Frostborn first, just in case Terry plays something.
Oh, it's gonna be a Gildas, sorry.
No worries. So yeah, the Gildas comes down, it's balanced, and just clears the lurking. But yeah, I think here that might be rough because Terry should level to 1 if I'm reading his influence right.
I think one thing to consider is, will you ever consider swinging face with Gildas? Because 4 damage is pretty precious in his deck.
I do think that's one of the ways you can go for game, but of course when you're playing against Hwati allies, you kind of need to respect at least the first few.
Yep.
I suppose William's approach to fighting against allies would be to constantly respect every single one. Maybe he is able to answer some of them in a different fashion if he finds it.
Yep, you're gonna go to Hwati here because unlike last game, Terry just draw into the Suncho, which is, I think this is a very premium play. This is one of the strongest play that most people are expecting now from a Win Ally Warrior deck.
Yeah, Sun Ce, card that was quite unassuming to begin with, now is played in so many allies.
Yeah.
You just kind of want it as any flashbacks to the past, like your Banner Knight, and you also get additional durability. So for weapons like Hwati or just any weapon in general, getting an additional durability means 1 more damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane here that basically, if you look at it, Sun Ce is basically a 3/4.
Yeah, it's the with Frostborn Paladin for allies.
Yep, it is Frostborn Paladin for ally. Like, I mean, I'm so happy that Sun Ce actually is kind of useful. People are playing him. Because I think a lot of people were like kind of low-key just looking like, nah, Sun Ce is not that great. Look at him now. Look at our boy. Final table, 1 win away from making it to day 2.
Yeah, and even here it's actually quite rough because Sun Ce is a 4 life. William, having 3 fractals, doesn't really have his refracting missile right now. And even if he does refracting missile, it actually works out for Terry because then he can play the second one in his hand. Yep,
so this is not looking good at all. William is considering his options right here. Just gonna wake up. Just gonna go into it might have been one of the draw regalias. I think he's not too. Well, he is 8 HP. That is not looking good. Like 8 damage counter, that means like 7 and then you're dead. Need to be a bit careful here. Maybe a Terraforming.
So I believe that's level 1. Yeah, that's level 1.
Oh, just gonna go level 1, 8-1 factorize here. Oh, that works too.
Yeah, so I guess wanting to lean into the counterplay aspect of it, Do you refracting here?
It looks like he's gonna do it.
Yeah, you probably, of course, just to set up that frost one that you've had a long time earlier.
Yep, he is gonna be refracting the signature.
Alright, recollects. And we'll probably set up a
Dissonant Factor again. That's a really good value game.
Oh boy, Dissonant. It's so difficult to really compete against Dissonant because unlike other fractals, since you're just paying 1 for 1, you can just tap it and instantly set it up. Unless you're trying to balance a Gildas, it's literally 0 investment.
Yeah, like
you get a free Glimpse Fall.
I think there will never be a 1-cost reversible anymore that's this easy. I don't know. I think this card is way too strong.
It's strong, but of course that additional condition to having 2 Fantasia to reserve it does limit it enough that I think it's not just an outright outrageous card.
Yeah, it does limit you to only play Fantasia decks. So we are going to see the Froststorm Paladin again, timeless staple for water for a long time now.
Yeah, so here now Terry has to think on whether he wants to use the Stifling Trap on this Frost one.
Yep, because if there's not going to be a Sangjiao anytime soon, you might as well just use it so it doesn't draw. But then again, you mainly want to use this against Sangjiao.
Yes, of course. Right now, it doesn't seem to be any sign of that. I believe William bottomed all 4 of those. So Terry also probably catching on to that and saying, well, he's probably not running on anything. Maybe I can go ahead and stop him from finding anything.
Yep. Terry is just going to do it. Going to do the Stifling Trap into the Frosthorn and just pretty much lets it pass unless William wants to refuse this, which he has right in hand. Refuser?
Yeah, but at this point, you're then trading a card for a card. I guess he's going for it, sure. So the Stifling doesn't go off, and you get to cycle your hand.
I mean, it does trade a card, but that means that you have a Froststorm Paladin there standing strong, tall, against his allies that, considering to maybe leave it up for the intercept. But I'm a brave, so I'll just whack. Just go in. What can go wrong?
Well, what could go wrong is the second Sunsa he has in his memory right now. If you swing Sunsa, come down for 3 with the Huati on 5 because there's an additional durability counter, so both Champion and Sunsa can attack.
Yep.
The 13, 2 from the Shimmer Cloak, probably 4 from the Power Cell. You just 2 off lethal. So ready to advance, something like that.
Or just Gildas and you can't balance it.
Yeah, Gildas is such an awkward ally. Because if you are able to balance it, you're able to get so much damage out so quickly, but at the same time, it means that you're not really able to play out your other expensive allies like Sunsa. Because to balance, normally you'll be at 7 cards, which mean you would only have 3 cards left in hand. Not enough.
Like the thing, the balance. Ironically, the balance mechanic is pretty balanced. Like, I think it does reward you for hand management and also the skill level in using your bubble and your soaring. Not soaring, sorry. Your GCR. So we are going into Trinket Protection, Viridian Protection Trinket. Sorry, I've been mumbling words right here. Just to make sure that William doesn't have any sort of reaction spells as he plays down his second signature. Oh no, Dream Fairy, wow.
Yeah, Dream Fairy, really, really good shout out here. Especially because now he's Viridian Trinket. William can't Glimmering Refusal in response to this. So he kind of just has to suck it up.
Yep. I mean, I've seen this play so many times. Like, I am on the receiving end where my Frosthorn just gets Dream Fairy. It's sometimes very painful, right? Like, you want that 3 damage constantly, or even that card that just keeps on attacking your opponent for 3, for 3, for 3. And William can't do anything about it. It's something that looks like Terry is on the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, of course. No shimmering, no real plays that William is able to make here. So I'm not sure what he's going to be able to come back from this.
Actually, speaking of shimmering, might have a shimmering in the memory, I think.
Yeah, if there's a shimmering here...
He's going to use it.
A refracting missile. Alright, there is a shimmering. So
if
the
go into the face.
Has a refracting missile, that'll be for 5/9, and then suddenly there's a lethal on board again.
Yep, and then he's just gonna recollect. Probably is gonna materialize something that allows you to draw cards so he can see more.
On the other hand, it could be a Terra Ring.
Oh yeah, gonna be a GCR. Probably just gonna crack it to see what he draws. I can't see that card.
I believe that's a refusal. Yeah, just recollecting, draw, nothing much going on. All right, so looking at this hand, more fractal, glimmering, burst. Fracturize.
Frost one. No, you can't Frost one because of Dream Fairy. Probably just play down more fractals, I think.
Yeah, so of course important to note right now that the Fractal of Snow is online because Diao-chan is a cleric now.
Yep.
So Terry will have to play properly into this so that he doesn't overcommit on a lethal when he doesn't actually have one. But William, of course, has to sacrifice the Fractal if he wants to prevent a lethal down that road. Imbuing Fractal Offering.
Wow, interesting. Something that I think you probably rarely see it. You only see it when you have ways to glimpse to basically manipulate your deck so that you always mill a floating or you are going to mill cards that you don't need.
Yeah, so here just place the Fractal and pass. I suppose trying to get ready some sort of lethal or another tool that he could use to get out of here. But here, I think Terry has enough options that he should be able to close out this game against William.
Yep, you got to safeguard here, being extra careful here. The trinket, the safeguard, everything that just makes Rhythm's life really, really miserable. Probably just go for a 1 and 2 here with